producer making no money, but I can't move to Texas on a dead podcast. So we got that happening. He's going to be bothering Brian Callen whenever he performs at the comedy mothership Joe Rogan's club. Every episode they do now is to ask me anything, so people can email in questions that they're not going to read, but they can just get a hold of your email address and try to sell it to data companies and stuff. This truly is just sad and pathetic, but this man is so stupid that he would just go on and admit that, yeah, I just yell at all the kids and swear at them. Really, dummy? And why? And you're supposed to be a good coach. Why don't you figure out why everyone around you is uploading footage of you to your hate subs, stupid? But no self-reflection, no self-awareness, not funny. Wife's annoying and just as dumb. Just a rich kid who's bragging about being rich when he's really just using his father's money. Truly sad. Truly pathetic. Look at it. Looking like Jimmel. Looking like Camel Joe. But yeah, so this Ask Me Anything. Yeah, I mean, I must say I did get to make 3 videos out of it. So for me, not that bad. But for him, oof. He getting ejected out of that baseball game. Like, what are you doing, dude? Stop swearing around the 9-year-olds. So, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
It's the worst game he's had. He's been the MVP of the league. He's been doing his thing. Ace pitcher, batting fourth, crushing it. And then he had that really bad game that he got kicked out of, which probably had something to do with it. And he had a horrible attitude. We didn't talk. We should go in the hot tub. We didn't go in the hot tub. I wanted to know. I was disappointed. Not that we lost the game or he had a bad game. Dude, his attitude. Because then it's like, no, that's on you, dude. No, I'm not happy. And I'm always the fun dad, so when he knows I'm upset, like, he fucked up. I don't have to do much. But I'm his dad. So I'm the first base coach, so I'll be like, T, take your lead. He'll be like, I got it. He'll be like, I got it. I'm like, oh, my bad, you got it. All right, dude. You know what you're doing. T, elbow up. I know. Elbows up. All right, big dog. But then if a coach who has no professional sports experience, played in fucking 4th grade, goes, T, elbow up, right away, sir. It's just, I'm his dad. That's right. I'll remind his ass, though. That's right. I'll grab him by the collar and be like, hey, motherfucker, you think you went professional to motherfucking sports? Like, I can hold my fucking jock strap. You're just gonna listen to me.
Okay, so, child trashing his son's coach. First and foremost, his son had an attitude. You embarrassed your son and got ejected from his baseball game. You embarrass your son every time you're there, and this just confirmed it. He just said, my son, he never listens to me, but he listens to the other coaches. He's stupid. He doesn't want you there. You're not a coach. You're there bothering his coach. I remember once I went on a field trip as a kid to Slater Park, and then my mom just showed up with her friend. And I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're bad. That's how Shab's son feels every time. He's like, why are you here, Dad? You got beat up by Bubba in the UFC, and you had a cup of coffee with the Bills, as you say. So he's just out there embarrassing his son. And then to have the audacity to say, he had an attitude. You got thrown out of the game for swearing. Your wife is swearing at the games. You're an embarrassment. It's already embarrassing enough for your son to have his dad, who's the most hated person on the internet. That's already embarrassing. Then his mom looking like a whore on Instagram and making him take the pictures. That's also really, really, really embarrassing. But then you show up to his game, you're screaming, making noise. boys. By the way, I hate to say this, but I'm going to have to just go ahead and say it. This is a very rich, well-to-do area, so your son, and I'm speaking from the mindset of Brendan Schaub's son, he's probably really the only minority there, and his loud minority parent, his mom is there making a scene. Just like, just go away. But I mean, damn, Schaub can just take no responsibility. And what was that at the end? He felt like choking his son and saying, listen to me. I have zero baseball experience, and I obviously can't throw a ball. Or when you ended up in the UFC and played football in college and never even got to try out in the NFL, that makes you knowledgeable about baseball. And he's supposed to listen to you. Just a joke. Brendan Schaub is an absolute joke, and everything's a lie and contradiction. So in this, he trashed the coach, though, saying, I don't know why my son listens to the coach instead of me. Well, you're an embarrassment, but no wonder why that coach keeps uploading the footage to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. No, now I completely get why that coach, who hates Schaub and keeps uploading footage, because he did it from the game and from the practice. So it had to have been the coach. It couldn't have been a parent on another team. But I mean, you can tell this really got to Schaub. He keeps talking about it. This is all from that one episode where they did the fake Ask Me Anything. But he just kept bringing up that baseball game. And by the way, this is just his one son. We're going to get this whole arc in Texas with his younger son, Boston. The kid Boston. But we're going to get this all over again with Boston Schaub. Do you think Boston Schaub is just looking at this, just going, I'm not into sports? Do you think the younger son is looking at what the older son's going through and like, yeah, I'm not going to be going through that. I'm not into sports, Dad. But I mean, my God, the whole thing saying his son has an attitude after that game that you got thrown out of. Yeah, he's got an attitude. He doesn't want you there, dude. I bet you he shows up to his son's game in like a Lamborghini. It's all right. There's this one thing which embarrasses his son, by the way. There was this one episode of Run's house, right? And what's the youngest kid's name? Diggy, right? And Reverend Run went to go drop off Diggy at his school, at his rich private school, and he showed up in like a Bentley. His son was embarrassed. And the moral of the story, at the end of the episode, it was Ron telling his son, I don't want you to be embarrassed if I show up to your school in an expensive, nice car. I worked hard for it. However, they never got his son's perspective. And his son's perspective was, everybody in this fucking school is rich. And they don't show up in Bentleys. They show up in town cars because they got real money. And they don't have to show it off. You're showing off your money because, as if you don't really got it. No one at my school is impressed you have a Bentley. They're all billionaires at my school. They don't care. So I guarantee you this asshole Schaub shows up in like the loudest cars ever, Lamborghinis, whatever, makes a complete scene around to his son's baseball game where everyone on his son's baseball team probably has an insane amount of money and nobody's impressed. You're just being loud and distracted. Of course you are, which is why you're the one getting thrown out of the baseball game. Which is why you're the one they're uploading footage to, the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. But yeah, look at poor Cowan just sitting there, looking at this idiot. This is right after the argument they had too about my son. So first and foremost, by the way, which he talked about the tablet thing and his son's not having access to it. I'm a good dad. But then he just said that his son doesn't listen to him and has an attitude. He's so dumb. He's such an idiot. And he's going to go get on an airplane to go buy a truck and be gone for a week so he can secretly get addies and baddies. Because that's what Shab does. He's an idiot. He's a dummy. Look at it. And, I got a lot from this AMA, but they keep doing AMAs where they're reading off fake question. Hey, Brendan, I see that you're crushing it in life. Your podcast failed. You had to quit stand-up and you're moving to Texas. But what's it like being awesome and great? It's like to actually make up that question and read it on air as if anyone would believe that was a real question is ridiculous. But they have to stroke this dummy's ego so much they actually do it. Then he's upset the schnoz chick isn't going down to Texas. Look, she already has to call home and get rent money from her dad to go follow her dreams in LA. Hey, I'm a podcast producer, Dad. Are you? But, it's a bridge too far to call up and say, hey, Dad, I know you're paying my rent so I can be a producer. Hey, they told me I'm not going to make that much money, but I'm really earning in experience. But she knows not to call and say, I'm going to earn more in experience moving to Texas. Can you pay my rent down there, too? So, this whole thing, a complete utter debacle. The whole baseball thing is just now, I kind of don't want him to move to Texas because I want more footage to be uploaded, although I'm sure he'll annoy the people there, too. And they'll probably upload some footage. Although I wonder, after he leaves, if the coach and other people on his son's baseball team will come forward with their testimonials about how much of an asshole Shab is. I'm wondering if that's going to happen. Like, they're not going to do it now when he's there, but he's already technically left. I'm assuming, by the way, these videos, when we get them, are like at least a week old or 2 weeks old. So I'm wondering now that he's officially gone, if they'll come forward and be like, this man with the biggest piece of crap ever show up, there'd be 30 Mexicans with him. His wife, it was like salsa music playing. What's that music with salsa on top of it? I don't know. But yeah, just terrible. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. So they have officially moved to Texas. This is a picture of the new backyard. Not even as good as the LA backyard, even though you can afford a way better place for cheaper in Texas. But Brendan Schaub's wife is not happy about this move in any way, shape, or form. When she was with Puig and Little Romeo, she was the queen of LA, and now she's been downgraded to Texas for a dude who doesn't even really have a job there. Callan is already bringing back his solo podcast. The Fighter and the Kid is going to be over soon. When Callan just finally said he's probably going to do like a schedule thing and just be like, I'm not going to be around, Papa. I'm not going to be around. I got to do the residency. I got to travel here. My stand-up's really starting to pick up now. So she's moving to Texas for no reason, and I can tell she's not happy because she posted this on her Instagram. LA, we're out, but this is the old house, and it says, bye for now. Stupid has dreams of making it back to LA. I'm sure Shab probably told her, look, babe, don't worry, we'll get down there. We're going to go on Rogan every week. Callan's going to be doing a residency. The number's going to go back up. And when it does, I'll LA again. I'll get you that mansion in Calabasas again. But right now, we're going to be in Austin, Texas. There'll be more of your people around now. But bye for now. let me assure you, everyone on your side of the league team is like, don't come back, people. Can you imagine right now? Because they're officially in Texas now. The block party that's happening on that street where Sham used to live. They're like, oh, thank God. We don't have to listen to loud car engines and salsa music all through the night. There's not mariachi bands at 2 o'clock in the morning. And for some reason, Adderall and empty bottles of Tiger Thick whiskey are no longer in the streets. But, yeah. So, yeah, you can tell she's not happy about the move. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But the should, like, it's the make the article about the
Yeah, well,
yeah, he's nobody.
Who
But that's
posted,
the thing, right?
who posted this video?
that's the question.
Because they cut out the actual play, the slide.
They did
Like
on
all of a
purpose.
sudden, it's just totally.
They do it on purpose. The shitty thing is this is a closed feed, so the parents watch it. So some bitch ass parents sent that to the outlets.
Ooh. Are you worried about your reputation preceding you when you go down to Austin?
Oh, he got thrown out. And now he had to move to Austin.
Oh, here he comes. Here comes the hothead dad.
You should pretend like it's because you got thrown out of this game that you had
I have to go to Austin. That's great. The internet do that for me, though.
Yeah.
They're going to move to Austin.
Yeah.
No. Any dad that's ever came up coaching their kiddos, they get thrown out all the time. It's just part of the game.
Got it.
Like I said, if your dad's not getting thrown out, he don't care about
It's
you.
pretty silly.
Oh, it was so stupid. I was so embarrassed. Because then it goes from being about the kids to you.
Yeah.
And I was like, how far do I want to take this? I was like, all right. Just let me get out of here. I just walked away and went to the back. And I was like, oh my God.
All right, so how do you deal with Tiger afterwards? Like, what do you say? He has stuff to say, or you have stuff to say, or
I was upset. The reason I got thrown out is because he didn't run as fast as he could. He was already safe, but he should have been safe by a mile. Tiger's not slow, but he was jogging.
So it's really his fault.
Oh wow.
That's what I told him.
So
Take
you
accountability.
got your dad thrown out of the game.
That's exactly what I told him. How'd you know? Were you watching my notes?
Yeah, I had the feed.
I went, I hope you're happy, and I can't go to the next game either. And it could possibly be your last game in California. Have a good night.
Because you chose to jog.
You chose to jog.
Ice cream for you. Ice cream.
Yeah. I hope you're happy.
By the way, you may think he's joking. He's not joking because in the other videos, he was already flipping out and blaming his son Tiger. Anyway, but now we got more in depth into the mind of Brendan Schaub and how he blames his son for him getting thrown out. Because remember in the other video, he was like, you had that attitude that whole day. And I was like, yo, you're going to fix your attitude. And why are you listening to coaches who aren't professionals that I'm his dad and he doesn't listen to me? So he's already mad at his son, and he really does blame him. Because listen to what he just said right there. He was safe, but he should have been more safe. He was jogging through his fault. So, I mean, look at this dude. Why is he still doing this podcast, by the way? He told us when he moved to Texas, he's done doing this podcast. I'm trying to get him off of the Golden Hour podcast already. So they must have this one in the can, not that much in the can. He's officially in Texas now. But I wonder if he's going to keep flying up to do the Golden Hour as just a reason to get away from his wife and kids, have some more LA addies and baddies. It's not like a whole situation in LA you can escape to. Meanwhile, he's in this kid's life and doesn't let them on the tablets. And knows everyone to hang out with. They don't have tablets, but he's still talking about the baseball thing. And he's so stupid because he's like one of the parents, bitch-ass parents. Like I've already said, it was the coach. Because they uploaded the feed from their practice too. It wasn't just the game. It was the coach. The coach don't like you. And when he said every parent who's coached their kid in baseball gets thrown out of the game. No, you just did not. Who kept swearing? That's all it was. He kept swearing around 9-year-olds. His wife posted a video on Instagram of her at the game swearing from the stand. When he's out there swearing, bothering the coaches, inserting himself, getting mad at his son. The second that he wouldn't throw out the fat kid, he's like, well, don't let the fat kid get a hit on you. And it's like, Sean is one of those dudes is, you have to remember, we're supposed to give him he wasn't, Sean never really made it in any sport. Let's keep it real. He never won a championship in the UFC or anything. And the UFC isn't like making a team or something, so he is one of those dudes who never really made it in sports, so he's going to try and live vicariously through his son to try and do it. Classic redacted behavior, so he's going to flip out at all the games and stuff like that. And by the way, this is just what we see in baseball. He's even admitted he's even worse at the football games and stuff like that. And all the other dads are going to have to sit there and be like, oh man, this guy won one fight in the UFC and then got beat up by a fat guy named Bubba. And he's going to be quote unquote the professional athlete who's going to hold not only his son but the entire team to insane expectations in order to succeed. But the umpire was completely right to throw out Schaub. And by the way, there was producer back there. What's his name? Producer Nick. What's his name? Producer Nick. Let's see the picture. It's stupid here. This guy looks like Cheddar Bob. Yeah, Papa Doc's gonna come. And Cheddar Bob and Chin. They tried chiming in with their, I mean, who really uploaded it? Who did the thing? And by the way, are they going to start investigating that? Are they going to somehow blame Bobby Lee? Are they going to say, hey, we found 300 pages of evidence that say Robert Lee hacked into my son's Little League practice feed and the game feed and uploaded it to the Fighter and the Kids subreddit? By the way, if you don't think he has people behind the scenes trying to find that out, he probably does. Oh no, like I said, it's obvious that it was the coach who did it. A coach who's sick of this dummy bothering him at practice as he's trying to teach 9-year-olds. And you got dummy here who showed up in a Lamborghini that his dad bought, doing that dipping stuff, spitting into an empty water bottle, just moving it around. How many empty water bottles with spit in it from his stupid dipping pouches do you think are left around that dugout? And that coach probably has to pick it up after the game too. But, I mean, maybe this will be the last time Sean talks about it. I don't know, but the fact that he's blaming his son for all this is just messed up. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Oh my god, guys. I have not stopped since I arrived yesterday. Our movers come tomorrow, so I can't wait. House is coming along really nicely. I'm exhausted. I had to sit down because I can't. But I love the house. And so far, Texas has treated me well.
As you see, Brendan Schaub's wife is exhausted from sitting around and having movers and decorators do stuff and a nanny watch the kids, apparently. But we did get some pictures of the new crib she posted. Motherhood is doing everything for everyone, but they don't understand why you're an overstimulated psycho. This woman did nothing but sit around all day and go, oh, hey, Belika, can you take little Billy to the thing? But we did get some pictures of the new crib. You could tell she already hates it, by the way. But, alright, they got this thing going on here. Alright, what is this house? Stucco or something? This is not as good. I get it's a lot cheaper, but I can already tell this is not as good as the LA mansion. And she's gonna hate this. Look at that. Look at this setup right over here. Look at this couch. Home sweet home. She put hardwood floors. More of this room. Do you think she'd had anything to do with moving that couch or anything? But she's exhausted. She's overstimulated and exhausted from, like I said, all the people doing other stuff for her. So, this is the move to Texas. She's trying to make the best of it, but it's just not gonna happen. You can already tell in her lifeless, soulless, dumb eyes that she hates this. And she's already said it because she put on that post yesterday, bye for now to LA. When she was with Puig and Little Romeo, she didn't have dreams of ending up in Austin, Texas, so her dumb husband could follow Brian Callen, who's trying to get away from him. But she even had to accept this move because he's probably like, look, babe, I can't afford to live here anymore. And if you divorce me, all my money is really my dad's money, so you're not really going to get anything. So she's probably just stuck with him. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. Don't get the Corvette, huh? You already got all these big cars. You have to get the green one, the mostly green one.
Yeah, but only go straight.
What?
You can only go straight.
What?
They don't handle it. They're just the fastest car ever produced straight. I gotta take corners and shit. If I have to go left or right, I'm fine.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
Baby.
Yeah, but then don't drive it on the road.
I know.
That's so stupid, bro.
Are they crazy? I got a problem, man.
I don't like. Yeah, okay.
Hot.
It's not that hot, bro.
It's not hot. I did do deadlifts.
Wow. Yeah.
Crystal Lee is thinking one thing and one thing only. Why is he still here and not in Texas? Wasn't supposed to leave. He already announced he was leaving, and it's supposed to be just Crystal Lee and Eric Griffin doing the Golden Hour podcast. But my God, you can spend all the time around Brendan Schaub, day in, day out, do a podcast with him, and still be shocked by his stupidity. And even D'Elia said that's the stupidest thing he's ever heard. Why did your green car only go straight? But the trucks have already arrived in Texas and everything, so he has really gone to Texas. This is probably like a week old or something. So, the Golden Hour podcast going forward should only be D'Elia and Eric Griffin, although I got a feeling Brendan Schaub is still going to pop up in LA to do the podcast, aka get some addies and baddies, because he still needs a reason to hop on a plane to get away from his family. So I suspect that that's what's really going to happen, and he's not immediately going to leave the podcast until his wife makes him once again. But it was just hilarious hearing the Leah flip out on him. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. President Trump's wife is completely delusional, so they did the move to Texas, and first she showed off this room before a really old-looking bar area, and then she put, still a work in progress, adding a couple more things, but wow, what a difference. My new house was built in 2022, so it made it look way older than it really was. That looks worse. Extremely worse. Isn't she supposed to be like a decorator or something? One of her new pretend jobs. She's terrible at her job. But then she posted these pictures. She went and did a photo shoot. Because, you know, why not? Texas USA. It's her new Texas era. What? It's my time. What? Ah! Looks like a man in this one. That ain't your wife, that's a man, baby. What is this picture? And then it's my time. It's your time to do what? It's your time to get a job because you had to downgrade from Hollywood to Texas. Your man's following people's podcast is about to be over. Plus that video I showed at the beginning. Oh my God, she's already running around the nice neighborhood, her and her kids. Probably a rich, white, upscale neighborhood. All the neighbors are like, apparently the new Mexican nanny is taking out the white children. They're running around that neighborhood. Their dog. Everyone's like, oh boy, there goes the neighborhood. Now everyone's going to be hearing loud Lamborghinis and mariachi music being played and stuff. I know it's Texas, but this is the really nice part of Austin, Texas. They ain't going to be putting up with a bunch of all this nonsense coming from the shop.
Goes on from here to eventually become the Prime Minister of Israel.
Wow,
the most significant thing that happens in the meantime, of course, is the Yom Kippur War, which immediately preceded his rise to become Prime Minister. The Yom Kippur War, which we won't go into great detail, but was engineered by this man, Anwar Sadat, also the president, the Prime Minister of Egypt, and he was able to launch a surprise attack on the holy day of the Jewish year, when Jews were all fasting and so on. It was a huge soul-searching moment for the state of Israel. They were able, of course, to eventually push back the attackers, but only after a great number of casualties.
What I loved about it is I'm constantly editing my special now.
Davidic superiority that overwhelmed the Israelis in 1967 could not be guaranteed. And that was true for the Israeli mentality and also true for the Arab mentality. Because it showed that the Jews get a bloody nose in the sense of the horrible devastation of the Yom Kippur War. And it also meant that Anwar Sadat, once he had, even though he didn't really win that war, the borders were pushed right back to where they were prior to the war, nevertheless he showed that he could inflict damage on the Israelis, which gave them a sense of pride once again, gave the nation a sense of pride, and then the tables were more level as it were, and he was able to reach out to the Israelis amazingly and sue for peace. So in fact, over the course of the next few years, Egypt and Israel would eventually dictate a peace treaty. this would be a traditional land for peace
Nothing
deal,
in that
in which
story
the Sinai
made any
Peninsula was
sense
given
at
back
all.
to
Okay,
the
so he's
Egyptians,
walking down the
and
street.
the Egyptians then respected the border
on a
with Israel.
stage.
Gaza, however, was
There's
very
tons of
problematic.
people
Egypt did
around
not
him.
want
And he
to take
gets
Gaza
off the
back.
stage,
It was heavily populated.
to go up
A
to
lot of
Brian
unhappy
Callen
people
and be
living
like,
there, and they left
"You're
it
my
in
favorite
Israel's
comic."
backyard. But
Dude, that's
during this
did not
time,
happen in
Shimon
any way,
Peres
shape, or
emerged
form.
as
Why would he make up the even
Rabin's greatest rival. The two of them worked together on so many things. They were both labor Zionists. They were both in the same political party.
This was
But
from his,
Rabin was more hawkish, and
episode.
Peres
He probably
was more
posted on
dovish.
his YouTube
Peres
channel
really
that he
wanted
did
to
with one of the
make more
Weinsteins.
efforts to make peace
And
with the
starting to
surrounding
get
Arab
back
peoples, and
postmodern
later, of course, with the
Instagram.
Palestinians living within Israel
He's
proper.
starting to
And,
look at like
Rabin, through most of his life, until really the very end, he was much more in favor of the Irish, in favor of using force to be able to achieve political aim. He was a child of the 1967 war, the War of Independence, like Perez, but definitely not similarly minded. At this point, he became prime minister after the 1973 Yom Kippur War, and he came into conflict with the religious parties. And I'd like to mention this particular incident, primarily because it sort of demonstrates the fissures within Israeli society per se. The Israeli governments are not formed the same way the American government is. Here in America, we basically have a binary political system where the ruling party, with very few exceptions in American history and only weird kind of things back like the 1800s, it's either Democrat or Republican. You can only have either or. You can't really, independents really don't have a stake or a chance to win the elections. That's the way Americans think, I believe. But in Israel, you can't have that. In Israel, there's so many gradations of political opinion, and the spectrum is so much broader that they have literally tens of political parties, none of which has ever been able to achieve majority status. You have 120 seats in Knesset. Never has a political party been able to get 61 of those. So every single government has to be a coalition. Let's say one of the big parties gets 40 seats. Let's say Rabin's party of labor gets 40 seats. Deals with 21 other parties or 21 other seats, which are in smaller blocks. The vegetarians have 3 seats. Make a deal with them. Lower prices on carrots, and the communists, they want, a particular type of school system, fine, we'll deal with them. And then a government, then they have a bloc, and they control the government. That's a coalition-style government. So it really depends on a lot of internal negotiation between these various political movements. And one of the most common marriages of convenience, up until the 1970s in particular, was of the socialist anti-religious Zionists, like Rabin, and the religious parties, the Agudat Israel, the Degel HaTorah, different parties like this. So one of the specific incidents that came up was over a gift or a sale to Israel of several F-15 fighters from the United States. And the Israeli government scheduled the arrival of those planes on Israeli territory on a Friday afternoon, which is not wise because, you have to schlep around and get things ready for Shabbos and light candles and things like that. Having all these expensive planes fly in on a Friday afternoon means that someone is going to desecrate the Sabbath. And so the Haredi, the ultra-Orthodox Agudat Israel party, voted on a motion of no confidence, meaning they were so upset with this government for breaking what was the religious standard, as they felt. So they wanted to get 60 other seats to agree that we should drop out of this government. That's another thing that doesn't happen so much in America. In this country, if you want to change the government outside of the regular election cycles, you have to impeach somebody or shoot somebody, God forbid. That happens too. But, basically, you have to have a real trauma to get off that cycle. In Israel, no confidence, two elections. It could be 2 weeks after the last election. They don't really know. So the Agudat Yisrael said, what a shanda, what a Hashem, what a desecration of God's name to have the F-15 fighters land on Arab Shabbat. We vote no confidence. So Agudat Yisrael was not part of the coalition, but the National Religious Party, who were more moderate Zionists, they were, as they in what's one of my friends called Yarmul culture, they tend to wear the white knitted kibbutz with the blue emblems on it. So they're more Zionistic, but all observing the Shabbat. They didn't want to bring the government down. They didn't want to react to the Agudat Yisrael either. So what they did was they abstained from voting. And Rabbi was just incensed with them. He had a huge fight, kicked them out of the government. It was a big mess. I put this today's article from the graphic agency to show you that, like my father, although Shami shows these kinds of fights over flying on Shabbat.
Oh my God, it is such a loser.
But what really brought me down, and this is one of these great ironies of Israeli politics, you know, I skipped over very quickly that years as an ambassador here in Washington, and it's about 10,000 dollars. In the late and early 80s, Israel was going through a tremendous where I was living there as I worked at a pizza shop called the Regional Cargo Cafe. Every Friday or whatever day we used to get paid, they would calculate how much we would get paid against the American dollar. Because we didn't know what the exchange rate was going to be any given week. Nobody got paid in dollars because they didn't have them. They always got paid in shekels. The shekels were calculated to regulation. No Israeli is a foreign bank account. That was considered unpatriotic because you're protecting your money outside the country. We need your money right here inside Bank of the Bank of Orly. We don't want you to put your money into the Chase or whatever. So a bank from when she was the ambassador here in Washington. It was a huge scandal, and it actually resigned from the government. New elections were held as a result. This is kind of the tenor of the age. That law no longer applies, and many banks don't want to build up the economy there.
His dad was just paying
for the real devastation to Rabin's party in the 1970s when they had a major in Israeli political culture. Up until this point, from the first election in the late 1940s to the late 1970s, Israel's political establishment was dominated. Ashkenazi, Eastern European elite. Between Ashkenazim and the Sephardim. So in the late 19th, there was like this. Arizona, they said, we are just not. Over there. This
and his wife is just taking he's ever so.
Okay.
These people are
Now to
just
the
gonna
level. So even though Rabbi's party was not in power, it was all the with the first intifada.
Although
Arabs who live in Israel became very prominent. The Palestinians at this point had organized themselves, and in many ways, the Palestinians, beginning of the late 1980s, began to themselves for a grassroots uprising against Israel. How amazingly safe it was. Even though you did have the acute Jew, no one would bother you. I used to live, I was studying Hebrew, separate from they walk down the hill, through the Arab neighborhood, through the Arab border, to my job in the Jewish quarter of the old city. And then whatsoever, it was just some guy walking in the street. But that you couldn't say that. Later, the tactics, low-level resistance, acts of small violence, acts of disobedience that the big guns
from Austin,
of
Texas,
the Israeli defense establishment were not capable of handling.
June 1st.
Rothschild became the emblematic form of crucified children of Jews. Because Israel might have had all of these fantastic tanks,
enough to do a show today.
bazookas, and fighter planes,
Later
but
today,
how do
so
you
we're
use
up
those
and running,
things
man.
if
Yeah,
children
this whole thing
throwing
coming up, so
stones? The
it's
stones
very
are
right
dangerous,
now, but we got
so
a
you have
lot
to do
more to
something
add.
about it. But how do you
We're on the second
control
of the
the
studio
military? Also add to the fact that Israel is, though it did not
Austin, I got here.
great military aid, it nevertheless changed the paradigm of who was Israel and who were the Palestinians. And we still live with that major paradigm. Where suddenly Israel is the aggressor, Israel is the Goliath, no longer.
Yeah.
success to try and change that narrative. He was simply not conceding against this. The intifada, the word apparently, I don't know Arabic, but apparently is a term used for like a violent shaking, like when a dog is wet and wants to shake off the water. Like instead of having the PLO's troops in Egypt or the Syrians, the Lebanese, and so on coming in and invade, it was going to be like a shaking off the Israelis kind of mentality. And it was very heavily practiced in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. And Israel had to cope by trying to limit the civil rights of non-Israeli citizens, where it was restricted. The checkpoints were put in place. Bags were checked with bombs, and ultimately, I'm going to show much later, the actual physical wall was built to try and separate the Arab citizens living in, or the Arab population in Israel, the Palestinians, from the Jewish population. It should also be noted, of course, that there are 750,000 Arab citizens of Israel who have freedom of movement throughout the country, and on occasion would collude with non-citizens from the West Bank and Gaza, which only made the Intifada all the worse. There was no easy solution in sight, certainly not then, even today, it still remains a big problem. So what he did was very counterintuitive for his life history. And this is probably why he is so controversial among many circles today. He decided that if he could not win this with arms, win it with peace. Very dramatic gesture, a 180-degree turnaround for much of his way of thinking. Part of the reason for this is because now we're getting to the first Intifada started in 1986. By 1991 was collapsing. And you'll recall that most of the traditional Arab-Israeli conflict was Israelis and the Soviet for the Palestinians. When the Soviet Union itself was disappearing, there was a real fear of what would happen to the Palestinian movement. Many people might have been going to their sexual organization. Shalom Chaver.
That's our Texas episode.
Great role in the shaping of Israel's polity.
Yeah, insane. Yeah, but
German, thank you very much. They're sponsoring tonight a lot of students that we can see there's a positive trajectory, and we're hoping that it'll continue. And, want to grow in their awareness and knowledge of the Jewish people, their trials, tribulations, the achievements throughout the centuries, and so on. Okay, so let's just move on. David, could I trouble you to please close that door so we don't hear the hallway noise? Thank you very much. Tonight's lecture is all about Theodor Herzl, a very problematic and tragic figure on some levels. He had, in many ways, a very sad personal life, as we shall see, sadder than I could have imagined, actually, before I did this research. At the same time, he is a figure of global posture. He's someone who is a figure who strode across the world stage like a colossus and made changes in the geopolitical reality of the 20th century that we are still feeling well into the 21st century. A very short life. He died of heart disease quite young, but his impact on the Middle East and on the rest of the globe was phenomenal. He is known, of course, as the father of modern political Zionism. There are many other forms of Zionism. We'll touch on a few of them today. And he was not the first person to introduce the concept of a modern Jewish state to the world. But nevertheless, he was the only one to really make it a potential that people could actually discuss at the highest levels of government. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 40 minutes or so is to give you a quick orientation to his life, the somewhat surprising background that he brought to his Jewish aspirations, and maybe we'll be able to tease out some of the philosophy of Zionism that he espoused, and that in fact was later expressed in the reality of the Jewish state some 50 years after he passed away. So, without any further ado, let's look at his background, his family. Here he is as a young boy with a sister who passed away at a young age from typhus, and here he is with his mother. A very well-to-do Germanophile family living in Hesse. Hesse is, of course, across the river from Buda, and when those two cities joined, they became known as Budapest. The Germanophile is a very significant term. The family, like many Jews living as urban minorities in non-Germanic regions such as Hungary, tended to identify with German culture. This is really an aspect of the great 19th century German Jewish synthesis, in which Jews felt that the German culture specifically had so many qualities and had such an intellectual character that if only Jews were to sufficiently emulate the values of Germanic, a culture that they would ultimately be accepted both in a legal sense through emancipation and also in a social sense as equal members of the society around them. Of course, speaking in the second decade of the 21st century, we know how disastrous that policy was, but it certainly did not appear that way at the end of the 19th century. The Germans were a highly civilized people with a culture that towered above most other Europeans with their music, with their science, with their literature. And Jews felt that they also had a little bit of a leg up because Yiddish was the vernacular. It's a very closely related language to German. It's based on really medieval German with a certain admixture of Hebraic and Romance and Slavic terms. Or as Billy Crystal, the comedian, puts it, Yiddish is basically German with a lot of phlegm. Right, I always like that. Anyways, so Yiddish, having Yiddish as a vernacular made it easier for Jews to make the shift over to Germanic culture, and so many of these urban Jewish elites living in these cities outside of German cultures became more German than the Germans themselves, and they wanted to try and carve out their identity with the dominant power. To give you another example of that, you see this also in Canada, where in Montreal, the Jews, at least before René Lévesque in the 1970s, were very pro-Anglophone, not Francophone. They were very much for the state power of English-speaking Canada, based in Ottawa and Toronto and elsewhere, rather than identifying with the people around them. There was also a strong pro-Magyar element, meaning pro-Hungarian element in Pest, but in the late 19th century, the Germanophile element was the strongest. Along with this linguistic orientation and cultural orientation was also, of course, a highly assimilationist viewpoint. Herzl's family, with upper middle class business people, were very successful, and they wished to continue that success by emulating the Germans as much as they could without outright converting. This is very common throughout much of Germany in the late 19th century, and of course many families did take that next step. Karl Marx's parents, for example, took that next step and had their children baptized in an attempt to give them a leg up in their social climbing later on in life. That didn't quite happen with the Herzls, but it wasn't so far off. Here's a picture of him as a young teen. His father insisted he should not get a bar mitzvah. Rather, he would stay home and he would have a confirmation instead. Confirmation, of course, is much closer to Catholic practice and was felt to be more civilized and refined, rather than having a child simply parrot out some Hebrew words that has no idea what he's saying anyways. Actually, I had my youngest son was bar mitzvah just a couple of weeks ago, so it's been a whirlwind of my kids and family affairs. But I was thinking to myself, that's kind of ironic. I'm not going to mention that, so it's a bonus for those of you here live. You know how many cultures they have an adolescent rite of passage for kids to become adults. Like where I grew up in northern Canada, the native Canadians, the First Nations, would take their adolescent kids, strip them naked, throw them into the forest, we call it the bush, and leave them there for a few days, and they have to find their way out with no tools and things like that. These are like tests of manhood and adulthood. So what do we do with Jewish kids? We expose them to the possibility of public humiliation. Right? Put them in front of everybody and just see what's going to happen. Will they survive or not? So thank God. Anyways, did not have a bar mitzvah, and he had some pretty assimilationist views throughout his life. His Zionism was not a contradiction to his desire for Jews to identify, emulate, even in a sycophantic way, ape the cultures around them. His only son, he refused, for example, to have him circumcised, something which might have contributed to his later psychological problems, which we'll discuss very briefly soon. But he grew up in this environment which was definitely very assimilationist, not quite conversionist, but definitely within that ballpark. After his sister died of typhus, the family decided to move to Vienna, which was, of course, the greatest of these German Jewish cities. Me and my dad and brother have a turn of the 20th century. Herzl, of course, went into law, also a very typical thing for young Jews of his ilk and class to do. He got very involved in university life. He joined a German student union, and at this time, Jews who were trying to adopt German norms were doing things like even dueling and things like that to try and demonstrate how Germanic they could be. But as we see just a glimmer of political and intellectual development, after 2 years of being in the German student union, he actually resigned because he felt that there was simply too much anti-Semitism present in the student movement. Of course, nowadays, I can tell you another funny thing. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's a beautiful day outside and we're almost done the city. I was at a conference a while ago where it was run by TikTok, important institution actually, supports digital anyways. And they had all these professors and university administrators around a table talking about the problems of higher education in the Jewish population in America. And everyone around the table is stretching about the anti-Semitism on campus and the Palestinian protests and how Jews are being isolated and stuff like that. When it came to my turn, I represented Royal College. I said I can state with confidence that we have zero anti-Semitism on our campus. None. Anyways, he did not experience that. He experienced anti-Semitism and he chose not to identify with the students.
Tim, you're on the podcast right now.
Law did not satisfy him.
It's sport. Your son's sport. Your son's sport is
quite a
across and
prolific journalist and also a playwright. Several of his plays
he's a
were
standout
actually
in which
produced,
sport beside
and
which
he was a
sport?
figure of some note in the Austrian literary world at the time. He eventually married Julie Nassauer, who also died tragically a very young death. I believe she was, through the years, she was 38 at the time. That matter, a very young woman. All of the Herzls, unfortunately, he, his wife, and all their children died at very young ages, which is shortly. She also came from an upper middle class background. According to some biographers, she was the first woman in Vienna to use nail polish. It's kind of interesting. I don't know, but it says something about her. Herzl himself was a huge romantic. In fact, he could not have achieved his Zionist goal without a very strong romantic streak. I mean romantic in the modern European sense. If you recall Hamlet at the beginning of the play, he's very attracted to one woman, and then within a moment he meets Juliet, and everything flips over for him. It's Ophelia, right? It's the first girl I think. He turns over Ophelia for Juliet. Herzl had the same kind of violence. Believe it or not, he did throw over Ophelia. Ophelia was a different relationship.
17 goals in 3 games.
This is the history class, the literature class is on the first floor. But at any rate, Herzl met a 13-year-old woman at a family gathering, and he was so taken with her, the 13-year-old girl, that he was resolved that he was going to wait 3 years until she was an adult, which was the age that you could get married at that time. If it was in, to translate that into 21st century America, he would wait like 12 years until she was like 28, then she would get married again. But the adolescence of marriage is extended so long. Anyways, he was completely taken with this 13-year-old and vowing he would wait 3 years. And then a month later, he had met Ms. Nassauer, and everything had changed for him. And they were married in short order. Unfortunately, they did not have a very happy marriage. The marriage would produce 3 children, but they spent quite a bit of their time apart. Herzl, of course, on worldwide shuttle diplomacy, trying to achieve the Zionist dream. And in fact, even 2 or 3 months after they were married, he wrote a play about divorce called What Will People Say, which was widely interpreted as being autobiographical. And nevertheless, they did not divorce. They produced 3 children here, Pauline, Hans, and Trude, the youngest. The children grew up very unhappy in many ways. Pauline died of a heroin overdose when she was just 30 years old. Hans on the left, we mentioned him earlier that Herzl refused to have him circumcised. He ended up growing up with a very confused religious identity, converting to a series of Christian denominations, seeking some kind of religious spiritual home without success, ultimately regretting all of it, and on the day of his sister's funeral, he took his own life.
I told you something,
the youngest
and you said no, he's in it.
killed at Rajasthan by the Nazis. None of the Herzls
hey, that's hockey.
You would have only got the money if you were 17 goals in lacrosse.
No,
he scored 17 goals in hockey. Political career, which is,
I was wrong. No, you weren't. You said to me I was wrong, and you corrected me and said, I'm wrong about the sport, it's lacrosse. That's what you said. Now pay up. No, because I said
the turning point for all biographers I'm sure there's many that are familiar with this. Very important role in Jewish history, but in European history. will recall
You're just deciding
that
no because you don't have to do
France
it.
had its revolution in
That was a
1789, and it was in many ways
Tim told me the same
even
story.
more
Maybe Tim
profound
makes the
change
best.
to the world
We just cleared it up. Now
than the
listen.
American Revolution of 1776. What was achieved here in
This is
America
outrage.
was fascinating
You know
and
what you're doing?
amazing,
You're-
a brand
the
new
election came in.
experiment in self-government and
The results
incentive
are fine, and you're just
government, a lot of the
Nah, I
ideas of the Enlightenment were in place. But
Just
at
like
the end
that,
of the
you're
day,
just-
America was on the other side of the ocean. It was,
people have
you know,
spoken, and
so
now you're
distant
calling
from
it
the established
You're calling it
millennial kingdoms that had occupied the European continent. So as fascinating as it was quite exotic.
You can't blame
and
somebody else.
when France had its revolution in 1789, however, that was right in the heart of Europe, and it was such a profound upheaval that the entire world was electrified by the French Revolution and saw it as a harbinger of tremendous world change, as in fact it was still to this day. To give you a sense of the kind of change, I mean, even the way in which time and space are measured was changed in the French Revolution. The switching over to the metric system, which is a far more logical system than we use here in this great country. Switching over to a 10-month year, which they did for quite some time, a 10-day week, which they used in the French Revolution. All of these things eventually sort of calmed down. You had a Thermidor where France began to move back to a centrist, eventually became a very reactionary state for some time. But nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous experimentation. For our purposes, the most important experiment was, of course, the sudden dramatic emancipation of the Jews. Jews had, for literally 1,800 years, been considered second-class citizens everywhere that they lived. Jews were not trustworthy. Jews were considered literally tourists. In Russia, right up until the 20th century, their documents indicated that they were foreigners. They could have lived in Russia for 800 years, but they were literally foreigners with permanent residence in Russia. And of course, this kind of tenuous existence is very difficult on Jewish sensibilities. So in France, with the idea of liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, brotherhood, or siblinghood. Actually, it was brotherhood because he didn't extend it to women. But the idea that all people would share equally in this new French Republic was something overwhelming. When the Jews spoke up and said, that means us, right? When you said, fraternité, you meant us as well. And they said, no, wait a second, hang on. They took the Jews and say, all right, yes, you mean those Jews over there at Bordeaux and Bayonne, who sort of look like us, those guys can be French citizens. And then after a little hemming and hawing, they said, okay, fine, even the Ashkenazi Jews living on our border with Germany and Alsace-Lorraine, okay, you're French. And for Jews, of course, this was an amazing thing because it meant that Jews, for the first time really in Europe, they had equal status to non-Jews, to Catholics, and other Christians in the society where they were born and raised. That was, so that was the idea. 1789 actually happened 2 years later for the Jews, but the world would never be the same. And the idea was that Jews really believed that the world had taken a huge step forward, one great step for man, kind of thing, and that they would never go back to that. The Dreyfus Affair, which will turn out, represented a tremendous collapse of that idea. That in fact, after a century of emancipation, it was all failure, and that anti-Semitism was. If you're curious, look up my lecture on David Zinzheim, Sinzheim, where I go through this whole period. He was the leader of the Jewish Sanhedrin.
No, it is probably not going to ever happen.
Okay, so what happened with Alpha Dreyfus? A fairly nondescript captain in the French army who was framed with the sale of state secrets to Germany. France and Germany basically have a war every 30 years. We're really overdue. Hopefully they won't hear about this in the last few decades. But there's always a lot of suspicion between France and Germany, and there was a spy in the French army. They needed to find a scapegoat, and Dreyfus, a assimilated Jew who really didn't stand out in either way, he ended up taking the fall. He maintained his innocence, but the entire judicial, military, political, media culture was biased against him, and in fact he was sent to prison. It's a long story. It involves about 20 years, Devil's Island, all kinds of terrible things happened to him as a result. Why is this especially significant for us? And here's, by the way, a famous picture showing him going through ritual humiliation, much worse than the bar mitzvah humiliation. Where his epaulets and all his various insignia are ripped off, and the sword is broken over the knee of a commanding officer. As everyone looks on, you see the family disgraced in this manner. As a story will go, obviously we spent a lot more time on it. I don't want to the liberal thinkers here Paris had a lot of questions about this trial. They felt that Dreyfus was railroaded. In fact, he was. And found out later exactly who was the real criminal and so on. And it was touched off in particular by this famous letter by Émile Zola, a famous writer, very left-wing views and comments who printed a 64-point font, J'accuse, I accuse, a letter to the president of the Republic. And I didn't read the whole thing here, but it's like the whole page is just one big wall of text. It was an incredibly devastating critique of the way the trial was handled, the way the evidence was handled. Ultimately, Dreyfus was exonerated, although not pardoned until 100 years later, not formally pardoned until the 21st century. Now, why this is significant for us is because Herzl, of course, was a journalist covering the Dreyfus trial. And here's right away the many propaganda posters on the period that Dreyfus had multi-headed
stories to pull up here. What's getting around is an old article about just how incredible the chances are that Jeffrey Epstein's Sovereign Branch, the Sovereign Trust, won the lottery back in 2008. Actually, 2008, what was that? Was the year already started? Had it already started? Was it just about to begin? Yeah, the investigation actually included operations over there in Mexico anyway. Won the lottery. I saw Benjamin tweeted out, said, get the hell out of here. I don't remember this story. I remember the
resurgence of what he saw as elemental anti-Semitism. Could not believe that instead of people being upset that this was a traitor, who, by the way, happened to be Jewish, the association of being a traitor and being Jewish was identical in their minds. And as he looked around him at the crowd yelling, "Auto Juif," death to the Jews, and the tremendous venom that they were expressing for Dreyfus, he had, one of those 180-degree turns in his mentality, and he came to the conclusion, which he was unshakable, that anti-Semitism was permanent, and no matter how much the Jews might hope to obtain equal status, it would fundamentally be impossible so long as this level of anti-Semitism persisted. And the only solution that he eventually came to, the only solution was that the Jews had to be normalized through the acquisition of their own land. Once the Jews had secured a piece of territory that they could call their own, and they could be, Kefol HaGoyim, to use the phrase from the book of Samuel, like all the nations, then even those Jews who were expatriates in other countries could be treated as normal because, they're just there, they don't belong here, it's true, but we should treat them well because they're not here permanently. Like I, for example, am a Canadian permanent resident here. I do not feel any profound anti-Canadian animus from my American co-workers, primarily because Canada is a normal country to the north, and if worse comes to worse, I could always go home and I get free health care, and pay higher taxes, but we won't go into that political argument. At any rate, the fact is that my existence here as a kind of guest worker is acceptable because I have another place that I can always go to. If I am here, though, as like the Russian Zemnis, like some kind of no land person stuck here, then council argued there would be a natural kind of animus towards me because I did not have a homeland to which I could retreat should things change. So he viewed Israel fundamentally as refugee Jews. He envisioned it basically like a European state, a liberal democratic state, something like, if you imagine, if you've been to Haifa, it's a lot like people say that's like Herzl's town, People actually greet each other in the streets, they walk politely, they obey the traffic laws, things like that. Right? That's kind of like Herzl's Vienna on the Mediterranean. And he viewed, and secular by the way, because he did not associate religious views with Israel, he just wanted the Jews themselves to have a refuge. And that he felt would solve not only a problem for those persecuted Jews who would actually have to live there, meaning specifically the Jews from the Russian Empire, but he felt it would also solve the problems of those Jews living in countries where they might choose to remain, such as Germany or America, Canada, things like that. And so all of this happened at the turn of the 20th century for Herzl as he viewed the Dreyfus trial taking place. The truth is, you're asking a very sophisticated question, and you're keeping me on my game here because I have to give you an exception to the rule. The Germanophile notion is definitely very true, but it only applies in those countries where the surrounding population does not seem to have a culture equal to the Germans. So, for example, you don't have a strong Jewish Germanophilia in England because English Jews feel like, the English culture, they have Goethe, we have Shakespeare, they don't feel the same kind of thing. And that also true in France, they have Goethe, we have Molière, they didn't feel, French Jews did not necessarily feel the same kind of attraction to Germany that they would, let's say, in Hungary, in the Czech lands in particular, in Slovakia, in the borderlands with Poland.
Fire Kid's always been there, but
it's a sophisticated question.
Between this podcast off limits where I just interview people that are all smarter than I am.
We're also very patriotic French citizens.
Fire him.
Yes. So that's Alsace-Lorraine is problematic also because the Jews there, they're kind of not participating in the Syria at all. They're like indigestible mass of Orthodox Jews speaking a different language, dressing differently, associating with each other, much more Spanish, much more intertwined with another. Those are not the Jews who are urban and are trying to develop an entry into the profession, things like that.
So off limits.
Let's move to the actual his work. The most famous book that he wrote was the Judenstaat, the Jewish State, written in 1896. Dreyfus Affair, of course, erupted in 1895. The title is interesting. The Jewish State, obviously, a very strong idea. A state, an actual political state. Research into a modern answer for the Jewish question. Right? The subtitle was not something like, the Jews achieved their land at last. It wasn't something like the Messianic redemption of the Jews. It was all about how to solve anti-Semitism. The Jewish question, which is related to the Frauenfrage, women's question. What are we going to do with these women who are
he's such a good guy, and he's so funny. You just wait to see. He did
the Jewish question was, how can we deal with these Jews who are not quite like us, and when they become like us, we're not really comfortable with that. How do we solve it? The Jewish Frage is just shorthand for anti-Semitism. How do we deal with anti-Semitism? And so he argued that by establishing the state,
Yeah, but
they
he's
would
so
ultimately
funny. Like, people don't realize how good that
the
guy
existence
is.
of
It's so much
throughout
fun.
the world.
He looks
Another
different.
book
He's
that
got
we're not
hair
going to
and
talk
all.
about today, but also in the same kind of vein,
he's
is
60.
Alt Neuland,
He's 60,
the old
and he's a
New Land, which was much more about
He's a
Israel itself and
genius,
about the
and he's
nature of the culture that it would
so
imbibe.
pleasantly
It would be the
surprised.
best
I
of
heard good things about
Western
him.
culture,
I've
Western
always
European
respected him
culture
because I've
in
seen what he does.
the
Like, he's
Middle East
really
before.
good. But he's just a
Fascinating
good
material.
person, man. He's just
Now,
a
his literary exploits, however, were matched by his political activity, which was incredibly energetic, and again, took
He shows up, he's
really
got
was only
like,
about 10 years of his life, the last 10 years of his life were occupied with this
he was doing that
massive amount of show diplomacy and kinetic activity as he attempted to convince the world powers that his model of the Rothschild would actually solve all of their individual Jewish problems. He was, as I mentioned earlier, a romantic, and he definitely capitalized on his physical bearing to try and charm the people with which he had relations. Tall man wearing a long black frock, a heavy Old Testament style beard. I wish I had a beard like that. That's a gesundta board, right? And he apparently had a very deep, booming, mellifluous voice. As a literary figure, he certainly had a way with words, and people who encountered him literally spoke of a modern Moses. They envisioned him as kind of like a modernized representation of this Old Testament prophetic figure who had tremendous leadership qualities, who had phenomenal charisma, and was able to charm his way. I mean, he's a journalist, working for a few medium-sized papers and actually entering into the major halls of power with very little, runway to get him up there. His most successful interaction was undoubtedly with Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany, with whom he accompanied on a trip to Israel. And his hope was that since Germany had a very pronounced Judenfrage, anti-Semitism problem, he felt that if he could solve the Jewish problem for the Germans, then certainly that would take care of all the other countries, because Germany had, in his mind, perhaps the most profound problem with Jews who were assimilating rapidly into Germanic culture, and yet was not accepted by the Germans that day. To bring it back just for a minute, we should recall that at the time this is happening, there is a major philosophical conflict going on in Germany that had to do with the opposition of a historian named Heinrich von Treitschke, who was the most significant, distinguished historian of Prussian Germany, and he felt that the Jews were overreaching. There was another Jewish historian named Heinrich Kretz. Some of you may have his 6-volume English translation of the history of the Jews on your shelves. Heinrich Kretz had written this heroic account, an encyclopedic account of the Jewish history, and Treitschke said, you know what, he's got it all wrong, and he has portrayed the story of the Jews as achieving great things despite suffering. It's not like that at all, and he finally coined this phrase, which later would be picked up by the Nazis, die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. The Jews are the cause of everything wrong in our society. And so, in this kind of environment where it's not just, the peasants wielding shovels and hoes who are angry with the Jews, we're talking about the highest elites of culture in the university hallways who are, invading against the Jews. So he went first to Wilhelm II, and he felt this is really going to work. If I can convince the Germans to back my Zionist plan, then in fact, we'll be able to give Israel to the Jews, and all will be well. Of course, and here, by the way, is a picture of him on the boat on the way to meet with Kaiser Wilhelm II in Israel. The problem was Germany did not own Israel at the time, right? Israel was part of the Ottoman Empire. It's a medieval empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. It was eventually, as the sick man of Europe, it collapsed in the context of World War I. But the only people who could give Israel, so to
I
speak,
got
to the
stand
Jews would
up.
be the
I
Ottoman
got my
Empire.
own
And they were not at all inclined
I
to
can't
give any of the territory up to Jews. Particular opposition came from
That's the only way
Ahmed
Cowan
Tevfik Pasha.
is
Pasha's
going
a
to
title.
butt.
He was the Grand
I
Vizier
think
of
Cowan's
the
too
Ottoman
afraid to
Empire.
have that
And in many ways, he
conversation. I think his body
articulated
language
a
and
posture vis-a-vis the Jews entering Israel, which is common even today in the halls of power of Arab nations. And that is that Islam tolerates Jews as
and then Cowan will
not
find some
Jimmy's, I mean, protected, the word citizen isn't really correct. They're protected populations. They're welcome as guests. There's certain rules that they have to obey, and they are not allowed to go beyond what those rules allow. But Islam is a religion of hospitality. That is, comes from its desert origins, which values hospitality very highly. And as long as the Jews are going to be law-abiding within the context of Sharia, fine, they can live here. But the concept that the Jews should demand territory over which they had sovereign control was out of the question. And he was actually quite angered by the suggestion that the Christian European nations should dictate to him what they should do with their territory. So the Grand Vizier was not at all interested in meeting with Herzl. He's constantly pushing on, and without Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, being on board, there was no way he was going to get any of that land. The Sultan, who was actually the chief executive officer of the Ottoman, he's the president of the Ottoman Empire, so to speak. The Grand Vizier was the CEO. He had, like many European nations, he was also charmed by Herzl. He did meet with him. He actually gave him a very beautiful diamond pin as a personal gift. But he did not take Herzl's claim seriously whatsoever. And so the whole idea was kind of amusing for the Sultan, but had no real political at this time, Herzl was busy active not only running around various capitals of the world trying to argue his case. I've only mentioned the most significant, Germany and Turkey, but he's also acting against the backdrop of many other Zionist movements sort of bubbling up in his wake. We should recall that for sure Herzl was not the first Zionist. In fact, maybe we should just step back for a second and examine that term Zionism. The word Zion refers to Jerusalem. One of the mountains of Jerusalem is called Zion, or Zion, and so therefore it's associated with the city of Jerusalem and its environment. The concept of a yearning to return to Zion is as old as the diaspora itself. I mean, if you look into biblical texts, like, for example, the Psalms during the first exile under the Babylonians. The Jews are making their way into Babylon, and they're asked by their captors to sing a song of Zion. And they say, by the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down and we wept. When we remembered Zion. You don't have to look very far to see this yearning to return to Zion. It's in the prayers recited 3 times a day. It's in the grace after meals. And this is elemental to the Jewish psyche, is that at some point there will be a return to Zion. What makes Herzlian Zionism different is that it is a secular movement, and it hopes to establish a modern secular political entity in Israel divorced from any religious moorings. The idea of moving to Israel, living in Israel, being buried in Israel is millennial, and Jews of all stripes and all religious orientations definitely adhere to that concept. But the idea of sort of challenging God and demanding sovereignty for the Messianic era was anathema to many religious Jews in the 19th century. So you don't have a modern political Zionism before Herzl. Maybe a few figures you could point to and quibble with him, but for the most part, Herzl invented the idea of having a political state in Israel. With a flag, passports, all kinds of border control, things like that. You do have around this time, it is the time of the great awakening of nations in Eastern Europe. Most of the smaller nationalities there are beginning to stretch their legs and seek out some kind of national self-identification. Lithuanians, Ukrainians, various Slavic nations are all trying to achieve some kind of nationhood. And so the Jews are also breathing that same air, and particularly in the Russian Empire, you have movements like Ilu, which is an acronym for the phrase House of Jacob, let us arise and go up to the land of Israel. Moving to Israel, of course, is called Aliyah, ascent. It's not a horizontal move, it's always a vertical move. And so you have Jews like here's some of the people from the first Aliyah, the first ascent to Israel, back in the 1880s. This is from near Rishon LeZion, I believe. And so you have this movement which is not predicated on statehood, just on the idea of settlement, with small numbers of Jews, often heavily dependent on charitable funds, going to Israel, trying to establish some kind of farmland, some kind of vineyards, things like that, with some degree of success, but not an overwhelming movement. But with Max Nordau, who was his longtime compatriot and someone who had an equally convincing pen at the wheel, Herzl was able to really spark the idea of Zionism on many movements. Let's just look at three of them very quickly to give you a sense of the breadth of what's happening in Herzl's wake. The Paul which is a sort of a melding of socialism, also very, very popular among Jews at the end of the 19th century, and Zionism. In other words, it's not enough that we should have a political state in Israel. It would be a shame if we went over there and we created another, European country. Paradise. The Yiddish underneath here reads, Jewish proletariat of all lands, unite yourselves under the flag of the workers of Zion, right? Very, sort of communist, socialist, Marxist language, workers of Zion. And of course, you recognize proletariat of all lands unite. That is, of course, the workers try from Marx's although it says here, I love this kind of art deco. You also have on the other side of the spectrum, we spoke about him last year, Vladimir Jabotinsky, the word fascist is strong, jarring. He definitely was very militaristic, very in favor of the concept of a Führer principle, a single leader who knew what was best for the nation, and that people had to follow that leader who had their best interests at heart. And he had a fundamental distrust of the Arabs living in the region, and indeed of all of the non-Jewish European nations as well. He felt that the only way the Jews were going to establish a land in Israel, a state in Israel, is if they took it by force from the surrounding population. Pretty much the opposite of the Coalition, who imagined they would have like this Drush Narodov, friendship of peoples, workers' paradise with the local Arabs living in a symbiosis. These two Zionisms were worlds apart, and they fought frequently. And of course, you have religious Zionism, the principal figure or the kind of figurehead of the movement was Rav Kook, a very important figure we spoke about in this room as well last year. And all of these movements are kind of like churning in the wake of Herzl's successes. As Zionism appears more and more on the newsprint, on the headlines, so all of these movements begin to shake the world. I'm going to have to take last questions afterwards because I'm worried I'll go over it. And that's never good. Okay, so these are the things that are happening because of Herzl's activity. He organized them in perhaps his greatest achievement really in his lifetime, the World Zionist Congress, which met, of course, in Basel in 1897, and for the first time under a single roof, gathered representatives of all of these various Zionist stripes towards the common goal of establishing a homeland in Israel. A phenomenal achievement, just getting Jews to sit together in one room, and talk about some political goal is a phenomenal thing, but that was a huge achievement. And of course, it was replicated every year for quite some time before and after his death in in 1904. The most significant development, however, and this will also be telling, I think, for a sense of his philosophy of Zionism, was the so-called Uganda proposal. Now, it wasn't actually Uganda, it was actually closer to Nairobi, but that was the terminology they used at the time. Essentially, given the opposition of Turkey, the Ottoman Sultan, England said, you know what, and by the way, you have to bear this in mind, we're talking about late 19th century, what's that word, thank you very much, colonial attitude, right, that's great, what's the poets, how people have apologies. You know, the colonial attitude of like, you know, we are white man's burden to carry, which includes these rugged footprint space, which includes the idea that we have to divide up the territory to half-civilized peoples as we see fit. And the truth is, we have these Jews, they are really quite irritating in many ways. We have this Jewish saga, we have not been able to answer properly, and they're all getting upset. Why don't we just give them a piece of land here in Africa? That way the Turks won't be upset, and the Jews will be happy, and all will be good. So Herzl brought this idea to the World Zionist Congress, and he argued for it. He felt that, in fact, okay, it was second best because we ultimately wanted Israel, but at the end of the day, the whole idea of giving a refuge to the Jews, of normalizing their existence by giving them their own territory, would achieve the goals that he had articulated back in their Rothschild in 1896. After an extremely contentious vote, he carried the day, and as you can see, 295 of the Zionist delegates voted in favor, 178 voted against, and the motion passed. However, the Russian Jews would have none of it, and that was a signal defeat for the movement, primarily because the Russian Jews, even though they did not have sufficient numbers in the delegation to overturn the decision on a straight-up vote, their opposition to it was so powerful because of all the population who were clamoring for a state of their own. They were the ones who needed it the most. We have to bear in mind that they had gone through horrific pogroms in the 1880s, the pogroms in 1903, 1904, 1905, tremendous violence exacted against the Jews. The Tsar himself, Nicholas II, openly identified the death of his group, the Black Hundred, a place where Jews felt threatened like nowhere else in the world. The notorious Bayless trial in 1911, 1913, where the Russian government actually prosecuted a legal case on the grounds that Jews drank African blood. Completely ridiculous, and this is the 20th century. So when the Russian Zionist delegates said, we don't care about Africa, we don't care about having a refuge, we care about the land of Zion, and they got up and walked out of the chamber, everyone else who voted in favor felt ashamed of themselves. And ultimately, they did not act on this proposal. Within time, of course, Herzl himself would die, which would be a huge distraction to the deliberations of the Congress, and World War I would break out, which presented other possibilities, ultimately resulting in the Belfast Declaration and ultimately the establishment of the state. So when we look at the scope of this brilliant man's life, you see he is a man that of many contradictions, a person with a very troubled family life, but at the same time, the entire Jewish people was possessed. He felt an obligation to the entire nation besides his narrow circle. We see a person who was deeply assimilated, who actively contemplated conversion as a solution to his notorious Judenfrage, and nevertheless, he himself initiated what would ultimately be the greatest literally nation-building experiment of the Jewish people ever. We see him as a figure who strode across the world stage like a giant, and yet was felled at a remarkably early age due to heart disease. So we get to their Herzl was as an individual. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you next week when we talk about Yitzhak Rabin. Thank you very much.
Dog barking, everything.
Tonight's lecture is on a topic that is very close to my heart. I've actually spent many years researching Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's life and work, in particular one of his books, the Tomer Devorah. I've published a fair bit on it, and I'll probably plug my own book as we get later on in the lecture. He's a fascinating individual, really a pivotal turning point figure in Jewish intellectual history. He was a seminal figure who started an entire genre of Kabbalistic Musar literature. I look forward to sharing with you a little bit about what that exactly is as we move through the text. And I think he is extremely illustrative of a very unusual period in Jewish history, that of the Safed circle or the Tzfat circle, illusion of spiritual creativity in northern Israel in the 16th century. First, we have to give some propers to our sponsors for tonight, good friends who have sponsored many lectures in the past, Norman and Jen Robinson, and they are sponsoring this lecture dedicated to Debbie Hayes, our beloved sister and Norm's finest student of biblical history. We're really grateful to the Robinsons for all they do for this series. And Norm is actually quite a scholar, and he often sends me a lot of useful articles over the internet that I find very helpful for preparing these lectures. Okay, let's go straight to the material. So, what we're going to be speaking about today, we're going to jump ahead a few hundred years from our last presentation and look at the Safed circle. Tzfat, or Safed in English, is a small town that emerged from nothing in the 16th century to become an incredibly important, luminous city of Jewish spiritual activity. It's not mentioned anywhere in the Bible, and it really was a kind of a backwards provincial town until the Abramson rule took effect and transformed it dramatically in the 16th century. For those of you who are not regular undergraduates, I don't think I see any regular undergraduates in the room tonight. What is the Abramson rule? Money, right? It's all about money. So Tzfat actually exploded as a result of taxation changes when the Ottoman Empire conquered this region and wanted to open it up to greater trade and settlement. And we'll explore that shortly. But at any rate, what happened? Well, in the course of just a few decades, this tiny backward town, which is on a mountainside in the Galilee region, suddenly was home to the equivalent of 20 Nobel Prize winners. So 5,000 people, 20 Nobel Prize winners, it just completely transformed the gravitational pull of Israel, taking it from Jerusalem, which is always been Israel's center, but really dedicating a lot of spiritual and intellectual energy toward the north, and its draw continued for many years thereafter. It only lasted a few decades. By the end of the century, a series of earthquakes, the region is prone to earthquakes from time to time, and plagues actually ended the tremendous winter streak for that particular city, but has ever since remained a bastion of Jewish mysticism to the present day, as I've always called and narrow alleyways, mountainous background. Here's where it is in the context of the Ottoman Empire. It was expanded dramatically in the 16th century, and in fact, the Ottomans would control Israel right up until the 20th century, which will be our topic next week when we look at Jerusalem. Jerusalem is listed here in this map. The flat doesn't appear, but it will be somewhat north, about halfway between Jerusalem and Damascus on this map. The Ottomans, who were based in what we would call today Turkey, wanted to extend their trade networks throughout the region, having conquered the region in this orange color here. Encourage Jews in particular who are associated with development and trade, and a lot of tax breaks, particularly for those working in the textile trade, also a very traditional activity for Jews. And so you have a massive settlement of Jews who are going to Israel at this time, and especially they're being attracted to Sfat, which, as I mentioned, began to restrict Jerusalem as really a major Jewish center. What was attracting them to Sfat? Perhaps the most important element of attraction at this time, besides the ever-present open control of history, which refers essentially to the positive taxation policy, was the presence of the graves of many great sages from the biblical era. So this is one of my favorite pictures, by the way, from a man, I think his name is Yaakov Nahu, who's one of the great chroniclers, photojournalists of Israel Religious Society. This is from a celebration at Meron, which is a mountain not too far from Sfat, which is the place where the greatest Kabbalist of all time, Rabbi Rothschild, second century Mishnaic sage who is associated with the authorship of the Zohar, although in academic circles there's a lot of discussion about exactly when that text was authored, beyond our consideration for today. But at any rate, on Lag BaOmer, which happens to fall this year on Sunday, there is an annual major celebration at Meron, just outside of Sfat, which attracts thousands, tens of thousands of people to come and visit it, and they engage in wild dancing as if fires and things like that. So Sfat was recognized as a site where many of the great righteous ones of the previous generations were buried, and in fact, also Rabbi Moshe Cordovero had a major part to play in the promotion of this spiritual tourism, as we shall see shortly. But besides the draw to Sfat, there's also a very important element that is pushing a particular category of Jew to Sfat. Anyone have any guess what that might be? I'll give you a hint. We're talking about the early 16th century, the 1500s. Excellent. Who said that?
I know it's what to do.
Oh, Mr. Wright, I should have known. Very good. The Spanish expulsion. So check it out. 1492, of course, the Jews are expelled from Spain. A tremendously traumatic thing in Jewish history. We have to think that really, unfortunately, here we are 70-odd years after the Holocaust. We have a sense of what it's like to experience such a dramatic break in the continuity of Jewish civilization. It's comparable in many ways to think of the Spanish expulsion within those terms, because it represented the break of hundreds of years of Jewish settlement. It represented the end of what were the most important, the most successful civilizations, the regions of Jewish civilization ever. And the idea that there would be such an abrupt change, all of these Jews would be forced to flee the Iberian Peninsula, was a change that was earth-shattering to self-image, where the Belgian John many of them fled to nearby Portugal, here on the coast, but their stay there was also short-lived, and the Jews were forced to either convert or flee to Portugal in 1497, only 5 years later. So we have the Iberian Peninsula essentially decried of Jews from the end of the 15th century, with the exception of Jews who chose to live secretly with their Jewish identity as conversos, many of them for centuries of generations thereafter. But that's not really our story today. Our story really has to do with the emigrants who fled, some of them all the way over to the New World, ending up in the American Southwest, some of them up to England. Amsterdam was a major center of converso Jews who said the persecution, and of course throughout the Mediterranean basin, and finally some of them landing within the regions of Israel. You can see that Sfat isn't even noted here, but it was a very important destination for a certain type of Jew who was forced out of Israel. It's important to note as well that the Ottoman Empire was gladly accepting these refugees. They were actually, the Ottoman Turkish Empire was literally, the Sultan was laughing at the Spanish rulers for expelling what he felt were their most productive and most innovative citizens to other shores. And in fact, they welcomed them with open arms to cities such as Istanbul and, of course, to Israel. So the loss of Spain at the end of the 15th century was a huge boost for the Ottoman Empire. Not in all ways. Like, for example, the Ottoman Empire had a great love of calligraphy, of hand-drawn manuscripts, and printing, which began to enjoy popularity at this time, was adopted almost equally by Jews, whereas the Ottomans, they looked at the cheap quality of published works, and they said, this is garbage, this is nothing compared to the beautiful works of art that we have on scrolls here, in our closets. And so they were slow to adopt the printing press, and in many Ottoman regions, the Jews were the only ones who were publishing books because they were prepared to exchange the artistic value of handwritten manuscripts for the cheap price and consequent literacy expansion that went along with printed books. Nevertheless, the bottom line is you have a lot of really talented intellectuals fleeing Spain, looking for a safe haven, and a particular category of those refugees were those spiritually minded Jews who ended up in Spa. Creating, for a brief period of time in the 16th century, this tremendous explosion of creativity. So let us turn now to our figure in particular, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. That's how he is typically known. He signed his name Cordovero, which is apparently a Portuguese spelling. He associated himself, by the way, with the Portuguese Jews living in Israel, which indicated that his family had spent some time, obviously, in Portugal. Probably more than the 5 years between the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion. More likely they had a little bit longer leash there. Cordovero seems to imply he came from Cordoba, although we have no other evidence besides the name itself. Cordovero someone informed me in an email that Cordovero apparently is a Portuguese word associated with rope making, which would make a lot of sense in the context of the textile trade in Spa, but it could be purely coincidental. At any rate, that's what he signed his name. He's nevertheless known as Cordovero to most people, and the acronym of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero is Ramah. So he's often referred to as Ramah.
That always changes. He's just going to keep getting
This is one of the most holy places in Spa. It's the burial ground of many of the great Kabbalists who live there. The graves are colored with a special blue paint, which is associated with warding off the evil eye. Go to some of the local Judaica stores here in the holy city of Brooklyn. You'll see they'll go on and sell little like hand-shaped sort of amulets, often with a little eye shape in the middle, and they're often in that light blue shade, which is associated primarily with spots. And by the way, the whole color coding of Kabbalah is the Ramah. He was the first to write about the colors associated with the various Kabbalistic concepts. I'll introduce them very briefly later. Anyway, here is the Ramak grave. You can see down lower. And Sion HaRamak is what it says in Hebrew. Up here on the top is his father-in-law, his primary teacher, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is associated with, probably best known as the author of the famous hymn sung Friday nights, Chazor D, Come My Beloved. I'm sure you're familiar with the long-standing tradition that the Kabbalists in Sfat used to go out into the fields on Friday night, as it were, as the sun is setting, and they would greet the Sabbath bride. So Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz created this hymn, wrote this hymn come let us go greet the Sabbath bride as a result. He was also his primary teacher, as I think I mentioned, and his father-in-law. And down here is his greatest student, the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Holy Lion, as he is known, certainly the most influential Kabbalist of modern times. His thought, although it differs in some significant ways from his teacher, the Ramak, our protagonist tonight, the Arizal's Kabbalah was absolutely seminal in the creation of all of the later Hasidic movements, which borrow heavily on the Arizal. So if we look at the intellectual chain of the provenance of intellectual ideas in circulation today among mystics in Judaism, they all lead straight back to the Ramak, particularly through the Arizal. An extremely influential figure. His placement here in the Holy Cemetery gives you a sense of his significance. One more item to give you some background to his significance, and then let's turn to his thought and some of the ideas that he contributed. Just to give you a sense of how important the city of Tzfat was, I'll introduce you to the Slicha controversy of 1538. This is a rather dramatic moment in Jewish history when an important rabbi, maybe Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, living in Tzfat, decided to renew the traditional ordination that had elapsed since Moses had first given it to Joshua, his successor. This is a picture, by the way, of Charlton Heston in the Ten Commandments. I identify very strongly with this particular, picture of Moses. I'm trying very hard to let my beard grow out to that length. I don't think my wife will let me, but I would love to be able to have this sort of command posed to my kids. Make your bed now. Go to Anyways, think about this for a second. Slicha, which means laying on of hands, is a way of conferring authority from teacher to student. Moses lays his hands on Joshua's head, and in so doing confers the mantle of his rabbinic leadership to Joshua. Joshua becomes then the leader of the Jewish people after Moses goes to Mount Nebo to die, and then Joshua then passes it on to his successors and so on. At some point, because of the tribulations of Jewish history, the travels and the persecutions and the relative absence of good Chinese food in the desert, it's impossible for them to make it's impossible for them to maintain this chain of slicha throughout the generations. And at some point, in somewhere around the 4th or 5th century, slicha disappears. And we no longer know who really has any kind of legitimate chain of physical contact leading back to Moses as the first rabbi, so to speak. Obviously, we have the term slicha, which is used today to confer rabbinic authority. We still use that word, but it's based on an intellectual, achievement. It's based on a test, mastery of material, a period of observation, or ethical conduct, things like that. But it certainly does not have that immediacy, that chain that goes all the way back to Moses. Moses to Joshua, Joshua to his students, and all the way down. That's Nicholas Loss. However, reading a passage in Maimonides' work, Rabbi Yaakov Beirav says, hey, wait a second. If we have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all centered here in the land of Israel, and we all agree amongst each other that we are, in fact, the most authoritative, deliberative body of Jews in the world, then we can simply use our democratic power to vote and start again. The concept that the collective intellectual weight
complete
of the
failure.
preponderance
Like
of
when he said,
the wisdom of the Jewish people contained within the minds of a handful of rabbis would be sufficiently heavy to be able to affect this new gravitational center. And so, it appears that reading Maimonides in a particular way is able to do that. So Rabbi Yaakov Rav gathered together the greatest scholars of Tzfat and said, let's restart Shmita. Now think about the people he gathered. You may not have heard the name Rabbi Yaakov Rav, but you've probably heard the name Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was the elder statesman of the refugees who had fled to Tzfat. He had spent some time in Thessaloniki and Greece, and then he made his way to Tzfat, where he was considered the greatest of the authorities living there. Perhaps you've heard of the Al-Shich, a very important commentator on the Bible. We've already mentioned Rabbi Rothschild. There are quite a few figures who are really who have continued to influence contemporary Judaism by the writings that they composed 400, 500 years ago. Imagine if you will, that you have like 10 Shakespeares all living in one Brooklyn block. It would be like an incredible, how would you stand it? There would be so much poetry everywhere. That's what it was like in Tzfat at the time. So they all got together and they thought about it and said, okay, fine. And they made Rabbi Yosef Karo a rabbi with official smicha, and then since he had this original smicha, he gave it to the others, and so they constituted a body of newly ordained rabbis with the same authority as if Moses himself had given ordination. There is a long-held tradition that Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was one of the rabbis who received smicha. But it's most likely that's not correct. That tradition goes back only about 150 odd years, probably with some 19th century historical studies on Tzfat that were written, because he was all 14 years old at the time. Highly unlikely, even though he was brilliant, highly unlikely they would have given smicha to him at the beginning of his life. He definitely was a highly revered figure. Later on in his life, he was he did lead the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in Tzfat, and he did from time to time serve on the Beit Din of Tzfat, which was headed, of course, by Rabbi Yosef Karo, who quotes his decisions from time to time in his responsa. But it's highly unlikely that at the time of the smicha crisis, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually received smicha. Why did this not go anywhere? Primarily because of the opposition of the rabbinate in Jerusalem, who felt that no matter how brilliant those rabbis up in Tzfat may be, nevertheless, Torah comes out of Jerusalem, comes out of Zion. Does not come out of Tzfat. And as a result of the controversy primarily between Jerusalem and Tzfat over what is really the center of the Jewish intellectual world, smicha did not take hold and did not continue past a few generations after Yaakov Rav. Nevertheless, the entire story, I think, is extremely illustrative of the dynamic and creative nature of Tzfat at this time. We know quite a bit about his life because he was incredibly prolific. Even though he died at a relatively young age, like many of the great Kabbalists, he passed away, 1522 to 1570, 48, thank you. He died at a very young age, but he was incredibly prolific. And he left behind a lot of works which were unusually revealing, usually autobiographical for the 16th century. He also enjoyed quite a wide publicity, primarily because of the innovation of the printing press. Many of his writings were picked up in the 17th century and reproduced, and they received like these massive endorsements from people like the Shalom HaKodesh, very important Eastern European Kabbalist, who essentially said, hey, this is really good, and then would plagiarize massive sections of the Ramach's writings and put them straight into his books. We should recall that in the early days of printing, the whole idea of intellectual property was not very well developed, And you could easily say, I read this book, it was so great, I'm going to include all of it in my book right now. Here you go, from page 1 to page 100, that's it. So a lot of the Ramach's writings survived and gained greater popularity because of the endorsement and inclusion of his work, primarily in the works of the Maharati Pano, an Italian thinker, and also the Shiva, a Polish thinker, and so on.
I love the
Now,
fact
what
whenever
did he
deleted
do?
his trash is out.
We don't know whether he was born in Sfat or whether he immigrated to Sfat at an early age. We know his father's name. We do not know his mother's name. We know very little about his family. We know a little bit about his wife, and we know that he had at least one child, a young boy named Gedalia, who was 8 years old when his father passed away. The reason that we have much of his writings today is because his widow and orphan son were impoverished after he passed away, and they sold his writings to an Italian Kabbalist who later passed them on to Maharati Pano, who later promulgated them. They received a very admirable sum for the writings, so the students did not suffer afterwards, but as literary executors, his wife and son were somewhat daunting, as we shall see when I talk to you a little bit about the Talmud Devorah itself, which has certain internal inconsistencies, which may be a result of it being a first draft. At any rate, in his youth, he encountered Rabbi Shlomo Alkovitz, and the two of them became very, very close from an early age. One of their activities, which the Ramach recorded in a book called Sefer Gerushin, was they would wander, just the two of them, for days out in the forest, in silence, waiting to feel the presence of holy souls. Let me try and explain that. The word Gerushin means divorces, but in this context, exiles. It is a long Jewish tradition that in order to develop humility and to develop greater spiritual sensitivity, some scholars will voluntarily go into exile. For the Kabbalists, this was not only mimicking the experience of the Jews in the first century with the destruction of the temple, but also mimicking the experience of the divine feminine aspects of God himself, Shrina, which God considered to be in exile. So they would frequently go away from their surroundings and just wander alone. From Eastern Europe, the Vilna Gaon went into exile, the Shari went into exile, many of these great thinkers just went and wandered around. Another interesting thing, by the way, I'm reminded of it, since I'm talking really fast, I have a little extra time. It used to be a custom that was particularly prominent in 19th century Eastern Europe, that rabbis would actually hire rebukers. They would hire people who would actually criticize them. Like the Vilna Gaon used to pay the Dubna Maggid to be his Mochiach, his rebuker. And the idea was you'd hire someone to keep you on the straight and narrow and give you a zetz every time you do something wrong. In the 20th century, recognizing that most people get married, they felt this was no longer necessary.
Are you guys far away from 6th Street?
Thank you for laughing. No, in the internet, really, I'm going to have to add a laugh. But at any rate,
industrial area.
Here we go. Sefer Gerushin. Let's get serious. We're going to get serious. Only history. So, Gerushin means exiles. And the two of them, they would just leave Sfat, go wandering out for days into the forest, and wandering in the beautiful pasture land and the up and down the mountain valleys, and they would just wait until they felt the presence of a holy soul that was buried in that spot. And they would
Welcome. How are you?
They would sense the presence of the bones of some great.
Hello. To Tarzan Coconut. How you living? Can you hear me? Just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. I'm here. I'm just refreshing my browser. I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Just one moment. Can you hear me? No, you can't hear me. Just one moment.
Okay.
Yo, dog, I'm here. I just have to reset my browser. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing great, man.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I was just browsing through YouTube.
Oh, amazing. Okay, great. Just one moment. I'd love to talk with you. Let me see what's going on with this browser.
Nice to meet you. I hope you're having a great day.
As do I.
Street takeovers used to be all about the stunts and showing off, but lately they're becoming far more damaging for businesses.
All right. There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you clear.
Excellent. Very well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Oh, yeah, go right ahead, man.
Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online archived than any person ever. If I may ask too, Tarzan Coconut, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. The Economist magazine stated that data was its number one resource in 2018, that it overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And when it does, I'm going to make sure you too, Tarzan Coconut, are rewarded in ways that you could never imagine. I want to make sure that we make you financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to ensure your friends and family have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Excellent. As I said, I've been live streaming since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about some things that I feel are going to help the world when I go viral. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm a major advocate for projects like that and projects like the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Do these sound like good ideas to you?
Yeah, that sounds very beneficial.
Excellent. Other things I talk about are futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster-than-light technology, Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, gray goo, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing project. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. They have 3 direwolves that are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. There are some other things that I talk about that are of direct impact to you. If you want, I talk about things like life extension. When you were born to Tarzan Coconut, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with your consent through technology such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, things like perhaps nootropics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapies. But eventually you may be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's wonderful. I don't want it to go away. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you absolutely can. But the next topic or the next topic that I think that will happen after life extension technology, and I just don't think this. Many futurists and transhumanists believe this is mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And before you think, well, that sounds like science fiction, this is already being done with mice, being able to transfer different memories from one mouse to another. And you should know that this will probably be a reality within our lifetime. And you will be able to perhaps, if you want, be anything you want from an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, two Tarzan Coconut, is that you may be able to live a life of with digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I think that's insane, and I don't really know what to say. I'm like lost for words.
That's okay. A lot of people are. Yo, dog. Man, nobody wants that. Apologies, I get trolled a lot. But yeah, that's what I talk about. And just so you know, more than anything, I'm always live. I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to give people hope. And just most of all, I'm here to have a positive, optimistic view of the future. So if you ever need anybody or you need a friend, I'm here for you, okay?
I appreciate that, man.
Excellent. Do you know what Kill Tony is?
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, they are. So they're going to be on in about 56 minutes. And so we watch it every week. And if you're interested, feel free to watch with us. We have, I'm big into sports, so watch all the UFCs. We've got the NFL that's coming up. I'm in everything from Major League Baseball fantasy teams to WNBA fantasy teams, you name it. We basically do our best to watch it and stream it as best I can without getting copyright restrictions. So, I may ask to Tarzan Coconut, are you a fan of sports?
Hell yeah, from MLB to NBA to the NFL.
Excellent. Okay, so who are your teams?
Yeah, so it's Giants and Vikings for NFL, and it's Mets for baseball, and it's the Celtics for NBA.
Baller. Okay, so let's talk Vikings football. I saw JJ McCarthy in spring or in summer camp throw an interception. Did you see this?
I have not actually. I have not heard of this.
That's okay. I mean, it was just
he was injured.
Well, he was in summer camp like within the last 3 days or so, and they ran a pick six on him. But I mean, that's just summer camp. I use AI all the time as well. So let's get his status. I mean, I saw him at least on Reddit, but let's get his status. Yo, dog, what is JJ McCarthy's status for the Vikings for summer training camp? He is looking. He lost his rookie year because of torn meniscus, but he's cleared for all on-field activity since January, and he's firmly established as the Vikings' starting quarterback into the 2025 training camp. He reported to camp early on July 20th and participated in the team's first official practice, July 23rd, at TCO Performance Center in Eagan, Michigan. And yeah, so that must have been him. I know it was him. I mean, at least that's what the subreddit said, and I'm in all of them. And but I think he could be good. So I mean, I don't want to doubt him. Okay, so we've got
Jim McCarthy was pretty good in college, so I have high hopes.
Absolutely, won a national championship with a little bit of help from Connor Stallions. How All right, so then we've got the Mets, the marvelous Mets. You've got a crazy good owner, I feel, who actually cares about the team and cares about winning.
Absolutely.
So that's great. And for the first time, perhaps since their inaugural season in like 1960, they are the little brother to the Yankees, and that's something that this city of New York hasn't seen in a long time. I mean, I know how much people love the Yankees. I'm a Yankees fan myself, but the Mets, with what they've been able to do and just being able to get free agents and such, even over the Yankees, that's been incredible. We've got the Celtics. Okay, so that's the biggest basketball dynasty in the NBA of all time. Um, what did you think of the team? Not this past year, but 2 years ago, the team that won the championship, Jason Tatum and such. You a big fan?
Oh yeah, big fan of Tatum and everything. Yeah.
Excellent. How far back do you go with the Celtics? Do you go to like Kevin Garnett? Do you go back to Larry Bird?
Oh, I'm not that old whatsoever, but Kevin Garnett at most.
Okay, all right. Well, the '80s Celtics were like a phenomenon, and then before then, you had like Bill Russell Celtics, which were like arguably the greatest basketball dynasty of all time. They won. I I mean, Bill Russell himself is a dynasty. I believe he has more championships than any person ever. Yo, dog, who has the most NBA championships of any individual ever?
Like just a specific player.
Yeah, so he's got 11 championships. They won in
It's definitely up there. Yeah.
59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. They also won in 1957. Okay, so 57, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 68, and 69. That's incredible. They won 1959, 1960, 1961, 1962, 1963. Man, okay, so one in a row, two in a row, three in a row, four in a row, five in a row, six in a row, seven in a row, eight in a row. I mean, that's just unprecedented. I don't know if we'll ever see that ever again. But
Lakers are definitely up there with the Celtics. So.
yeah, but they don't have as many championships, and also they're never going to win 8 championships in a row. 8 championships in a row is really that's incredible. Okay, and then are you a fan of college football?
I don't watch it that much, but I look into it whenever it pops up on social media and stuff.
Do you do fantasy football?
I was going to. I have no clue how to get into that and everything.
Oh, dude, I can teach you how to get into it. So you download the ESPN app, and then they have fantasy drafts going right now. You could get into one, and if you're like, well, I don't really know what to do, here's my best advice to you. It's like it makes it really fun. Okay, so on the ESPN app, you can have a maximum of 25 teams. And what I do is I just, over the course of like a day or two, get into 25 drafts. And I have it auto draft for me, so I don't have to do anything. And it gives me 25 teams. And then throughout the year, I'll always have a team in contention. And then I always have teams in the playoffs. And chances are I'm going to win at least one of the leagues a year. Usually out of 25, I'll win like 7 or 8 leagues, sometimes as many as 10 or 11. But then you're always, I mean, it's basically hedging your bets. Yeah, you can just do one team and really put all your eggs in one basket, and that's cool. But let's say you draft Josh Allen early and he gets injured, or you draft Jordan Jefferson early and he gets injured, or you draft Tyreek Hill. It has like one of these big time players. Then your kind of season is shot. But if you have 25 different teams and they're all free, so it doesn't cost you anything, then you can just go to one of the other teams that is doing well. That's my advice. That's what I do. I'm in one paid league with the people who run the cryptocurrency that sponsor me, and that league is really great. We do smack talk and all that other stuff, all in good fun. But then I have my other 25 leagues that I always have. I've always got a horse in the race, so that's cool. Have you ever done fantasy football before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, the best advice is to dip your toe in. You've got another month until the season, and at least think about ESPN. That's probably the easiest way to do it. And they have an auto draft feature. And so that means that if you don't know what you're doing, it'll just draft for you. Or you can just manually draft too, or manually draft the first two or three guys that you want, maybe get the quarterback you want. Um, like who's your favorite player in the NFL?
There's just a lot of people. So
Okay. You don't have to have one. But if you did have one that you really like, let's say you really want Jalen Hurts. He's just coming off a Super Bowl. He's got the tush push. He gets a lot of points. Then, you can draft him in the first round if you can get him. And then you kind of follow along pretty closely on how he'll do. Um, and yeah, do you follow? Let's see here. We covered NFL. We covered A. We covered MLB a little bit. Um, do you follow hockey or any other sports?
yeah, I mean, I follow like combat sports too, and hockey, like NHL. I root for the Bruins there. So
Excellent. Okay, so you like UFC?
yeah, UFC is pretty cool. I love UFC. I don't really watch it because like it's a waste of money in my opinion. But
Yeah, dog.
I see the clips and bits.
Oh no, absolutely. But it's pretty easy to get those streams for free, right?
Yeah, it's just I mainly like if it's something like big, if it's like a big main event and stuff.
I've gotcha. Well, about a year from now, they're looking to do UFC on the front lawn of the White House, which should be pretty cool. So that would be one you want to get. And there's an argument.
Oh yeah.
So Tom Aspinall, he's the number one heavyweight, and he may fight. John Jones may come out of retirement for that one, so that would be a big fight. Um, we we in here with some of the people I know, we watched the fight night, the most recent fight night on Saturday, but it actually took place at like 9 in the morning because it was in the it was in Dubai. Yeah, apologies. Well, that was fun.
Damn, that was traumatic.
I
Wow,
know.
not what we needed to. Wow. But somehow I actually was this person was talking with my brain.
I accidentally muted that other guy. Wow, that was intense. I hate how it takes so long to ban someone. You have to give like a reason and all this other shit. So that guy was nice.
Tarzan coconuts?
Yeah, that guy was nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I agree. I changed my spamming. Oh, Audie, I worked really, really hard to go viral on Blue Sky, and
Oh, God.
they banned all my accounts, even my main one, and they made it really, really difficult for me to spam. It's like they had a meeting with some other company, and they were like, "Look, this is how you ban this person." I'm not saying that I still can't spam, but it's a lot more difficult for me to, which is okay. I mean, a lot of people found out about me from there. But the thing is, I wasn't getting people in the server from there. And I only got, over the course of like months, I only got like, like 3 people directly from there, like who I remember, with whom I remember talking, and, or to whom I remember talking. And that's fine. So then there's this other platform, Kick, and they've already banned me. And they literally told me I could, in 50 years, they will not unban me. They told me that's how much I'm banned. So it's like, okay, well, assholes, if you're not going to unban me, not just after 1 year, but 50 years, then I'm going to spam the shit out of your people. So I'm doing that now. And that's where I think these people are from, where they're coming, the rude people. Um, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure. But so if we get some crazy people in here, that's just part of it. I'm not exactly sure. But already, while I've just been, even with even with um even with banning people, we still gained 2 people in the last few hours that I've been doing this. And these bots that if I do them right, I could have it work like infinite, like in an infinite loop. Like even if they ban me, they'll just come back. So I'm happy about that. But man, we've been getting some wild, mean people. Like,
Aquarius tonight?
what'd you say?
You gonna ignore Miss Aquarius tonight?
No, I didn't last night. She says hello, by the way.
It's hard to tell. Sorry.
I never ignore her. Well, I shouldn't say that. I never consciously ignore her. I love Miss Aquarius. She's a wonderful person. Man, we had somebody who showed a beheading in here, and then another guy jerking off with a Nazi flag. Like, I hate that stuff. It's traumatic. I don't need to see that.
There's a
No.
lot of porn that comes into it.
What'd you say?
There's like a lot of like sexually driven content.
Yeah.
So, like,
You are right.
yeah.
But that's, I don't really know what to, I mean, I don't, Discord doesn't have a really good way to defend against it. What they do have in some servers is you have to get enough points to be able to live stream. But it's like, then I'm never going to be able to talk to anybody, and other people can just come in and yell the N word, and they don't have a really great way. The one thing I wish they did have was like a way to, if you were too loud, it will mute you automatically. But aside from that, they don't have anything. So just have to take. We're gonna get a lot of abuse, but that's,
You need a moderator.
well, even if I have a moderator, even like myself moderating, it's not it. You still have people who are gonna do that, and you can't really. It takes a few seconds to ban someone anyway.
They're coming for it.
Hey, but that's good. They say there's a saying that when you're over the target, you take the most amount of flak, meaning like when a plane is flying over the thing that it's going to bomb, that's when the anti-aircraft guns are the hardest. And that's okay. Nobody needs to see that garbage that they're putting out. Nobody needs to see some guy get beheaded. That stuff is bothersome, obviously. But there's the only things I could do about it are force people to be able to be in the server for a certain amount of time, but then I can't talk with them. And like, that's my big thing. I want to be able to talk with people right away. So there's not too much I can do about it. Oh well.
Sage. Now, it could be that some of the graves that we recognize today were originally discovered by this kind of what's that, dowsing, like a spiritual dowsing. You know, the guys with the sticks would find the water underground, but they would stay at those spots, and they would like use those times to meditate, to study Torah, to pray, and things like that. That would be their ongoing spiritual practice. And during those wanderings and during those discoveries of graves, they would receive mystical illuminations, which the Ramak recorded in this kind of interesting travelogue diary of spiritual experiences that he had with his teacher and father. So you get a sense of the sort of the kind of, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the kind of woo aspect of this. The mystic does not approach an experience with the divine the same way the Talmudist does. The Talmudist, of course, is very rational, very logical, trying to work through the arguments back and forth, and the Talmudist experiences closest to the divine by appreciating the beauty, the mathematical precision of the argument. The mystic approaches the divine through an unmediated experience, just a kind of envelopment in a mystical experience which cannot be reduced to any kind of logical proposition. So that's essentially his education was through these gerushim, through these wanderings in the forest. Well, they would go for a few days at a time. It wasn't like years. They come back. Well, they were fairly imperious, and they lived primarily through donations from the community. Don't forget, this is a little bit like, let's look at Scott from an economic perspective. It was a little like Las Vegas. It's just like a road, Las Vegas, you fly into Las Vegas, it's like all desert, and then all of a sudden there's this massive, bizarre kind of civilization that just springs out of the desert, and it's supported by nothing. It's supported by, just everybody can agree to go there and spend money there. And Spot was like that too. It was essentially a new community that was supported by very advantageous tax rules that promoted trade and textiles. And when you have a concentration of wealth like that, all of a sudden it becomes possible to engage in deeper cultural exploration. You don't have universities in the hinterland unless there's some special motivation, like let's say a state government wants to plant an agricultural college in Ithaca, New York, something like that. Otherwise, colleges only exist when you have a concentration of wealth that allow you to live there. So the Savior, that's his education. Now, what were his contributions? He published one absolutely stellar work in his lifetime that cemented his reputation among the Jewish reading public worldwide. He wrote a book called Pardes Zimonim, which means the orchard of pomegranates. And essentially what he did in Pardes Zimonim, which is still studied avidly to this day, he systematized Kabbalah. What exactly am I talking about here?
I guess renting.
So, Kabbalah, which means something received. Something that's probably just translated as tradition, because it's something that just handed down from one teacher to a student, one teacher to a student, so on. Kabbalah is a whole system of ideas that sort of proceeds along a parallel track to normative legalistic Judaism. You can, as my grandmother would say, you can live 120 years without learning Kabbalah, because Judaism has a massive superstructure of ideas that created actually lives in the the skeletal structure of a civilization.
These are
And in fact, many people do live with very, very little contact with mystical ideas.
dumbest people I've
However,
ever
if we were to reduce Judaism, halakhic, legalistic Judaism, to a skeletal structure in this metaphor, Kabbalah would be the flesh and blood, and bones, the flesh and blood and hair and skin and all of the external organs. So really you won't recognize Judaism unless you put some mysticism on top of it. Judaism is suffused with mysticism, although it is really not always obvious. Just to give you a case in point, I mentioned earlier the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is perhaps known best for his signal accomplishment, the authorship of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. I mean, how much more of a legal mind can you get than the person who wrote the Code of Jewish Law itself? And nevertheless, he himself was an avid mystic, an avid Kabbalist, and he wrote an entire autobiography that chronicled the special messages he received from a so-called Magi, like an angelic being that communicated with him directly. So Kabbalah is nevertheless really intrinsically wound up with traditionalist Judaism. If you go to synagogue on Friday night and you don't sing Lecha Dodi, you will feel cheated. You will feel like, what happened to the Friday night service? It is so closely wound up with Kabbalah. But what exactly is this stuff? So there is a whole series of books in the Kabbalistic tradition, the authorship of which is a matter of significant and often heated debate. Perhaps the most significant among those is the great Zohar, which traditionalists attribute to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Many more secular academics attribute to Moshe de Leon, living quite a bit later. But there's a whole series of other books, Sefer Bahir and so on, the Heichalos literature that exists throughout much of Jewish history. But the problem is that it is almost incomprehensible unless you have a guide who can sort of lead you through the secret meanings, the esoteric meanings, which are intentionally hidden by the authors so as to exclude the uninitiated. The problem is, if you work really hard to exclude readers from the actual meaning of your text, at some point no one will have any idea what you're talking about, and so the texts fall into disuse. And from time to time, you have to have a great thinker. In our own times, we might consider someone like Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan, one of those people who were able to take this body of ideas and translate it into a lexicon as accessible to a contemporary readership. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was one of those people. And his book, Pardes Rimonim, which is still a very, very difficult book to read, is nevertheless a straightforward guide to basic Kabbalistic principles. And he, perhaps more than anyone else, organized the understanding of what are the Sefirot, which I'm showing you here. The Sefirot are under the term Sefirah. We use that term nowadays, this time of year when we are counting. The time of the Sefirah means time of accounting from the second day of Passover to the holiday of Shavuot. It is the same word, but it's not necessarily the same meaning at all. The Kabbalists understand the Sefirot as the conduits by which God communicates with the universe. We have this basic philosophical problem. God is an infinite being, referred in the Kabbalistic literature as Ein Sof, being without boundary. And yet we live in a finite universe. We sense boundaries. We sense where one object stops and another object begins. We feel our own distinct consciousnesses. We do not necessarily feel the consciousness of others in the same way. So how is it possible that an infinite being can create a finite universe? How do you cross that divide, that mathematically impossible divide, that chasm between infinite and finite?
You could have explained it to
them. So the Kabbalists have a large body of ideas to describe that. Simpson is perhaps the most significant idea that God has in word shrunk himself, Simpson means to contract, and in the vacuum that is opened up by his not being there, pours his energy back in, creating the universe that we live in.
What you have
To
to
make
say
it
is, wait,
simple,
am I the
that's
only one that's picking
possible,
up on this? And
that
all the other
pouring
archaeologists over
back
all
of
the
energy into the
centuries have
universe is
never
done
agreed.
through the system of the
You have to ask
sphere.
that question.
God's
You go,
energy is
wait,
considered
what am I
to be
missing here? Because I didn't
simply
tell
way too overwhelming, again, on a
And
philosophical
then you
level,
get an
for
archaeologist
the
that will
universe
say,
to contain
hey,
it.
I
And so
know,
therefore,
but
it
this
has
is
to go
something
through a
we've been,
series of
like we saw this
dilutions
back in the
until it can
20s
exist
or whatever.
in our
It's like,
realm.
no, this is not new
Well,
knowledge.
one
Actually,
metaphor I like to
was
use is imagine looking at the sun. This metaphor, let's say, God's energy is like the sun. And it's like, you can't look at the sun. It's overwhelming. It burns out your eyes. How can you possibly look at it? However, if you take a mirror and you look at the reflection of the sun in the mirror, you can sort of glance at it very briefly because the light of the sun is somehow absorbed a little bit by the surface of the mirror and diluted, and it's not nearly as harmful. So you take another mirror, you put it over here, and then you look at the sun reflected in two mirrors, it's still more diluted, but at the same time it's distorted too, don't forget, because every time the light of the sun hits one of those mirrors, then the mirror absorbs some of the light, and because the mirrors are imperfect, it also sheds some of those imperfections to the next mirror. And so if you line up all 10 mirrors, then you get down here to Malthus, which is labeled here as Shekhinah. You get down to the bottom world where we live, which is kind of like looking at the sun through 10 distinct mirrors. Each one of those mirrors adds a little bit of distortion, what makes it possible for us in this world to somehow experience the reflected light of God.
It's really unbelievable.
And each one of these mirrors, which has labels, refers to a unique characteristic of God's interplay with the universe. And when we understand this system of spheroids and how God communicates with the universe, then it has implications for how we conduct ourselves as well, as I hope to show you. I'm not going to go into this in great detail in a very popular kind of audience, but just to give you a sense of this whole realm of ideas that the Ramak made really much more sensible to readers with Cartes
pattern recognizer.
This is another artistic. Well, these ideas have a long and hoary past. They go back certainly through the Spanish thinkers. They go back to the biblical texts as well. Not the place for it tonight, but there's definitely a long connection back to the roots of Jewish thought. You find its biblical origin. This is, by the way, a modern artistic representation of the diagram that Ramak also wrote that represents wrote here as the letters in kind of like a central, that each one of them is contained within the other. This depiction here is necessarily distorted because it's two-dimensional, but in reality, it's more like a sphere or concentric circles and anything else. Obviously, this will get way out of hand if I go archaeology. Let's go to a little bit more simple aspect of the thought of the Ramak, to something that's very dear to my heart. Here's the front for, agreed upon my books there, I really should.
So if you're an old dad, we're entering that where, we're
I
not
wrote a
old,
small
but we're getting
translation
there compared to some of these younger
of
comics.
Rabbi Moshe
The old
Cordero's
heads,
work,
right? You get to the old
published
heads,
under the
and I'm
title
not
of
even talking like 50-year-olds. I'm
Forgiveness,
talking like,
the
let's
13
get to the
Levels of
late
Mercy,
60s,
Rabbi Moshe
70 years
Cordero's
old who've had this kind of
Tree of Torah.
worked their way
Let me
up.
explain what this book is because this is certainly the most well-known of Rabbi Moshe Cordero's works. Even though Cartes was certainly the most famous book that he published during his lifetime, after he passed away, it was the Tomer Devorah that suddenly became far more popular. It is a much shorter work. On my bookshelf, the Cartes Ramonim takes up two large double-column volumes of Hebrew text. The Tomer Devorah is just a slim 40-odd pages in the original typescript. It never existed in manuscript because it doesn't exist anymore in manuscript because it was published shortly after his death, and that editio princeps became the basis for all subsequent editions. Basically, what he does in Tomer Devorah, the palm tree of Devorah, is he starts with a very basic proposition. He says we have this concept in Judaism called the halakha b'derachah, which translates as "and you shall walk in God's ways," which is a mitzvah, it's a commandment that you have to walk in God's ways. So in order to achieve this, one must know what God's ways are. That's a difficult thing to do. I mean, how do you actually identify what are God's ways? The Talmud says, okay, just like God is merciful, you should be merciful. Just like God is always clothes the naked, you should also clothe the naked, and so on and so forth. But God also does other things like, completely destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Sometimes I come home, I talk to my teenagers, I say, there we go, I'm going to behave in God's ways. But clearly that's not what the rabbis intended. So how do we know how to walk in God's ways? Or use the Latin term, very popular among the scholastics, imitatio Dei. How am I supposed to imitate God if I don't know who God is? And God is fundamentally unknowable because of this finite, infinite chasm. But since we have the Sefirot, and we know of the 10 ways in which God exerts influence in the universe, we know those 10 conduits. So if we can know something about each of those conduits, then we can know something about how God interacts with the world. We can learn from that how we are to interact with one another. So, for example, the top Sirah, the crossing of the boundary from infinite to finite is called Keter, or the crown. And Keter contains two basic elements, according to Ramak. It contains the element of mercy, which makes sense, because if God is a perfect being, why would he ever want to consider making an imperfect universe unless he had a degree of mercy for the imperfect, saying, I will let them exist even though they are imperfect. So mercy is the very first way in which God communicates with the universe. So if we want to adopt a merciful attitude, we should understand how exactly God is merciful. In that context, we have this concept of the 13 characteristics of mercy. Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim in Hebrew. And the Ramak says, fine, let's look at each one of those 13 levels of mercy and understand what it means. And when we understand what it means, then we will be able to apply it in interpersonal relationships. And that's exactly what happens in the very glorious first chapter of Tomer Devorah, which in my humble opinion is one of the greatest works of human spirituality written in the last 2,000 years. In the space of about 9 pages, he describes 13 unique strategies for forgiving other people. Just huge and overwhelming, including, by the way, forgiving yourself. So I read a great book called Options by Susan Sanford, I think. That's very good. And she writes, one of the chapters says about one of the things that people tend to forget about is they don't develop self-compassion. And the reason they don't is because it has 2 cousins nobody likes: self-pity and self-indulgence. But there is such a thing as self-compassion, where you learn to forgive yourself. Anyways, the Ramak says the Tomer Devorah has been translated several times. I think I did it best, but there are lots of translations. Yes, very good. Very good. Available on Amazon right now. Yes, it is. Okay. It's on Amazon. Okay. Let me just do this. We're almost finished. So 13 different ways to forgive. Let me take you through just a couple to give you a sense of what it feels like. The first level of forgiveness is to bear in mind that God is, according to the angels, the insulted king. Like when the angels refer to God, they have a lot of different names for him. The most important, the most exalted name that the angels have for God is called Melech Aluv, the insulted king. And why is that so? Because
June 9th,
the Ramak explains, we only exist because God is constantly infusing us with energy at every single moment. Every single breath we take, every heartbeat, every single, jolt of peristaltic pressure in our veins is because God is giving us that energy. And if we choose to use that energy to defy God, and he is certainly aware that we are using that energy to defy him,
Always like
that
Google
we are literally,
We talked about
as it
our
were,
kid,
spitting in his face
our
at
boy
the
County
same
Peterson got
time.
bit by one.
Because he's saying, here, I'm going to help you out with this, and he gives us a throw back at him. Sora Salanta wrote, it's like a master gives a stick to his servant for a journey, so a walking stick, and then the servant takes a stick and beats the master at the same time. So, but God nevertheless, he puts up with it. Like when a father has a little child who says, make sure I hit you, bangs on his legs or something. The father just forgives him because he's another aloof, the insulted thing. He bears that insult gladly because he has so much mercy for the child. So, says the Lamach, if we understand how God is so infinitely patient with our own wrongdoing, certainly we should extend that to other people. This transition from the discussion of the humanity of God to the discussion of how humans should interact with others may become a more phenomenal classic and universally accepted by Hasidim, by Lithuanians, by Maskilim, universally accepted, and amazingly, it was actually exempted from the general ban on study of Kabbalah for women and for men under the age of 40. It was considered to be such an important work that the great Yisrael Salanter I mentioned earlier said that everyone should study this during the 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, one of the slides of study. Hasidim have a custom of studying it during the month of Elul. It's considered a very, very important book, and I personally think it's a work of great self-transformation. I'll share with you one more of the levels, which is my favorite. I like level 6 myself. That's the one that I, like, he advises you that when you're angry with someone, you quickly go through the 3 verses from Micha that are an acronym or kind of like a mnemonic of the 13 levels, and you pick the right level to help you forgive that person. So level 6 is my go-to level. I almost always use this one. And I like to call it Who Makes Your Lunch? Because what he says in level 6 is, when you're really angry with someone, then what you should do, it's a long story, I'm not going to tell you what the biblical basis for this is, but what you should do, says the Ramah, is you should remember one redeeming characteristic of that person. Like, for example, let's say you have a coworker who can't stand it, but you know what? He's always punctual. He is punctual. Well, you know what? Nice penmanship. He knows that he's going to read what he writes with his hand. Whatever it is, just find that one thing that you actually admire about him. Everybody has one of those things. And if you focus on that, and you prepare in advance, you have an avatar of it in your head. Then, when you're angry with that person, you think of that avatar, and even though you're really angry for the egregious thing that he did, nevertheless, you use that memory of that avatar as a kind of a foothold. Remember, climb the mountain of forgiveness. Just a tiny little hole. So for me, he says, by the way, this is extremely useful for married couples. I don't know. For me, I'm never angry with my wife. I've been married for like 30 years. I think that I get maybe for 30 seconds. Once in 1972 or something. But I think to myself, she always makes my lunch. Right? Like she puts it together for me, and sometimes she writes little notes in there, and sometimes occasionally she'll do something like, I don't know, draw a funny face. It makes me feel loved. So just on the theoretical possibility that maybe sometime I could get upset with my wife, I don't know how it could be true. But I think of my lunchbox, and it helps me calm down. Because I do, as much as I get angry, it's practically my lunch. I'm so happy when I get my lunch. And this is really a transformational book, because it gives very pragmatic insight on the human dynamic by looking at God's behavior. He explains how we have much more healthy human relationships. Very, very powerful. I highly recommend it. Certainly, I like my translation, but there are several others available as well.
I don't think there's scorpions in mega mansions in Texas.
No, I only translated in this volume. It's about 300 pages worth of translation of 9 pages of Hebrew text. I give lots of examples of things like that. But I am working on a second volume, which goes through the rest of it. because
And
this is only the
we're supposed
first
to
chapter
downgrade
of Talmud
going
Torah.
down there.
The next 9 chapters deal with the other
Oh,
Sefirot.
I heard.
They're quite different. Sefirah of
That you moved
Kedura,
to a
for
section
example,
like Austin,
which
like,
refers to the
starting to
idea
get a little bit more
of self-control,
expensive,
of
especially
discipline,
LA
of restraint,
and New York and other
sometimes
out-of-state
harshness.
people coming in.
There are times when you're supposed to
But
have
it
those
doesn't have LA
characteristics as well.
So,
And
like,
he goes
white
through
people is very
an analysis of how these
She's not
translate
driving
into
her
human behaviors. Really amazing
to
book.
the Starbucks.
So
or
let
the
us conclude our discussion of the Ramak by just getting a sense of his legacy and his contribution
Maybe
to,
it would be like, hey,
to
we get
Jewish
to live
life.
in a mansion
In the
Texas. We
space
have
of
to
a very
understand
brief
him and
life,
his wife, they came from
lived in
much
an
better
obscure
mansion
part
in
of
LA,
Israel that had
and now
no
they're in one in
prior
Texas.
position in
Nobody
world
knows
history.
Texas.
The Ramak succeeded in
Everyone assumes his wife is an
initiating an
Mexican.
entire genre of literature, of Kabbalistic
But they
Muslim.
probably
Not
said
only
that in
Kabbalistic
LA
Muslim,
too.
but actually
There's
Kabbalah
probably
itself,
more
by
diversity in Los
systematizing
Angeles
the
rather
whole
than
idea of the
Austin,
Sefirot.
Texas,
He really
but-
set the stage
By the way,
for
his
all
studio
further
looks like
discussions of
trash.
Kabbalah. I have not,
Look
in
at
this
one
brief
of those
lecture,
curtains hanging up
really
back
discussed his influence on his
there. They
primary
put down a
student,
carpet.
the Arizal,
Oh yeah, you know why?
who
Because he's on the
left
upper deck
Egypt
shooting
when he read the
stuff.
Pardes Ramona and was
So I
so
think they got the
overwhelmed by
wall
it.
going.
He said, I must study with this
That's
man.
probably
The Arizal
hiding.
left Egypt,
The
moved to Israel,
stairs up
and he
those
studied at the
curtains
feet of the
are
Ramak
probably
for only
hiding
8 months before the
because
Ramak
I think this is
died.
the shop
The
show.
Arizal died
and a
not long
YouTube
afterwards,
class, as
but
if he
always
ever
considered
actually
the
earned
Ramak his
100,000
primary teacher.
subscribers.
So the influence
This
of
is
this
pathetic. Of course, he's
one
gonna
man
die.
in this fairly backward provincial town was really of tremendous consequence and really
Everyone's
shaped
trying to move
the way
away
in
from
which
him, and
Jews
now he's just
interact
getting on airplanes
not
and
only
following
with
him.
their God, but also with each other
He
as a
wishes he
result
had
of his
baddies
intellectual
and
creativity.
baddies.
With that, I am deeply grateful
They
for the
really
opportunity to
named
discuss
their
his work
dog
with you.
Doggy, by the way.
Next week,
I
God
guess
willing, we're
after
going
Trump.
to move to the late 19th and 20th centuries. We'll leave the world of esoterica and Kabbalah, and we'll enter the world of international politics when we look at the work of the great Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political
Yeah,
Zionism.
so he's
Thank
already
you once
complaining
again for
about
coming.
Texas. He hates the move. He's gonna fake it as long as he can, but even when he's faking it, he's still kind of like, this place is trash. But let me know your
Okay,
thoughts.
thank you very much for coming. It's always hard when we have an interruption to bring back an audience, but it's nice to see so many of you here today. Tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I have actually spoken about Nachmanides. This is my 3rd time speaking about him this academic year. I'm not sure why. He seems to have come up in so many different ways, but I've always gotten a lot out of it, and I hope that you'll enjoy this presentation as well. Nachmanides is really one of those really foundational figures in Jewish intellectual history, and the history of the land of Israel, which is the focal point of our series this semester. And
what you're going to
I
bet
hope I
on
can
is
convey
those
some of the
1 out of
importance
10
and
fights.
the significance of this very creative thinker and very
Zag,
heroic figure.
He
in the
makes
course
some
of the
critical
next
error.
55
A guy that
minutes or
breaks
so.
in ignorant.
Tonight's lecture, I'm proud to say, was actually sponsored in honor of my son Alexander,
Sean
who
O'Malley
is shown here. He's hiking in the Negev in this picture. My son, as I think most of you know, if you've been here a few times, this particular semester is dedicated to the topic of Israel, in part because my 18-year-old son made Aliyah and devoted himself to joining the IDF and protecting the land of Israel. And so I wanted to do something in his merit. And an active duty serviceman in Honduras, in the U.S. Army, was motivated to sponsor this lecture, and he doesn't want me to reveal his name, but he likes to call himself Kyle Boded Tegusa Tegusigala. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you. It's a place in the Honduras where I imagine he's stationed. Kyle Boded is Hebrew for lone soldier, which is what they call these young men and women like my son who venture to go to Israel on their own without their families and join the army. So it's an honor of my son, and I'm very grateful
Because, like
for
I said,
that
he's
gesture.
dangerous in those areas where he can pull off
The,
the Hail
the
Mary. which
reason
really
why
nobody
we
else
give
can
these
do it.
public
Corey can do it.
lectures as a
Very
service to the
creative,
community,
very mentally
both
strong,
locally and on
smart
the
team,
internet,
smart
is
game plan.
to raise scholarship funds
Toss
for
up
our
those Hail
students.
Marys when you
So
think you can
far,
pull it off.
we're at
Again,
just over
compromise positions.
4,400
Rob's not a big
and
finisher, so
going strong.
we'll
And I
have to
would
find
really like
another
to
round. But just
hit
know,
our
you're
goal
going
of
to lose rounds.
$100,000 within the
Forget
next
the rounds.
15 or
Don't
20
worry about
minutes.
losing rounds. You're going to lose no matter
So
what.
just call in to our 1-800-916-11. Thank God he has sponsorship. Just one last good welcome. We have 3 lectures remaining for this semester. Next week, we'll speak about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Swan Circle in 16th century Israel, a fascinating topic that I should probably not listen to. It's very close to my heart. Next week's lecture is sponsored by Norman Jet Robinson and honors Ms. Debbie Hayes. The week afterwards, we'll speak about Theodore Herzl, of course, the founder of modern political Zionism. And finally, we'll close the series with a talk on the Margaret Yitzhak Rabin, the architect of the Oslo Peace Accords, a former hawk who became a dove and was unfortunately assassinated in 1995. His lecture is available for scholarship and for sponsorship as well.
Wow.
Okay, that's it for Good and Welfare. Any questions before we begin the material per se?
Studio.
Okay, excellent. So,
Why doesn't
the
this
Ramban.
Welcome, Zoot.
The term Ramban is, of course, an acronym for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, often confused with
Zoot.
Rambam, which is Rabbi Moshe ben
Zoot, how was stand-up comedy?
I'm good.
Why didn't you go?
Because you were sleeping.
Okay, that doesn't matter. I'm not the reason why you were going to do stand-up comedy.
I'll go next week or the week after.
Next week or the week after? Why didn't you go last week?
Last week because I was there. I got there late.
Why didn't you go yesterday or whatever?
Because I was kind of depressed, to be honest.
Okay, so it wasn't my fault.
No, I was kind of depressed, and it would have been bad if I went into a depressed state.
Okay. Very well. Well, you want to play?
Yep.
All right, dog.
They have toughies. They have a competition in January for stand-up where you get on TV. You can get on TV.
Well, that's your dream, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I've done it 2 times, and the third time, if you fail, you don't compete again if you do it for the third time. So I have to do it. So I have to perfect my craft. By then, I need to get the most perfect set ever.
You think you're going to be able to do that?
I think you can do it as far as,
I think if you work at it, you can do it. That was good, Zoot. Artie, would you like to play?
yeah, I always want to play.
You don't always want to play. You want to play like 70% of the time, but there's a significant portion you don't want to play. Okay, what do you want to play, Artie?
All right, you are correct on that.
Okay, we'll find something. Just one moment, I'll send you an invite.
I got disconnected from the Discord.
From the Discord or from the game?
Discord.
We hear you. Throw your dart, dog.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
I wasn't responding. Oh, yeah.
And what do you want me to do, dog?
Rabbi,
What's up, pimp?
can you imagine having the world record for fucking the most men? But because you weren't the first one to do it, like, because someone did it before you, no one cares?
Are you talking about Lily Phillips and that other chick, Bonnie Blue? What are you talking about, Zoot? Audie, you have an invitation for basketball. Audie. Audie. There you go. Okay, well, just tell us. You're up. Go. There you go. Zoot, where'd you go?
It keeps disconnecting me from Discord.
All right, pimp.
Now it should be good.
All right, big dog.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Why does it keep disconnecting me?
Dog, I don't know.
Right.
St. Louis is lows. They were very hot last week, so it's continued there in Memphis. Down to Jackson, Mississippi. That's where the becomes that 120-degree heat index found.
The heat is moving across most parts of the U.S. for several days. U.S. and Chinese officials are making stockpiles to top tariffs and a possible fear slump. Analysts say they're likely to agree on maintaining current tariff levels while working toward more aggressive prices. The U.S. currently taxes Chinese goods at 30%, while China imposes a 10% tariff. Two leading Israeli human rights groups are accusing their own government of stealing a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Hamas health ministry says 4 people died in international nutrition. Given the surge in infections in the area, said it's not just food that's scarce, baby formula is also being blocked from entering Gaza by the Israeli military.
Is it unimaginable why they have got to it, but they took every single part they could find?
The Israeli government denies it restricting aid, but humanitarian groups say the proof is in the growing number of preventable deaths. Southland weather from KFI tonight in Metro LA, Orange County, and the Valley is cloudy with lows in the 50s and 60s, and a high heat in the high desert. The temperatures also dipping into the 50s.
Ooh, Zoot.
I keep on disconnecting from Discord.
Okay, why do you think that is?
That
Why do you think that is?
Let's try this. Am I still here?
Yep. You have an invitation and we're waiting on you.
I better not disconnect. I think I did a phone update where it just doesn't work like it did before. Yeah, I think it's a phone update. Rabbi, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I think they've changed it where you can't hide the screen.
Yeah, you can. We'll figure out how to do it.
Oh, Rabbi, you're so far in front of us.
I know, I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
Actually, you're not that far in front.
Oh yeah, I am. You guys aren't even close to me.
You struggled where I am.
Yep.
The one on now is the one you struggled the most on.
Look how big a lead I have
And I
on
got
you.
through it.
Zoo, look how big a lead I have on you.
Pretty fast though.
Zoo, look how big a lead I have on you.
Not even that. As long as I get 3 ones you were struggling on quickly. Sure. What lead? Fuck. It's hard. Fuck's sake. I'm rushing trying to catch up to you.
I got you.
Did you win? At least I finished.
Yes, you did.
40 didn't even finish.
That's okay. We're playing easier course.
Have to toggle the sound and the music because it's annoying. I'm still far ahead even though I was playing with the soundboard. Oh, we're tied. And he made the mistake. Oh, you didn't make the mistake.
Zoo, I'm dominating you.
Yep. I just made one mistake and it cost me a huge lead.
You never had the lead, son. Don't get your hopes up.
We were tied. But the good news is we're at the same pace right now.
Dude, it's over.
How do you never finish, Audie? Oh, she finished. Let's do hard.
Dude, hard is really hard.
Yeah, let's do hard.
Just one moment. I'm setting up the game.
Okay, yeah.
Suits up. Party. This is hard. We probably won't finish.
Oh, fuck. Rabbi lost.
I suck at this part.
So do I. Why is this one so hard?
Because you said make it hard.
No, why is this bit so hard?
No one knows.
Okay, that was easy. That was easy as well. It's getting easy. And I'm nearly. Wait.
Fudge.
Okay.
I don't think. I think.
So I fucked up.
Okay, where'd you fuck up? Zoot, did you know you're losing? Zoot, did you know you're losing?
Did you know that I'm not losing? Or did you know that I know I'm losing?
Like all those?
I'm just not good at this.
Zoot, do you see how big of a lead I have on you? Zoot, do you want to be interviewed on this lead that I have on you?
Why are you at the finishing?
Because I'm stuck.
So good having the lead, but you need to finish.
No, you don't. You still get the win if you don't finish.
You did. But you can get a guaranteed victory if you finish.
No, you're not. You can finish and still not win.
Right, if you finish right now, you guaranteed victory if you're ahead of me.
Dude, I'm stuck in a spot. You've made a huge comeback, Zoot. Zoot, you've made a huge... Zoot, you've made a huge comeback.
Yeah, why wasn't it letting me through the second one?
I
Rabbi, it's literally not letting me through. But my game's glitched.
Okay. Restart it.
Maybe I'm colorblind.
Zoot, you're everything.
Everything. I have every single mental health condition, except for the eating disorders.
Shoot. Shoot. Zoot has Zoot has the lead.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yep, them.
you believe neurodivergencies occur, or we should do more research and put them into like sub?
You can subcategorize yourself ad infinitum. Ad infinitum. Ad infinitum.
What you're saying is you can just diagnose yourself with all these
No,
conditions.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can keep diagnosing yourself or diagnosing people like really, really specifically.
Do you feel neuroscience is like way far behind?
Not necessarily.
No, I feel like neuroscience is really far behind.
Okay. You know what I feel is really far behind? You in this game, son.
Oh, come on, bitch. Oh, you please. Okay. Good job.
What's the a lot of it also is like why people are being diagnosed with some of these conditions is because of the prevalence of the internet, and they just go on the internet, Google the symptoms, and then they go to the clinic, and then they tell all their symptoms to the doctor, and some of it's like what they Google, and they don't really have that much.
I'm in
The
agreement.
symptoms don't take as much.
Oh, that must be nice. Yeah, there's plenty of people who get actual diagnoses and then just don't ever do anything about it their entire life and do research.
I mean, if you weren't aware of these conditions and went to a doctor, like you had no awareness of these conditions, you went to see a doctor and you never researched on the internet, they'll tell you what you really have.
Yep. Audie. Waiting on you.
Here, I'm going left-handed. That's actually more. I think if you go left-handed,
thought you hated this game, Robo.
I do.
I don't think it's a bad game.
I just had like a perfect round. I destroyed you guys. All right,
I wasn't paying attention.
we're gonna play one more, and then I'm gonna take a break.
Good, I need to have the shower soon.
Last one. You ready, Audie?
Shower?
Here we go. Audie.
Right here. Had a break. Do a little bit better. Oh.
Fuck's sake. Rabbi is now in the lead.
Word, dog.
Oh no. How did you win?
Yep.
How'd you get first so far?
Because I'm amazing? I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
That was close. Nearly had you.
Okay.
That was the closest we've ever been in a long time.
Cool story, bro.
I don't find a game.
Like I said, I need a break. Kill Tony's on, and I want to watch it. You can play with Audie, though.
I'm on. They sound very similar. Typically, especially on Ashkenazim, you can sort of distinguish the difference because we say Ramban with the accent on the last syllable and Rambam, the accent on the first syllable. That distinction disappears among Sephardim for the most part. Grammatically correct, but otherwise confusing. His Spanish name was actually Bonastrug da Porta, which Bonastrug is apparently Catalan for Mazel Tov, like good luck, good fortune, good constellation. Da Porta of the gates, which possibly means, as if you look in the comments from the YouTube that I've spoken about Ramban before, may have something to do with association with Jewish law. But at any rate, he has a non-Jewish name, just like my Hebrew name is Hillel and my English name is Henry. He also had a local Spanish name, as it were. His career, he was a physician, just like the Rambam, although not nearly as active as the Rambam in the medical field. And he was the chief rabbi of Catalonia, a region in Spain that we will look at shortly. For those of you who have heard my lectures before, and especially for the internet audience who follows these lectures, this is kind of an updated version of a previous biography that we discussed a couple of years ago about the Ramban, and also earlier this year I team taught with Rabbi Yaakov Trump. I know everyone comments on his name, but in 50 years, people will say Rabbi Yaakov Trump. Wasn't there a president with the same name? But we did a great team teaching class. I really enjoyed it, where I gave a very abbreviated version of the historical component, and Rabbi Trump continued with an analysis of Rabbi Nachman, the Ramban's ideas. But today we're going to concentrate on history. I did refresh my research a little bit by reading this new book. It's a few years old, by Nina Caputo, Nachmanides in Medieval Catalonia. She focuses on his role in the Monadian controversy, which will occupy us tonight, and on his commentary on Genesis, and on his role in the Barcelona disputation, which will also be a topic for us tonight. Fascinatingly, and unfortunately I did not get a chance to actually see this book, she recently published a graphic novel version of the disputation of 1263. And basically, to jump ahead a little bit, this is a famous confrontation that was mediated by the church or demanded by the church in Barcelona between a convert to Christianity and the great Ramban. And it's quite dramatic, and we have a lot of sources on it. And so she made, as it were, a graphic novel version or a comic book version of it, which I really have to read. That just sounds so fascinating. There should be such a thing. Unfortunately, I only have a few slides from it that we can look at. Anyway, that's my growth, personal growth in terms of seeing the Ramban and preparing for you tonight. Okay, so why don't we go straight to his life and work then? The first thing we have to bear in mind about the Ramban is that he comes from the Iberian, and it is a truism in Jewish history that Spain is always an exception. For those of you who are veterans in the audience, anybody remember why Spain is always different from anywhere else in Jewish history? Excellent. Do you already have your bachelor's degree? Because if you want another one, you've got to come on and need some good students here. That's exactly right. Everywhere else in the diaspora, Jews were always part of a binary relationship, where they were either living in an overwhelmingly Muslim environment or an overwhelmingly Christian environment. You might want to make some arguments during Sasanian Persia, where, okay, maybe there's a few other things, but for the most part, almost all of Jewish history after the diaspora in the first century meant that Jews were a minority living with one other majority culture, another majority religion. In Spain, because of the liminality of that borderland region and its disputed status between Muslims and Christians, Jews were the triangular, the third population, and were able to quite often leverage their plurality status, or near plurality status, to a position of power. So, under Muslims and under Christians, right up until the 15th century, of course, which was a terrible disaster for the Jews in Spain, they were able to often occupy positions of great power because one or the other of the dominant faiths wanted to have an ally outside their community. And you can look at important figures like Chastai ibn Shaprut, Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, Shmuel Hanagid. These are all really important figures who reached the heights of Spanish society, both in terms of their Jewish status. Like, for example, Shmuel ibn Nagrela wrote a very, very important commentary in the Talmud, a very educated Jew. And at the same time, he was the leader of one of the most important armies in the Iberian Peninsula at the same time. So imagine a Jew who was at the same time a Talmud Chacham and a political leader. It's virtually unheard of to have both of those things happen elsewhere in Jewish history. Spain is always different because of the interplay of these societies. And a lot of the things that Spanish Jews say, again, up until they fall off the cliff with the expulsion in 1492, and maybe you can say 1391, up until that point, Jews have an unusual amount of power in Spain because they were able to parlay their population status. And that's also true of the Ramban. The Ramban was able to get away with saying things right in the very heart of the church because of the power that he had as representative of the community of Catalonia. Here's the region with which he is most associated, the Kingdom of Aragon, province of Catalonia. Barcelona here is, of course, where he's going to have that significant disputation in 1263. So his writings, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about them, although they are really quite fascinating. He is perhaps most well known for a very insightful commentary on the Bible. In many ways, it is really the second commentary after Rashi. Once one masters Rashi, or at least is familiar with the commentary of Rashi, the next major challenge is Ramban. Unlike Rashi, he's quite loquacious. It's a considerably longer commentary. He becomes extremely philosophical. He has a very strong mystic bent, although it's not necessarily Zoharic, not necessarily in tune with Moshe de Leon, who was a contemporary of his. He often builds upon Rashi. He enters into a dialogue with Rashi in his commentaries, so it really represents an expansion, sometimes a contradiction, but always a collegial discussion between figures of rabbinic scholarship. He often takes odds with another Iberian thinker, Ibn Ezra, frequently rebuking him and contradicting him in a much more sharp tone than he takes with Rashi, in an attempt to kind of steer the conversation back towards Rashi's pshat, or his simple meaning, or to Ramban's elucidation upon it. He also commented on many. He has about 200 distinct works that he's authored. He commented on many of the books of the Talmud, and he wrote more philosophical treatises, many of which are extremely influential, that discuss topics such as life after death, an unpacking of these somewhat complicated and sometimes apparently contradictory discussions of the afterlife in earlier texts such as the Talmud and the Midrash. He discusses the tzaddik v'ralo, the problem of theodicy, the justice of God. Why do the righteous suffer, literally in Hebrew? A very important work that comes from the Ramban, is still very deeply studied today. But what I find perhaps the most profound is a very short work of his that is undoubtedly the most popular of all of them. It's his famous letter he wrote to his son, most likely in the context of his departure to Israel. According to some accounts, he wrote it from Israel and sent it back to his son. Other accounts suggest that perhaps he wrote it immediately before he left for Israel at the towards the end of his life. It's a short letter which you'll find printed in the back of traditional Sidurim, the Igeret HaRamban, it's called, the letter of the Ramban. And among the pious, particularly Sephardim, it is read every single day. And we could at least read it once a year, so it's only one page long. With your permission, I'll read it to you in English, and you'll get a sense of his philosophical and his moral background. So it is a letter to his son. You'll recall he's about to go, or he has just left for this long journey. He's already in his 70s. It's highly unlikely he will ever return to Spain, and he's giving his son a document that's known as a tzavah, an ethical will, a document that says to his son, I have to bequeath unto you these basic teachings. I'm making it really short because I want you to get it completely, and this is essentially your spiritual inheritance. Just as an aside, my wife and I, we have a custom that we've done for I guess about 15 or 16 years, where just before Yom Kippur, we write one of these to each of our kids, and give them Musar one last good time before the holiday. But anyways, here we go. Okay, hear, my son, the instruction of your father, and do not forsake the teaching of your mother. That's a quote from Proverbs. Get into the habit of always speaking calmly to everyone. This will prevent you from anger, a serious character flaw which causes people to sin. As a rabbi said, whoever flares up in anger is subject to the teachings of hell. As it says, cast out anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. Evil means Gehenna, hell. As we read, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your heart. This radiant quality is the finest of all admirable traits, because following humility comes the fear of God. So in his introductory paragraph, he adopts a dualism that is common throughout the ethical thinkers, contrasting anger, negative character trait, with humility, its opposite. Through humility, you will also come to fear God. It will cause you always to think about where you came from and where you are going. And that while alive, you're only like a maggot and a worm. And a heavy on that, but it's a quote. This is written in a form called shibuts, which is a medieval form of rabbinic belles lettres in which they choose pieces of verses and passages and put them together into a flowing form. So it sounds a little bit less harsh when you know the original context. And the same after death. It will remind you before whom you will be judged, the King of glory, as it is stated, even the heaven and the heavens of heaven cannot contain you, meaning God. How much less the hearts of you. It's all written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says God. When you think about these things, you will come to fear God who created you, and you will protect yourself from sinning, and therefore be happy with whatever happens to you. Also, when you act humbly and modestly before everyone, and are afraid of God and of sin, radiance of his glory and the spirit of the Shekhinah, that's the divine indwelling presence, will rest upon you, and you will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand and observe that whoever feels that he is greater than others is rebelling against the kingship of God, because he is adorning himself with God's garments. As is written, God reigns, God wears clothes of pride. Why should that person feel proud? Is it because of wealth? God makes one poor or rich. Is it because of honor? It belongs to God, as we read, wealth and honor come from God. So how could one adorn himself with God's honor? And one who is proud of his wisdom surely knows that God takes away the speech of assured men and reasoning from the sages. So we see that everyone is the same before God, since with his anger he lowers the proud, and when he wishes he raises the low. So lower yourself, and God will lift you up. Therefore, I will now explain to you how to always behave humbly. Speak gently at all times, with your head bowed, your eyes looking to the ground, and your heart focused on God. It's interesting because in our accounts of his disputation, he didn't necessarily embody that particular character trait when he had to criticize the church. Don't look at the face of the person to whom you are speaking. Consider everyone as greater than yourself. If he is wise or rich, you should give him respect. If he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider yourself to be more guilty than he, and that he is more worthy than you. Since when he sins, it is through error, while yours is deliberate, and you should really know better. In all your actions, words, and thoughts, always regard yourself as standing before God, with his divine presence above you, for his glory fills the whole world. Speak with fear and awe, as a slave standing before his master. Act with restraint in front of everyone. When someone calls you, don't answer loudly, but gently and softly, as one who stands before his master. It's interesting how often he repeats that trope of speaking very gently. Torah should always be learned diligently, so you will be able to fulfill its commands. When you arise from your learning, reflect carefully on what you have studied in order to see what in it that you can put into practice. Examine your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, every one of your days will be spent in repentance. Last couple paragraphs. Concentrate on your prayers by removing all worldly concerns from your heart. Prepare your heart before God, purify your thoughts, and think about what you are going to say. If you follow this in all your daily actions, you will not come to sin. This way, everything you do will be proper, and your prayer will be pure, clear, clean, devout, and acceptable to God. As it is written, when their hearts are directed to you, listen to them. Read this letter at least once a week, and neglect none of it. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of God. May he be blessed, so that you will succeed in all your ways. Thus you will succeed and merit the world to come, which lies hidden away for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, heaven will answer your heart's desires. Amen. The letter of the Ramban, to be read at least once a week. Quite often people read it every day. This is the entirety of it in Hebrew, and it's one of those small but important works of the Musar tradition. But let's go to some of the historical aspects of his life. Now you've had just a taste of his thought. One of the most significant activities or one of the most significant elements that the Ramban played in Jewish history, besides his literary work, of course, is his involvement in the Maimonidean controversy. this was a massive affair that was continental in scope and affected every literate Jew in Europe and the entire Mediterranean basin. Basically, my pictured here in this iconic portrait was roundly criticized by the scholars of France to the point that it ended in literary tragedy, and I don't want to give that away just yet. Basically, Maimonides wrote two different kinds of works, and both of them were criticized for distinct reasons, and I'll give you a very short description of that. First of all, he wrote highly philosophical works, the most famous of which is the Guide for the Perplexed, the Mora Nevuchim. This was written in Judeo-Arabic, designed for a highly literate, assimilationist Jewish audience. Specifically, those Jews living in Arabic-speaking lands who were quite entranced with the rise of Arabic philosophy, which was based very heavily on Greek philosophy. And Judaism, by contrast, seemed pedestrian, seemed monochromatic, seemed reactionary, and a lot of these young intellectuals were kind of drifting out of Judaism into the very active philosophical circles in places like Cairo. So he wrote this book in the vocabulary and the lexicon of contemporary philosophy, which essentially described Judaism as a complicated philosophical system, very heavily reliant on Aristotle and demonstrating the philosophical similarities between his take on Judaism as a philosophy and Aristotle's understanding of the world. In fact, Maimonides revered Aristotle so much, he simply referred to him as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. There was no one else in the world of philosophy other than Aristotle for Maimonides. And this was an extremely influential work, and of course is studied to this day as a classic of world philosophy. The French rabbis, however, were aghast at the idea that he should be invoking the name of a pagan scholar and should be comparing the holy truths of a God-given religion with the rational truths developed by a scholar who had no consciousness of Jewish values. And they felt that this in itself represented a poisoning of the well for anything that Maimonides could have said. And so they were full of vitriol for whatever Maimonides had to say in the Mora Nevuchim, and extended to the larger corpus of his work. So that's kind of one category of his literary activity. Another category, also incredibly influential, are popular books written for a much wider audience, most significant of which is the great Mishnah Torah, which was a restate of all of Jewish law in the first legal code of Jewish history. The Mishnah Torah, just to back up for a second, the way Jewish law is structured prior to the Mishnah Torah is really quite chaotic. You have like a verse in the first 5 books of Moses that may be amplified by some passages elsewhere in the Bible. There's another document called the Mishnah, which, according to traditional Jewish theology, was given at Sinai along with the 5 books of Moses and has equally authoritative information that's not included in the Torah. You mix these things together and you get another document called the Talmud, of which there are 2 different versions. And the structure of the information in the Talmud is more like a stream of consciousness conversation than a Western-style textbook, which has chapters and subheadings and kind of what we would normally associate with a logical flow of discussion. The Talmud does not move from general principles to specific. It does not outline what it's going to do in each of the chapters. It just kind of follows this, very fascinating, but definitely non-Western train of thought to come up with the practical laws that one must live by to fulfill the dictates of Judaism. So if you wanted to know any specific question in Judaism, such as, for example, I just slaughtered this chicken and I noticed that the gallbladder looks a little green to me. I'm wondering if this chicken is actually kosher. So in order to find out the answer to that question, you quite literally would have to know the entire Talmud to know where that question is discussed. It's true there is a tractate that more or less discusses the laws of kashrut, but it could be that particular law is somewhere in time. It could be in the laws of Shabbat, or it could be one of the philosophical treatises just tucked in there. So you really needed a rabbi to go to and say, okay, Rabbi, look at this chicken's gallbladder. What do you think? And the rabbi, with his massive knowledge of the entire complexity of Jewish law, would be able to render a decision, kosher or treif, or I don't know, ask my wife. She probably has seen this gallbladder before. But that's the way that Jewish law was interpreted and applied prior to Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. All of a sudden, with the Mishnah Torah, which is written in basically 5th grade Hebrew, it's a very, very simple, it's straightforward, it's clear Hebrew. He says, okay, in this book, we're going to have all the laws of kashrut. And then you look up all the laws of chickens. Then you look all the laws of internal organs of chickens, and there you find the gallbladder laws, and they're right there before you like a set table. And so all of a sudden, if you had even basic Hebrew literacy, the Mishnah Torah put your local rabbi out of work. And that was part of the internal argument here, because all of a sudden, people were empowered to have a tremendous amount of Jewish literacy with a very, very minimal investment in learning. It's kind of, think the internet, right? It's like Google. If you can imagine what it's like, when all of us in this room, when you went to college, the professor knew a tremendous amount, and I'm sure you sat in awe of the, expansive knowledge that he or she represented. My students aren't like that at all. They just whip out their smartphones and they'll fact check me right on the spot. They'll say, but professor, it says, so it's a whole different. That's why I like teaching adults, because it's, you don't challenge me with your smartphones. Anyways, the Mishnah Torah, it was criticized nevertheless for two basic reasons. One reason was that Maimonides presented it in what some felt was a haughty and even unscholarly way, because he did not source his arguments. There are no footnotes in the original version of the Mishnah Torah. Later on, we wrote lots of footnotes, but originally there are no footnotes. In other words, if you're familiar with the argument over chicken gallbladders, and there are more than one opinion, when you read Maimonides, you would not know that, because he only gives the opinion that he agrees with. And so many felt that Maimonides was acting kind of like in a scholarly way, in a haughty manner, by not offering people the opportunity to know the parameters of the dispute. Furthermore, he was rather explicit in his introduction. He said essentially that if you have a copy of the Chumash, the first 5 books of the Torah, and my new book, the Mishnah Torah, you're all done. You don't need anything else. This is the whole thing in one package, right? 24 easy books, or what it is. Yeah, it's 14 easy books, and that's it. So many scholars felt that was unfair, and in fact was, beyond unfair. It was something that was culpable. Secondly, there was the fear, largely unfounded as it turned out, that the presence of a book like the Mishnah Torah would put an end to Talmudic study. Because people would say, listen, why should I go the difficulty of going back and forth in the argument, chasing down the proofs? Why don't I just look up the law and that's all I need? I don't need to actually go through any of the mental gymnastics to try and work the law out for myself. And many scholars felt that this would represent cutting off the entire process of Jewish learning. In fact, what happened all of a sudden, the more accessible the information was, the more people delved into it. St. Patty's Day, we are both extremely Irish. One is one of the greatest and seasoned comedy store history. They first made ever bring me just, email things to people electronic docs, and the opposite happened. People saw that they could print out whatever they wanted, so all of a sudden, printing exploded. These days, it's so well, but home printing exploded. So the same thing out in Rambam, where, the Mishnah Torah is in itself a huge engine of research. Anyways, those were two main reasons why Maimonides was exploited for his research. It reached a fever pitch in the 1230s
what an exciting start to the episode. Guns a-blazing, everything is happening. Ryan O'Neill has the Slot Quest podcast.
At some point, we're not exactly sure of why this
on
happened,
everything with
but
Chris O'Connor is one of the stars of the show Tires. I don't know if you guys
of this
know the number one
controversy
comedy
over
series in the world.
It's
He's
back
acclaimed
of
August
the
15th and 16th.
Qatar controversy.
Hey,
At
ChrisO'Connor.com,
that
literally
time,
the world's
and
first
so the
website.
Dominican friars collected up all the
Chris
copies of
O'Connor's are
Maimonides that
an
they
apostrophe
could
in that
gather.
website.
Before printing, 300 years before printing,
Chris
so it was
O'Connor.
called precious handwritten manuscripts, and they signed them to the
We are
flame.
going to have some fun
Once
tonight.
Jews,
You
and it
guys,
may
Ryan
be
O'Neill
that
was a
the
guest
anti-Maimonidean camp actually denounced
12 years ago.
Maimonides
Belly
openly
Grill,
to the
main
church
grill,
through an informer.
done it all. I've
But
done it all.
once
First time
that
in the
happened,
mothership.
when people
Ryan O'Neill
saw
moved here this week. One of
the
the
work
best
that
comedians in the
Maimonides
world.
actually burning,
Chris
then the whole
O'Connor moved here
controversy sort of
last year.
everyone
One of
took
the
a
best
step back and
comedians in
said,
the world.
wait, maybe we went
It's
too
very
far.
exciting.
And
But you guys know how it works. You've all
they
done it.
limited themselves
230 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
internet related bands.
230 waiting in a bar next door, hoping
So
that they get
let's
pulled
focus
out of
in
this
on
weapon.
Nachmanides' role in this. This is what's really significant. So one of the major figures behind this
There's a lot of
period
other things
of
I could have made
Maimonidean
fun of. I don't know why you're
controversy,
getting
which actually
offended. I
had four
chose
different
pale, which is
phases.
the
We're only going
nicest
to
of the
focus on
things I
one.
could have said.
Was a man named Shlomo ben Avraham.
Hell yeah.
who in
So the first one is getting wrangled. You guys know how it works. When I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 6 seconds on them interrupted. The other time, it's the sound of a cat.
on all of the
They have
works
to
of
wrap it up,
Maimonides.
or else they
There
bring
is
out the
a
angry
Hebrew
whistle
term
with bear,
which is translated
which
as
rudely interrupts them. And I
ban. And
conduct an
basically,
interview,
the
and me and
anyone
myself
did
all
with the
fucking have
building of
fun figuring
Maimonides
out what else they
was
should talk
suffer
about or what else
serious
other lives
social
is interesting. They
ostracism.
go from a
And there's a
comedian
whole
to a
ranking
podcast
of what kind of ostracism would be in place. The first would be simply like a warning, and then afterwards,
Well, we wrangle that first bucket poll. We are going to watch
people would not
a
be allowed to
golden
do this with him,
winner
and that
start the show
people
with a
would
brand
not
new
be allowed
minute,
to stand
everybody.
within 6
Calm,
feet of
cool
him.
styles.
Very social
Make
ostracism
some
that
noise
can be
for Colin
extremely
Sledge,
painful in
everyone. A new minute from
an
Colin
environment
Sledge.
of a minority community that's so tight-knit. Nachmanides entered the fray, and he took two distinct stances with regards this ban.
I got picked on in
He had
school
a
when I was growing up. One time, this kid put a sticker on my back that said "kick me." I thought that was funny, so I put a sticker on his back. It was just a target. He was like, "I don't get it." I was like, "You'll get it tomorrow." I was always nervous around girls growing up. I mean, I still am, but when I was growing up, my dad used to tell me, it's important my girls are more afraid of you than you are of them. I said, why? He said, you're creepy. They don't like you. You're going to be alone for a long time. My parents didn't really believe in me, actually. I was growing up. Like one time, my parents found this girl's panties in my bedroom. My dad confirmed, he's like, so you think you're a girl, huh? Thank you.
He's done it again. Another strong new minute by the dry stylings of Colin Sledge.
Hey.
Welcome back, Colin.
Thank you.
Is this true? Were you bullied as a kid?
Somewhat, nothing too hardcore. Yeah.
How about as an adult? Were you bullied as an adult?
Only on this show.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And your dad, are you close with your dad?
Yes, very close. I saw with them.
Oh, you do? How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Living with your parents. Have you ever not lived with your parents?
I went to Mississippi State for 1 year, and then I transferred back
To your parents' house.
Yeah, well, I went to a college in Houston. Yeah. See, I had a good year there, maybe.
Okay,
Like that.
1 year in Mississippi State. So you lived with your parents 29 out of 30 years, it says here on
that's
my
about right, yeah.
spreadsheet that I have here. So what's your plan?
What's my I was thinking about moving, getting a place here so I could sort of be in both cities at the same time.
Well, if you got a place here, you wouldn't be in the other city at the same time.
Yeah, well, driving back and forth, I sort of hit a bird on the way here, and I don't want to drive back anymore because I have a guilty conscience.
Wow, you hit a bird with your car.
It might have been two.
Was it some kind of jungle bird, perhaps, according to my co-host, Brian Redband?
I think it was two doves. Now, I don't know if I hit both or just one, but I was...
were they turtle doves, perhaps?
I don't know. I'm colorblind, so
you might have the worst luck on planet Earth. If you hit turtle doves, that means you're going to have a rough Christmas, from what I know.
Yeah, it felt spiritually very damaging.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tremendously bad luck. Doves mate for life. So if you killed one of them, the other one's fucked.
Yeah, don't remind me. I don't want to widow a dove. I kind of hope that I got both.
You were asking about a job, right? Like, what was your plan for a job?
I think he just wanted me to move out of my parents' house.
Yeah, but he was like, what's the plan? You're like, let's just get another place.
Oh, yeah. I teach piano and I do comedy.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Do you like living with your parents?
It's pretty, we're close. It's pretty chill. I have a garage apartment, so, some degree of space.
Yeah, just make sure your dad doesn't warm up the car in the morning. Fucking die, dude. So how long have you lived in the garage?
I guess when I moved back from college, they might have built it so I would be further away from them. But yeah, it was around that time. Huh?
College?
College?
Okay.
Did I say it weird?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So it's separate from the house. There's not a direct doorway. Okay, that's exciting. But when you say garage, does it mean there's a garage door on the front?
Well, there's a garage door and then there's a regular style door next to it.
But that's just all you in there. There's no cars in the garage.
Well, there's one car in the garage. We can pull in the garage.
So you sleep next to a car?
No, there's an apartment above the garage.
It's above.
Yeah, it's a garage apartment.
Okay.
Yeah, it does sleep next to the car.
I mean, you're so close. You're saying it like I'm the asshole. You sleep directly above a fucking car, so whether it's your next door neighbor or it's just below you, you're next to a fucking up or down, side to side.
Yeah.
Vroom, vroom.
That's fair.
You're next to a car, buddy. Basically, the car is on the bottom bunk. You're in bunk beds with a car, as far as I'm concerned. What kind of car is it?
It's my stepmom's BMWs.
Wow. Sounds like there's one thing in that garage that your parents don't want to live without.
That's good.
It's the BMW. Do they ever hint to you that it's maybe time to get away from them?
Not really, but I sort of feel like it is time anyway.
Do you have siblings?
I do have a brother. He lives in Honduras.
See, your brother is the
moved very far
opposite
away.
of your parents' garage.
Yeah.
It's incredible. In fact, in Honduras, there's a chance of hitting an actual. See somebody again that most likely meet somebody that this could be crazy. It could be the next fucking great talent of the show, or it could be pure insanity. They could be a 15, 20-year veteran of comedy. They could be a couple months in. It could be their first time. It could be whatever. You get it. Ladies and gentlemen, your first fucking pull of the night goes by the name of Surge AM. Surge AM. Here we go.
Oh shit, what's going on, guys? Here in Austin, that guy lived in my garage. Oh shit. No, yeah, Someone once told me that human trafficking is horrible. I look back and I go, hey man, just because how I got to this country doesn't mean that you could fucking talk shit about my life. You know what I'm saying? My sister's part of the LGBTQ community, clap it up. But for her, that stands for let's get another bottle of tequila. You know, fucking drunk. You know? Yeah. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know what doesn't really make sense? She's bisexual. She works at Chick-fil-A, so technically she's a LGBTQ CIA agent. Yeah. Immigration got her last week. Yeah. People will say, I'm a happy drunk, just hasn't gotten drunk enough. Like, have you ever woken up still drunk, driving on the street? All right, Serge AM, thank you very much.
Wow. Repeating his name at the end of his set like he wants you to remember where you saw that magic come from. Serge AM for the name. Wow. How long have you been doing stand-up, Serge?
I've been doing it for about a year.
Okay. How often are you working this out?
So, I started in my early 20s, but then I started at the Secret Group in Houston. And I just came out to Austin. I watched Go 20. I saw Enrique Chacon on. I was like, dude, I never remember this guy. I moved from Colorado to Austin so I can,
How long have you been in Austin?
For about a month.
About a month. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of open mics and stuff.
Yeah, so
those jokes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
yes.
And people are laughing in the room at these open mics?
Yes.
They are?
Yeah.
Is it mostly comedians? Is it
sometimes they're comedians, sometimes there's actual audience members.
Okay. Here's the catch, Serge. Is it almost nothing you said made any sense whatsoever? So if there are people laughing, you're performing in front of insane people. That's the good news and the bad news.
Heard, yeah, I got you, yeah.
Ryan O'Neal.
This is why we can't have Latinos anymore, sir. You're fucking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're ruining it for everybody. Your first joke, the guy sleeps in my garage, but we just talked to him about how he slept in his parents' garage for 20 years. The other years in Mississippi State, so that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Human trafficking, didn't complain, but that's how I got here. Not really a joke. Sister's gay, but she's LGBTQ. Let's get another bottle of tequila. It doesn't make
Yeah.
like you're calling me about my sister's drunk. Like that's a setup.
Yeah.
She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes her LGBTQ CIA. Why does that make her CIA? Working at Chick-fil-A. Explain that one. Let's just go with questions. I have more questions than a 60-second set should ever have about specifically your I don't even care about your life. I'm obsessed with how weird that set was. So explain the CIA Chick-fil-A.
Fuck, I don't know. I just,
You don't know?
No, I do.
You wrote it. You should at least have some fucking weird theory.
I thought about the letters. I just added the CIA at the end.
But if it was Chick-fil-A, why would it be CIA?
No,
Don't look at the audience for help.
His sweaty armpits. I just like, oh shit, my bad. No.
Stick with me.
Yes,
Everybody.
yeah.
I'm getting easily distracted.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I fucking came up with it. I was drunk one night. Just thought about it. And I thought it was personally. I thought of Jesus Christ.
I think it's a good joke.
Thank you. I think it's a good joke.
Serge.
He's just saying that he's an artist. He's just setting the table. He doesn't have to feed you. You know what I mean?
And then at the end, you said your sister got deported by immigration, but that didn't happen either, right?
Yeah. No, it did not happen.
Right. Is your sister really gay?
She is gay. Yeah.
How do you know?
She has a girlfriend.
Okay. Do you have a girlfriend?
I do not.
What do you do for work?
I'm a server at the moment. Yeah.
A server.
Yeah. At a restaurant called Sawgrass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a noise there. You like Sawgrass? You do? What do you get when you go to Sawgrass, D Madness? Tell the truth. Oh, you're saying steak? You're lying. No. Okay. Okay, dude. Real answers from the Great D Madness. A steak. Hell yeah.
Ex-fiance. That's a sad.
Oh shit, you got D mad already. Maybe for you, motherfucker. You guys can't hear what he's saying. Fuck you said for you, you bitch ass punk ass bitch. D does not let anyone get a fucking thing in on him, by the way. Nope. D, how do you like your steak? Medium rare? Fuck yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Serge, what do you do for fun? Give us one good redeeming quality about you, something that's gonna make this whole room like you out of fucking nowhere.
I used to make music and stuff like that.
What kind of music would you make?
I just freestyled and
Listen to the noise the crowd makes when there's someone that we all know will not be good at freestyling. There is a 0% chance this is going to go good. This is going to be incredible. Chris O'Connor.
it's just letters.
LGBTQCIA. I was having a really good day up until now. Until I got pulled out of the pocket. Turns out I suck at this. All right, Serge. How long did you freestyle for? This is something you took kind of seriously.
Yeah, Colorado. I was making music videos and stuff like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk to Michael about a beat. Mike will play it nice and light so that we can all hear exactly what the hell he's saying. And this, ladies and gentlemen, on a show where absolutely anything can happen, is Serge AM.
Yeah. I guess my set was actually pretty phony. I don't even know. I got my 60 seconds. I'll kill Tony. Clap it up. Here we go once again. When I shine, I will never show anybody that I pretend. Yo, fuck it. My sister is gay. I made it every day as my motherfucking host, but you know that I don't even care about these hoes. I'm a go-getter. Yeah, that's me. Everybody knows when I never fucking sleep, I write stupid jokes.
Yeah, that was exactly how I thought it was going to go. Serge, here's a little joke book. Oh, boy. Wow. There he goes. Serge AM. Thanks for Serge. He tried his best. Oh, listen to that pop. Heidi has arrived, everybody. There she is, live in the flesh. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Nicked. These are our favorite nicotine pouches by a mile. If you haven't made the switch to Nicked pouches yet, now is the time. I'm always reaching for strawberry watermelon ice. Personally, Nicked premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience. They're made with proprietary coconut fiber blend filler for better nicotine absorption and a more comfortable mouthfeel. With Nicked, you get strong, lasting flavor that is clean and discreet. Red Band.
Tony, I love Nicked. They're the greatest nicotine pouches of all time, and each can comes with 20 Nicked pouches.
Nicotine pouches like we did. We know you'll love these too. And we have a special offer just for Kill Tony listeners. 35% off your first 3 orders. Only if you order now at nickedpouches.com/Tony. That's nykdpouches.com/Tony. Don't forget, you can get 35% off up to 3 times. nickedpouches.com/Tony. Nicked products are only available for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. All right. Keeping it moving along, your next bucket full goes by the name of Jason Vest, everyone. Jason Vest.
I lost my virginity at the Asian massage parlor. By a saggy-tittied, wrinkly, old-ass Asian woman that looked like Mr. Miyagi. She had a raspy voice. She was like, yes. Her name was Mama-san. She taught me many lessons, and this is what she taught me. When paying for pussy at the Asian massage parlor, always tell Mama-san you have a latex allergy. Even when you don't. There's a pretty good chance she cannot accommodate your request and you'll get bareback sex for free. Make sure your happy ending ends with you nutting in that bitch's cervix. Yeah. Drain your ball sack, not your bank account. Always ask Mama San if she's got a new girl on rotation. Add some variety to your Asian pussy portfolio, guys. Jeez. All right, thank you.
All right, Jason Best. Admitting to rape. That's his comedy set tonight.
Whoa!
What?
It's consensual.
How are you?
Doing good, Tony. I'm doing good.
And I've always wondered what Santa's elves do in the off season. This is incredible. So last time you were on this show before, and you talked about a lot of crazy like sex stuff. And here you are, guns a-blazing, right on brand. Is any of this true?
Oh yeah, I'm the Anthony Bourdain Asian pussy, man. I was always going to massage parlors.
Wow. And what happened? You said that like it's in the past now. You no longer go?
I'm reformed, and now I just help men achieve success by giving advice, helping my brethren out.
How did you reform?
How did I reform? I got married.
Okay.
She said, well, you can't be having sex with Asian pussy anymore. So I've been married for 20 years, guys. 20 years.
Wow. 20 years. No one's
a woman.
She's going to love this set.
Yeah. Amazing. So, Jason, remind us, how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
And what do you do for work?
I'm retired from the National Guard.
Whoa, wow.
Thank you for your service, I guess.
Where did you serve exactly?
The North Pole.
There it is. The sweet son Santa landed on the roof. He wants to see
I was a recruiter for the National Guard in Jackson, Michigan, Lake George, New York, and I worked in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, wow. Some of the places where we need our military the most. Okay, what's the craziest thing that happened? What's the most violent thing you had to do in the military and the National Guard?
Most violent thing I ever had to do? I never really had to do anything violent. And I was a recruiter, so it's like a basic job. People come in and they want to join the military. You lie to them to get them to join. It's a simple process.
What's a trick you would use to get them to join?
I would tell them anything. Like, let's say someone came in and they wanted to be a cook, right? Being a cook, nobody that joins the military wants to cook the damn food. They want to do cool Rambo shit. So I'd be like, listen, you're going to be like an executive chef for the president or some shit. I was the top recruiter for the Michigan Army National Guard.
Wow. Brag a lot.
Braggadocious.
Incredible. Okay, Jason, what's something interesting about you that we didn't find out last time you were on the show?
Something interesting about me, I am a compulsive eater.
Oh, okay, let's talk about it.
My wife's got to hide the peanut butter jars. I am a compulsive eater. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I just treat it for food. I just treated booze and everything for food, and I just compulsively...
What's the most piggish thing you've ever done eating food?
I spent $45 in DoorDash from Whataburger.
Wow.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, it's like
I seen your food order. I follow you.
Yeah, those middle of the night Instagram stories by Red Band.
Wendy's.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Jason, what does your wife do?
My wife is a photographer, and she works for an orthodontist office, and so she runs a call center. She works from home, and she helps me edit my videos.
And remind us, what kind of videos are you making?
I make content. I make a lot of massage parlor videos where I use my past experiences to help men get Asian pussy. Like I do service.
No one needs this advice.
No, have you been?
Yes, you just pay for sex.
It's great.
No,
that's the point.
It's teaching etiquette. Yeah. How dare you? The condom is for your protection.
Oh, no, I go bareback, brother. Bareback.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God.
Bareback.
You are the fucking weirdest dude. Can't quite figure it out. You're an interesting guy. What's the craziest video that you've ever made?
The craziest video I ever made was a true story. So I got on Kill Tony last time, and my social media clips blew up. I told a drunken story, and these big corporate whiskey lobbyists reached out to me and asked me to make content to get people to stop drinking Crown Royal, because in Canada they're throwing American whiskey off the shelves over this Donald Trump tariff bullshit. And they wanted me to make videos. And first off, I grew up in Michigan on the Detroit border. I'm like, I didn't feel comfortable doing it. And the guy was like, it's $700 for a 30-second video. I'm like, fuck Canada. Some of the best stories are drinking American whiskey. Am I right? Jack Daniels, hell yeah. Fireball.
All right, Jason. What size book did you get last time?
I got a big one.
Okay, well, guess what? Here's a little something to add to your collection. It's a little one. The first catch of the night, Jason Best. There he goes, everybody. Whoa. I just accidentally ripped this in half. That's a first. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. You guys having fun out there, huh? A couple of very odd bucket pulls to start the show, but it's okay. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. Patrick Blake, everyone. Patrick Blake.
When cops that are looking to get laid get rejected, do they jump straight into stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting? A doctor's office from my hometown was raided. The doctor there was arrested and charged with crimes related to trading sex for pills and sexual imposition on patients. And as a patient of that practice, when I was broke, I couldn't believe that someone told. That was Dr. Feelgood. I went to Doc for back pain, and everything started normal enough. Doc started checking me over and then doing those resistance checks. You know, don't let me push your arm down. Good. Then the other side. Good. Don't let me pull your pants down. Wait. But before I could say anything, my pants and drawers were at my ankles. And Doc said, don't let me make you come. Well, doctor. As I stood there, getting topped off by my doctor, I realized I didn't know my insurance covered this, and I didn't even have copay.
Patrick Lake. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just celebrated 3 years.
Okay. Wait, how did you celebrate? By being worse than ever? Did you celebrate by burning every joke you've ever written and starting from absolute scratch?
That's something like that, yeah.
All right. Okay, where was this 3 years at? Hell? Imagine that if you die and go to hell, you're the full-time comedian, and you know, keep doing your act 24 hours a day, and everybody has to stay awake and watch it all the time.
Yeah.
Is it in hell?
Close. Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. Pretty close. One of the closest cities to hell on planet Earth. Patrick, what do you do for work?
Material scientist.
What exactly is a material scientist?
A nerd. Got a background in chemistry and chemical engineering. That specializes in nanomaterials.
What exactly are nanomaterials?
Like an additive composites, parts. Excellent properties into like aerospace and defense applications. Mostly.
Do you have to wear like a hard hat or a mask or something?
Yeah, occasionally.
Yeah. Like a mask?
Mask, yeah.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
I mean, it can be if you were like trying to eat it or breathe it. As long as you handle it safely.
Have you ever seen anybody eat it or breathe it?
No.
Never seen anything about nanomaterials.
I personally have not. No, I'm trying to be safe practice.
Are you thinking about all that fucked up shit while you're nanomaterials?
I know. I got into comedy as like a.
See,
let's just take the night off. You ever drug and rape chicks in a hospital? Just trying to relax here, guys. Just trying to.
My doc got me started off on the wrong foot.
Okay. You married?
I was just recently.
Wait, how recently did you get divorced?
Like, been finalized 2 months ago.
months, fresh on the market. How long were you married for?
15 years.
15 years. Explain to me what went wrong.
I think it was an accumulation of things, but it came as a big surprise to me. I thought we were.
Let's talk about the accumulation, if you don't mind. This is the most interesting thing about since you arrived at the stage. This, the interview here is like kind of wrong.
Yeah, nanomaterials. Yeah.
Yeah, nanomaterials wasn't cutting it. So when you say there was an accumulation of things that the 15 years went wrong, what do you mean?
Well, she was catching a lot of bodies during those 15 years.
Whoa, okay, all right. How do you know she was catching bodies?
Yeah, there were lots of signs.
Can you give us some of the signs? We're all very interested.
STIs.
Oh, shit. Okay. Now we're talking. This is very compelling. Give this guy a round of applause, huh? This is what I love about this show, is all of a sudden it just hits you out of nowhere. And at least I'm on the edge of my seat. Ryan O'Neal, you feel good about this, right?
Yeah. Was this all happening while you were collecting turquoise? Like what?
I got distracted. Yeah, maybe you should spend more time paying attention.
Keep your eye on the prize.
That's right. Yeah. It's a pretty stone. No.
Okay. So STIs, and you say you caught an STI. Which one? I'm curious.
Actually, I didn't. She did. And it was just on one of those appointments. It was like, hey, honey, we're going to come along.
Oh, shit. You went along with it?
And I went along,
and you're in the room and the doctor says, well, you have a...
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and send in some... Yeah.
That's a suspicious man right there. I'm going with you.
Yeah,
I want to see what it says.
My God. Yeah, I find this so compelling. So can you kind of paint the picture for us?
Yeah, I mean, like, she had a fishy smell, and it was like,
that'll do it.
This is a little bit odd, and then, she was kind of trying to glaze past that with the doc, and I was like, hey, honey, what about that fishy smell? And then, the doc did a swab, and as soon as she got close to my then wife, said, oh, no, I'm going to call in a prescription for antibiotics. And I said, well, do I need some too? No. There's only a...
Sure she's just not Filipino?
Shit, known for the smell. So the reason why you didn't need a swab, I'm guessing, is because you guys weren't actively having sex?
The thing that she was diagnosed with was BV.
Right.
Yes. Apparently, us fellas don't have this.
Right. So did she admit to you, like, on the spot, on the drive home?
Oh, no. She's going to deny it until she's dead.
So she stays
like,
there.
yeah.
But how do you
don't get these things.
How do you know that she definitely did something?
There were girls' trips, and there were, she left her, message board open on the computer.
Got it. What messages did you see, just out of curiosity?
I mean, making plans for, meetups in the woods when she'd go on. She's in the woods. Yeah.
The old jungle bird has arrived again. Go ahead.
There's two reasons for that. One, I live in Yellow Springs, Ohio, so it's like a crunchy town, right?
Okay.
And two, she's Portuguese, and that's like where the prostitutes go into the woods, actually.
Really? That's a thing with Portuguese? Portuguese?
It was wild. The first time I was in Portugal, driving to the beach.
Portugoose? Okay. How do you know Portuguese women fuck in the woods? That is a stereotype I've never heard. I thought all I do all day is I study stereotypes. I've never heard this one.
Yeah, we were on a family excursion in Portugal, to the beach. We had to drive through a section of a wooded area, and there's clearly a prostitute standing at the edge of the woods, and I was like, is a woman doing it in a nightgown, at 11 o'clock in the morning? Next, it's not the...
This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, by the way. That's a little fun fact. ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Wow, this is so interesting.
Crazy.
It's amazing. Were there any Ryan O'Neal?
Well, I like how you led with girls' trips when you have messages of her meeting in the woods.
Yeah.
You should have just led with
Well,
that.
I mean, she was indiscriminate. Hooking up with guys and girls.
Oh, interesting. Do you know what kind of... Red Band's hard as a rock right now. Do you know...
Did you grow up here? Did you import her?
Yeah. An import. Yeah.
You did? You really did? Where did you find her? Online?
We actually met at we were at a station.
Is it a Sex Addicts Anonymous? Okay.
No, it was like a science and engineering conference.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the girl out of Portugal, but you can't keep her out of those woods. You know what I'm saying? That's the old...
That's right.
It was a science conference?
It really was, yeah.
Was she a scientist too?
Yeah.
Wow. You think she'd be better at covering her tracks?
It must rule to be a kid in Portugal. Fucking go into the woods and just pussy everywhere. That's all we did as kids. You go into the woods, like ride bikes and shit, look for pornos. They're just naked ladies walking around. It sounds like they're eating each other out. Isn't it amazing?
Build a fort, get your ticks on, kid stuff.
Wow. But you didn't have any kids with her or anything?
Oh, we do. We have 2 kids.
Oh, shit. Okay. So you got kids.
Are they yours? They are, yeah. All my kids look exact. I've got 3 kids. And they all look exact.
Are you sure? Really? Are you positive?
Like, really positive, yeah. I have a girlfriend now.
Are you sure one of them doesn't look like a tree or something like that?
Do you have a brother?
I do have a brother.
Oh,
there we go.
Has she ever hung out with your brother, perhaps?
Yes. Wow. I'm not too worried about that one, but
you should be. You should be.
What does your brother do? He's a hunter.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, like I said, the set was one thing, but you know what? Your fucking interview was so goddamn badass that I'm giving you a big joke book. A big black one, just like your ex-wife probably has right now. There he goes, Patrick Lake, everybody. All right. Damn. That was a hell of an interview. Oh my goodness. This is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline.
Tony, guess what? I loved Open Phone. I love it. It's the best business phone system out there. Hands down, with Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls, texts, and have a shared inbox. That way, any teammate could pick right up where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off. Wow. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/Kiltony. That's OPENPHONE.com/Kiltony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. All right. This looks like a brand new name. I know it for a fact. That's always exciting. Make some noise for Wisdom Anderson. Wisdom Anderson is the 4th fucking poll.
God damn, that was a bad bitch up here. Shit! Where'd y'all find her at? God damn. Let's get to the minute. Like, I heard y'all talking about stereotypes earlier, and I probably did the blackest shit you could probably do. I got fired by a white woman on Juneteenth. Like, I mean, how the fuck does that even happen? I thought it was the one day y'all was supposed to chill on. It's just the one fucking day y'all was supposed to chill on or something. But God is a colorful asshole like that, because if he wouldn't have did that, I wouldn't have been here. So I'm like, I know you was looking out for me. But I should have known, though. Some shit started happening different in my life. I started living a little bit differently. It started looking a little bit better to me. I said, I got to be coming into some motherfucking money. Because only money can get a white woman to start talking to you. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Okay? Y'all looking at me like, this nigga is not fucking fun. I knew I was going to get you with that one. But I like to get into the riffing and shit. I wasn't going to come up with a fucking set. Y'all got to pay me for that. This shit for free. Oh, I love it.
Okay. Wisdom. Is that your real name, Wisdom?
Fuck no, I got a slave name. My name is Elgin. Come on now.
Oh.
That's not some shit you get on your feed.
It's better than Wisdom.
I mean,
Wisdom sucks.
Wisdom, how long you been doing stand-up comedy? Better question. How do you look like both main characters from the hippie White Man Can't Jump? You look like Wesley Snipes in the body and face, and you have the hat of Woody Harrelson in that movie.
you know what?
It's Woody's hat and everything else, Wesley Snipes. This is incredible.
You know what it was? I played baseball. That's what it was.
You did?
I played baseball.
Okay, what position?
Had two parents. That's why.
Okay, let's go one question at a time here, Elgin. No, I'm kidding. Wisdom. All right. So, how long you been on stand-up?
I've been funny my whole life. In front of black people.
I guess you just stopped before you came out here?
Yeah.
All right. So, how long you been doing stand-up?
2021. I wrote my first joke during COVID. It was a fucked up time.
Okay, relax. Let's just go one question. Are you on drugs or anything right now? Okay. Crack is the answer, everybody.
No. Just a little bit of trees.
Okay, a little bit of trees. Well,
no coke.
Okay. You say a little bit of trees. Did you fuck the last guy's wife? Okay. Next question. Stick with me here.
I mean,
what do you do for work exactly? Did you really get fired on Juneteenth?
Why would the fuck I would come up? Yes, that really happened.
Okay, some people write jokes.
No. I only talk about my real fucking life.
Okay, very good.
So,
You might want to try jokes.
You gotta
switch it up.
I get paid for real jokes. I wouldn't come up here and tell the real
Okay,
story.
stick with me here, Wisdom.
Now that's wisdom.
Yeah.
Hey,
how often do you get paid for
blues.
real jokes? What are we talking about here?
Last October I did the House of Blues in Houston.
Okay, I mean, how did you get that gig? You didn't headline it, right? It went live from the House of Blues. Wisdom Anderson.
No, I was a feature act because I'm on the radio and I tell jokes on the radio.
You're a DJ.
No,
Radio DJ?
I'm a personality. I work for Iron, so I actually write jokes.
Okay. Got it. Don't get mad.
No, I'm great.
Okay. So, you write jokes for the radio. The first joke that you wrote during COVID, what was that joke? Do you remember?
It was about white people getting free kidneys. It was something about that. It was about alcohol and kidneys.
Okay. Make D Madness ashamed of his race. So he's gonna step away for a second. He's gonna come back in a white face. Okay. So, what job did you get fired from on Juneteenth?
I was working at SMU.
SMU. Explain to the people.
Y'all know what that is. It's a lot of white people. Southern Methodist University.
Okay, what were you doing at a university? What exactly were you mopping up at a university?
I told you, Tony, I come from a two-parent black household. I played baseball. You know I gotta be a little fucking smart.
Okay, so let's go back to the questions, smart guy. What was the job that you had at the university?
I was teaching tech.
You were teaching tech?
Yes.
And how and why did you get fired?
I made white children tears.
You made white children's tears. Okay, what did you do to make white children cry?
I told them, hey, you're selfish.
Okay, what was the context of this, Wisdom?
He was being selfish.
What was going on, Wisdom?
He wanted the teacher to only solely focus on him. So I teach tech students to teach youth tech. So the teacher in the class,
Tech 9. Okay. let's just get off of this whole confusing university thing. The ring around your neck. Whose ring is that? Where did you get that from?
I mean, Amazon, you can find anything.
You bought that off Amazon?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why would I buy real gold? I can't really get that shit from Africa. Shit, why the fuck would I buy real gold?
Every single answer that you've given on this show is psychotic.
Yes,
the last comedian that was up gave honest answers about his whore ex-wife and crushed. It was so interesting.
You didn't ask about that. Well, I can tell you this.
Okay.
I haven't fucked in probably about 206 days, so that should let you know I'm married. That should let you know right there.
Roughly.
Right there. Right there.
Roughly 276
Roughly 276. I've been keeping count. If any married men are in here, y'all know the fucking problem.
So you're married?
Oh, y'all don't? Oh, it's just me. Fuck.
I'm trying so hard with you. You are on the show right now. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. You're married. This is where you would answer the fucking question.
Yes.
Are you married? Okay. So the ring around your neck. When I asked, what's the ring?
It's not a wedding ring.
Okay. It's just a random ring.
Just a random
ring. You don't wear a ring on your finger.
No.
Okay. Why?
When you're not fucking at home, I gotta fuck somehow. My side bitch let me fuck. Boo.
But you're not. But you just said you didn't have sex until. Do you see why this interview isn't a real interview?
My wife.
Okay, so you're admitting to having sex. Stick with me here. You're admitting to have sex. This is why radio is completely dead, by the way. It's because they don't really communicate with people. They're not thinking anybody's listening.
I don't talk about this on the radio.
Okay, I know you don't talk about this on the radio. You're not allowed, but you're allowed here. So you cheat on your wife? You already said it.
I'm black.
I'm just trying to ask you. I'm trying to confirm, or you could go, no, I was kidding.
Look at me. You know bitches want to fuck me. Tony, come on now.
Oh, my God. Dude, I tried so hard. There he goes. Wisdom Anderson, everybody. There he goes. It's okay, Wisdom. There you go. There he goes. Wow. The rare, uncharismatic black man. Very rare. A rare bird, if you will. A rare bird. No, that's not the blackbird. No, it's the rare African bird. There you go. All right, your next bucket moment on this very interesting episode. Make some noise for Vinny Flores, everybody. Vinny Flores.
All right. So, I'm a rookie to this comedy field, right? And one of the things that a lot of the veterans tell me is that you gotta be relatable. You gotta relate to your audience. So, has anybody here ever done crack or heroin? See, when I was 17, I shot crack one day and heroin the next day with my older sister. We were in a motel on the run from the police, and she was actively being picked out. That's never happened to anybody here? I'm just trying to be relatable here, guys. Listen, I'm sorry, all right? You know, it's not my fault, okay, that you guys didn't have a family full of people that love to make memories. And speaking of my sister's pussy, yeah, you're goddamn right that shit got return customers, ladies and gentlemen. That shit put food on the table. We had to leave every 2 hours. And, you know, that deserves a Purple Heart because her pussy got absolutely murdered. All right. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay. Vinny Flores keeping the exact momentum of every bucket pull so far tonight. This is incredible. Is it just completely insane people signing up now? This is exciting. No one wants to make it anymore, huh? People just want to come up here and absolutely just fucking flop around. Vinny! How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 5 months now.
5 months. What made you start?
The show is a big reason, and also I went to
stop the show. We are no longer contributing to a positive comedy environment in the world. Okay. What do you do for work, Vinny?
I work at a bar right now on 6th Street.
You're a bartender or a door guy?
Door guy, bar back.
Okay. And How long have you lived in Austin?
About 5 months now.
Where'd you live before that?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the rare Michigan Flores, huh?
Yeah, there's a few Mexicans out there.
What were you doing for work in Michigan?
I was a welder.
Welder?
Yes, sir.
Why aren't you welding here? That's a good paying trade.
I have about 4 years experience, and everyone out here's got like 20, so it's super competitive out here, so I have a hard time.
Just
Unlike comedy, right?
Yeah.
I get it. Let's go somewhere a little easier.
Vinny, is it true about the crack and the heroin?
Yes, that's all true.
Talk about that. Tell us about your history with crack and heroin.
So I'm half white, half Mexican, and my white side is like Michigan white trash, pretty much. So my mom was addicted to heroin, and yeah, I mean, I ended up. I tried it one time with my older sister, and then after that,
How old were you when you tried it?
I was 17.
You were 17 years old. Did you inject heroin or smoke it?
Inject.
So 17 years old, you had never done it before. Had your sister been doing it?
Yeah, but she was actually on the run from a halfway house. So she had been given like some pill or something to where she couldn't take opiates. So she was shooting up crack. So that's why the day before I ended up
injecting crack.
She was injecting it, yeah. You like melt it down with vinegar, I guess.
Wow.
I guess. Wow.
Wolfgang fuck over here. He's fucking teaching us how to cook crack. Wow. So she like helped you do it and showed you how to do heroin?
I actually had to kind of coax her into it because, I mean, listen, I was young, and at the time I was like, I'll try anything at least one time. You know, I want to experience the world, I guess.
This is good for the world to hear what goes on to Michigan 17-year-olds. This is the dragon that they're chasing. So tell us about the first time the heroin hit those veins of yours.
And so, like I said, I already shot something the day before, and she told me that the first time you shoot something, you would puke. So I guess I kind of got that out of the way, and yeah, I was just sitting on a hotel bed, and it hit me like a brick wall. And I just remember watching The Simpsons and trying to laugh, and it was like a zombie laugh, like, and then I just passed out, and I woke up wanting to do more heroin immediately.
And so you started looking for heroin.
Yeah, so part of that story is since we were on the motel, my sister's boyfriend was also there who was pimping her out, and that night that I shot the heroin, we were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked, and they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for like a weed misdemeanor in Michigan, and we're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
all
warrants.
Three of you.
It was us three, and
you're jaywalking.
And we're jaywalking.
To get cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tourist ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Oh, well. Don't talk about my mom like that first. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo. So I'm like on the border. So if we want to do anything, we go to either Maumee or Toledo area.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
okay. So you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story's going?
Yeah. Yeah, and then, so the cop obviously...
Notorious jaywalker, constant jaywalker, D. Madness is back, everybody. This motherfucker, crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So, obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice but to go back to the motel where my sister and her boyfriend's friend was. And luckily...
Boyfriend's friend now, all of a sudden. Go on.
Yeah, there was four of us.
Okay.
And then it could have been fucking her. I don't know. Everybody was fucking her. But,
should marry a scientist right after this? Keep going. Just keep going.
We went back to the motel, and then the cop just kind of let me go in there, and then he went away, and then...
He didn't notice that you were on heroin at all?
I wasn't on heroin yet. This is like right before. This was that night.
Hell yeah.
And then I ended up doing his heroin. But I couldn't do like what he would normally do, I guess. That's what she was telling me, because I would overdose. So I only did a little bit. And then skip forward, woke up, wanting to do more. It turns out that the boyfriend's friend stole all the heroin and then just left me and my sister in the motel. And then we were kind of fucked after that.
Best Thanksgiving ever, right?
Sounds like you were fucked before that, too.
It also sounds like every time you did heroin, you would just fall asleep and then wake up craving it. No real enjoyment whatsoever. Often when I asked people what it was like after they did heroin, they're like, oh my God, I felt like $1 billion. It's a feeling unexplainable. You're like, I went to sleep and woke up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would say it is probably like the best drug I've ever done. I mean, the feeling of it was like...
Did you feel like you were 5'9"?
Vinny, what's the coolest thing you've ever done in your life other than heroin?
The coolest thing I've ever done in my life.
Any big accomplishments? You ever saved somebody's life or fucking do anything, amazing? Win an award, perhaps?
Nothing crazy like that. I used to play in band, so that was some of the coolest stuff.
What did you
in my
do in a band?
I played guitar and bass. Yep.
Okay, don't worry, I'm not asking.
Yeah, okay, thank God. Thank God. That's what I'm saying.
Vinny, what ended up happening to your heroin-using, crack-injecting sister?
What's her OnlyFans?
She's doing good supposedly right now. I mean, she's a little iffy. She ended up marrying like some 50-year-old, and they had a wedding in Maumee, and she was barefoot for that wedding. And yeah, so now she's just chilling, I guess, just smoking weed. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They might be doing crap.
Did you go to the wedding?
Yeah, I went to the wedding.
Was he barefoot too?
No.
Why was she barefoot?
It's white trash. I mean, she literally forgot her shoes at the hotel that they were staying at. Like, it's pretty bad.
It's gross.
We have to start deporting half Mexicans too. That's what this means to me. I don't know if you guys are with me on this, but I think I'm going to call my friends in the administration and say,
I support it. If they're illegal, I support it 100%.
I support it. Vinny. All right, buddy. Well, here's a little joke book for you. You can't mix it with vinegar, melt it down, and then smoke it, but you can write some jokes.
All right, thank you.
There he goes, Vinny Flores, everybody. Keep writing. Keep trying, Vinny. I had to tell people that so they don't fucking relapse on heroin and shit on their way out. They're like, okay, you told me to do it again. Like, keep signing up. Keep signing up, Vinny. Keep writing and signing up, Vinny. Don't give up tonight, Vinny.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Slouched over in the alley tomorrow.
Are you ready for me?
Okay. This is a moment that a lot
Okie doke. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
It was good, thank you.
You were there. Ain't nobody hardly in public winning. That's good. I'm gonna go hurry up and get in there. Ain't nobody in there right now. Now, come on. Almost. Nope, you got it, right? Let's go. Come on, Rabbi. Good spell.
Thank you, ma'am. There you go.
Okay, good.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got it? Did you do it? Gee,
You could get your 100th win with this win.
I hope so. But that was okay.
Because you win, I win. Okay?
That's right, ma'am.
Okay. No, my time just right quick. Okay. Okay. My turn? No, it's his turn. My turn now. There we go. Let's go.
I said hello to Audie for you.
You did? She said hello?
Yep.
Okay. She's doing all right?
I think so.
Yay! You said you think so. I mean, you talk, so what you mean you think so?
I mean, I didn't go into her personal life.
I know. I just asked her if she's doing so. You good? How are you?
Yeah, she's okay from that
Okay,
standpoint.
okay, that's good. Okay.
All right, I win, you win.
Yeah, you win. I win. Hopefully, we'll see. Nope, it's okay. Come on now.
Oh man, this is a tough one.
You got it. Come on. Okay, you got it. Mm. Right. Come on, Rabbi. Yay!
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job. There we go.
Way to match me.
Almost. Come on. You got it. Almost. You got that one, Rabbi.
Got it.
Good spare.
Get it. Ooh, that's big time.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. Yes.
Ooh.
There we go.
Ooh.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
Looks like you might get your 100th. Oh no.
No, look at that. You're okay. Not worried. Oh, what the?
What happened there? I've never seen this.
This is funny.
It is. All right. Well, we'll have to wait till tomorrow for you to get your 100th win. But I win, you win.
Yeah, it's okay.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Good job to you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sweet dreams.
You too. Sweet dreams. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
God willing.
All right, guys.
Ryan Sandberg.
People have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to bring to the stage, this is only his second appearance ever on the show. Ever. He's not a golden ticket winner. He's not a regular. But the man went so insanely out of control viral
Timmy
his
No
last
Breaks.
time on the show that I absolutely had to bring him back. A disruptor of the force of moving comedy. Some people are saying the next big thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the long-awaited return of Timmy No Breaks.
Who's ready for the best fucking minute of their lives? What do you do for a living? You're a student? What I'm what do you do for a living? Oh, fuck. What do you do for a living? And you, what do you do for a living? Time check? All right, come on, guys, let's go. What do you do for a living? Fuck you, come on. You, what do you do for a living? I'm just trying to find a natural way to this fucking sushi chef job. Does anybody work at an airport sushi restaurant? I mean, I relinquish my time.
Wow. The hardest I've laughed all night. The long-awaited return of the force of 6th Street. Timmy No Breaks. All gas, no brakes. This guy left a dinosaur paw print size footprint on the show the last time he was on. Hard in the paint. Some people said the next big thing. Famously handed off his joke book to the man in the front row, whoever it was. And tonight, threw his sunglasses at a person in the front row. It's becoming...
Give him back.
Timmy motherfucking No Breaks has arrived back to the Kill Tony universe. Timmy, how we doing?
Well, good. I'm a little disappointed, to be honest. I told you I wanted Dan Cook. No offense. I mean, but fucking...
You wanted him on the panel. Next time you were on, is that what you said?
Yeah, I hit you up with some requests. I said a bucket of MHLs. I said Dan Cook, and none of them are hit. So I don't know what the fucking.
I tried my best to get them. Wasn't easy. We have to settle for Chris O'Connor and Ryan O'Neal tonight.
You're Ryan O'Neal?
Yeah.
This is for you. You just got served, bitch. Got your ass. Open it up. Yeah, why don't you show everybody what that is, bitch? Why don't you show everybody what that is? That's a picture of my niece's volleyball team. Oh, Rothschild Center!
Wow. All gas. Breaks indeed. The People's Champ of Kill
The
Tony.
people's golden ticket winner, bitch.
That's right. The People's Golden Ticket winner. I'm going to pretend like you didn't call me a bitch right there. Because I like you. We're going to keep it that way.
No disrespect. I respect what you're doing. I love you, Tom.
Thank you, Timmy. I love you too. So tell us, what does Timmy No Breaks do when he's not on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I recently got in some trouble. I went to play laser tag and brought a real gun. That was not good. Can I just say something, guys? When I hit a punch, give me some fucking trumpet. I mean, what's going on? Not yet. When I hit it.
My God. So, Timmy, there's so many questions I didn't get to ask last time you were on. What? I can't even imagine what a confident human like you. What is your love life like, Timmy No Breaks?
I mean, I gotta say, it's definitely changed. I've had a bunch of bitches slide into my DMs. I had Hillary Duff slide into my DMs. Yeah, more like Hillary Muff. That bitch has a vagina. Fucking Mr. Clean out your fucking ears. God damn. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm sorry. Doing my best. It's fucking,
Wow. So Hillary Duff slid into your DMs. Was this after the Kill Tony appearance?
Yeah, it was after.
You've really blown up from it. Tell us what life is like since that one appearance. You might be the most talked about human ever after only one appearance in the show's history. 12 and a half years of the show, and you might be, in 60 seconds in one interview, the most famous character ever.
Yes, it's been great, Got to do David Lucas's fishing podcast, so I made it. By the way, where the fuck was the trumpet there, guys? Come on.
I think he deserves something a little more. That's like a you're given. It should be like a ba-da-bum or something like that, right?
Tone, no. Give me a D.
You give him a D. Give him a D. What's a D? Yeah. Okay. I see it now. I like it.
That was a D. That was a D. They nailed that one that time. That was a D. They really did.
Wow. So Timmy No Break, where are you originally from?
So I'm from Jersey. You already asked me that, but that's okay, Tone.
Yeah.
Tone, it's okay.
Yeah.
For
some of the new people here.
Oh, yeah, you probably saw my Kill Tony show. This is going to be repeating it, but yeah, I'm from Jersey. What the fuck else is new?
Is there anything that you miss about New Jersey?
I miss the mornings. The spotlight?
Spotlight for Timmy No Breaks. No doubt about it. Whatever Timmy wants. Every member of the Kill Tony crew should know. Whatever Timmy asks for, Timmy gets from this point forward. There's a thumbs up from the great Yoni. Timmy, go ahead. What do you miss about Jersey?
Yeah, I miss the mornings, walking out, fucking walking up to bitches saying, hey, bitch! That's what I'm talking about! But yeah, that's what I miss most, We're good on the spotlight, thank you. We're good. We got out of that.
Wow.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it, Tone.
I don't want to keep you up here all night. You know, I don't want to be a bother to you. You let me know when you want to go. You're the first person ever that I'm giving full creative control over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, hold on. You're good now? You want to go, or you're good to stay?
Fuck, Tone, it's your show. I mean,
No, I'm literally, again, I've never told the crew you get whatever you want. I've never created control to anybody. All right, Timmy, here's something I really want to know, and I don't know if I asked you this last time, but if I did, I'd like to apologize in advance.
Tone, it's okay.
Thank you. How do you make money, Timmy No Breaks?
Yeah, you asked me that already, Tone. You know, I used to sell weed. Before that, I was selling coke. Now I'm just coasting on comedy, Tone.
Okay. Timmy, hold the horns on that one. Hold the horns.
Yeah, it wasn't a punchline. That's for real. I'm doing big shows, I'm doing HEB, I think.
Timmy No Breaks is doing HEB?
Let me.
The grocery store or the arena?
Tony, you watch your fucking mouth.
I'm sorry, Timmy. Sometimes I fall back on my habits here. For making fun of people on the stage, sometimes disrespect Timmy.
Hey, no disrespect. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think you have what it takes.
I do.
I want you to open for me at Lucky Duck Open Mic.
Lucky Duck Open Mic, one of the best venues in Austin, Texas. No ceiling, no audience, and no breaks.
Yeah.
Timmy, what can I say that I haven't said 1,000 times about the New York Yankees? I mean, you are just an absolute fucking empire of your own. A one-man empire. Can I ask you, where do you get a jacket like that?
Glad you asked, Tone. So my dad would take me to the spotlight. John Dees, let's go. So my father, he would take me to the circus all the time. They would shove these midgets down in this fucking cannon. One time they aimed it at a wall, shot this midget right into the wall. Bang! The midget slid down. Some guy put a fucking leather jacket over this midget. I laughed and I got to say goodwill. Yeah, bitch!
Wow. Timmy, I feel like if we keep you up here any longer, I'm going to have to give you a percentage of the royalties of this episode. And I cannot begin to do that. So, I mean, I'm going to, unless there's anything else you'd like to say or
Yeah. Take your entire loan. What's the most interesting thing about you? Go. Go. Your entire life. Let's go.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a tough question. No, I mean, I guess the most interesting thing about me is probably that
It's not easy, is it, bitch? Your name.
City No Breaks. Let it be known that at this moment, I am, without a doubt, registering you as officially, without it, even though you don't want it and you don't need it, you are the newest official golden ticket winner of Hilltop. You can come back anytime you want. The tour de force, the Sultan of 6th Street.
Yeah, thanks, Willy Wonka.
Absolutely. I am excited to be opening for you at the Lucky Duck Open Mic. I will see you there next, and we'll talk about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the great Timmy Noakes, everybody. Wow. Unbelievable. Holy shit. of those moments you'll never forget. Wow. All right, the whole has to follow that. Not easy, ladies and gentlemen. Not easy. The chatter in the room, for those of you watching the show, is unbelievable. Men are proposing to their girlfriends. This guy's going to do some type of drug right now in the bathroom. There's a lot going on here. The place is in absolute chaos. And it's time for another bucketful. Make some noise for Isabella Carrozza.
Oh, yeah. My therapist introduced me to EFT tapping. Whenever you get nervous, you take deep breaths and tap on your face. She was like, think of it as like a massage for your inner child. I don't think my inner child needs any more massages. I started going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge bitch to whoever I was with. And my boyfriends were just like, oh, it's because you're Italian. And then I went to therapy and she was like, you have autism. And I was like, I'm Italian. She was like, you're retarded. During the pandemic, I worked as a cam girl. I didn't do anything. I just took my vibrator and did stand-up comedy with it. The men were like, shut up and pee. Sorry. Fuck. Is that 60 seconds? It was like 6 minutes.
That was. Yeah, you got it right when you said it. That was it. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Isabella. Hi, Isabella.
Hi.
You've been on this show before, but it's been a while, right?
Yeah, a few years.
Okay, how long have you been on stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. All of it here in Austin.
Yeah, mainly.
Love it. What do you do for work?
I'm unemployed.
Unemployed.
Yeah.
How do you survive?
I'm a stripper.
Okay. Where are you a stripper at?
I don't want to say because last time men came in and asked me to fart on them, which is a real thing.
Red Band. Naughty boy, Red Band. Okay. Wouldn't that make you money?
It did, but it was a lot. It was overwhelming.
You ran out of gas.
Yeah.
All gas, no brakes. Wow. Did you fart on the guy?
I tried. We went into the back for like an hour and I made like $2,000 and I was like, I'm trying. Because during the interview I said if men get too handsy, I fart on them. I was like, haha. But he took it serious and he went to the Red Rose and was like,
wow.
Yeah. I just said where I worked.
To the Red Rose. Bet it didn't smell her down with them, huh? Isabella, how long have you been stripping for?
On and off, like 6 years.
Okay. What are some of the, other than the fart thing, what's some of the craziest stuff that you've seen? I imagine it's a lot. At a strip club.
What is crazy stuff? I mean, sometimes like girls fight, but I feel like nothing really crazy. I've seen like, men will whip out their dicks and that's terrifying.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. But like, it's kind of like, I just kind of show up and take money and leave. It's kind of, it's an easy job, I guess.
Guys, have the
Yeah,
girls.
what's the on and off? What brings you back into the game?
I was like, I don't know, I always kind of did it on the side of what I do. So I was like an ophthalmologist technician.
What the fuck, man? Is that you? Part-time ophthalmologist.
Can I take a seat?
Right, that's just accidentally hitting buttons over here.
What's going on now?
Wait, what just happened?
Can I take a seat?
Did you just fart?
No!
What just happened?
I put my balls under there.
I just like sitting when I'm on stage. Is that fine?
No, we're
We do this at work.
video.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta stay in the frame. Okay, there you go. Wow, the world's laziest stripper, everybody. Who wants a fucking floor dance?
Fair.
I have a floor dance from Isabella.
I am like the DMV worker of strippers.
What does that mean?
I'm very cranky. I'm 29 now, so like, I'm kind of over it. Who said that? Who made that noise?
29's kind of old for a stripper, right?
It is. Strippers age in dog years. Yeah, I'm 29.
Have you ever done a full nude strip club before?
In LA, I did, yeah.
Have you ever cooter balls? You ever do cooter balls?
What's
No.
cooter balls? Explain to these people what cooter balls are. Our senior strip club correspondent Brian Redman is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Where they sit there with their legs open, you try to, crumble a ball and like make a basket inside their vagina.
I would fucking
Disgusting, Redman. Fucking gross. I can't believe you would ask that. Have you ever done cooter balls before?
No, I would climb to the top of the pole and let go. I would not do that.
Crystal comments.
How'd you become an ophthalmologist?
No, I'm not an ophthalmologist. No, I met the doctor at the strip club, and he was like, "Do you want a job?"
Yeah.
No, security happens at the strip club? That's what you said before.
I don't know.
Insane. An ophthalmologist hired you?
Yeah. I feel like I've gotten a lot of random jobs and stuff like that from dancing.
What do you do at the office?
Well, I don't work there anymore, but I would just like
After
assist him.
she was D-Mad's ophthalmologist, she lost her job. So she used to have 20/20 vision.
No, I would just assist him in like surgery.
She farted into his eye sockets, and the rest is history.
Have you ever been a nanny before?
A nanny? No. I think I could be good with kids.
Okay. Are you about to hire her to like cat sit for you or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Isabella, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or stripping? Sitting on the floor.
This weekend I went to Venice Beach and I did like 8 grams of mushrooms.
Wow.
It was so much fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, what happens when you're on mushrooms like that?
Well, I was
What do you do?
in Venice Beach. It's fun. I once did 8 grams of mushrooms and went to the strip club, and that was crazy. I made a lot of money.
Did you notice? Were you on the beach, obviously, when you did it, or in the place?
I was on the beach.
Did you notice that when the waves were coming in, that the waves kept going through the sand?
No.
I was once on mushrooms at a beach, and I saw this shit, and they just keep going, and you realize that it's all just one fucking thing. Anyway,
I had
just a quick question.
a
I
Mexican
do
guy.
mushrooms on the beach too
8
sometimes.
grams? I feel like you're not even seeing the beach.
Yeah.
Dude,
You're in fucking space.
this guy gave me like a drink, so I like chugged it, and
You should do.
yeah.
Yep.
And it was a lot of fun. I had like, you know how everybody rollerblades on Venice Beach? There was like this Mexican guy like plummeting towards me, and it was like, no, it was just the best time. It was like, oh
By
no.
yourself?
Yeah, I do that a lot. But now I feel like I hate saying that on Kill Tony because your fans are crazy, and I'm gonna go missing.
You sound like one of the fans.
Wow.
I'm anxious. Where are you guys from?
Okay.
It's the stripper in you.
Fun times, Isabella. This is a medium-sized joke book right here. It's a good one. Isabella Carrozza, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Ooh, there's been a lot of talk of birds on this episode. Look at the lovely Heidi, everyone. I mean, unbelievable. And this man's last name is Bird. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for bucket pull number 7. Mason Bird, everybody. Mason Bird.
A teenager told me I look like a school shooter the other day that shoots insulin instead of bullets. He was like, your least favorite part of a school shooting would be missing lunch. It better not be pizza day, dude. I swear to God. I feel like the only way I can personally relate to Rosa Parks is when I'm walking to the center of an airplane and everyone's staring at me like, that motherfucker better not sit next to me, dude. We were taking his ass to the front of the plane where the big fellas belong. No, I get it though. Like I saw a dude fatter than me walking through the airport. And I was like, that motherfucker better not get on my plane, dude. It was a mirror. That's
Mason Bird, everybody. Ascent from a bucketful of the night has finally happened here. More than halfway through the episode. Mason, a fantastic set. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
about 3 years.
Where at?
Mostly Detroit. I moved here a couple months ago.
Very nice. So you live here in Austin, Texas now.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at Jersey Mike's.
Hell yeah.
Make it Mike's way.
Jersey Mike's official sponsor of Tea Breaks. How long have you worked at Jersey Mike's?
About 3 months.
3 months. What did you do in Detroit?
I was a sous chef at a bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah. A sous chef at a bar. Exactly.
I just did a lot of the prep, hiring, did most of the cooking on the line as well. I was like everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually, since I was working in the food, I lost like 150 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Incredible. What did you do to lose the weight? Tell Red Band how you lost it.
It's just... so I'd eat one meal a day. That way I could get... Because I like to eat like 4,000 calorie meals. And I would just limit it to once.
So when you say 4,000 calorie meals, like give this audience an example of like what?
Okay,
the most piggish you've ever been.
Oh, all right. I get like 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell, 2 cheesy gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way they think the food's for 2 people.
What drinks do you get?
You gotta mix it up. You gotta. I like the Baja Blast and cherry Pepsi.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, I just get it all in at once.
I love it, man. God damn. You're a funny guy. Great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Wow, so it's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time. Constantly.
Right.
Hell yeah. Amazing.
I just want to know what time do you have to go Bigfoot hunting tonight?
He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out of those?
They're a little
very smeared.
Yeah, I touched my face.
Quesadilla?
It was from the snack wrap earlier. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. Timmy, no cakes over here.
Timmy, all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. Like I know all the state capitals. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into like maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, like there was a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, like answering history questions and maps.
Okay. Other than maps, what else are you into?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these meals.
Oh, it's all I like.
What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day.
Yeah,
you go for it at night. Okay.
Just unravels a big map and just eats.
Well. Let's see here.
If anyone who knows all the state capitals, there's a lot of placemats in there.
So let's just go last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate last night? Let's go single spotlight on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with ranch, 2 snack wraps spicy, you get 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large Sprite.
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
Yeah. This guy's like the Rain Man of meals. You could give him any date and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought about when you're sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night the first meal of the day at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting, heavy caloric meals humanly possible with something healthy and losing like a few pounds in a day?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if I do that for 2 weeks, I explode and spend like $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's you'll just go out of control.
Yeah, it's like I have to, like, I'm gonna be out of control. We just have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir. How to dance.
Tony, that's map money. You know that? That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No.
You're like, all right.
I'm more just like sad. And I'm like, oh, man, I should have got another burger.
Yeah. And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old like Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm like, I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are. Red Man. I'd love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Mason. You have a big joke book. Mason Bird has arrived to the Kill Tony universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. All right. Bucket pool number 8. Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sidawi, everyone. Max Sidawi.
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. They took one look at me, they said, 3 letters. I got an older brother. His name's Nathaniel. Yeah, I Googled his name because I'm petty like that. Found out Nathaniel translates to gift from God. Beautiful, no? Because then I checked my name. My name is the #1 name in the world for dogs. You know how many times I meet a girl, introduce myself, just for her to say, oh my God, that's my dog's name. It's not a good thing. She's not like, oh my God, that's my dog's name. Let's go back to my place. We'll do it, dog. Maybe in my imagination she'd be doing that. She'd be like, who's a good boy? What else about me? I'm Jewish. Yeah, none of you look surprised. I get it. Nobody was falling out of their chair right now. No one was like, whoa, this guy's Jewish? Thought he was Swedish. Maybe Irish. Maybe Andrew Tate. I'm aware I have a mirror. Is that my... All right, that's my dog. Thank you so much.
Max Sidawi, everybody. Am I saying that right, Sidawi?
You're honestly probably the first person to ever get my last name right. Thank you so
much. Thank you. I get to open for Tamino Briggs. So very excited about it. A new era of comp around me. Max, welcome. Stand-up's a newer thing for you. How long have you been doing it?
I'd like to say just moved Boston, so recently 2 months, but I was doing it abroad for a while.
Okay.
But not like consistently.
Okay. You say abroad. Where were you doing it?
I was living in Thailand for a bit.
Oh boy. All right. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What made you want to hang out in Thailand for a while? What could possibly be there?
Fewer Maxes.
Fewer Maxes.
No. Wasn't the plan. It just kind of happened during COVID. Yeah.
You went during COVID?
Right before, actually. I was traveling Southeast Asia, and then global pandemic hit.
And you just stayed in? Wow. So tell us about that. Tell us about your adventures.
Okay. So, January 8th, 2020, I landed in Southeast Asia. I remember the date.
Wow.
And I was in...
I can't think of like that's about the worst time to land in Southeast Asia.
Oh, Tony, it was amazing.
Oh, you liked it?
It was great. Okay. Yeah, I was...
So how soon until you started fucking little boys? Little boys, lady boys, whatever.
No.
Something went down there. Let's talk about it, Max. It's okay. Your parents watch.
Never fucked a lady boy, Tony. I know.
How long were you in Thailand for?
5 years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one more fucking thing. What's your lady boy body count?
No one ever believes me. I get it. No one ever
Did you
believes
think about it? You thought about it?
You think about it. Some of them are gorgeous. But that's a tell. Tony, that's a tell. I know it's a lady boy because gorgeous women don't come up to me like that.
John Dees has a question. John, would you like to ask it in the microphone? I like the way you ask it. Just say it the way you just said it.
Are you gay, dog?
Perfect. Nailed it.
I get called gay a lot in Austin.
Me too, buddy. Are you? Are you gay?
I'm not gay, no.
You're not gay. Okay. What's the gayest thing you've ever done? Other than sound like that. Fuck ladyboys in Thailand and then lie about it for the rest of your life.
Oh, shit. The gayest thing I've ever done. I was finger up the butt, count as gay.
Your own or your dad's? Yes. Great man. Great man. Okay. Max, what do you do for work?
So I was working as a scuba diving instructor. That's what I was doing over there.
Super gay.
Super gay.
Under the sea. Under the sea. Suck all the dicks. Under the sea. Okay, what made you stop being a scuba diving instructor?
Man, trying to take commerce seriously.
Okay.
Pulled that sprayer right out of his mouth and he got into comedy.
Okay, Max, craziest thing that ever happened to you while scuba diving? Or instructing scuba diving?
I fucked this lady boy.
It's not gay if it's underwater. Come here, you little mermaid. So where you got finger in your ass?
If we were getting honest, I did fuck underwater. Actually, that is something. Yeah, it's called the 10-meter club.
Wow, tell us about that. How does that go down exactly?
Yeah, so you gotta find somewhere where there's like sandy, so there's no like corals or anything. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And basically, you just put some extra weight than you normally would, and make sure you're not wearing a wetsuit.
Wow.
And once you get down there, you're basically doing a doggy.
You're doing it with the respirator on and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is like when Red Band fucks with his sleep apnea mask. Very rarely do I make myself laugh quite as hard as I just did. I pictured it, buddy. I pictured it, my old pal. All right. So, how long did this sex underwater last? Just a ballpark.
Oh, fair.
By ballpark, I mean the fact that you both had balls.
It wasn't long. It would probably be like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you came?
Yeah, honestly, when I came, it was funny because we were both, it's called mutually buoyant, so you're coming on top. And once I was about to come, well, right before I came, I basically just like pushed her off. You just see her going. I never got to do that in my life. That was hilarious.
That is pretty cool. That is
pretty cool.
Was there like a chum trail? Like when she...
The fish came.
Oh, yeah. I bet they did.
Not that way.
They're like, this cum tastes like shit.
One family's gonna be watching this.
Of course, it's amazing. That's why you won't admit that you're gay. I know. That's what we know, Max. Amazing. What's it like being Jewish nowadays? How do you feel about everything? There's a lot going on. How do you feel about it?
We're doing this?
Go right ahead. I'm gonna let you take control because that's what you people want. Favorite Jew Yoni's not laughing. I might be crossing a line right now.
Oh man, yeah, it's a delicate line to be crossing right now.
Well, you know, you guys have your lines and your borders, and fucking, you know, those lines are always moving in your favor. Okay, go ahead. How do you feel being a Jew nowadays? Pretty simple question. You can answer it any way you want.
I like being Jewish.
Perfect
I'm
answer.
proud of being Jewish.
I like being one of the most watched shows in entertainment, so that's all I'm gonna ask.
There we go.
Fantastic, Max Sadawi. Here, my friend, is a big joke book for
Oh,
all the people running show business to see. But the Jew is getting a big joke book. There he goes, Max Sadawi, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. All right. Bucket pull number 9. Make some noise. You guys having fun out there still? Make some noise for Micah Brown, everybody. Micah Brown.
Light bulbs are gay. Because they busted my ass, am I right? Anal's a lot like surgery. Have you guys noticed this? Anal is a lot like surgery. You gotta wash your hands all the way down to your elbows. You gotta prep. You can't eat the day before. My surgeon hates it when I eat before we do anal. Fucking hates it. The drugs help. Have you guys noticed this? Surgery used to be really bad before the drugs. Hey man, here's a shot of whiskey. Bite down on this. You know what I'm saying? It helps with the anal too, okay? The drugs. The thing that ties them all together though, like surgery, is that the only thing worse is anal surgery. Stay away from those light bulbs.
Micah Brown. There he is, Micah Brown. Okay, Micah. Welcome. Wow, no one's even clapping for you. A whole set about anal, and somehow it was the shittiest set of the night at the same time. What are the odds? Well, Micah, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Not long enough.
Okay. How long is that?
5 years.
God. There's Red Band's one fart noise of the episode. Okay. 5 years. Ryan O'Neal.
Well, I was just saying, this guy looks like fentanyl Tom Cruise.
You really do. You do look like that. Every mission is impossible to you. Amazing. What do you do for work?
I don't. I quit.
Quit. Blockbuster 14 years ago. Just haven't done anything.
Sponsored now.
What did you quit?
I was serving at Fressa's, and it was too good.
The place with like the quesadillas, like a chicken bowl.
Yeah,
I love that fucking place.
Beans and rice all
That's
day.
a perfect fucking meal. One of my favorite meals. You were a server there?
I was a server
What went
there.
wrong? Why'd you quit? Great place.
It was a great place.
It's not a great place?
No, it's great.
Yeah, so why'd you quit?
Well, things started going really good for me. I got my foot fucked.
You got your what?
I got my foot fucked.
Your what?
I was hanging out.
Hold on, wait. Let's go back. You got your wait, Micah. You got your what? Foot?
There was a woman's vagina on my foot, and I couldn't go back to work after that. It was like this is a true story.
They serve chicken. So that's why Red Band's making a chicken noise. For those of you wondering what a chicken has to do with getting your foot fucked. So let's slow it down.
Let's slow it down.
So what exactly happened here? How does a woman's vagina end up on your foot while you're serving tables at Fressa's?
Supposed to go to work, hang out with a friend,
Why did you hang out with a friend at work? Oh, you hang out with a friend instead of work. Got it.
Before work.
Got it.
Yeah, in Boston. I was trying to figure it out. She's got a girlfriend who's dating a boy, and she's getting. There's no way the story's this complicated. Dude, it ended up with cocaine and my foot getting fucked. I don't know how to skip to
You
that
did the
part.
fucking with your foot, right?
Yeah, she told me to put my foot on the couch, and she got on the couch.
Did you wear a sock?
No, it's after pull after the shower.
You don't wear protection during foot fucking?
No, man.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is it toes or the whole foot?
Well, I had 3 fingers in before, so it was the whole foot. I only have a 9.5. It's not that big.
The heel in?
And then what, work found out about it? No, it's like, things are going good, man. I don't need to go back to Frestas and deal chicken.
No, you do. Yeah. No, yeah, you do.
Oh,
You do.
dude.
No one's paying you to
You guys
put
don't
out
get
there.
it. You guys don't get it.
Okay, help us to understand. This is the interview portion of the show.
Okay.
Yes, here we go.
Foot got fucked. Got to be in a metal music video.
All in the same day.
Same week.
Okay.
Then my buddy calls me. I get to go on a canoe trip in Maine.
Wow.
I could not go. The chicken thing was not going well. This is better than the chicken.
How do you make money now?
I don't think you understand that.
So we found your catchphrase, that's for sure.
I'm getting my foot fucked. I'm getting flown out to Maine. And you want me to sell chicken?
How do you make money now?
I'm open to suggestions. Like, it hasn't come up yet.
So you thought you were on a hot streak, and you were just like,
I can get another serving job. They'll give them to you. All you guys can work at Frestas, I guarantee it. They told me they would hire me back.
so you're like on a sabbatical.
Right.
Okay. They're definitely not hiring you back.
Oh, they love me.
0%. I would bet you have a 0% chance.
How much?
I mean, I know for a fact they're not gonna. You just called them out by name.
You don't think they'll hire me?
They're not gonna hire you back.
I'm a little scared now. You're like,
No.
It's like you were really
I don't need the job, so I just want to know.
How much money do you have?
I'm negative $24.
Okay. So where do you sleep at night?
$50?
Where do you
I
sleep
get
at
hired
night?
back.
Where do you sleep at night?
Tonight? I've got a friend named Brendan Mahaney. He's the best. We call him Sarge. And he takes care of all of us.
Incredible. So that's where you. Is that where you slept?
Tonight.
Is that where you slept last night?
Unless the foot girl hits me back. Maybe I'll go there.
Okay, here's a little joke bug. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch when you are blitzed out of your mind on hard drugs, everybody. That goes Micah Brown. Very interesting bucket pools tonight. Very interesting. We should have like an actual psychiatrist backstage to connect with these people right after their sets.
By the way, Frestas is really good. Don't compare that.
Yeah, don't let the foot fucking drug addict guy ruin Fresh for you. Highly recommended. Very simple, clean meals. I'm actually surprised you eat there.
I love it. They're half chicken, man. It's fucking great.
I'm saying everything that I feel. Your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready for this? I know. It's one of those nights where it's hard to be excited about the bucket, but anything can happen. Make some noise for Bill Williams, everybody. Bill Williams.
I like watching murder shows. You're like true crime, forensic files, stuff like that. But I noticed recently that whenever they do the reenactments,
the actors are always way better looking than the real victims. So I'm always all sad, like, oh man, I can't believe they murdered that beautiful lady. But then I see the real victim, and I'm like, man. It's all good. I'm dating. Dating's hard. That day I saw this gorgeous woman sitting at a bar. I walked up to her and said, "You're stunning. You must work out all the time." She said, "No, and I'm a mom." I said, "Wow, you don't even look like you had kids." She said, "If I told you that this body gave birth to 5 children, what would you say?" So I said goodbye. Thank you, Bill Williams.
Bill Williams, fantastic. I like your style. I like your delivery. I like the whole thing that you're working with here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
1 year.
1 year. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Oh, San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where you're from?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. Amazing. Fuck yeah, Bill. You perform a lot. You do a lot of mics in San Antonio.
A lot of mics. My first year I did 305.
See, I had a fucking feeling. Some people say they do this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they're doing it maybe once a week, maybe twice a week. You know, that shit adds up fast. I can literally tell that you've been fucking actually working at it. What do you do for work?
Nothing.
Jesus, wow.
That's why I had so much time to hit mics.
That's why we're in deficit right now. Not a lot of tax-paying, contributing citizens in the country right now. How long have you been unemployed for, Bill?
A year. Like, I lost my truck driving job and I just hit it hard.
How did you lose your truck driving job?
They found a beer bottle in my truck.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
And then a week later, I got a DWI, so I couldn't drive anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep, that happens. Are you a Native American?
No, there is some Native American in my family, but mostly Mexican, white, Spanish, a whole bunch of mix.
Okay, awesome. Like Comanche, do you know what kind of it?
I don't know.
You don't know what kind of it?
I have no idea.
You seem like I can picture you on a horse, like riding sideways with an arrow, but that's kind of racist to say, but not really, because you do look like that. Have you ever dressed up like a Native American for Halloween, perhaps, or something like that? Where's Sarah Sloan? Is Sarah Sloan here?
She's out there.
Sarah Sloan?
She's at Shakespeare's.
Oh, okay. Well, she does a great horse impression.
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
It's all good. Bill, what do you do for fun?
I mean, really, this is all I do is comedy.
You like to drink a lot, right?
Not anymore. I had to quit because of DWI, you know. So,
you already lost your job. Should you just double down on that shit?
Yeah, but I was on probation. They made me do a breathalyzer.
Okay.
Like, I had to blow into that machine.
So you're not drinking anymore.
I'm not drinking.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. What else do you do other than comedy? What else are you into?
I mean, that's it. I got a bunch of kids and a couple grandkids now. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
How many kids do you have?
5 kids.
Oh, I'm out of here. 5 kids.
Yes, sir.
Incredible. How old are they?
The youngest is 17, and then they're 18, 21, 24, 27.
How old are you?
45.
Wow, look at you. You're killing it. You look better than all the 20-some-year-olds that were on the show. We had a stripper up here earlier that looked 55. Incredible, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Amazing. So what's it like raising kids? Tell us what some crazy shit you've been through as a father, as a Native American father.
I mean, they're pretty chill. Like, I was kind of crazy growing up, and they always said, like, you're going to see when you get older, but my kids are chill.
Amazing. When you say you were crazy as a kid, what do you mean? What are some of the things you would do?
When I was 16, I stole a Lexus from the Institute of Texan Cultures.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to fist bump me. All right, I'll give it to you. Yeah. Of course.
What made you steal a Lexus?
I was walking downtown San Antonio, and we're walking through the parking lot of the Institute of Texan Cultures, and there's a Lexus with the keys hanging from the trunk. And so that was it.
Hell yeah. And where did you take this car? What did you do?
Man, we were dumb. We're 16. We thought, we drove around for 3 days, first of all.
Wow.
Picking up our friends, going cruising.
Wow. And then we were driving around the east side of San Antonio, like, thinking we're going to find a chop shop, like we even know where that's at. And we got pulled over. The cops chased us. My friend was driving at that time. He took off, hit a tree. We all jumped down, started jumping fences. The driver got away. He caught me and the other guy. We spent 2 weeks in juvenile.
Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
How many kids did you have at that time?
0.
Okay. Are you still with the baby mama?
No.
Okay. How long have you been separated from her?
Since 2013, I think. Or separated before that, but divorced 2013.
How often do you get to see your kids?
All the time. My 2 youngest boys live with me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's amazing. So you're like a real active father,
Real
while also
dad.
chasing your dreams and being very funny.
Yep, thank you.
How many minutes do you think you've accumulated in this year? 300 and some sets under your belt?
About 25 minutes.
About 25 minutes. Amazing. I find you to be incredibly hilarious.
Thank you.
I'd love to have you on the Secret Show.
Hell yeah.
Where's Sarah Sloan at? Give me Sarah Sloan. Where's she at? Sarah, come out here real quick. The great Sarah Sloan, everybody. Kill Tony royalty. I think as a mode of celebration is in the air for you winning a set at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, and since you are one of the funniest Native Americans that's ever been on this show, I find it fitting that Michael plays the Indian drum and the great Sarah Sloan does her impression of a horse. Sarah, grab that mic and let it rip, huh? You can grab his. Yeah, keep doing your Indian stuff, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sarah Sloan's horse impression. Wow, absolutely incredible. Sarah Sloan, Bill Williams. Bill, you're leaving here with a true Native American leather notebook. Yeah, one of the greatest Native American comedians in Kilton history. Bill Williams, everybody. There he goes.
That guy needs to do an Indian job dance.
Yes.
Working 5 kids.
He could make it rain. Bill Williams, and now we've come to a part of the show. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. William Montgomery is out for the night, everybody. However, just when you think there's no way to possibly put a ribbon on an episode like this, I must tell you that there is one more performer, one more regular that is going to do a brand new set for you. Fresh off of sold out theaters almost every weekend, absolutely smashing the universe. Watched him do a long set last Sunday when everybody else is off and it's nothing but up and comers. This guy's here doing long sets, going over notes. He literally works more and harder than any other comedian I know because he is trying to become an American citizen. But yet still, he remains the Estonian assassin. This is Ari Matty.
So I've been dating a bitch. See, the problem with me is I'm a jealous guy. I can't help it. I went through her like Instagram, and there's like a lot of pictures from Miami. But she works at Chick-fil-A, you know. I go through the pictures, no guy. You might see like a ligament, you know, like a hand on a knee. You try to zoom into that hand, it's a fucking prehistoric. That's who's paying. And she's got this fucking friend. Every fucking girl has a friend, some Dylan. You know that guy who's lingering around your girl? Always playing the long game, you know. You ask her about Dylan. She's like, Dylan? You're worried about Dylan? I've known him for a decade. I think he's gay. And then you meet Dylan, you look into his eyes. He ain't gay. He's on the bench, fucker. You look at Dylan like, I know the game, Dylan. A wolf knows a wolf. You suck a few dicks to throw me off. All of a sudden, eating my girl's pussy. You're like, oh my God, isn't this crazy? So the only thing to do next week, I'm sucking Dylan off. Just to see if it's true. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Let the record show that is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Once again, Ari Maddie doing double work, overperforming, absolutely hysterical. After that huge intro I gave, and knowing you and everything, you would think I'd be smart enough to know that you're about to be hilarious. Meanwhile, I decided to take my first sip of this delicious whiskey Coke during your calm setup, and you fucking got me. You got me real good. It blasted. I blasted air out of my nose, and it splashed up in my face and all over me and Red Band's legs. Red Band's wearing shorts, so it raw dogged his sweet little hairy kneecap right there. I'm like, oh, he's on the setup. I'll be fine. And she's taking a trip to Miami, and she works at Chick-fil-A, and it got me. The air came out, and the water came up, and her drink came up. Amazing stuff, Ari Maddie. Absolutely fucking hilarious. You are covering something that I think a lot of fucking people go through, and I've never really heard it talked about quite so.
Are you a jealous guy to me?
Not really. I mean, but I know exactly.
You look like a jealous guy to me.
I look like a lot of things.
What the fuck is this?
Sir, I told you not to look at other men, sir.
Who is this Dylan?
But I will say this, is everybody I've ever hung with, every girl is like, oh, he's gay. There's always that guy.
Dude, every guy here is with a girl. They know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
He's a dude, and chicks have no idea. No, he's nice. Fuck you. We're all trying to fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
No man is trying to. We're all creeps.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely true. I'm all hanging out with a girl, and they're like, nah, that's my gay friend. I'm like, what's his number? So, Ari, tell us what's going on in life, buddy. You're absolutely crushing it. Last night, you were in a theater in Jacksonville.
It was Saturday. I was in Jacksonville, Friday, Orlando. I love Florida. It's so much fucking fun. People are crazy.
It is a fun place to visit.
Yeah, I went out with Ken Anderson in Orlando. You know, he's from there. Dude, it was huge. 200 black people and me. It was
wow. Yep.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. No doubt about it. Cam Patterson rolls deep. Every single one of his cousins, whether you're in Florida or Atlanta. Atlanta's another big hot spot for the band. I know them all. They all know me. We all get along. Sometimes I do a little crip walk in the green. Impress my black friends because I am part of the culture, believe it or not. I am blacker than I am gay.
My favorite is like when we're on the group chat for the gig, and then the promoter will be like, "Any guest list?" Yeah, and it's like, "Ooh, plus 7 Dookie shoes, plus 12. Bing Bong, plus 8. He's a good guy. He went to prison."
I met Dookie Shoes. I actually know his cousin Dookie Shoes very well. Everybody's like fresh out of prison or about to go to prison or something like that. It's so fun. You would think that stereotype was a little less true, but not with the Patterson clan.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible. So Florida's fun. How about after the shows? You're a little wild boy out there.
Yeah. Oh, we went to Iowa, Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Des Moines. Ever heard of it?
Iowa. It's like the Estonia of America. Yeah, it is. Ultra white.
Ultra white. Ultra chill.
Cam Patterson wasn't at that gig, was he?
Nope. And we went to like me, Martin, Philip. Oh, David Jolly was on the. We're the crew. Me, Martin, David Jolly. If you don't know by now, we're the fucking crew.
Yep. Holding it down.
And we went to like a concert, just randomly. It was like a rock concert, one of those. It was like a feminist band. Yeah, you can't even call them chicks. You have to say it's one of those. Between every song, there would be like, "This is for all the men out there who don't take no for an answer. Bang bang, you're a rapist." You know. Bang bang. Entrance was $5 for whatever you are, but if you're a guy, 15. I respect that. So it was just me, David Jolly, and Martin at this gig. Did you go there trying to fuck chicks? Yes. That's why I go to gay bars and feminist extravaganzas. They don't even know what's coming. I'll be the Dylan there. Oh my God. God, totally fucking marginalized community, dude. Can I finger they lie? And then while they're rocking out this feminist extravaganza, while me and David Jolly, Martin was meeting us there because, you know, he takes time to get to places. I ain't got time to fucking wait for this fucking stoplights in Des Moines are short. I see me and David see Martin behind the window. He's like knocking on the window. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's got his dog, you know, Andy, the little funked up dog.
Martin Phillips has a service animal.
Yeah, it's not it's just a dog. But a dog. Oh, in his sense, it's definitely a service animal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody that's that handicapped. Yeah,
and he's out there with Andy, and then he texts me. They're not letting me in with the dog. Oh! You should have seen me, dude. Full Karen. I go straight to the manager. I Google federal law in America. You can't even ask why the dog is there. Fuck you. I just get. No, you should. Me and David Jolly too. He's like, yeah. You know. The owner comes to the bar and he's like explaining that it's law. If there's food being served, there can't be a dog allowed. And the dude, I'm fucked. I'm literally yelling at the bar like, federal law. David's in the back showing the gun. You know, we're fucking. If the feminists on stage only knew the work I've done. And I got that motherfucking dog in, dude.
Yeah! I love it. You are a legend and, are you Maddie?
And also, does anybody remember the time I went to Florida? I went to Tito Ortiz's bar, and I needed my fucking belt for the fucking raffle.
That's right.
Remember when Tito Ortiz fucked me?
Yeah.
And you know me, dog. I'm getting my fucking belt. So Heidi, can you bring out my fucking belt?
Oh, wow. He won the Tito Ortiz.
Tito Ortiz, where you at?
Wow. That is incredible. How'd you end up getting it?
Actually, Tito sent it to me. He's a very nice guy. He said... He's a very nice guy. He told me, you gotta stop Kill Tony people from coming in and calling me a liar and a thief and a scammer. No, he said it's a whole thing. People, groups and groups. Fuck you, Tito, liar. Where's the belt?
I love that.
That's the Kill Tony world. Don't fuck with us.
Damn right. Very rarely do I stick the Kill Tony universe on anybody, so Tito, good job playing along. Fantastic stuff. You are indeed the reigning defending Kill Tony champion of the world as well. Ari and Matty, ladies and gentlemen, the force of nature, the Estonian assassin, the drawing room of his end. How loud can you guys get for my fantastic fucking guests tonight? Chris O'Connor is in Cleveland, August 15th and 16th at Hilarities. Go to chrisoconnor.com or go to the link that's at Chris O'Connor Comedy. Connor with the last two letters being OR. Speaking of OR, that's the first room I ever performed in my entire history of stand-up comedy at the Comedy Store. And the first MC to bring me up, the first comedy show I ever saw in my life was hosted by, one more time, Ryan O'Neal, everybody. With 2 L's at the end. Go check out Slop Quest. The podcast is available everywhere. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And check them out at Ryan O'Neill with 2 L's comedy.com. Thank you to Blue Chew, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. One more time for the best damn band in the land. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight, everybody, while we all said, wow, that's fucking amazing. Cam Patterson on like some type of little boat. Absolutely fucking amazing. That looks great. Local artist, Chris Rogers. Follow him at Chris Rogers Art, right? On social media, yep. Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. Brian Callen has a new improv show Wednesdays, sunsetstripatx.com. Love you guys.
We're doing it. We're really doing it, Red Band. We're living the dream. Madison Square Garden. I do stand-up on the 15th of August. We do Kill Tony for the 3rd time at Madison Square Garden, August 16th. When I go to Madison Square Garden, crazy stuff tends to happen. I don't know if you guys know about this, but it's a very, I have an amazing history. A lot of other fun stuff happening. I'm doing stand-up everywhere, getting ready for a big special taping of September, so check me out doing stand-up. I promise you, it's very, very good. And that is about it. Did you guys have fun tonight? Thank you. We love you. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
In Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony
Who's ready for the best fucking night of your lives, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, and the best damn band in the land, huh? Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Nachos Belgrande, Michael Gonzalez, Big Mike on the drums. This is Sean Greenberg joining us again here tonight. Matt Muelling's away. The great John Dees on the keys. And this is, believe it or not, the one and only, the great and powerful, the force of nature, D-Madness on the bass guitar. Oh my God, what a there's a special vibe in the room tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible, other than Blue Chew, Zip, and Shopify, who are exclusively the sponsor this episode. Here's the others.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
You guys ready to start tonight's show? You know, every single week I book two of the best comedians in the world. We're really doing it, Red Band. We're really doing it. And this week is no different. It's not St. Paddy's Day, but they are both extremely Irish. One is one of the greatest MCs in comedy store history, the first man to ever bring me on stage, May 7th, 2007. And the other one is truly one of my favorite comedians, one of my favorite drinking buddies. They're both two of my favorite comedians. Make some noise for tonight's guests. It's Chris O'Connor and Ryan O'Neal, everybody. Monsters. Two of the funniest people I know. Ryan O'Neal, Chris O'Connor. It's the O episode of Del Tony. Welcome to the show, guys. Ryan O'Neal, Chris O'Connor. What an exciting start to the episode. Guns a-blazing. Everything is happening. Ryan O'Neal is the Slop Quest podcast, and he's at Ryan O'Neal Comedy on everything with who else? Chris O'Connor is one of the stars of the show Tires. I don't know if you guys know the #1 comedy series in the world. He's in Cleveland on August 15th and 16th. ChrisO'Connor.com, literally the world's first website for tickets. Chris O'Connor. Is there an apostrophe in that website? No. He is Chris O'Connor Comedy on every social media. Very, very exciting. We are going to have some fun tonight. You guys, Ryan O'Neal was a guest, I believe, very early on, 11, 12 years ago. Belly Room, Main Room. Done it all. I've done it all. First time at the mothership. Ryan O'Neal moved here this week, one of the best comedians in the world. Thank you. Chris O'Connor moved here last year, one of the best comedians in the world. It's very exciting. But you guys know how it works. You've all done it. 230 tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 230, waiting in a bar next door, hoping that they get pulled out of this bucket. I'm going to let the world's palest woman pull the first name here. There's a lot of other things I could have made fun of. I don't know why you're getting offended. I chose pale, which is the nicest of the things I could have said. And hell yeah. So the first bucket pull is getting wrangled. You guys know how it works. When I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds time interrupted. You know their time is up and you're the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview, and me and my esteemed panel all fucking have fun figuring out what else they should talk about or what else about their lives is interesting. They go from a comedian to a podcast guest in 60 seconds. The whole improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, while we go wrangle that first bucket pull, we are going to watch a golden ticket winner start the show with a brand new minute, everybody. The calm, cool styles of Make Some Noise for Colin Sledge, everyone. A new minute from Colin Sledge.
Thank you. I'm here to bust it wide open. Okay. I got picked on in school when I was growing up. One time this kid put a sticker on my back that said, "Kick me." He thought that was funny, so I put a sticker on his back. It was just a target. He was like, "I don't get it." I was like, "You'll get it tomorrow." I was always nervous around girls growing up. I mean, I still am, but when I was growing up, my dad used to tell me, it's important to remember that girls are more afraid of you than you are of them. And I said, why? He said, you're creepy. They don't like you. You're going to be alone for a long time. My parents didn't really believe in me sexually when I was growing up. You know? Like one time my parents found this girl's panties in my bedroom. My dad confirmed, he's like, so you think you're a girl, huh? Thank you.
He's done it again. Another strong new minute by the dry stylings of college.
Hey.
Welcome back, Colin.
Thank you.
Is this true? Were you bullied as a kid, kind of?
Somewhat. Nothing too hardcore, but yeah.
Okay. How about as an adult? Are you bullied as an adult?
Only on this show.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Colin. And your dad, are you close with your dad?
Yes, very close. I live with them.
Oh, you do? How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Living with your parents. Have you ever not lived with your parents?
I went to Mississippi State for 1 year, and then I transferred back
to your parents' house.
Yeah, well, I went to a college in Houston. Yeah. See, I had a good year there, maybe.
Okay, 1 year in Mississippi State. So you've lived with your parents 29 out of 30 years, it says here on my spreadsheet that I have here. So what's your plan?
What's my plan? Well, I was thinking about, moving, getting a place here so I could sort of be in both cities at the same time.
Well, if you got a place here, you wouldn't be in the other city at the same time.
Yeah, well, driving back and forth, I sort of hit a bird on the way here, and I don't want to drive back anymore because I have a guilty conscience.
Wow, you hit a bird with your car.
It might have been two.
Was it some kind of jungle bird, perhaps, according to my co-host, Brian Redband?
I think it was two doves. I don't know if I hit both or just one, but I was...
were they turtle doves, perhaps?
I don't know. I'm colorblind, so...
You might have the worst luck on planet Earth. If you hit turtle doves, that means you're going to have a rough Christmas, from what I know.
Yeah, it felt spiritually very damaging.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tremendously bad luck.
And doves mate for life. So if you killed one of them, the other one's fucked.
Yeah, don't remind me. I don't want to widow a dove. I kind of hope that I got both of them.
You were asking about a job, right? What was your plan for a job?
I think he just wanted me to move out of my parents' house.
Yeah,
but he was like, what's the plan? You're like, let's just get another place.
Oh, yeah. I teach piano and I do comedy.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Do you like your parents?
It's pretty, we're close. It's pretty chill. I have a garage apartment, so, there's some degree of space.
Yeah, just make sure your dad doesn't warm up the car in the morning. Fucking die, dude.
So how long have you lived in the garage?
I guess when I moved back from college, they might have built it so I would be further away from them. But yeah, it was around that time. Huh?
College?
College?
Okay.
Did I say it weird?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So it's separate from the house. There's not a direct doorway.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exciting.
Yeah.
But when you say garage, does it mean there's a garage door on the front?
Well, there's a garage door and then there's a regular style door next to it.
But that's just all you in there. There's no cars in the garage.
Well, there's one car in the garage you can pull in the garage.
So you sleep next to a car?
No, there's an apartment above the garage.
It's above.
Yeah, it's a garage apartment.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't sleep next to the car.
I mean, you're so close. You're saying it like I'm the asshole. You sleep directly above a fucking car, so whether it's your next door neighbor or it's just below you, you're next to a fucking car.
Yeah.
Up or down, side to side.
Yeah.
Vroom.
That's fair.
You're next to a car, buddy.
Yeah.
Basically, the car is on the bottom bunk. You're in bunk beds with a car, as far as I'm concerned. What kind of car is it?
It's my stepmom's BMW.
Oh, wow. Seems like there's one thing in that garage that your parents don't want to live without.
That's good.
It's the BMW. Mm-hmm. Do they ever hint to you that it's maybe time to, get away from them?
Not really, but, I sort of I sort of feel like it is time anyway.
Do you have siblings?
I do have a brother. He lives in Honduras.
See? Your brother is
He
the
moved very far
opposite
away.
of your parents' garage.
Yeah.
It's incredible. In fact, in Honduras, there's a chance of hitting an actual jungle bird. There it is, the sound of a jungle bird, everybody. Colin, you got it started with a new minute. Congratulations, fun times. That's the way that it works. Golden ticket winner with a strong minute to show you how it's done. Colin Sledge. Now, this is where things get interesting, because we go to the sweet, sweet bucket of destiny, which means we're about to either meet somebody or see somebody again that most likely meet somebody that it could be the next fucking great talent of the show, or it could be pure insanity. They could be a 15, 20-year veteran of comedy. They could be a couple months in. It could be their first time. It could be whatever. You get it. Ladies and gentlemen, your first fucking pull of the night goes by the name of Surge AM. Surge AM. Here we go.
Oh shit, what's going on, guys? Here in Austin, yeah. That guy lived in my garage. Oh shit. No, yeah. Someone once told me that human trafficking is horrible. I look back and I go, just because that's how I got to this country doesn't mean that you could fucking talk shit about my life. You know what I'm saying? My sister's part of the LGBTQ community, wrap it up. But for her, that stands for let's get another bottle of tequila. Yeah, fucking drunk. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know what doesn't really make sense? She's bisexual and she works at Chick-fil-A, so technically she's a LGBTQ CIA agent. Yeah. Immigration got her last week. Yeah. People will say I'm a happy drunk, just hasn't gotten drunk enough. Have you ever woken up still drunk, driving on the street? All right, Surge AM, thank you very much.
Wow. Repeating his name at the end of his set like he wants you to remember where you saw that magic come from. Surge AM. Forget the name. Wow. How long have you been doing stand-up, Surge?
I've been doing it for about a year.
Okay. How often are you working this out?
So, I started my early 20s, and I started at the Secret Group in Houston. And I just came out to Austin. I watched Kill Tony. I saw Enrique Chacon on. And I was like, dude, I remember this guy. I moved from Colorado to Austin so I can, you know.
How long have you been in Austin?
For about a month.
About a month.
Yeah.
You've been doing a lot of open mics and stuff.
Yeah. So
those jokes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And people are laughing in the room at these open mics?
Yes.
They are.
Yeah.
Is it mostly comedians?
Sometimes they're comedians. Sometimes there's actual audience members and stuff like that.
Okay. Here's the catch, Serge. Is that almost nothing you said made any sense whatsoever. So if there are people laughing, you're performing in front of insane people. That's the good news and the bad news.
Heard, yeah, I got you.
Ryan O'Neal.
This is why we can't have Tito's anymore, sir. You're fucking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're ruining it for everybody. Your first joke, that guy sleeps in my garage, but we just talked to him about how he slept in his parents' garage for 20 years.
Man.
The other years in Mississippi State, so that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Human trafficking, people complain, but that's how I got here. Not really a joke. Sister's gay, but she's LGBTQ. Let's get another bottle of tequila. Doesn't make not a joke.
Yeah.
Like you're calling about my sister's a drunk. Like that's a setup.
Yeah.
She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes her LGBTQ CIA. Why? Why did that make her CIA? Working at Chick-fil-A. Explain that one. Let's just go with that one. I have questions. I have more questions than 60-second set should ever have about specifically your I don't even care about your life. I'm obsessed with how weird that set was. So explain CIA Chick-fil-A.
Fuck, I don't know. I just,
You don't know?
No, I do.
You wrote it. You should at least have some fucking weird theory.
I thought about the letters. I just added the CIA at the end.
But if it was Chick-fil-A, why would it be CIA?
No,
Don't look at the audience for help.
His sweaty armpits. I just like, oh shit, my bad. No.
Stick with me.
Yeah, sorry,
I'm getting easily distracted.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I fucking came up with it. I was drunk one night, just thought about it. And I thought it was personally. I thought it was funny. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
I think it's a good joke.
Thank you.
I think it's a good joke.
Surge.
He's just setting that he's an artist. He's just setting the table. He doesn't have to feed you. You know what I mean?
And then at the end, you said your sister got deported by immigration, but that didn't happen either, right?
Yeah. No, it did not happen.
Right. Is your sister really gay?
She is gay, yeah.
How do you know?
She has a girlfriend.
Okay. Do you have a girlfriend?
I do not.
What do you do for work?
I'm a server at the moment, yeah.
You're a server?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at a restaurant called Sawgrass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a noise there. You like Sawgrass? You do? What do you get when you go to Sawgrass, D Madness? Tell the truth. Oh, you're saying steak? You're lying.
No, I'm not.
No, really?
No, my ex.
Okay. Okay, dude. Real answers from the great D Madness. A steak. Hell yeah.
Ex-fiance. That's a sad.
Oh shit, you got D mad already. Maybe for you, motherfucker. You guys can't hear what he's saying. Might be sad for you, bitch ass, punk ass bitch. D does not let anyone get a fucking thing in on him, by the way. Nope. Deep steak. Medium rare. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Surge. What do you do for fun? Give us one good redeeming quality about you. Something that's going to make this whole room like you out of fucking nowhere.
I used to make music and stuff like that.
What kind of would you make?
I just freestyled and
Listen to the noise the crowd makes when there's someone that we all know will not be good at freestyling. There is a 0% chance this is going to go good. This is going to be incredible. Chris O'Connor.
It's just letters.
LGBTQCIA. I was having a really good day up until now. Until I got pulled out of the bucket. Turns out I suck at this. All right, Surge. How long did you freestyle for? This is something you took kind of seriously?
Yeah. Moved out to Colorado. I was making music and music videos and stuff like that.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, talk to Michael about a beat. Michael, play it nice and light so that we can all hear exactly what the hell. In this, ladies and gentlemen, on a show where absolutely anything can happen, is Surge AM.
Yeah. I guess my set was actually pretty phony. I don't even know. I got my 60 seconds. I'll kill Tony. Clap it up. Here we go once again. When I shine, I will never show anybody that I pretend. Yo, fuck it. My sister is gay. I made it every day as my motherfucking host, but you know that I don't even care about these hoes. I'm a go-getter. Yeah, that's me. Everybody knows when I never fucking sleep, I write stupid jokes.
Yeah, that was exactly how I thought it was going to go. Surge, here's a little joke, bud. Oh, boy. Wow. There he goes. Surge AM, everybody. Make some noise for Surge. He tried his best. Oh, listen to that pop. The great Heidi has arrived, everybody. There she is, live in the flesh. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Nicked. These are our favorite nicotine pouches by a mile. If you haven't made the switch to Nicked pouches yet, now is the time. I'm always reaching for strawberry watermelon ice. Personally, Nicked premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience. They're made with proprietary coconut fiber blend filler for better nicotine absorption and a more comfortable mouthfeel. With Nicked, you get strong, lasting lasting flavor that is clean and discreet. Red Band.
Tony, I love Nicked. They're the greatest nicotine pouches of all time, and each can comes with 20 Nicked pouches.
Make the switch to Nicked nicotine pouches like we did. We know you'll love these too, and we have a special offer just for Kill Tony listeners: 35% off your first 3 orders only if you order now at nickedpouches.com/Tony. That's nykd.com/Tony. Don't forget, you can get 35% off up to 3 times. nickedpouches.com/Tony. Nicked products are only available for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. All right, keeping it moving along. Your next bucketful goes by the name of Jason Vest, everyone. Jason Vest.
I lost my virginity at the Asian massage parlor by a saggy-tittied, wrinkly, old-ass Asian woman that looked like Mr. Miyagi. She had a raspy voice. She was like, spaghetti eggs. Her name was Mama-san. She taught me many lessons, and this is what she taught me. When paying for pussy at the Asian massage parlor, always tell Mama-san you have a latex allergy. Even when you don't. There's a pretty chance she cannot accommodate your request and you'll get bareback sex for free. Make sure your happy ending ends with you nutting in that bitch's cervix. Yeah. Drain your ball sack at your bank account. Always tell always ask Mama-san if she's got a new girl on rotation. Add some variety to your Asian pussy portfolio, guys. Jeez. All right, thank you.
All right, Jason Vest. Admitting to rape. That's his comedy set tonight.
Whoa.
Whoa. How are you?
Doing good, Tony. I'm doing good.
I've always wondered what Santa's elves do in the off season. Incredible. So last time you were on this show before, and you talked about a lot of crazy sex stuff. And here you are, guns a-blazing, right on brand. Is any of this true?
Oh yeah, I'm the Anthony Bourdain Asian pussy, man. I was always going to massage parlors.
Wow. And what happened? You said in the past now. You no longer go?
I'm reformed, and now I just help men achieve success by giving advice, helping my brethren out.
How'd you reform?
How did I reform? I got married.
Okay.
She said, well, you can't be having sex with Asian pussy anymore. So I've been married for 20 years, guys. 20 years.
Wow. 20 years. No one's excited about
Do a woman.
She's going to love this set. Yeah. Amazing. So, Jason, remind us, how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
And what do you do for work?
I'm retired from the National Guard.
Whoa. Wow.
Thank you for your service, I guess.
Where did you serve exactly?
The North Pole.
There it is. The sweet son Santa landed on the roof. He wants to see it.
I was a recruiter for the National Guard in Jackson, Michigan, Lake George, New York, and I worked in Chicago, Illinois, too, for a while.
Okay, wow. Some of the places where we need our military the most. Okay, what's the craziest thing that happened? What's the most, violent thing you had to do in the military at the National Guard?
The most violent thing I ever had to do? I never really had to do anything violent. And I was a recruiter, so it's like a basic job. People come in, and they want to join the military. You lie to them to get them to join. It's just a simple process.
What's a trick you would use to get them to join?
I would tell them anything. Let's say someone came in and they wanted to be a cook, right? Being a cook, nobody that joins the military wants to cook the damn food. They want to do cool Rambo shit. So I'd be like, listen, you're going to be an executive chef for the president or some shit.
Oh.
I was the top recruiter for the Michigan Army National Guard, Tony. We talked about this.
Wow. Damn. Brag a lot.
Braggadocious.
Incredible. Okay, Jason, what's something interesting about you that we didn't find out last time you were on the show?
Something interesting about me, I am a compulsive eater.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about it.
I mean, my wife's got to hide the peanut butter jars. I am a compulsive eater. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I just treat it for food. I just treated booze and everything for food, and I just compulsively.
What's the most piggish thing you've ever done eating food?
I spent $45 in DoorDash from Whataburger.
Wow.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, that's
I seen your food order. I follow you.
Yeah. Those middle of the night Instagram stories by Red Band.
Wendy's.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. What does your wife do?
My wife is a photographer, and she works for an orthodontist office, and so she runs like a call center. She works from home, and she helps me edit my videos.
And remind us, what kind of videos are you making, Jason?
I make content. I make a lot of massage parlor videos where I use my past experiences to help men get Asian pussy. Like I do that as a service, Tony.
No one needs this advice.
No, have you been?
Yes, you just pay for sex.
It's great.
No,
that's the point.
He's teaching etiquette. Yeah. How dare you? The condom is for your protection.
Oh, no, I go bareback, brother. Bareback.
Christ. Oh, my God.
Bareback.
You are the fucking weirdest dude. Can't quite figure it out. You're an interesting guy. What's the craziest video that you've ever made?
The craziest video I ever made was a true story. So I got on Kill Tony last time, and my social media clips blew up. Told a drunken story. And these big corporate whiskey lobbyists reach out to me and ask me to make content to get people to stop drinking Crown Royal, because in Canada they're throwing American whiskey off the shelves over this Donald Trump tariff bullshit. And they wanted me to make videos. And first off, I grew up in Michigan on the Detroit border. Like, I didn't feel comfortable doing it. It was like, it's $700 for a 30-second video. I'm like, fuck Canada. Some of the best stories are drinking American whiskey, am I right? Jack Daniels, hell yeah. Fireball.
All right, Jason. What size joke book did you get last time?
I got a big one.
Okay, well, guess what? Here's a little something in your collection. It's a little one. The first catch of the night, Jason Best. There he goes, everybody. Whoa. I just accidentally ripped this in half. That's a first. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. You guys having fun out there, huh? A couple of very odd bucket pulls to start the show, but it's okay. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. Patrick Blake, everyone. Patrick Blake.
When cops that are looking to get laid get rejected, do they jump straight into stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting? A doctor's office from my hometown was raided. The doctor there was arrested and charged with crimes related to trading sex for pills and sexual imposition on patients. And as a patient of that practice, when news broke, I couldn't believe that someone told. That was Dr. Feelgood. I went to Doc for back pain, and everything started normal enough. Doc started checking me over and then doing those resistance checks. You know, don't let me push your arm down. Good. Then the other side. Good. Don't let me pull your pants down. Wait, what? But before I could say anything, my pants and drawers were at my ankles. And Doc said, don't let me make you come. Oh, doctor. And as I stood there getting topped off by my doctor, I realized I didn't know my insurance covered this, and I didn't even have copay.
Patrick Lake. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Good. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just celebrated 3 years.
Okay. Wait, how did you celebrate? By worse than ever? You celebrate by burning every joke you've ever written and starting from absolute scratch?
That's something like that, yeah.
All right. Okay, where was this 3 years at? Hell? Imagine that if you die and go to hell, you're the full-time comedian, and you just keep doing your act 24 hours a day, and everybody has to stay awake and watch it all the time.
Yeah.
Is it in hell?
Close. Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. Pretty close. One of the closest cities to hell on planet Earth. Patrick, what do you do for work?
Material scientist was how I spent most
What
of my
exactly is a material scientist?
A nerd. I've got a background in chemistry and chemical engineering, and then specialize in nanomaterials. So,
what exactly are nanomaterials?
It's like an additive to composites. Parts excellent properties into like aerospace and defense applications, mostly used by the military.
Do you have to wear like a hard hat or a mask or something?
Yeah, occasionally, yes.
Yeah, like a mask?
Mask, yeah.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
I mean, it can be if you were like trying to eat it or breathe it. Yeah, but as long as you handle it safely.
Have you ever seen anybody eat it or breathe it?
No.
Okay. You've never seen anything go wrong with nanomaterials?
I personally have not. No, I'm trying to be safe practice.
Are you thinking about all that fucked up shit while you're doing nanomaterials?
I know. I got into comedy as like a kind of a relief.
See, take the night off. You ever drug and rape chicks in a hospital? Just trying to relax here, guys. Just trying to.
My doc got me started off on the wrong foot.
Okay. You married?
I was just recently divorced.
How recently did you get divorced?
Like, it finalized 2 months ago.
2 months fresh on the market. How long were you married for?
15 years.
15 years. Explain to me what went wrong.
I think it was an accumulation of things, but it came as a big surprise to me. I thought we were in counseling, and then
let's talk about the accumulation, if you don't mind. This is the most interesting thing about since you arrived at the stage. This, the interview here is like kind of raw.
Yeah, nanomaterials.
Yeah, nanomaterials wasn't cutting it. So when you say there was an accumulation of things, that the 15 years went wrong, what do you mean exactly?
Well, she was catching a lot of bodies during those 15 years. And
Whoa, okay, all right. How do you know she was catching bodies?
Yeah, there were lots of signs. Yeah.
Can you give us some of the signs? We're all very interested.
STIs.
Oh, shit. Okay. Now we're talking. This is very compelling. Give this guy a round of applause, huh? That's what I love about this show, is all of a sudden it just hits you out of nowhere. And at least I'm on the edge of my seat. Ryan O'Neal, you feel good about this, right?
Yeah. Was this all happening while you were collecting turquoise? Like what?
I got distracted. Yeah, maybe you should spend more time paying attention.
Keep your eye on the prize.
That's right. Yeah. It's a pretty stone. No.
Okay. So STIs, and you caught an STI. Which one? Out of curiosity.
Actually, I didn't. She did. And it was just on one of those appointments. I was like, "Hey, honey, you want me to come along?" And
oh shit! You went along with it.
And I went along.
And you're in the room, and the doctor says, "Well, you have a."
Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and send in some. Yeah.
That's a suspicious man right there. I'm going with you. Yeah, I want to see what it says.
Oh my God.
I want to see the lab results.
Yeah, I find this so compelling. So can you kind of paint the picture for us?
Yeah, I mean, like, she had a fishy smell, and I was like,
that'll do it.
This is a little bit odd. And then, she was kind of trying to glaze past that with the doc, and I was like, hey, honey, what about that little fishy smell? And then, the doc did a swab, and as soon as she got close to my then wife, she said, oh, no, I'm going to call in a prescription for antibiotics. And I said, well, do I need some too? She said, oh, no, you'll be fine. There's only
You sure she's just not Filipino?
Shit, known for the smell. So the reason why you didn't need a swab, I'm guessing, is because you guys weren't actively having sex?
Yeah, the thing that she was, there was BV bacterial vaginosis.
Yes.
Apparently us fellas don't have to take something for us.
Right. So, so did she admit to you, like, on the spot, on the drive home?
Oh, no. She's going to deny it till she's dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she stays
like,
there.
Yeah.
But how do you
don't get these things.
How do you know that she definitely did something?
I mean, there were girls' trips, and there were, there's, she left her like message board open on the computer at
Got
home.
it.
So,
What
yeah.
messages did you see, just out of curiosity?
I mean, like making plans for like meetups in the woods when she'd go on. She's a
In
the woods. Yeah.
The old jungle bird has arrived again. Go ahead.
There's two reasons for that. One, I live in Yellow Springs, Ohio, so it's like a crunchy town, right?
Okay.
And two, she's Portuguese, and that's like where the prostitutes go into the woods, actually.
Really? That's a thing with Portuguese women? Portuguese? Portuguese? Get it?
It was wild. The first time I was in Portugal, driving to the beach.
Portugoose? Okay. How do you know Portuguese women fuck in the woods? That is a stereotype I've never heard. I thought all I do all day is I study stereotypes. I've never heard this one.
Yeah, we were on like a family to the beach. We had to like drive through a section of like the wooded area, and there's like clearly a prostitute standing at the edge of the woods, and I was like, what is a woman doing in a nightgown like at 11 o'clock in the morning? Next thing you know, I mean, it's like not the.
This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, by the way. That's a little fun fact. ZipRecruiter and Shopify. Wow, this is so interesting. It's amazing. Were there any, Ryan O'Neill?
Well, I like how you led with girls' trips when you have messages of her meeting in the woods.
Yeah.
Should have just led with that.
I mean, she was indiscriminate in terms of gender.
Oh, interesting. Do you know what kind of... Red Band's hard as a rock right now. Do you know...
Did you grow up here or did you import her?
An import, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You really did? Where did you find her? Online?
We actually met at a conference. We were at a scientific
Is it a Sex Addicts Anonymous? Okay.
No, it was like a science and engineering conference.
Ryan O'Neill?
I was like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the girl out of Portugal, but you can't keep her out of those woods. You know what I'm saying? That's the old...
That's right.
It was a science conference?
It really was, yeah.
Was she a scientist too?
Yeah, she is.
Wow. You think she'd be better at covering her tracks?
One would think.
It must rule to be a kid in Portugal. Fucking go into the woods and just pussy everywhere. That's all we did as kids. You go into the woods, like ride bikes and shit, look for pornos. There's just naked ladies. It sounds like they're eating each other out. It's amazing.
Build a fort, get your tic stock, the usual kid stuff.
Wow. But you didn't have any kids with her or anything?
Oh, we do. We had 2 kids.
Oh, shit. Okay. So you got kids.
Are they yours? They are, yeah. All my kids look exactly. I've got 3 kids. They all look exactly like me.
Are you sure? Really? Are you positive?
Like really positive, yeah.
Okay.
I have a girlfriend now.
Are you sure one of them doesn't look like a tree or something like that?
Do you have a brother? I do have a brother.
Oh,
there we go.
Has she ever hung out with your brother, perhaps?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not too worried about that one, but
you should be. You should be.
It's like, what does your brother do? He's a hunter.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, like I said, the set was one thing, but you know what? Your fucking interview was so goddamn badass that I'm giving you a big joke book. A big black one, just like your ex-wife's probably. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
There he goes, Patrick Lake, everybody. Right? Damn, that was a hell of an interview. Oh my goodness. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline. Red Band.
Tony, guess what? I loved Open Phone.
Oh.
I love it. It's the best business phone system out there. Hands down, with Open Phone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls, texts, and have a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick right up where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off. Oh, wow. Open Phone is offering our listeners 20% off your first 6 months at openphone.com/Kiltony. That's OPENPHONE.com/Kiltony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. All right. This looks like a brand new name. I know it for a fact. That's always exciting. Makes the noise for Wisdom Anderson. Wisdom Anderson is the fourth of fucking...
God damn, that was a bad bitch up here. Shit! Where'd y'all find her at? God damn. Let's get to the minute. Like, I heard y'all talking about stereotypes earlier, and I probably did the blackest shit you could probably do. I got fired by a white woman on Juneteenth. Like, I mean, how the fuck does that even happen? I thought that was the one day y'all was supposed to chill on. Just one fucking day y'all was supposed to chill on it. But God is a colorful asshole like that, because if he wouldn't have did that, I wouldn't have been here. So I'm like, I know you was looking out for me. I know you was looking out for me. But I should have known, though. Some shit started to happen different in my life. I started looking at white women a little bit differently. Started looking a little bit better to me. I said, I got to be coming to some motherfucking money. There's only money can get a white woman to start talking to you. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now, okay? Y'all looking at me like, this nigga is not fucking funny. I knew I was going to get you with that one. I knew I was going to get you with that one. But I like to get into the riffing and shit. I wasn't going to come up with a fucking set. Y'all got to pay me for that. This shit for free. Oh, I know. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Okay. Wisdom Anderson. Is that your real name, Wisdom?
Fuck no. I got a slave name. My name is Elgin. Come on now. Oh. That's not some shit you get on your feet.
It's better than wisdom.
I mean,
wisdom sucks. Wisdom sucks.
Wisdom, how long you been doing stand-up comedy? Better question. How do you look like both main characters from the hit movie White Man Can't Jump? You look like Wesley Snipes in the body and face, and you have the hat of Woody Harrelson in that movie.
You know what?
It's Woody's hat and everything else, Wesley Snipes. This is incredible.
You know what it was? I played baseball. That's what it was.
You did?
I played baseball.
Okay, what position?
Had two parents. That's why.
Okay, let's go one question at a time here, Elgin. No, I'm kidding. Wisdom. All right. So, how long have you been on stand-up?
Shit, I've been funny my whole life. In front of black people.
I guess you just stopped before you came out here?
Yeah.
All right. So, how long have you been doing stand-up?
2021. Okay. I wrote my first joke during COVID. It was a fucked up time.
Okay, relax. Let's just go one question. Are you on drugs or anything right now? Okay.
Next question.
Crack is the answer, everybody. So this is
no. Just a little bit of trees.
Okay, a little bit of trees. Well,
no cocaine. No
okay. When you say little bit of trees, did you fuck the last guy's wife? Okay, next question. Stick with me here.
I mean,
what do you do for work exactly? Did you really get fired on Juneteenth?
Why would the fuck I would come up? Yes, that really happened.
Okay, some people write jokes.
No. That really no. I only talk about my real fucking life.
Okay, so very good.
So
you might
want to try jokes.
You gotta
switch it up.
I get paid for real jokes. I wouldn't come up here and tell the real
story. Okay, stick with me here, Wisdom.
Now that's wisdom.
Yeah.
Hey,
how often do you get paid for real jokes? What are we talking about here?
Last October I did the House of Blues in Houston.
Okay, I mean, how did you get that gig? You didn't headline it, right? It wasn't live from the House of Blues. Wisdom Anderson.
No, I was a feature act because I'm on the radio and I tell jokes on the radio.
You're a DJ.
No,
radio DJ?
I'm a personality. I work for iHeart, so I actually write jokes for real.
Okay, got it. Don't get mad with it.
No, I'm great.
Okay, so you write jokes for the radio. The first joke that you wrote during COVID, what was that joke? Do you remember?
It was about white people getting free kidneys. It was something about that. It was about alcohol and kidneys.
Okay. You made D Madness ashamed of his race, so he's gonna step away for a second. He's gonna come back in white face. Okay, so what job did you get fired from on Juneteenth?
Oh, at SMU.
SMU. Explain to the people.
Y'all know what that is. It's a lot of white people. Southern Methodist University.
Okay, what were you doing at a university? What exactly were you mopping up at a university?
I told you, Tony, I come from a two-parent black household. I played baseball. You know I gotta be a little fucking smart.
Okay, so let's go back to the questions, smart guy. What was the job that you had at the university?
I was teaching tech.
You were teaching tech?
Yes.
And how and why did you get fired?
I made white children tears.
You made white children's tears. Okay, what did you do to make white children cry?
I told them, hey, you're selfish.
Okay, what was the context of this, Wisdom?
He was being selfish.
What was going on, Wisdom?
He wanted the teacher to only solely focus on him. So I teach tech students to teach youth tech. So the teacher in the classroom.
Wow, you're like Tech 9. Okay. Let's just get off of this whole confusing university thing. The ring around your neck. Whose ring is that? Where did you get that from?
I mean, Amazon, you can find anything.
You bought that off Amazon?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why would I buy real gold? I can't really get that shit from Africa. Shit, why the fuck would I buy real gold?
Every single answer that you've given on this show is psychotic.
Yes, it's supposed to be.
The last comedian that was up gave honest answers about his whore ex-wife and crushed. It was so interesting.
You didn't ask about that. Well, I can tell you this.
Okay.
I haven't fucked in probably about 276 days, so that should let you know I'm married. That should let you know right there.
Roughly.
Right there. Right there.
Roughly 276
Roughly 276. I've been keeping count. If any married men are here, y'all know the fucking problem.
So you're married?
Oh, y'all don't? Oh, it's just me. Fuck.
I'm trying so hard with you. You are on the show right now. Do you know this?
Yes.
Okay. You're married. This is where you would answer the fucking question. Yes. Are you? Okay. So the ring around your neck. When I asked, what's the ring?
It's not a wedding ring.
Okay. It's just a random ring.
Just a random ring.
You don't wear a ring on your finger.
No.
Okay. Why?
When you're not fucking at home, I gotta fuck somehow. My side bitch let me fuck.
But you're not. But you just said you didn't have sex in 2 hours. Do you see why this interview isn't a real interview?
My wife.
Okay, so you're admitting to having sex. Stick with me here. You're admitting to have sex. This is why radio is completely dead, by the way. Because they don't really communicate with people. They're not thinking anybody's listening.
I don't talk about this on the radio.
Okay, I know you don't talk about this on the radio. You're not allowed, but you're allowed here. So you cheat on your wife? You already said it. I'm just trying to ask you. I'm trying to confirm, or you could go, no, I was kidding.
Look at me. You know bitches want to fuck me. Tony, come on now.
Oh, my God. Dude, I tried so hard. There he goes. Wisdom Anderson, everybody. There he goes. It's okay, Wisdom. There you go. There he goes. Wow. The rare, uncharismatic black man. Very rare. A rare bird, if you will. A rare bird. No, that's not. It's the blackbird. No, it's the rare African bird. There you go. All right, your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, on this very interesting episode. Make some noise for Vinny Flores, everybody. Vinny Flores.
All right. So, I'm a rookie to this comedy field, right? And one of the things that a lot of the veterans tell me is that you gotta be relatable. You gotta relate to your audience. So, has anybody here ever done crack or heroin? See, when I was 17, I shot crack one day and heroin the next day with my older sister. We were in a motel on the run from the police, and she was actively being picked out. That's never happened to anybody here. I'm just trying to be relatable here, guys. Listen, I'm sorry, all right? It's not my fault, okay, that you guys didn't have a family full of people that love to make memories. And speaking of my sister's pussy, yeah, you're goddamn right that shit got return customers, ladies and gentlemen. That shit put food on the table. We had to leave every 2 hours. And, that deserves a Purple Heart because her pussy got absolutely murdered. All right. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay. Vinny Flores keeping the exact momentum of every bucket pull so far tonight. This is incredible. Is it just completely insane? People signing up now. This is exciting. No one wants to make it anymore, huh? People just want to come up here and absolutely just fucking flop around. Vinny, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 5 months now.
5 months. Yes, what made you start?
The show is a big reason, and also I went to
stop this show. We are no longer contributing to a positive comedy environment in the world. Okay. What do you for work, Vinny?
I work at a bar right now on 6th Street.
You're a bartender or a door guy?
Door guy, bar back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you lived in Austin?
About 5 months now.
Where'd you live before that?
Michigan.
Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Wow, the rare Michigan Flores, huh?
Yeah, there's a few Mexicans out there.
What were you doing for work in Michigan?
I was a welder.
Welder?
Yes, sir.
Why are you welding here? That's a good paying trade.
I have about 4 years experience, and everyone out here is now like 20, so it's super competitive out here, so I have a hard time.
Interesting.
Unlike comedy, right?
Yeah.
I get it. But let's go somewhere a little easier.
Wow. Vinny, is it true about the crack and the heroin?
Yes, that's all true.
Let's talk about that. Tell us about your history with crack and heroin.
So I'm half white, half Mexican, and my white side is like Michigan white trash, pretty much. So yeah, my mom's addicted to heroin, and I ended up. I tried it one time with my older sister, and then after that.
How old were you when you tried it?
I was 17.
You were 17 years old. And did you inject heroin or smoke it?
Injected.
So 17 years old, you had never done it before. Had your sister been doing it?
Yeah, but she was actually on the run from a halfway house. So she had been given like some pill or something to where she couldn't take opiates. So she was shooting up crack. So that's why the day before I ended up shooting
crack.
She was injecting it, yeah. He like melted down with vinegar, I guess.
Wow. I guess. Wow.
Wolfgang fuck over here. Just fucking teaching us how to cook crack. Wow. So she helped you do it and showed you how to do heroin?
I actually had to kind of coax her into it. Because, listen, I was young, and at the time, I was like, I'll try anything at least one time. I want to experience the world, I guess.
This is good for the world to hear what goes on to Michigan and 17-year-olds. This is the dragon that they're chasing. So tell us about the first time the heroin hit those veins of yours.
So like I said, I already shot something the day before, and she told me that the first time you shoot something, you would puke. So I guess I kind of got that out of the way, and I was just sitting on the hotel bed, and it hit me like a brick wall. And I just remember watching The Simpsons and trying to laugh, and it was like a zombie laugh, like, and then I just passed out, and I woke up wanting to do more heroin immediately.
And so you started looking for heroin.
Yeah. So part of that story is since we were on the motel, my sister's boyfriend was also there who was pimping her out. And that night that I shot the heroin, we were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies. I'm just on the run for weed misdemeanor in Michigan, and we're in Ohio at the time.
Everybody has warrants.
Yeah, everybody has
all
warrants.
Three of you.
It was us three,
and you're jaywalking.
And we're jaywalking.
Cigarettes.
Yes, sir.
This is like a tourist ad for the state of Michigan. This is incredible.
This was actually in Maumee, Ohio.
Oh, don't talk about my mom like that. Maumee, Ohio. I've never even heard of that. Top left corner?
Yeah. So I'm from Adrian, which is like 40 minutes from Toledo. So I'm like on the border. So if we want to do anything, we go to either Maumee or Toledo area.
Wow. Oh my God.
Which is
okay. So you got busted jaywalking, I'm guessing, is where the story's going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, so the cop obviously...
Notorious jaywalker. Jaywalker D Madness is back, everybody. This motherfucker, crosswalks do not matter to him. All right. Very famous jaywalker. Okay.
So obviously, since he has felonies in his name, he immediately just got booked. And I'm a minor at the time, so they're like, okay, well, we need to take you to a guardian. And I had no choice but to go back to the motel where my sister and her boyfriend's friend was. And luckily...
Boyfriend's friend now, all of a sudden.
Yeah, there was four of us.
Okay.
And then it could have been fucking her. I don't know. Everybody was fucking her. But
Should we marry a scientist right after this? Keep going. Just keep going.
We went back to the motel, and then the cop just kind of let me go in there, and then he went away, and then...
He didn't notice that you were on heroin at all?
I wasn't on heroin yet. This is like right before. This was that night.
Hell yeah.
And then I ended up doing his heroin. But I couldn't do like what he would normally do, I guess. That's what she was telling me, because I would overdose. So I only did a little bit, and then forward, woke up wanting to do more, and turns out that the boyfriend's friend stole all the heroin, and then just left me and my sister in the motel. And then we were kind of fucked after that.
Best Thanksgiving ever, right?
Sounds like you were fucked before that, too.
It also sounds like every time you did heroin, you would just fall asleep and then wake up craving it. No real enjoyment whatsoever. Often when I asked people what it was like after they did heroin, they're like, oh my God, I felt like $1 billion. It's a feeling unexplainable. You're like, I went to sleep and woke up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I would say it is probably like the best drug I've ever done. I mean, the feeling of it was like...
Did you feel like you were 5'9"?
Vinny, what's the coolest thing you've ever done in your life other than heroin?
The coolest thing I've ever done in my life.
Any big accomplishments? You ever saved somebody's life or fucking do anything, amazing? Win an award, perhaps?
Nothing crazy like that. I used to play in band, so that was some of the coolest stuff.
What did you do in a band?
I played guitar and bass. Yep.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not asking you to play.
Yeah, okay. Thank God.
Vinny, what ended up happening to your heroin-using, crack-injecting sister?
What's her OnlyFans?
She's doing good supposedly right now. I mean, she's a little iffy. She ended up marrying like some 50-year-old, and they had a wedding in Maumee, and she was barefoot for that wedding. And yeah, so now she's just chilling, I guess, just smoking weed. That's what she says. I mean, I don't know. They might be doing crack.
Did you go to the wedding?
Yeah, I went to the wedding.
Was he barefoot too?
No.
Why was she barefoot?
It's white trash. I mean, she literally forgot her shoes at the motel that they were staying at. Like, it's pretty bad.
It's gross.
Wow. We have to start deporting half Mexicans too. That's what this means to me. I don't know if you guys are with me on this, but I think I'm going to call my friends in the administration and say,
I support it. If they're illegal, I support it 100%.
I support it? Okay. Vinny. All right, buddy. Well, here's a little joke book for you. You can't mix it with vinegar, melt it down, and then smoke it, but you can write some jokes.
All right, thank you.
There he goes, Vinny Flores, everybody. Keep writing. Keep trying, Vinny. I have to tell people that so they don't fucking relapse on heroin and shit on their way out. They're like, okay, you told me to do it again. Like, keep signing up. Keep signing up, Vinny. Keep writing and signing up, Vinny. Don't give up tonight, Vinny. I'll see him fucking slouched over in the alley tomorrow. Okay, this is a moment that a lot of people have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to bring to the stage, this is only his second appearance ever on the show. Ever. He's not a golden ticket winner. He's not a regular. But the man went so insanely out of control viral his last time on the show that I absolutely had to bring him back. A disruptor of the force of natural moving comedy. Some people are saying the next big thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the long-awaited return of Timmy No Breaks.
Who's ready for the best fucking minute of their lives?
What do you do for a living? You're a student? What I'm looking for. What do you do for a living? Oh, fucking motherfucker. What do you do for a living?
public position, which was quite sophisticated,
What do you do
and
for a
a
living?
private position, which is quite a bit sharper and much more critical.
Come on, guys, let's
The
go.
public
What do you do
position
for a living?
arguing that
Fuck you.
he
Come
argued
on.
for calm and
Hey, you, what do you do
moderation,
for a living?
and he urged from the
I'm
Iberian
just trying to find a
Peninsula to
natural
his
way into
colleagues
this
and friends
fucking
who were
sushi
again
shop,
living
Joe.
in that binary culture where they're only Jews and Christians. He said, please, colleagues, and he spoke with great humility in a tone that evokes the letter. He says, even before I open my mouth, I know I will make mistakes, but please hear me out. He argued on a historical level, and this is Nina Caputo's thesis, that the idea of a continent-wide ban, in our context, a worldwide ban, would be detrimental to the survival of Judaism. He argued that it is the nature of the diaspora that Jews have always tried to find a modus vivendi with the communities in which they live. And that required, he argued, for the leaders of those Jewish communities to develop strategies of acculturation and adaptation that would allow them to find a niche of survival in their own communities. And those strategies would differ, ipso facto, with different countries in which they live. So, for example, one could say that let's say dress, right? If you live in certain Arab-dominated communities, it would be inappropriate for Jewish women to wear certain types of clothing, not because the Torah forbids it, but because,
I hit you up with some requests. I said, MHLs, I said, they cook, and, none of them are here, so I don't know what the fuck
I tried my best to get them. It wasn't easy. We have to settle for Chris O'Connor and centuries of living in these regions, Jews would develop certain standards of dress based on that community. Which is something which might not be true, for example, in Christian. And he argued specifically that the nature of the Spanish Jewish community, with its midpoint between a Muslim and a Christian community, argued that
yeah, why don't you show everybody what that is? Why don't you show everybody what that is? There's a picture of my niece's football team.
eating philosophies such that they could articulate their own identities in contrast to it. In other words, or take another example. Let's go to the 19th century. Samson Raphael Hirsch would argue that, Jews have to be allowed to go to college and receive a liberal arts education. That's right. Because the nature of the economy in Western Europe would not, be conducive to Jews living in an agrarian kind of backward way. They live in cities, they pursue the professions.
So tell us, what does Timmy No Breaks
do when he's not on stage? To the nature of the communities in which we live, we have to develop the facility and the vernacular languages and so on. That would not be a strategy adopted, let's say, in northern Hungary, by the Sam Sofer, where Jews are highly agrarian, living in tiny little clusters, and exposure to the wider world of the university and the marketplace landscape would be detrimental. So the Naharian approach is to allow for cultural diversity in the Jewish world and not to tolerate a worldwide ban, because that would fracture the Jewish community and ultimately would lead to
human like you. What is your love like, Timmy?
Now, privately,
I gotta say, it's definitely
that's the approach he
changed.
took, and I think it really
I had a bunch of bitches slide into my DM. I had
development
Hillary Duff slide into my DMs. Yeah, more like
privately,
Hillary
he
Muff.
was especially sharp with his own position. That is, once the Jews of France had pronounced these continental bans, so there were a lot of Spanish counter-bans, especially coming from Arabic speakers, that are saying, you can't ban minorities, we're going to ban you. We're going to ban the French thinkers. And so you had bans going backwards and forwards. None of these spoke, as it were, privately to his own population, saying, would you please stop with this? We show respect to our coalitions and friends. We disagree with them, but the only way we will win this fight in the long run is by showing deference to authority, show respect to their learning, and indicate that we politely disagree. This even was the case when
it's been great.
a very important
Got to
figure
do
who
David
we
Lucas's
speak
fishing
about someday,
podcast, so I
Rabbi
made it.
Yonah of Corona, a very important thinker who wrote a book called Shari Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, Saturday into work. He was originally part of the anti-Maimonidean camp, but once he saw Maimonides' books burning, he changed his mind altogether.
I think he deserves
and
something
he
a little more.
recanted.
That's like
He
a
said, no,
negative
we
horn
should
you're
not be
giving. It should be
engaged
like a
in this.
ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum or something like
when
that,
he
right?
switched over to the pro-Maimonides camp, his erstwhile colleagues issued a very libelous, scurrilous charge that in fact he was an illegitimate son, that his grandfather had married a married woman, and he was therefore the product of an adulterous relationship.
Where are you originally
which
from?
is just one of the nasty things.
So I'm from Jersey. You already asked me
It's
that.
important to note that Maimonides criticized his approach.
Oh yeah, you probably saw my Kill Tony show. This is going to be repeating it, but yeah, I'm from Jersey. What the fuck else is known?
And also, they have married their children to each other. But the even he retained his measured tone, even in such hot-headed times. So his approach.
Every member of the Kill Tony crew should know whatever Timmy asks for, Timmy gets from this point forward. There's a thumbs up for the great Yoni.
Timmy, and ultimately, that is the position that was retained 800 years later.
Walking out.
Okay.
Fucking walking up to bitches.
Questions about that first before we go to Barcelona?
Bitch!
So this is when. Yes,
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah, that's what I miss most, you know?
Well, they were not nearly as well known as the Rambam. Some of the Rambam is the most important. The Yonah is actually not French.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it, Tom.
The Iberian Peninsula.
I don't want to keep you up here all night.
Nearly as
I don't want to be a bother to you. Let me know when you want to go. You're the first person ever that I'm giving full creative control over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
You're
so
good.
what's
You
on
want to go?
what
You're
happened?
good. You're good to
This is
stay.
again, the Paul, he was
Fuck,
engaged
it's your
in
show. I mean,
by the way,
literally, again, I've never told the crew you get whatever you want. I've never given creative control to anybody.
Maimonides and philosophy in general,
Here's
maybe
something
we
I
should
really
just
want to know. I don't know if I
restrict it
asked you this last
to
time,
men
but
over the age of 25.
I'd like to
Women for
apologize
sure
in
not.
advance.
Men under 25, they're not mature enough. After 25, okay. But that's another
How do
topic.
you make money?
Barcelona is an important turning point in the Rambam. I recall he was born in the 1190s. He's already in his 70s. That's the end of an illustrious career as a communal leader. He's had at least one moment of continental influence.
Yeah, what's the punchline? That's for real. I'm doing big shows, I'm doing HGB.
The church summoned him to participate in one of the greatest of the
grocery store or the arena?
of the Middle Ages. For about 200 years, this was a fast in the church.
I'm sorry, Timmy. Sometimes I fall back on my habits here. I know for making fun of people on the stage, sometimes I
into
need
an formal and
disrespect.
official faith over the tenets of Judaism,
I think you have
with the hope that by humiliating them in this kind of forum, they would simply choose to convert to Christianity. This was the strategy. Several important debates. The last very important one was already in the 15th century. So here's the cover, by the way, of that book by Nina Caputa. The movement was really started by this man, Raymond de Peñaforte, I believe that's pronounced Peñaforte, who died in the 13th century, an Iberian Christian, who was at this time creating an institute for Christian preachers in Hebrew and Arabic in order to arm young and enthusiastic preachers with the tools, the linguistic and intellectual and literary tools to be able to convert heathens to Christianity. One of his students was Bob Peck, Pablo de Cristiani, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity in Peñaforte's school, and who gave his seal to take on the Iberian Jewish community in a debate, because his thesis was that if you looked at Jewish sources, including the Talmud, you would actually see proof of the divinity of Jesus.
I feel like if we keep you up here any longer, I'm going to have to give you a percentage of the royalties of this episode. And I cannot begin to do that. So, I mean, unless there's anything else you'd like to say or do, I'm going to give you, or we can talk about anything you'd like. If you'd like to ask me a question or anything, you can do anything you want.
And Latin sources. The Aramaic of the Talmud is basically a closed book.
What's the most interesting thing about you?
Years earlier, that they begin to discover the Talmud as a document of some significance for the Jews, and they begin to wonder about what's written in the Talmud. Does it say anything about Jesus? It doesn't, mostly nasty things, but there are some sympathetic things as well, believe it or not. But
I guess the most interesting thing about me is probably that
if you take all the passages of the directory of Jesus, maybe you'll come up to maybe getting 6 pages out of 4,000. And those are scattered references. So it's not like the church is much more this than the Jews are. The Jews are much more
registering you officially without any. You don't want it and you don't need it. You are the newest official golden ticket winner.
Aragon is an associate of the Ramban who has a great deal of respect for him, and so he goes along with it, and they bring together this debate. What's fascinating about this debate more than most others is that we have both sides accounts of what happened. We have the Ramban's own video account called the Sefer
I will see you there next, and we'll talk about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the great Timmy No Brains.
Detailed language, exactly what he said, exactly what Albert Cristiano said, the reaction of the audience, the reaction of the king who was watching. It's a fascinating, very dramatic document. We also have an anonymous account written in Latin, which, although we can't pin down exactly some, it's most likely an official church account of
the show is
unbelievable. For the most part, they corroborate each other.
To the
There's certainly a difference in
going
tone.
to do some type of drug right now in the bathroom. There's a lot going on here. The place is in absolute chaos.
The Jewish
And it's
perspective,
time for another bucket full. Make some noise for Isabella Carosa.
verifies a lot of the elements that are so we know a lot about how this particular debate works.
Introduced me to EFT tapping. Whenever you get nervous, you take deep breaths and tap on your face. Because I think of it as like a massage for your inner child. So I don't think my inner child needs any more massages.
Because he says, how can you expect me to have an honest intellectual exchange if I can't
I
actually
started going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge bitch to whoever I was with. And my boyfriend would just be like, oh, it's because you're Italian.
It was kind of retracted later, as we shall see, but nevertheless, that was the initial ground
I'm Italian.
And then secondly,
you're
Nachmanides definitely took advantage of that immunity.
During the pandemic, I worked as a cam girl.
Much younger,
I didn't do anything. I just took my vibrator and did stand-up comedy with it.
Interlocutor in debate.
And then we're like, shut up and pee.
He speaks about how, Christianity argues that Jesus is the Prince of Peace, and that his coming to the world brings about a new era of peace in the world, messianic period, and he says, essentially just look around you, there's so many wars, there's so much pain that's used out by Christians, and he says this quite openly.
Yeah, a few years.
And Congress of Christianity was simply not able to answer any of those charges adequately. Furthermore, the Christianity adopted a kind of disastrous strategy because he zeroed in on a lot of those passages that refer to Jesus in Hebrew Yeshua, or
I don't want to say, because last time men came in and asked me to fart on them, which is a real thing.
Nachmanides, who was much more facility with the text, was able to dodge almost all of the criticisms by arguing that this is not the same Jesus.
It did, but it was just, it was a lot. It was
Go a few streets away from here and you say, is anyone here named Jesus? You'll have 20 people somehow who are named Jesus. So he says the Jesus mentioned here, this is the wrong Jesus.
I tried.
This teacher,
We
for example,
went
is
into the
Yeshua
back for like an hour, and I made like $2,000. And I was like, I'm trying. Because during the interview, I said if men get too handsy, I fart. I was like, but he took it serious. And he went to the Red Rose and was like,
the Christianity's well-prepared arguments, but simply saying we're talking about a different Jesus. After 4 days, the debate was concluded officially in favor of the church. That's not hard to imagine, but James of Aragon was very pleased with Maimonides' performance. He gave him a huge bag of gold coins, and he said,
that is crazy stuff. I mean, sometimes like girls fight,
or so they thought.
But I feel like nothing really crazy. I've seen like, you know,
in the film version,
men will whip out their dicks, and that's terrifying.
That's quite entertaining because we do have the transcript, right, between the Latin and the Hebrew version.
But like, so, it's kind of like I just kind of show up and take money and leave.
A new charge was brought against the Ramban. That
it's
was
an easy job,
veiled revenge for the disputation. It was argued that the Ramban had
what brings you back into the game?
I was like, I don't know, I always kind of did it on the side of what I do. So I was like an ophthalmologist, technician.
That he had written for the bishop of Verona. Now, it's quite likely that he did in fact write that book. We don't have a copy of it. But it's fascinating that the bishop wanted such a book.
Can I take a seat?
We assume it is broadly similar to the Hebrew version that has survived.
When I'm on stage,
It may have been written in Latin or Catalan for the purpose of the bishop, but essentially it must have preserved the same arguments that he presented in the disputation. The bishop undoubtedly had a very strong intellectual curiosity about what carries
like the DMV worker of strippers.
Pope Clement IV was infuriated
I'm very cranky. I'm 29 now, so like I'm kind of over it.
So what ended up happening was the king said, you know, Ramban, I can only help you so much.
Strippers age in dog years. Yeah, I'm 29.
He was forced to flee the Iberian Peninsula, his home.
Already, in LA, I did,
in his 70s, really, this is when he should have been retired at the end of a long and illustrious career as the leader of the community of Guatemala. So here you have just another picture from the graphic of like the 1267, he landed in Israel, and he found it a wasteland. When he went to Jerusalem, he was amazed that there were only two
Jewish families living there.
I would not. Can you imagine Jerusalem, near HaKodesh, the holy city? Only Jews lived there full-time with their families. And on Shabbat and holidays, they had to bring in Jews living in surrounding villages of Jerusalem, the holy capital, the city of David, in order to make a minimum. But the Ramban, yes, lying in winter, tremendous spiritual courage and strength. He gathered himself,
I've gotten a lot of random jobs and stuff like that from
he formed a synagogue there, he formed a yeshiva, and single-handedly was able to turn around the fate of Jerusalem, because you have to realize that Church of Ramban coming to Israel in the 13th century, that's kind of like, I don't know, Bill Gates decided he wants to come to every one of these lectures. You know, he knew that Bill Gates did every single one of these lectures would probably have tripled the audience at least. Right? Bill Gates is here. So the Ramban came. He was like a rock star. And all the Jews that were scattered throughout Israel started gravitating there, and Jews from surrounding regions as well.
Isabella, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up?
Presence, even though he was only for a few years there, but he continued his literary output, and he continued his communal building. He was able to actually start the renaissance of Jews living in Israel, which we will see come to a tremendous flourishing just 300 years later, next week when we talk about
that was crazy.
So,
no, it was on.
to
I made
kind
a
of
lot of
sum
money.
up the
Did you
legacy
notice,
of
were
the
you on the
Ramban,
beach, obviously, when you did it, or
there's
in the
three
place?
really important
I was
things
on the
that we
beach.
should bear in
Did
mind.
you notice that
The
when the
first
waves were
is,
coming in, that the waves kept going
besides
through the
his
sand?
incredibly important
No.
I
literary
was on some
activity,
mushrooms at a beach,
his
and I saw shit,
creativity
and
as a
just keep
rabbinic
going, and you
scholar,
realize that it's all
he
just
played a
one
very
fucking
important
thing.
historical
Anyway,
role
I had
in
a
shaping
a
a
Mexican
posture
guy.
on the beach,
vis-a-vis
dude.
the
Grant,
existence of
I
Greece
feel like you're not even
as a
seeing the
diaspora
beach.
community.
Dude,
You're
His
in fucking
leadership
space.
role in the
this guy gave
Maimonidean
me like a
controversy,
drink, so I
according
like
to Professor
chucked it,
Caputo, and I think
and
very
should do.
convincingly,
yeah. And it
his
was a lot of fun.
leadership
Like,
role there really
you know how everybody
articulated a
rollerblades
kind
on
of
Venice Beach?
way of
There's like this
thinking, a
Mexican guy like
Weltanschauung
plummeting
that
towards me,
allowed
and it was
for
like, ah,
Jewish
it was just the best
disparity
time.
and diversity without
like, oh, no.
fracturing the Jewish community
Yeah.
to its core.
I do that a lot.
A level of
But now I
tolerance
feel
and
like I hate
coexistence
saying that on Kill
that-
Tony because your
that
fans are
allows Jews to
crazy. And
express
I'm gonna
their
go
unique
missing.
cultural identity
You sound like
within
one of
many
the
other
fans.
populations, while not breaking off entirely
I hate
from
Bushes.
the Jewish world as a whole.
Where are
Secondly,
you guys
he
from?
showed great heroism and intellectual fortitude in this showdown with the church. And luckily, the transcripts of this encounter in the Barcelona disputation,
Fun times,
which says a lot
Isabella.
about
This is
his
a
strength
medium-sized
as a leader,
book right
but
here. It's a good
also
one.
talks about the
Isabella
weakness
Carlos,
of
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
community as a minority. That
Hell
even
yeah.
a person like the Ramban could not protect himself
Ooh,
against
there's
such
been a lot of
overwhelming
talk of
communal
birds
pressure.
on this episode.
Finally, I personally get a tremendous amount of
Look at the
strength
lovely Heidi,
just
everyone. I
thinking
mean,
about what the Ramban could accomplish in
And this
his late
man's last
70s
name is
in the land
Bird.
of Israel.
Ladies and
When,
gentlemen, make some noise for Bucket
most
Full
people would have simply
number
given up
7.
and would never
Mason
be heard
Bird,
from again.
everybody. Mason.
He gathered all of his strength and was able to really start a rebuild the Jewish community. I'll just mention one last
A teenager told me
legend
I look
that
like
is
a school
associated
shooter
with
the other
Ramban.
day.
It's not
They
very well
shoot
sourced,
insulin instead of bullets.
probably not true, but nevertheless it is
He was
a
like,
beautiful story.
your least
He
favorite part of the
said,
school shooting
when
would
I
be
die,
missing lunch.
you will see a crack appear in my
It better
mother's
not be beat
gravestone.
today, dude. I swear to
In
God.
fact, that is what happened, as legend goes, on the day the Ramban
feel like
died, his
the only way
mother's headstone
I
developed
can
a
personally relate
huge
to Rosa
crack down
Parks
the middle, and so the local community in
is when I'm
Catalan
walking through the center of an
mourned the great
airplane
loss of the Ramban.
and everyone's
That's
staring
actually
at
going
me
to
like
tell
that
story
motherfucker better not sit next to me, dude.
Anyways, thank you very much for your patience. I'm really grateful you came. Next week, we'll continue with a topic that I find really fascinating. I actually published a small book on it, so
Where the
it means
big
a lot to
fellas
me.
belong.
The great Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovera.
No, I get it though. Like I saw
Thank
a
you
dude
once
fatter than me walking through the airport. And I was like, that motherfucker better not get on my plane, dude. It was Amir. That's
Mason Bird, everybody. The best set from a bucket full of the night has finally happened here. More than halfway through the episode. Mason, a fantastic set. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
about 3 years, sir.
3 years. Where at?
Mostly Detroit. I moved here a couple months ago.
Very nice. So you live here in Austin, Texas now.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. What do you do for work?
I work at Jersey Mike's.
Hell yeah.
Making Mike's way.
Jersey Mike's, official sponsor of Timmy No Breaks. How long have you worked at Jersey Mike's?
About 3 months.
3 months. What you do in Detroit?
I was a sous chef at a bar.
But the joke that I'm making, nobody wants to sponsor electric.
A sous chef at a bar.
He's got such
What exactly?
I just did a lot of prep, hiring, then mostly cooking online as well. I was like everywhere.
Do you think that it's good for a guy like you to constantly be working around food?
Believe it or not, I actually started working in the food. I lost like 150 pounds. I used to be 500 pounds.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Incredible. What did you do to lose the weight? Tell Red Band how you lost it.
It's just, so I'd eat one meal a day. That way I can get, because I like to eat like 4,000 calorie meals. And I would just limit it to once.
So when you say 4,000 calorie meals, like give this audience an example of like what?
Okay,
I would most piggish.
Oh. Alright, I like to get like 3 chicken quesadillas from Taco Bell. 2 cheesy gordita crunches, and I get 2 drinks. That way I think the food's for 2 people.
What shit.
You gotta mix it up. I like the Baja Blast and cherry Pepsi.
Yeah. Absolutely. So you still eat the same type of stuff, but just once a day now?
Yeah, just get it all there at once.
I love it, man. God damn. You're a funny guy. You have great jokes, great delivery. Everything's right on schedule. How long ago were you that fat?
2 years ago.
Wow. So it's all just happening fast.
Yeah.
Funnier and lighter at the same time, constantly.
We're trying.
Hell yeah.
We have some passages that refer to first century Israel.
I just want to know what time do you have to go Bigfoot hunting tonight?
He likes to come out around 2:30.
Your glasses, can you see out of those?
They're
very smeared.
Yeah, I touched my face.
See ya?
It was from the snack wrap earlier. I'm not gonna lie.
Timmy, no cakes over here.
Timmy, all cakes.
I love it. And you're also a ginger. You have that going for you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Represent. Mason, what else? What do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. What's interesting about you?
I like to look at maps. I know all the state capitals. Very proud of that. Yeah, I'm really into maps and geography and topography and all that kind of stuff.
Is that because you're shaped like a globe?
Yes.
Perfect. What got you into maps?
I've just always been super, there's a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, answering history questions and maps and stuff.
Okay, other than maps, what else are you into?
That's fair. I really like eating once a day a lot.
So you look forward to these. What time of the day do you usually execute the meal at?
Anywhere from 11:30 to 12:30 at night.
So you wait all day.
Yeah,
you go for it at night. Okay.
Just unravels a big map. Just kidding.
Let's see here.
Anyone who knows all the state capitals has a lot of place maps in their lists.
So let's just go for last night, for example. Do you remember your order last night? What you ate last night?
Yes, I know exactly what I ate last night.
What was it last night? How many people want to hear what Mason Bird ate? Let's go single spotlight on Mason Bird.
It was 2 snack wraps with French, 2 snack wraps spicy, 2 McDoubles, large Coke, and a large Sprite.
Okay.
I've done that before.
Yeah,
I've done that before.
Sounds like the Rain Man of meals. I mean, you can give him any day and he can tell you what he ate. And what state he was looking at on the map.
Florida.
Have you ever thought about when you're sacrificing all day and you're hungry and it's the last meal of the night and the first meal of the day at night? Have you ever thought about replacing the most disgusting heavy caloric meals humanly possible with something healthy and losing a few pounds in a day?
Yeah, but the thing is, if I do that for 2 weeks, I explode and spend $70 at Taco Bell.
Oh, so it's you'll just go out of control.
Yeah, it's I have to, I'm going to be out of control. We just have to learn how to dance with it. Yes, sir. How to
Tony, that's math money. You know that?
That's wild, man.
When you get done with the meal, are you full?
No,
you're like,
I'm more just sad. And I'm man, I should have got another burger.
And then what do? You just kind of go to sleep?
Smoke weed, go to sleep. Sometimes I'll look at old Facebook photos of me when I was really fat, and I'm I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, you are, buddy. Yes, you are.
I'll have to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Mason Bird has arrived in the Kiltony universe, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is that? Thank you. One more time for Mason, everyone. All right. Wonderful. Number 8. Right down the barrel. Make some noise for Max Sidawi, everyone. Max Sidawi.
On the surface of the cave,
Thank you. As you heard, my name is Max. It's not short for anything. I think my parents knew I was going to be stupid. They took one look at me, they said, 3 letters. It's enough. I got an older brother. His name's Nathaniel. Yeah, I googled his name because I'm petty like that. Found out Nathaniel translates to gift from God. Beautiful, Mel. Fuck him. Because then I checked my name. My name is the #1 name in the world for dogs. You know how many times I meet a girl, introduce myself, just for her to say, "Oh my God, that's my dog's name." It's not a good name. She's not like, "Oh my God, that's my dog's name. Let's go back to my ways." We'll do it, dog. Maybe in my imagination she'll be doing that. She's like, "Who's a good boy?" What else about me? I'm Jewish. Yeah, none of you look surprised. I get it. Nobody was falling out of their chair right now. I was like, "Whoa, this guy's Jewish." Thought he was Swedish. Maybe Irish. Maybe Andrew Tate. I'm aware I have a mirror. Alright, that's my dog. Thanks so much.
Sidawi, everybody. Am I saying that right, Sidawi?
You're honestly probably the first person to ever get my last name right. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I get to open for TV No Breaks. I'm very excited about it. New era of confidence around me. Max, welcome. Stand-up's a newer thing for you. How long have you been doing it?
I'd like to say I just moved to Austin, so recently 2 months, but I was doing it abroad for a while.
Okay.
But not like consistent.
Temple ritual officials
Alright. When you say abroad,
and they were thoroughly corrupt by the time.
Where were you doing it?
I was living in Thailand for a bit.
Oh boy.
Already separated.
Wow. Okay, what made you want to hang out in Thailand for a while? What could possibly be there? Fewer Maxes.
Wasn't the plan. It just kind of happened during COVID. Yeah.
You went during COVID?
Right before, actually. I was traveling Southeast Asia, and then global pandemic hit.
Here we go.
You just stayed in.
So we have some interesting.
Wow. So tell us about that. Tell us about your adventures.
Okay. So January 8th, 2020, I landed in Southeast Asia. I remember the date.
Because when scholars first
and
got
I was
there
in.
was a certain amount of
That's about the worst time to land in Southeast Asia.
Oh, Tony, it was amazing.
Oh, you liked it?
It was great. Yeah, I was. Yeah,
so how's it until you started fucking little boys?
When they did not find the
boys, lady boys, whatever. Something went down there. Let's talk about it, Max. It's okay. Your parents are watching.
Never fucked a lady boy, Tony. I know.
How long were you in Thailand for?
5 years.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one more fucking What's your lady boy body count?
No one ever believes me. I get it.
Nevertheless,
no one ever
did you
believes
think about it?
What do you think about it? Some of them are gorgeous. But that's a tell. I know it's a lady boy because gorgeous women don't come up to me like that.
Major sources for the
John Dees has a question. John, would you like to ask it in the microphone?
Let's go to Herod.
I like you the way you ask it. Just say it the way you just said it.
Within the context
are you gay?
I get called gay a lot in Austin.
Me too, buddy. Are you? Are you gay?
I'm not gay,
You're not gay. Okay, what's the gayest thing you've ever done? Other than sound like that.
These are the
Fuck lady boys in Thailand and lie about it for the rest of your life.
Shit, the gayest thing I've ever done.
Resurgence of Jewish
statehood. Finger up the butt count as gay?
Your own or your dad's?
Last week.
Max, what do you do for work?
So I was working as a scuba diving instructor. That's what I was doing over there.
Super gay.
Super gay.
Under the sea. Under the sea. Fuck all the dicks. Under the sea. Okay, what made you stop being a scuba diving instructor?
Man, trying to take comedy more serious. So came down here. This is where all the hype is at.
So you stopped being a scuba diving instructor to come do comedy in Austin, Texas.
Yes.
Is that what you were doing in Thailand?
Being a scuba diving instructor?
Yeah, we were inside of.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing in Thailand.
Okay.
Pulled that respirator right out of his mouth.
Okay. Max, craziest thing that ever happened to you while scuba diving? Or instructing scuba diving?
I fucked this lady.
Not gay if it's underwater. Come here, you little mermaid. So were you gonna figure in your ass?
If we were getting honest, I did fuck underwater. Actually, that is something I did. Yeah, it's called the 10-meter club.
Wow, tell us about that. How does that go down exactly?
Yeah, so you gotta find somewhere where there's like sandy, so there's no corals or anything. Yeah, right. And basically, you just put some extra weight than you normally would to get down there, and make sure you're not wearing a wetsuit. And once you get down there, you basically do it doggy.
Doing it with the respirator on and everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is like when Redman fucks with his sleep apnea. Very rarely do I make myself laugh quite as hard as I just did. I pictured it, buddy. I pictured it, my old pal. All right, so how long did this sex underwater last? Just a ballpark.
Oh, fair.
Like ballpark, I mean the fact that you both had balls.
It wasn't long. It would probably be like 5 minutes. Yeah.
You came?
Honestly, when I came, it was funny because we're both. It's called neutrally buoyant, so you're not at the bottom, you're not at the top. And once I was on the top, well, right before I came, I basically just like pushed her off, and she just see her going. I never got to do that. Like, that was hilarious.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Is there like a jump trail? Oh yeah. I bet they did.
Not that way.
They're like, this cum tastes like shit.
His rise to power is very
Of course, it's amazing. That's why you won't admit that you're gay. I know. That's what we know. Amazing. What's it like being Jewish nowadays?
How
do you feel about everything? There's a lot going on. How do you feel about it?
We're doing this?
Go right ahead. I'm going to let you take control because that's what you people want. Oh, my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! He's not laughing. He might be crossing the line right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a delicate line to be crossing right now.
Well, I know you guys have your lines and your borders, and fucking, those lines are always moving in your favor. How do you feel being a Jew nowadays? Pretty simple question. You can answer it anyway.
I like being
perfect answer. I like being one of the most watched shows in entertainment, so that's all I'm going to ask.
There we go.
Fantastic. Thanks, Sadawi. Here, my friend, is a big joke book for all the people running show business to see. The Jew is getting a big joke book. There he goes. Max Sadawi, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. All right. Bucket poll number 9. Make some noise. You guys having fun out there still? Make some noise for Micah Brown, everybody. Micah Brown.
Eric, who is your employee, has killed all these rebels.
Light bulbs are gay.
Without a trial. So,
because they busted my ass, am I right?
They're going to send Herod to their Sanhedrin, saying, go ahead. So they said to him, they said to the king,
anal's a lot like surgery.
you
Have
come
you guys
here as
noticed
well.
this?
The Torah says,
Anal
and
is a
the
lot like
master
surgery.
shall be
You gotta wash your
testified.
hands all the way down to
Let
your
the
elbows.
master of the ox come and stand on behalf of
You're
his
gonna prep?
This
Can't
all
eat the day
kind of like
before?
euphemistic language, meaning, hey,
My
Saint Hyrcanus,
surgeon hates
it's not
it when
good
I
enough
eat
for you
before
just
we
to
do
send
it.
Herod. You have to answer for him because he was acting on your command to put down the rebellion. So Hyrcanus
The
came.
drugs help. Have you guys noticed
And
this?
the
Surgeries
Herod
are
was
really
there. He
bad
came and
for
sat.
the
So
drugs.
Shimon ben Shetach said,
Hey man, here's a
and
shot
according
of
to the
whiskey.
scholarship that
Bite
says
down
he's
on
referring
this.
to
You know what
Herod,
I'm saying?
it says actually referring to Shammai,
The hell's
the
with the anal too.
Shammai
Okay.
study partner of Hillel, who was known for his
The thing that ties them all together,
strong
though,
and sometimes inflexible stance on these matters. So they said to him, King Yana, it might have been King Hyrcanus.
The only thing worse is anal surgery.
Stand on
Stay
your
away
feet,
from
you will
those
be
light
testified
bulbs.
against. And it is not before us that you are standing, but rather before the one who
Hey,
spoke
Micah
and the world was
Brown. There he
created.
is,
And he
Micah
was standing
Brown.
before
Okay,
God.
Micah.
As it says,
Welcome.
two
Wow, no
people have
one's
the
even
fight to stand
clapping for
before
you.
God. So he,
You said about anal, and somehow it was the shittiest set of the night at the same time. What are the odds? Welcome, Micah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Not long enough.
Okay. How
Now,
long is
what
that?
about all the rabbis
5
here?
years.
Let them say there's 71 judges. Not just one rabbi. So what are you telling me? Why
There's Red Band's one fart noise of the episode.
So that's not the right thing to say to Shammai.
5 years. Ryan O'Neal. I'll just say this guy looks like fentanyl Tom
Shammai
Cruise.
turned to his left.
You really do. You do look like that.
They all
Every
lowered
mission
their
is
faces
impossible
around.
to you.
He turned to his right. They all lowered their faces.
What do you do for
The other rabbis in the Sanhedrin
I
did
quit.
not have the same kind of gumption.
Quit
Shammai did,
Blockbuster
and they were
14 years ago, and you just haven't done anything.
criticized
What did you quit?
King Yana.
I was serving at Fresses.
So Shimon ben Shetach said to them again,
Wait,
like,
Chris,
Shammai,
is the place with like the quesadillas,
are
like
you
a
also
chicken bowl?
Galim
How's that fucking place?
Beans and rice.
Let the master of thought
Fucking meal. One of my favorite meals.
My
You were a
colleagues,
server there?
I was a
How
server
went
there.
wrong? How did
Herod
why'd
clearly
you quit?
killed all those rebels
Great
without a
place.
trial. He deserves to be condemned.
It's not a great
So
place.
at that
No, it's
point,
great.
Yeah, so
Gabriel
why'd
came
you
and
quit?
struck them to the ground, and
Well,
they died. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Things started going
Later,
really
they
good
will
for
be
me.
killed by Herod. At that
I
moment,
got
they
my
said,
foot
presumably the moment before they
You got your
died,
what?
they said,
I got my foot
the king
fucked.
does not
Your
judge
what?
and is not judged.
I was
He does
hanging
not bear
out.
witness.
Hold on, wait.
nor is he
Let's
the
go back.
subject
You
of
got your
forward.
wait, Micah. You got your what? Foot?
His own man.
There's a
Bottom line
woman's
of the
vagina
story,
on my
it's an
foot.
interesting kind of echo you hear in the
And
Talmud.
I couldn't
This
go
is
back to
kind
work
of
after.
difficulty of working with the Talmud
was
as
like-
a historical source. Herod
This is a true story.
They serve chicken.
Actually
That's why Red Band's making a chicken noise. For those of you wondering what a chicken has to do with getting your foot fucked. So let's slow it down. Let's
say,
let's
I don't really care what you're
what
going to say. I'm going to
exactly
do what I want
happened
to do
here?
anyways.
How does a woman's vagina end up on your foot while you're serving tables at Fresco's?
Was cowed
Supposed to
by
go to
him,
work,
and they refused
hang
to
out
do
with a
that.
friend.
Well, why did you hang out with a friend
So,
at work? Oh, you hang out with a friend
very quick
instead of
part
work. Got it.
the sense of his meteoric rise to power, and it involves a lot of
Things are going
geopolitics
good.
at the time.
Look at me. Stop looking down.
I just described occurred in 47.
Go ahead.
44, the numbers count down now. because
It's really fun.
before the
It's really awesome.
So
Caesar
girl,
was assassinated.
Yeah.
Chris
Herod
O'Connor,
she was a
wisely
day,
allied
she's a
himself
day.
with his assassin,
Miss
Cassius, right?
Austin.
We've all read Shakespeare,
I was trying to figure it
Caesar,
out.
if you remember
She's
all
got
these
a girlfriend,
and he did a great
who's
job.
dating
Herod
a
did a great
boy,
job collecting
and she was
taxes
getting.
for Rome.
There's no way the story's this complicated. It ended up with cocaine and my foot getting fucked. I don't know how to get
You did the fucking with your foot,
right?
It's about money, right?
Yeah, she told me to put my foot on the couch, and she got on the couch.
Did you wear a sock?
No, because that's full out of the
You don't wear protection or it's fucking. Okay, so let me ask you this: is it toes or the whole foot?
Well, I had 3 fingers in before, so it was the whole foot. I only have a 9.5. It's not that big.
Antigonus II
The
revolted
heel in?
against Hyrcanus, and
And then what work found out about it?
Hyrcanus II.
Things are going good, man. I don't need to go back to Fres's and deal chicken.
No, you do. Yeah, you do. No one's paying you to go out there.
You guys don't get it.
Okay, help us to understand. It's the interview portion of the show. Okay. Yes, here we go.
Foot got fucked. Got to be in a metal music video.
All in the same day.
Same week.
Okay.
Then my buddy calls me. I get to go on a canoe trip in Maine.
Wow.
I could not go. The chicken thing was not going well. Now this is better than the chicken.
How do you make money now?
From the Judean population about Herod, and he
I don't
places
think you
him
understand
and his
that.
brother in his and they were working
So you
together
found your
still with
catchphrase,
this
that's for
nominal
sure.
thing. Then
I'm getting my foot fucked. I'm getting flown out to Maine. And you want me to sell chicken?
How do you make money now?
I'm open to suggestions. It hasn't come up yet.
Very close. So you thought you were on a hot streak, and you were just like,
I can give them a medical job. You can give them to you. All you guys can work at presses, I guarantee it. They told me they would hire me back.
So you're like on a sabbatical.
Right.
They're definitely not hiring you back.
Oh, they love me.
I would bet you have a 0% chance. I mean, I know for a fact they're not gonna. You just called them out by name.
You don't think they'll hire me?
They're not gonna hire you back.
I'm a little scared now. You're like,
No. I don't need the job, so I just want to know
how much money do you have?
I'm negative $24.
Okay. So where do you sleep at night? Where do you sleep at night? Where do you sleep at night?
Tonight? I've got a friend named Brendan Mahaney. He's the best. We call him Sarge. He takes care of all of us.
Wow. Incredible. So that's where you, is that where you slept? Is that where you slept
Unless the foot girl hits me back.
Okay, here's a little joke. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch, but you are blitzed out of your mind on hard drugs. Everybody that goes Micah Brown. Very interesting fucking fools tonight. Very interesting. We should have like an actual psychiatrist backstage connect with these people right after their sets.
by the way, Francis is really good. Don't like
don't let a fucking drug addict guy ruin Francis for you. Highly recommend it. Very simple, clean meals. I'm actually surprised you eat there.
I love it. They're half chicken, man. It's fucking great.
You're saying everything that I feel. Your final bucket bowl of the night, ladies and gentlemen. You guys ready for this? I know it's one of those nights where it's hard to be excited about the bucket, but anything can happen. Make some noise for Bill Williams, everybody. Bill Williams.
His title at time was Rex Socius et Amicus Populi. He was the king.
I like watching murder shows.
Friend and ally of the Roman.
You're like true crime, forensic files, stuff like that. But I noticed recently that whenever they do the reenactments, the actors are always way better looking than the real victims.
And from time to time,
Someone's all sad, like, oh man, can't believe they murdered that beautiful lady.
In some cases,
But then I see the real victim,
Roman support. For example,
and I'm like,
later on in his life, when he decided he wanted to murder his two sons, on trial for treason, and in fact was successful in receiving Roman support. He had to go there.
I'm dating, and dating's hard.
It would not be seemly.
Then I saw this gorgeous woman sitting at a bar. I walked up to her and said, "You're stunning. You must work out all the time." She said, "No, and I'm a mom." I said, "Wow, you don't even look like you had kids." She said, "If I told you that this body gave birth to 5 children, what would you say?" So I said goodbye.
Thank
you, Bill Williams.
Bill Williams, fantastic. I like your style. I like your delivery. I like the whole thing that you're working with here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
1 year.
1 year. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Oh, San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's where you're from?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. Amazing. Fuck yeah, Bill. You perform a lot. You do a lot of like mics in San Antonio.
A lot of mics. My first year I did 305.
I see. I had a fucking feeling. Some people say they do this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and they're doing it maybe once a week, maybe twice a week. You know, that shit adds up fast. I can literally tell that you've been fucking actually working at it. What do you do for work?
Nothing.
Wow.
So I had so much time to hit mics.
That's why we're in a deficit right now. Tax-paying, contributing citizens. Right. How long have you been unemployed for, Bill?
A year. Like, I lost my truck driving job and I just hit it hard.
How did you lose your truck driving job?
They found a beer bottle in my truck.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
And then a week later, I got a DWI, so I couldn't drive anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
That happens. Are you a Native American?
Nah, there is some Native American in my family, but mostly Mexican, white, Spanish, a whole bunch of mix.
Okay. Awesome. Like Comanche? Do you know what kind of it?
I don't know.
You don't know what kind of it?
I have no idea.
You seem like I can picture you on a horse like excited to an arrow, but that's kind of racist to say. But not really, because you do look like that. Have you ever dressed up like a Native American for Halloween or something like that? Where's Sarah Sloan? Is Sarah Sloan here? Sarah Sloan?
She's at Shakespeare's.
Oh, okay. She does a great horse impression.
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
Bill, what do you do for fun?
I mean, really, because all I do is comedy.
You like to drink a lot, right?
Not anymore. I had to quit because of DWI, you know. So,
you already lost your job. You just double down on that shit?
Yeah, but I was on probation. They made me do a breathalyzer.
Okay.
I got to blow into that machine.
So you're not drinking anymore?
I'm not drinking anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do you do other than comedy? What else are you into?
I mean, that's it. I got a bunch of kids and a couple grandkids now. So,
wow.
Yeah,
How many kids do you have?
5 kids.
Oh, I'm out of here. 5 kids.
Yes, sir.
Incredible. How old are they?
The youngest is 17, and then they're 18, 21, 24, 27.
How old are you?
45.
Wow, look at you. You're killing it. You look better than all the 20-some-year-olds that were on the show. We had a stripper up here earlier that looked 55. Incredible, Bill. Wow. Amazing. So what's it like raising kids? Tell us what some crazy shit you've been through as a father, as a Native American father.
I mean, they're pretty chill. Like, you know, I was kind of crazy growing up, and they always said, like, you're going to see when you get older, but my kids are chill there.
Amazing. You say you were crazy as a kid. What do you mean? What are some of the things you would do?
When I was 16, I stole a Lexus from the Institute of Texas Cultures. Nice. Yeah. You're going to fist bump me. I'll get it. Yeah. Of course.
What made you steal a Lexus?
I was walking downtown San Antonio, and we're walking through the parking lot of the Institute of Texas Cultures. And there's a Lexus with keys hanging from the trunk. And so that was it.
Hell yeah. And where did you take this car? What did you do?
We were dumb. You know, we're 16. We thought, we drove around for 3 days, first of all.
Wow.
Picking up our friends, going cruising. Wow. And then we were driving around the east side of San Antonio, like, you know, thinking we're going to find a chop shop. Like, we didn't even know where that's at. And we got pulled over. The cops chased us. My friend was driving at that time. He took off, hit a tree. We all jumped out, started jumping fences. The driver got away, and the cop and the other guy spent 2 weeks in juvenile.
Wow.
Yeah. Good times.
Not so much that.
How many kids did you have at that time? Are you still with the baby mama?
Nope.
Okay. How long have you been separated from her?
Since 2013, I think. We were separated before that. We divorced in 2013.
How often do you get to see your kids?
All the time. My 2 youngest boys live with me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's amazing. So you're like a real active father,
Real
also
dad.
chasing your dreams and being very funny.
Yep, thank you.
How many minutes do you think you've accumulated in this year? 300 and some sets under your belt?
About 25 minutes.
About 25 minutes. Amazing. I find you to be incredibly hilarious.
Thank you.
I'd love to have you on the Secret Show.
Hell yeah.
Sarah Sloan. Give me Sarah Sloan. Where's she at? Sarah, come out here real quick. The great Sarah Sloan, everybody. Kill Tony royalty. You know, I think as a mode of celebration is in the air for you winning a set at the Sunset Strip Comedy Club, and since you are one of the funniest Native Americans that's ever been on this show, I find it fitting that Michael plays the Indian drum and the great Sarah Sloan does her impression of a horse. Sarah, grab that mic and let it rip, huh? You can grab his. Yeah, keep doing your Indian stuff, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sarah Sloan's horse impression. Absolutely incredible. Sarah Sloan, Bill Williams. Bill, you're leaving here with the true Native American leather joke book. Yeah, one of the greatest Native American comedians in Kilton history. Bill Williams, everybody. There he goes.
That guy needs to do Indian job dance.
Yes, 5 kids. He can make it rain. Bill Williams, and now we've come to a part of the show. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be honest with you. William Montgomery is out for the night, everybody. However, just when you think there's no way to possibly put a ribbon on an episode like this, I must tell you that there is one more performer, one more regular that is going to do a brand new set for you. Fresh off of sold-out theaters almost every weekend, absolutely smashing the universe. I watched him do a long set last night on a Sunday. When everybody else is off and it's nothing but up and comers, this guy's here doing long sets, going over notes. He literally works more and harder than any other comedian I know because he is trying to become an American citizen. But yet still, he remains the Estonian assassin. It's Ari Matthews.
The most important about that was the rabbis called Herod building. The rabbis at the time were uncomfortable in Beis HaMikdash to refer to Herod's extensive.
See, the problem with me is I'm not jealous.
Temple, but nevertheless, Herod considered it, one of his crowning
through like Instagram. And there's like a lot of pictures from Miami.
This, by the way, a reconstruction of the Holy Land Tower.
But she works at Chick-fil-A. I go through the pictures.
It was a much simpler building before Herod.
You might see like a ligament,
construction.
Like a hand on a knee. You try to zoom into that hand. It's a fucking prehistoric.
A lot of Roman elements. We have circular stairs.
That's who's paying.
Corinthian columns at the top of them. And of course, the
and she's got this fucking friend. Every fucking girl has a friend, some
constructed out of Jerusalem stone. So it would have that.
You know that guy who's lingering around your girl,
sun hit it,
always playing the long game.
That would be highlighted by the actual.
You ask her about Dylan, she's like, Dylan.
He cleared the entire temple.
Worried about Dylan? I've known him for a decade. I think he's gay.
Palisade around it.
And then you meet Dylan, you look into his eyes. He ain't gay.
The viewers today are
he's on the bench.
They are from this particular generation. They are on the site of the original temple.
You look at Dylan like, I know the game. Dylan, a wolf knows a wolf. You suck a few dicks to throw me off.
But nevertheless, this was his crowning achievement. The rabbis were mentioned as somewhat ambivalent because cockroaches in this building, they would say.
All of a sudden, they eat my girl's pussy. I'm like, oh my God, isn't this crazy?
But on the other hand, it's Herod who's building it. So they target really.
So the only thing to do next week, I'm sucking Dylan off.
Last long, of course, because they wanted to destroy it.
Just to see if it's true.
This building lasted much longer. In fact, it is present today.
Unbelievable. Let the record show that is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Once again, Ari Maddie doing double work, overperforming, absolutely hysterical. After that huge intro I gave, and knowing you and everything, you would think I'd be smart enough to know that you're about to be hilarious. Meanwhile, I decided to take my first sip of this delicious whiskey Coke during your calm setup, and you fucking got me. You got me real good. It blasted. I blasted air out of my nose, and it splashed up in my face and all over me and Red Band's legs. Red Band's wearing shorts, so it raw dogged his sweet little hairy kneecap right there. I'm like, oh, he's on the setup. I'll be fine. And she's taking a trip to Miami, and she works at Chick-fil-A, and it got me. The hair came out, and the water came up, and her drink came up. Amazing stuff, Ari Maddie. Absolutely fucking hilarious. You are covering something that I think a lot of fucking people go through, and I've never really heard it talked about quite. So
are you a jealous guy?
Pleasure.
Not really. But I know.
You look like a jealous guy.
I look like a lot of things.
What the fuck is this?
Sir, I told you not to look at other men, sir.
How is this, Dylan?
But I will say this, is everybody I've ever hung out with, every girl is like, oh, he's gay. There's always that guy
Dude,
that's
every guy here is with a girl. They know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's always a dude. And chicks have no idea. No, he's nice. Fuck you. Oh, trying to fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
No man is trying to help you. We're all creeps.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely true. I'm always hanging out with a girl, and they're like, "Nah, it's my gay friend." I'm like, "What's his number?" So Ari, tell us more. What's going on in life, buddy? You're absolutely crushing it. Last night, you were in a theater in Jacksonville.
It was Saturday. I was in Jacksonville. Friday, Orlando. I love Florida. It's so much fucking fun, dude. People are crazy.
It is a fun place to visit.
Yeah, when I
Thank you all for
Anderson in Orlando,
For those of you in the internet audience, you can't feel the temperature. We had a little bit of a problem with our heating, but thank God it should be on by the end of the night. We're just getting a new part shipped in from Uzbekistan, and everything will be fine. But we have a great class tonight. I'm really looking forward to going over it with you.
Whether you're in
Florida
or Atlanta,
a figure named Yochanan Cohen Gadol, also known as John Gerkenes, very important figure in the Hasmonean age. It's quite a bit of a leap from where we were speaking last week with David Amelech. We're moving forward about 800 years, but in the context of our overarching theme of understanding the history of the land of Israel and its people, it's very much consistent with our overall goal. We are going to go all the way up going to the 20th century by the time we end this semester, so an 800-year jump is not such a big deal after all. Tonight's lecture, I'm very happy to say, is sponsored by the Friends of Jewish History in honor of a very special couple, Norman and Bridget Robinson. They are longtime supporters of this class. They've really helped out our students with scholarships in the past, and I'm very proud to call them friends. They came to New York for a visit a while ago. We had dinner. We're all the way up in California. Norman's actually a scholar of this material in particular, and this lecture is based in part on an 18-page research paper that he sent me that was really quite fascinating. I'm only going to dip into it in a few places. It goes deeper than this quick lecture does, but I'm really grateful for his friendship and his support of the lectures, and especially for his research. I also want to share with you kind of a cool thing. He sent me as a gift a while ago this really amazing gift. I was tempted not to keep it, but it was too cool. I had to keep it anyways. This is actually a box that does not open.
And we went to like a concert.
This is actually a coin, an original coin from the period of John Gerkenes. It was actually minted by Gerkenes himself. So I'm holding in my hands here this piece of history over 2,000 years old. And with a certain amount of trepidation, I'm now going to pass it around the room. So here, please have a look at it. Thank you to the Robinsons. It's really amazing. We actually are going to talk about the iconography.
You are, but if you're a guy, 15.
Okay, so before we begin proper, many of you responded to the survey we sent out last week. We got the results, and I'd like to take 5 minutes of our lecture time just to quickly go over the survey because it had some interesting results that will impact the way in which we deliver these lectures in the future. Let's have a look at just 6 slides here. So the first one is, how do you like the lectures? Thank God, they seem to be very popular. 82.1% like them a great deal, and 15.9% like them a moderate amount on a scale of 7. So that means about 98% of the people who watch the lectures enjoy them. 0.7%, which is one person actually, we got about 150 odd responses. 0.7 are not sure whether they like it or not like it. I guess they're kind of channel surfing at night. 1 person dislikes a moderate amount, and 1 person disliked it a great deal, which is kind of nasty, kind of writing comments in all caps with lots of exclamation marks. But I will tell you that I can correlate the answers of these responses to their locations, and and they're all from Brooklyn.
his
The three who are in the
definitely a
bottom
service
are from Brooklyn.
I'm pretty sure everybody that's that handicapped. Yeah, it's
And he's out
You know,
there.
I laugh, but I don't want to laugh because the truth is, the last 3 lectures that I
You should have
delivered
seen me,
on the
dude.
biblical
Full
period
Karen.
were
I go
quite
straight to the
challenging
manager.
on
I Google
a Jewish
federal law in
philosophical
America.
level.
You can't even
It's
ask
very
why
hard
the
for a
dog is there. Fuck you.
historian
I just
to maintain an objective point of view and work with very sparse evidence when the evidence is overwhelmingly scriptural in nature. I tried very hard to hit that balance right. But these 3 people, I did not hit that balance right at all. I think maybe because it was Brooklyn, they were expecting this to be more like a sermon or a drasha, and it wasn't. So I apologize for disappointing them. I assume they're not here now. If you are in the room right now, please don't tell me. I'll never be able to look at you properly for the rest of the class. So it's hard to hit that balance. Hard to say about that. Okay, but anyway, thank God the lectures are popular. I'm glad of that.
Does anybody remember the
What do you like best about them? So the vast majority of people like the actual material in the lecture. Surprisingly, a significant minority like the cheesy jokes. So I may return to those a little bit. A small number like the visuals, but as we will see later, a lot of people just listen to the lecture without actually watching the screen, so they don't take advantage of the artwork, but still useful. And a small number like the questions and answers. We'll get back to that in a second. I asked what kind of Jewish history interested people, and the responses were pretty much spread out. Many of them modern, ancient history, of course, also score high. Biography score high. That, by the way, is my wife's idea. She always thought that biography was the best kind of popular history to do. Women's history, not very high, which I'm surprised with because I really find this fascinating myself. More on religion, which I probably not touch very much. But that's where people spread out on what they like. Now, what would they like to see in the future?
Good job.
We're on? Oh, great. So this, everyone, this is Mr. Kenneth Davis. He's in charge of our building. We give him applause because we have heat running in the building now. That is excellent. That's like 48 hours of hard work. Get those parts from Kazakhstan.
The Charlie from Ryan G.
Over
Calls
to
in. Hello, can you guys hear for my fantastic
Thank you very much.
guests tonight? Chris O'Connor is in Cleveland.
Okay, back to where we are. So what do people want? So a large number of people want podcasts because a lot of people like to download these lectures and listen to them when they're driving. Another group would like an app. 30% of people who watch these lectures online watch them through a mobile device. And having a convenient way to access them would be really nice. A small number like live webcasts. A large number would like to participate though in more interactive experiences. Don't forget the vast majority of these respondents are outside of Brooklyn. From Alaska, Japan, Buenos Aires, all over the place. And then there's other down here. Finally, what kind of surprises me, like the whole point of this lecture, besides just general edification of the world on Jewish history, is we're trying to help out our students here on campus by raising funds for the scholarship. And we are not doing a very good job at getting out the message of, hey, we do have scholarship opportunities. Many people wrote on the comment section, I want to sponsor. I didn't even know I could. So that's an important
social
thing
media,
for us. Small number are already members, and small number are not.
has a new improv show Wednesdays, SunsetStripATX.com. Love you guys.
Finally, I would join. What would help people join the Friends of Jewish History? If we have these members in the seminars, if we had small gifts, like like the public radio stations do. Once every 3 weeks, they have a fundraising drive. But here at the bottom, the big story is I need to understand why is this important. Again, it's on us to not explain. So, what are we planning to do about it? Once I finish this, we'll go straight to the lecture. So we've got 3 things happening as a result. The first is I'm happy to report that I've got these
special taping at the end of September. So check me out doing stand-up. I promise you, it's very, very good.
If you want to download these to your phone, through iTunes, it is now available. It'll take me maybe a week or so to get everything up there, but
we love you.
We're working on that.
Thank
you so much. As a result of the survey, one graphic designer in Brazil wrote to me and said he wants to volunteer his time to design an app. That's really great. So we'll see what he comes back with. We'll have to design that. Finally, this is an experiment. I'm trying to set up a seminar online to allow people to participate a little more. Not quite sure how this experiment will go, but hopefully we'll meet with that need. So that's the quick overview of the survey. All right, Yochanan Cohen Godel, also known as John Gershon, it's fascinating that he has two names, of course, but that's indicative, I think, of the entire chapter that we're speaking about. This is one of the most important kings of the period of the Hashmonaim. That is that brief-lived period of Jewish sovereignty before the Roman domination and then ultimately the exile in the first century of the Roman era. On the one hand, he has a very Jewish name. Yochanan, of course, is a Jewish derivation, and the title Kohen Gadol, or High Priest, is exceptionally important. And at the same time, he has a very Greek name, Johannes Hyrcanus, right? Hyrcanus, oh, thank you very much. Does everyone have a look at this point? Okay. Johannes Hyrcanus, after there's some question as to where he got that specific name, but possibly as a result of a conquest that he had, it definitely is a Greek-sounding name. He used both of them in different contexts interchangeably. Most important achievements for our purposes, an expansion of the land of Israel in a very significant way. You can see here, this is the territory of Israel that he inherited from his father, who was one of the sons of Matthew, the first of the Maccabees. Small amount of territory, the waste of Israel with a tiny access to the sea, a little bit of the Transjordan here on the other side, and then by the time he died, after 30 years of reign, again, a very significant achievement to hold power for so long in such similar times, he expanded significantly to the north, possibly even further than this map shows, and also to the south with the unfortunate region of Ismaiah, which we'll speak about in a few moments. So that's his territorial expanse, and we'll explore why that is important. He's also known as a Midner, the Maccabean kings were very famous for issuing coinage. It's interesting that the coinage is often written in the old Hebrew script. It's not even written in Greek characters, indicating that they're really serious about providing currency for their own local regions rather than necessarily having to circulate much wider. And fascinating for the depictions is what are the iconographic symbols used. Judaism, as I'm sure you're aware, has an allergy to physical representation of living things, celestial bodies, and the like. Goes back to the second commandment, which specifically forbids any kind of graven image. How that has been interpreted over the centuries varies, but certainly in the ancient period, there was a tremendous hesitancy to portray any kind of sun, moon, star kind of design, or any kind of animal, or certainly human being. Later in the Middle Ages, that was kind of modified. Human beings could be represented, but sometimes altered in a significant way to indicate that it was not intended as a object of worship, such as the famous bird's head Haggadah of the 13th century, in which all the characters from Haggadah, their heads are replaced with the heads of birds, indicating that they're chimeras and not real creatures in any way. So these coins from the Hashmonaean era tend to borrow selected Greek elements, such as the two-horned cornucopia, which is a symbol of
and the other one is truly one of my favorite comedians, one of my favorite drinking buddies, both two of my favorite comedians. Earlier for tonight's guests, it's Chris O'Connor and Ryan O'Neal, everybody.
Like that, very Jewish symbols, but as we move into the Hashmonaean period, we see a lot more influence of Greek norms that are just barely skirting the sense of what is appropriate for the old term designs a little bit later.
Guys, Ryan O'Neal, Chris O'Connor, what an exciting start to the episode. It guns a blazing, everything is happening. Ryan O'Neal has the Slot Quest podcast, and he's at Ryan O'Neal topic on everything with two L's. Chris O'Connor is one of the stars of the show Tigers. I don't know if you guys know the one comedy series in the world. He's included with the famous passage in 1560.
never trust yourself to
literally the
bathe
world's
your death.
worst website.
And
for tickets,
case in
hey, Chris,
point,
no
the
color. Is there
object
an
lesson is
apostrophe in that
nonetheless
website?
Yochanan Cohen Gadol, who at the very end of his life
Chris O'Connor
decided
comedy
to
on
join
everything
with the
social media.
Sadducees,
Very,
which are
very
kind of like the
exciting.
bad
We
guys
are
in
going
this
to
story,
have
for reasons
some
that we'll
fun
discuss shortly.
tonight. You
And
guys,
this
Ryan
was seen
O'Neal
as
was a guest, I
a
believe,
huge
very
step
early on.
down, a
11, 12
turning
years
away
ago. Belly room,
from traditional
main room,
orthodoxy.
done it all.
I'm
Done
using
it all.
that term
First
loosely,
time at the mothership.
to
Ryan
a
O'Neal moved here this week. One of the best comedians in the
heretical
world.
movement that
Chris
ultimately
O'Connor
was
moved here
separated from the
last
Jewish
year.
people
One of the best
before.
comedians in the
So
world.
that's a very
It's very exciting.
controversial aspect of it that I
But
look
you guys
forward to
know how it
discussing
works.
with
We've all
you
done
shortly.
it. 230
Okay,
tonight, ladies and
let's
gentlemen.
talk about the sources.
230
Where do
waiting
we
in a bar
get
next
the
door,
information
hoping that
for
they get
our
pulled out of this fucking
contemporary
tunnel.
study of Yochanan
The
Cohen Gadol?
world's
And thank God
palest woman.
we're not going to use
Pull
any,
the purse string here. There's a lot of other things I could have made
steelies, or
fun
we're not
of. I
going to
don't know
use
why
any
you're
kind
getting
of little
offended. I
practices
chose
have to
pale,
arrive.
which is
We
the
actually have a
nicest
few
of the things I could have
documents
said.
that make me much more comfortable than
Hell
any
yeah.
other.
So the first
The
bucket
first
pool is getting
is
wrangled.
the
You
book
guys know
of
how
the
it works. When I
Maccabees,
pull their name out of the bucket,
which
they get
is
60 seconds on or up. Taking another
ancient
time
book.
is up and you're the sound of a kitten.
It's
They
written in
wrap it up
several
the house. They
volumes,
bring out the Angry West
but
Hollywood
it
Bear,
did not make
which
it
rudely interrupts them.
into
And then
the
I
Hebrew
conduct an interview
Bible.
with
The
me and my
Tanakh
esteemed
does
panel.
not
I'll
include
fucking
the
have fun
books of the
figuring out what else
Maccabees,
they
even
should talk
though
about
they
or what else about their
describe
lives is
with a
interesting. They go
significant
from
amount
a
of
comedian
historical
to a
detail,
podcast
an
guest.
event that's extremely
In 60
important to
seconds, the
Judaism,
whole thing's
the
improvised. Anything can
entire
happen. You guys ready to start
Husmanite
tonight's fucking show?
revolution of the Second
Well,
Temple
while we go
era.
wrangle that
It
first
did make it,
bucket,
however,
we are
into
going to
the
watch a
Apocrypha,
golden
which
ticket
is a
winner start
collection
this
of
show with a
books
brand
that
new minute,
several other
everybody. The
faiths
calm,
decided
cool
to
styles
include in their
of
versions of the Bible.
some
As you know,
noise for Colin
visited
Sledge,
to
everyone.
anyone who visit a Motel 8 and just look through the doors, there are found Bibles that look somewhat unfamiliar to Jews because they have some significant additions and perhaps even some changes in sequence of books and things like that. The books of the Maccabees did not make it into the Bible. The canonization process is a little bit beyond our scope for today, but the rabbis basically, when they chose books to be canonized, to be included in the text of Holy Scripture, they really carefully filtered out those texts that they felt, for one reason or another, had messages that were antithetical.
I was always nervous
to
around girls growing up.
the debates
I mean, I still
around many of
remember when I
these
was growing
texts
up,
are actually
my
discussed
dad
in
used
the
to tell me,
Talmud, and
it's
some of
important
the
that
ones that
girls
just
are more afraid of
barely
you
made it in
than you are of
include
them.
Song of Songs, because it has really quite explicit content.
I said,
If
why?
you don't
He said,
read it
"You're creepy, we don't
allegorically,
like
if you read it just literally on its face value, it's, you know, it could be a bestseller today for its imagery and so
My
on.
parents didn't really like believe in me
Kohelet,
sexually.
Ecclesiastes has a very
One
dark
time my
vision
parents found this girl's
of
panties in my bedroom.
humanity and
My
faith,
dad
and
confirmed, he's like, so you think you're a
you can
girl,
also
huh?
read that through a lens that is not necessarily in keeping with Jewish values.
Thank you.
So the rabbis really debated long and hard about things like that, but they kept them in. Other books of the same age, same provenance, nevertheless did not make it in. Book Wisdom of Ben Sira, for example, that has a lot of similarities to Proverbs, and the book of the Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on. There's quite a few of them. And they're great for historical data for the period. The books of the Maccabees, the first of the four in particular, is really solid. Probably written by a Jew who was on the side of the Maccabees himself, had a great deal of sympathy for the Maccabees, had a great deal of very detailed topographical information of the life of Israel, of the landscape and the mountains and so on. He probably did live through many of the battles that he describes himself. So he had a lot of detail about it. Later on, other books were probably added significantly after the original rebellion, not nearly as useful for their information, but nevertheless instructive for other ways. The books of the Maccabees give us a tremendous amount of information on the first two generations. That's pretty reliable data. Unfortunately, before we get to John Hyrcanus, the third generation, the historical data ends, and we only have information on the background to Israel from Maccabees. Nevertheless, still very useful to give us a sense of the foundation of the society in which he lived
Is
at
it
the
some
time.
kind of jungle
Another
bird,
major
perhaps?
source,
To my
problematic, but should be
co-host, Brian Redband.
familiar to many of you who have been in this room for months and who have certainly watching the internet. Flavius Josephus,
I don't know. I'm
who
colorblind.
lived in
So
the first century, and he was kind of like
That means you're
the
gonna have a rough
Oprah
Christmas
of
from what I
Jewish
know.
historians.
Yeah, it felt
of his
spiritually
time.
very
I love that
damaging.
metaphor.
Yeah,
The Oprah,
no doubt
I would
about
love
it.
to be the
Tremendously bad
Oprah
law.
of Jewish historians.
Indulge
That would be
me
great,
for
wouldn't it?
life.
But the Oprah,
So
he,
you
like,
killed
he
one of
was
them. The other
super
one I
popular.
fought.
Yeah,
He
don't
was
remind me.
adopted. He was originally
I don't want
a
to
Pharisee.
widow with
We'll talk about them shortly. One of the Perusian
I kind of
who
hope that I got both.
decided not to fight against the Romans. He switched
You were
sides and
asking about a
joined the
job, right?
Romans.
Like, what was your plan for a
He
job?
was a first-hand
I think he
witness
just wanted me to
to
move out of my
the
parents'
Roman-Jewish
Yeah.
wars that ended in the
Maybe he was like, what's
destruction
the plan?
of
You're like,
Jerusalem.
let's just get another
He ended
place.
up moving to Rome.
Oh, yeah.
He was adopted by the emperor himself. That's where the
teach
name
piano and I do
Flavius
comedy.
comes from.
Oh, sick.
And he was the
Do you
court
like living with your
historian of the
parents?
Jews. The Romans
It's
were
pretty, yeah, we're close.
fascinated
Pretty
with
chill.
Jewish history
You know, I have a
because
garage
they
apartment, so
respected
some degree
antiquity
of
and
space.
they
Yeah, just make sure
recognized
your dad
the
doesn't
huge
warm up the car in the morning.
the thousands of years of Jews that existed even in Roman times, and so therefore they employed
So how long
Josephus
have
as
you
a
lived in
court
the
historian
garage?
who published
I guess
many
when I moved
books
back from
for
college,
Roman
they
consumption
might have built
on
it
the
so I
history
would
of the
be
Jews.
further away.
Unfortunately, the only versions
yeah, it was
that have
around that
survived
time.
are the versions that were written
College?
for
Oh,
Roman
did I say it weird?
audiences. He apparently wrote several versions that were in Aramaic
So
for
it's
Jewish
separate
audiences.
from the house.
We
You
don't
have
know
a direct
exactly
door.
how he would have phrased
Okay,
things
that's
had he
exciting.
known he had a
But
Jewish
when you say
readership. We only
garage,
know it through the eyes of the Roman
does it mean
leadership,
there's a
and
garage
so
door
it
on the front?
tends, for much of his
Well,
writing,
there's a garage
very,
door, and then there's a regular style door.
self-serving, very
That's
pro-Roman,
just all
very
you, and
critical
there's no
Jews
cars in the
in
garage.
many
Well,
ways.
it's-
Later,
yeah,
towards
it's
the end
one
of his
car in the
life,
garage,
though,
you can pull in
he
the garage.
So you
did
sleep next to a car.
face the
No, there's an
anti-Semitic
apartment
charges
above the garage.
of a figure named
Yeah,
Appio,
it's a garage
and he
apartment.
answered them. We
Okay.
don't have
Yeah,
Appio's
it's
original
next to the car.
anti-Semitic
You're so
slurs, but we
close.
do have
You're
Josephus'
saying like I'm
response.
the
So
asshole.
we see he begins to
Sleep
sort of
directly above a
recoup
fucking
his
car, so
personal
whether it's
Jewish
your next door
identity in
neighbor
that
or it's just below you,
Yeah.
you're next to a fucking car.
great source
Up or
on
down,
the
side
period
to
we're
side.
discussing now because he was
That's
only
fair.
on the
You're next to a
contemporary
car,
period
buddy.
by about a century or so, a little bit more than
It's on
that,
the bottom bunk.
which is very significant
You're in bunk beds
because we
with
had
a car,
so
as
few
far as I'm
historians at the
concerned.
time, but he was quite
What kind
prolific,
of car
so we
is
have a lot of different data
It's my
points
stepmom's
from many
BMW.
places in his vast
Wow.
over.
Wow.
And finally, we have
in
the
that
Talmud.
garage that your parents
The
don't want to
Talmud
live without.
is extremely useful as a historical
BMW.
text, but it has to be
Did
placed
they ever
within
hint to you
certain
that it's maybe
guidelines.
time to
To begin
like
with,
get
the
away from
Talmud
them?
is basically an oral document
Not really,
in
but,
which
you know, I sort of
information was
feel
passed
like
down
it's time anyway.
Do you have
from
siblings?
teacher to student
I do
for
have
literally
a brother. He
centuries,
lives in
and by the time it was
See?
codified,
Brother
it
is
was
the
very
many
opposite of your
centuries
parents'
after
garage.
the
Yeah.
events
Incredible.
described.
In fact,
That
in
does
Honduras,
not
there's a
necessarily
chance of
impugn the
hitting
validity
an
of the accounts that were delivered, but the accounts certainly were shaped within
of a
a
jungle.
moral environment. But
Colin, you
the
got it started
point
with
of
a
the
new
stories
minute.
in the Talmud is not
Congratulations, fun
necessarily to tell
times.
you,
That's the way that it
you know,
works.
like
Golden
a
ticket winner
clear
with a strong minute.
historical
Show you how it's
evolution of
done.
events, but to
Colin
get
Sledge.
across
Now
a
this is
particular
where things
message
get
that
interesting.
supports a
Because we go to
halakhic
the
point
sweet
or
bucket of destiny,
supports
which
a
means we're
moral
about to either
point
meet
or
somebody or see
object
somebody
lesson, things
again.
like that. So
That
these materials have
most
to be
likely
read
meet
within
somebody.
that
That this
context
could be
to
crazy
try
people.
to
It
tease
could be
out
the next
historical
fucking
data
great
from
talent of the
The
show,
Talmud
or
has
it could be
significant
pure
amounts of
insanity.
discussion
They could
about
be a
the
15,
Customary
20-year
era in
veteran of
particular,
comedy. They could
and
be
a
a couple
few
months in. It
scattered
could be their
references
first
to
time.
Yochanan Cohen
It could be
Gadol,
whatever.
his
You get it.
activity, and his
Ladies and gentlemen, your first
end of
fucking
life
pull of the night
change as
goes by
well.
the
So
name
those are our
of
three
Surge
main sources
AM.
for important to tonight's discussion.
Here we
And
go.
that was primary sources. We also brought in secondary sources. So we got these sources now.
Oh
The
shit, what's going on, guys? Here in Austin, yeah.
Let's spend a couple of minutes
that guy
to
lived in
understand
my
what
garage.
exactly is
Oh,
communism
shit.
that attracted the international violence so much.
Yeah.
The term comes
Someone
from
once told me that
Hellas,
human trafficking
Greece
is
in
horrible.
Greek, and it comes from
I look back and I
Alexander
go,
the Great,
hey man,
Shamir
just because that's how I got to
Alexander
this country doesn't
tremendously
mean
brilliant
that
military
you can
leader
fucking talk shit about my
of the
life.
centuries
You
before
know
the
what I'm saying?
Common Era, who leads
This
this
is for the
amazing march
LGBTQ
from his
community,
home
clap
up
it up.
here in
But
the
for her-
Peloponnesus, right, or north of Peloponnesus,
But for
in
her, that stands
Macedonia,
for,
all
let's
the
get
way
another bottle of
across
tequila.
basically the entire civilized
Yeah,
world,
fucking
in
drunk.
the Middle East,
Yeah.
and he comes all the way down to Egypt, and then he
Yeah.
goes all the way
You know,
out here, basically
You know what
towards
doesn't really make sense?
contemporary
She's
India,
bisexual and she works
Pakistan.
at
This
Chick-fil-A,
place
so
is
technically she's
entirely
an
covered by him, and he would have kept
LGBTQCIA.
going except his soldiers said they are exhausted. They really want to go home to Greece. They have not had souvlaki in like years.
Immigration got her last week.
And he said, okay, fine, let's go back. And then he died in his 30s after as a result of possibly poisoning.
Like, have you ever woken
up? The thing is, with this massive multi-regional conquest, he was able to spread Greek culture, Greek norms, and the world would never be the same as a result. Israel, of course, was also on his path, and Israel was absolutely fascinated with Hellenism.
How long have you been doing stand-up, Serge?
I've been doing it for about a year.
But we'll see some of it shortly.
After
his death, the empire was divided up among his generals. The most significant two groups were the Ptolemies here in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire that was based in Syria. Egypt and Syria vied for Israel, which was the borderland between them, controlling at different points in their various conflicts. And this is exactly when the Hashmonaim had their revolt. Their revolt was primarily against the Seleucid groups who were really Syrians adopting Hellenistic culture and wishing to impose it on the population. So, the flashpoint of the rebellion, this is very simple to do, I'm sure you're all very familiar with this. The Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes decided that, the best way to control this strange Jewish population who were so anomalous, so out of the box, and in many ways just not fitting with the entire Hellenistic goal of society, was that he would just put an end once and for all to this strange religion that they have, the insistence on worshipping an invisible God, of having a God that had no name, very clannish behavior,
LGBTQ, let's get another bottle of tequila.
Really what you're totally carved activities like athletics. Nothing be wrong with athletics, right? Things like that.
She works at Chick-fil-A, which makes her LGBTQ CIA. Why does that make her CIA?
It's important to note, by the way,
explain that one.
Just simply make this
Let's
stuff
go with
up.
that one. I have questions.
Really
I have more questions than a 60-second set should ever have. About specifically your 60. I don't even care about your life. I'm obsessed with how weird that set was. So explain the CIA.
Chick-fil-A. Higher classes.
You don't know. No, I don't. You should at least have some fucking weird theory.
I thought about the languages. And they really wanted Israel to move forward in that Hellenistic direction. The rural society, however, was much more traditional, much more backward, if you were, insisting on that old-time religion, refusing to accept the values of the city. And
stick with me.
Antiochus was simply saying, fine, in order to make everything carve and black, so to speak, let me just side with those Hellenizing elements in the cities, and with those Jewish allies, then we will put down the huge fissures that were erected in Jewish society. And this is an important region for him because it was on the borderland with Emmaus, Egypt. So he had to really have solid control over it, lest he lose it to his rivals to the south. The kinds of things they took down with tremendous ferocity were the observance of the Sabbath, which was seen as a sign of Jewish sloth, that they insisted on resting 1 day a week. Observance of family purity, which was seen as some of these backward rituals that separated the Jews from non-Jews. Of course, the ban of the circumcision ritual, which also marked Jews off as separate. He basically wanted Jews to elide within the larger Hellenistic world.
made a noise there. You
And
like
so
Sawgrass?
a revolution got
What do you
that
get
was
when you go to
basically
Sawgrass?
a rural peasants' revolution against those Jews who were supporting Antiochus Epiphanes. The leader of that revolution was, of course, Matisyahu. It's a joke. See, if you're watching this on podcast, right? No one will get this joke if you're listening to this podcast only. But Matisyahu was, an otherwise unremarkable farmer with a number of sons. was called to one of these state-sponsored ritual sacrifices led by Greek Jews, that is, Jews who were promoting the Hellenistic agenda, and in a fit of rage, rather than sacrificing the pig idol, he grabbed the Jew who was organizing it, stretched him out on the altar, and sacrificed him instead. This flashpoint ignited a massive rebellion, which amazingly turned out successful, as the Maccabeans, as they were called, not only
music and stuff like that.
successfully drove off the much more entrenched powers of the city and the full Hellenistic forces, but even the reinforcements that came down from the north, from Syria, including, reinforcements of cavalry, and one famous episode, 32 war elephants, which must have been absolutely terrifying to encounter. Nevertheless, Matisyahu and his son Yehuda, in particular the Maccabees, were able to mount a very successful guerrilla campaign that forced the Syrian government to leave off all of their Hellenizing activities, creating an independent state for the Jews. The Maccabeans celebrated this victory with candle lighting, and of course this is where we have the major symbol of the observance of the holiday of Hanukkah. We have, of course, the Talmud. There's a miracle described there when they finally cleaned out the temple, as I'm sure you're all aware, and they found the two of the royal vast for 8 days. Sounds a lot like this building where we're waiting for the heater from Central Asia to arrive. But
I guess my set was actually pretty phony. I don't even know. I got my 60 seconds. I'm killing Tony. Clap it up. Here we go once again. When I shine, I will never show anybody that I pretend. Yo, fuck it. My sister is gay.
Associated with the holidays for time anymore. So we're living now in an environment in which there's this huge development challenge, this overwhelming worldview that encompasses the entire civilized world for the most part. And Jews are countercultural. Jews are refusing to participate in it, they're rebelling against it, and they have been amazingly successful. They have just, so to speak, won the election. Now what do we do?
Wow. There he goes. Search everybody. Makes the most for Search. He tried his best.
As they were known, managed to hold on to power for several hundred years. And let's have a look at the chart, the lineage chart, so we can see exactly what Yochanan
handed over was.
So here's Matisyahu
everybody.
This
podcast
is
sponsored by Nick. These are our favorite nicotine pouches by a mile. If you haven't made the switch to Nick pouches yet, now is the time. I'm always reaching for strawberry watermelon ice. Personally, premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience made with proprietary coconut fiber blend filled with better nicotine absorption and a more comfortable mouthfeel. With Nick, you get strong, lasting flavor that is clean and discreet.
Tony, I love Nick. They're the greatest nicotine pouches of all time, and each can comes with 20 Nick pouches.
The switch to Nick nicotine pouches like we did, we know you'll love these too. And we have a special offer just for Kill Tony listeners, 35% off your first 3 orders only if you order now at nickpouches.com/Tony. That's NYKDpouches.com/Tony. Don't forget you get 35% off
They gave birth to Aristobulus, whose
son
Alexander was the grandson of John Hyrcanus, who married Alexandra and gave birth to Mariamne, who was the last of the Hashmonaim who married Herod. We'll come back to this in a little while and much more next week, but just to give you a sense of what's going on here, Herod, in many ways, was invalidated to be the king of Israel, but a very major claim to his legitimacy was the fact that he married one of the last of the Hashmonaim, Mariamne, also known as Miriam. Very sad story associated with her. Of course, Herod murdered her along with much of her family.
She taught me many lessons, and this is what she taught me.
Also relevant to this chart are questions that were raised about the lineage of Yochanan Hyrcanus. Not pictured here is his mother, and the rabbis took him to task. Actually, they took the entire family to task over one really important issue. Yeah, they're Kohanim, they did not come from the line of Tzadok, and the other issue, very important, is that they're Kohanim, but what are they doing to promote kingship? Kings are supposed to come from the tribe of Yehuda, of Judah. These people are not from the tribe of Judah. So
Drain
how
your
is it
ball sack,
possible that
not
you
your
can
bank
have
account.
the priestly authority and the
Always
temporal
tell Mama
authority
Son, always
united
ask Mama
in one
Son
person?
if she's got a
This is
new girl
something
on
to which
rotation.
Jews have
Add some
a
variety to
millennial
your
allergy.
Asian pussy
Too much
portfolio,
creation of
guys.
power is
Jeez.
something which
All right, thank you.
Jewish culture tends to develop. We don't like, for the vast majority of history, we don't like absolute rulers who control everything. We like it when there's kind of like a balance of power. And there's like a priestly head and a temporal head. And somehow between the two of them, they work out what's right. And we will return to this shortly. Another issue was that even though Hyrcanus himself was a Kohen, there was questions about Shimon's wife, who apparently was captured at one point in her life.
I'm the
And
Anthony
having
Bourdain
endured
Asian
as a
pussy, man. I was
captive,
always going to massage
she would not be eligible to marry Shimon. And
You no
so the
longer
rabbis
I'm
questioned whether or
reformed, and now
not
I
he
just
was
help men
considered
achieve success by giving
a
advice,
Kohen at all.
helping my
He could be a
brethren
Kohen
out.
Kolal, meaning that he would be
How did I
invalidated
reform? I got
from
married.
serving as a Kohen
She said,
because of
well,
his
you
lineage.
can't be
So
having
the
sex
rabbis
with Asian
had a
pussy
kind of like a
anymore. So
laundry
I've been
list
married
of
for 20
issues to
years,
deal with.
guys.
But
20 years.
you know, politics is politics.
The one's
And,
excited.
he
You
did
woman,
actually
you woman.
throne.
She's gonna love
What
this.
were his major achievements? So in terms of foreign policy,
Amazing.
we have to understand
So
that there are
Jason,
some
remind us, how
limitations
long
on
you been
his
stand
power.
up?
5
To
years.
begin with,
What do you do
Yochanan
for
Cohen Gadol
I'm retired from the
continued to
National
have
Guard.
disputes with the Seleucid kings to the north.
Thank you for
Even
your
though
service,
the
yes.
Hashmonaim had
Where
originally
did you
achieved
serve
a measure of
exactly?
independence and had asserted their national authority, there remains to be seen
There
exactly
it is.
how
The
much
sweet
power
son
they
Santa
really
landed
have.
on the roof.
And we have to view
I
this
was a
period
recruiter for
within
the
the
National Guard in
context
Jackson,
of
Michigan,
what
Lake
was it like
George,
to
New
have a
York,
kingdom at
and
that
I worked in
time.
Chicago, Illinois.
Not like in our days where we have, imperial states and border walls and things like that. Nothing at all like
What's the
this is
craziest thing
happening
that
in the
happened? What's the most like
some of the interesting
violent
evidence to
thing
this
you've
is
had
the
to
fact
do
that
in the military?
many of the
Most
coins
violent
that are
thing I ever had to do. I never really
in
had to
this
do
period
anything
by
violent.
Yochanan
I
Cohen
was a recruiter,
do
so
not
it's like a
refer to
basic
him
job.
as
Come
king.
in
They
and
refer
they
to
want to
him
join the
as
military. You lie to them to get them to join. It's just a simple
and
process.
head of the
what's
Great
the trick
Assembly.
you would use to get them to join?
So head of
I
the
would
Great
tell them
Assembly,
anything. Like, let's
although that
say
sounds like a
someone
pretty good title,
came in and they
it's
wanted
not
to be
the
a
same
cook,
as king.
right? Being a
And
cook,
it could
nobody
be
joins the
that
military
this
wants
is
to
a
cook the damn food.
reflection
They want to do
of
like
his
cool Rambo
somewhat
shit.
diminished
So I'd be
power
like, listen, you're gonna be like an
vis-a-vis
executive
his
chef for
rivals
the
to the
president
north.
or some shit.
In particular, he had a conflict with
I was a top
Antiochus
recruiter for the
VII
Michigan Army
Davis,
National Guard.
who was one of the Seleucid kings, and they had significant battles back and forth before they finally achieved a kind of a
What's something
modus
interesting
vivendi.
about you
The
that we
modus
didn't find out
vivendi
last time you were on the show?
essentially
Something interesting
forced
about me,
Yochanan
I am a
Hyrcanus, or John
compulsive eater.
Hyrcanus, to
let's
cede
talk about
I
certain
mean, my wife's
tribute
got a
of
hide
rights
peanut butter jars.
to
I am a
the
compulsive
Seleucid
eater, recovering
in
alcoholic, and I
return
just treat
for
it
his,
for food. I just treat
control over the
booze and
region.
everything for food, and I just compulsively.
We see
eat.
this, as I mentioned earlier, in the coinage as well, that the
spent
images
$5
tend to be
in
this
DoorDash
double-sided
from Whataburger.
cornucopia, all Greek images that indicate that John Hyrcanus was very much trying to play ball with his regional counterparts.
Those middle of the night
In order
Instagram
to
stories by
maintain
Red
the
Wings.
integrity of the state,
Oh yeah.
it's often
No doubt
far
about it.
superior on forces.
Jason,
He
what
had
does
to
your
kind
wife
of
do?
negotiate,
My
kind of be a
wife,
culture
and she
broker
works for an
for
orthodontist office,
his
and so
Jewish
she like runs like a call center. She
inside
works
a
from home.
very
And she helps me
antagonistic
edit my
allies
videos.
Let us remember that his grandfather, of course, led this tremendous
I make
peasant
content. I
riot
make a lot of
that
massage
was
parlor
very much
videos where I use my
very
past
much challenging the
experiences
world
to
order
help men get
and
Asian
systems
pussy.
of
Like
ethics
I do
and so
that.
on.
I do
But
that
this
as a
is
service.
already 60 years later, and it's a very different kind of environment in which to maintain that kind of revolutionary zeal is very difficult. You either risk alienating the peasant population who adore the memory of Monticello and his son Yehuda in particular, but on the other hand, he still has to do business with the neighbors. So you see that beginning to creep in some of his rulings. In terms of territorial conquest, there are three really significant things that we should be looking at. The first is the expansion to the north.
The craziest video I ever made was a true story. So I got on Kill Tony last time, and my social media clips blew up. I told a drunken story. And these big corporate whiskey lobbyists reach out to me and ask me to make content to get people to stop drinking Crown Royal, because in Canada, They're throwing
Jews
American
and
whiskey
converts to
off the
Judaism
shelves over this Donald
denied
Trump
some
tariff
of the key
bullshit.
elements of the
And
Pharisaic
they wanted me to
Judaism,
make
that
videos.
is
And
the
at first
Judaism
I grew
of
up
the
in Michigan on a
pollution,
reporter.
whose
Like, I feel
theology
comfortable
we'll
doing
discuss
it. And
in
the guy
just a
was like,
moment.
it's
And
$700
they argue that,
for a
for example,
30-second
the temple
video.
should
I'm
not
like,
be in
fuck
Jerusalem. That was not a
Canada.
legitimate temple. The temple should
Some
be
of
up
the
here
best
in
stories
Mount
are drinking
Gerizim.
American
So
whiskey, am I
Johann
right?
Goodness went in there
Jack Daniels, hell yeah.
destroyed the temple and
Fireball.
dominated the entire region of Samaria.
All
Incidentally,
right, Jason.
it still exists today. There are Samaritans there today
What
who
size
perform
joke book did you get
certain
last
ritual
night?
I got a big
sacrifices
one.
on Mount
Okay, well,
Gerizim.
guess
Even
what?
to
I'm
this
a
day,
little something
like
to add to your
fascinating
collection.
historians
It's
and
a little one.
anthropologists look at it to try to
First
understand
catcher.
more
Good
of
night,
what it
Jason
must have been like
Best.
in the ancient period.
There he goes,
So
everybody.
he did not make any friends here in Samaria.
Whoa.
Just
Just accidentally
located in
ripped
this
this in
region.
half. That's a first. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
And
You guys
that
having
would be
fun
like
out
going
there?
around Nablus.
A
Shechem,
couple of very
Nablus.
odd bucket pulls to start the show,
Uh,
but it's
over
okay.
here,
Make some
we
noise
also
for your next
drove
bucket
to the
pull.
coast, which is
Patrick
extremely
Lake,
important.
everyone.
The
Patrick
coast
Lake.
was the principal area in which they will be doing business. There's a significant amount of business across the Jordan River, and again up to the north and in the south to the Ptolemies and to the Seleucid Empire. But access to the coast was key because from here you had the entire Mediterranean basin. So he significantly expanded the access to the coast as a major goal of his military conquest. Finally, and most controversially, he conquered the south, his region known as Idumea. The people living here were not Jewish, but in a very controversial act, Yochanan Cohen Gadol forcibly converted them to Judaism. The first, and to my mind, the only known instance of a state-sponsored mass conversion to Judaism that the Jews have ever perpetrated. For this, he was heavily censured by the rabbis. But why did he undertake such a venture? So the great scholar Baron writes quite a bit about how, in the ancient period, statehood and ethnicity and religion were all very fluid ideas. We tend to, in the 21st century, understand these as highly distinct aspects of an identity, and we can have, one person can have a completely different religion and a completely different ethnicity than another person and still participate in the same nation, or vice versa. But the idea in the ancient world is much more unitary. If you lived in Judea, you were a Judean and you observed the Judean religion. Otherwise, you were a literally a stranger living in the region. You were a tolerated stranger, a Toshal, for example, but you were ultimately not
Okay, where was this 3 years at? Hell, imagine if you died going hell, you're the full-time media and you execute when you're at 24
so
hours
to
a day
conquer
and
the
everybody
Maya,
has to stay
with
awake
all
and
these
watch it all
non-Jews
the
living
time.
here, according to Baron, the
Hell,
think of Hyrcanus was
Ohio,
make
pretty
them
close. One of the
Jewish in the
closest
same
cities
sense
to hell
as other
on planet Earth. Patrick, what
Jewish
do you do
peoples
for
in order to strengthen national body politics. For the
What
rabbis,
exactly
the
is a
Perushim of the
material
time,
scientist?
this was inconceivable because one of the essential aspects of conversion to Judaism, of course, is acceptance of the commandments. And if this was forced upon them, that would invalidate the entire conversion, introduce a whole bunch of people into the body politic who were recognized as Jews but did not consider themselves to be Jews and in fact would not be halakhically Jews. The punishment for the conversion of Idumeans, according to the rabbis and according to lineage, is Herod. Herod was from the Idumean region, and he would ultimately marry the great-great-granddaughter of Yochanan Hyrcanus, and we'll talk more about his story next week.
I personally have not.
In terms of domestic policy, I had an interesting thought yesterday. I think it's actually a big thought that is worth putting on the internet, so I'll share it with you right now. As I was sort of mulling over this lecture yesterday, it occurred to me that traditionalist movements are often the last to organize. I'll tell you why I'm
Just trying to relax here, guys.
when you read histories of Judaism, the religion, and I'm not talking reading approved from literature, not art scroll versions of it. When you read academic histories, there tends to be a lot of emphasis on huge diversity of Jewish belief around the time of the Hashmonaic era. And those who are often unfriendly to Orthodox Judaism
I think it was an
will
accumulation
argue
of
that
things,
Orthodox
but it
Judaism,
came as a
as we
big
understand,
surprise
was
to me.
born
I thought we
in
were
this period.
in counseling.
And I've always wondered where they got this argument, because we have so much earlier
the most
sources,
interesting
but I
thing
think I
about
figured it out. And it's based on this book. What does this mean traditionalist movements are last organized? It means that when there is a challenge to the status quo, the traditionalist groups are the last ones to finally stand up and say, well, this is what we believe in. Even though they may predate
Well, she was catching a lot of bodies during those 15 years.
caused them to react, they nevertheless are chronologically related. I'll give you a few examples. Anybody recognize this individual?
Lots of signs.
Can you
This
give
is
us
the
some of the
iconic
signs? We're all
representation of
very
the Alter
interested.
Rebbe, the founder of Chabad Hasidic movement.
Yeah,
So, just an 18th century example.
STIs.
When
shit.
the Hasidic movement started in the 1700s, there was a backlash against it from the Talmudic Jews in Lithuania. The Talmudic Jews were certainly following a much older tradition. Constantly introduced many innovations into its style of observance of Judaism. I'm not saying they were, heretical, God forbid, or anything like that, but they introduced innovations. For example, flexibility with the beginning of time of davening. It always amazes me that, I've already finished davening 2 hours, and Hasidim are just walking the shore at this time. We can go on a whole bunch of lectures on what are the differences, but basically they introduced some innovation. So Shvita and so on. They introduced some innovations, and so the traditional Lithuanian Talmudists, they eventually reacted, and they got a name for themselves. What is the name of the reactors? What do you call those people who react to them right there? It's not yet. Very good. How does that term translate as? Okay, so the opponents of Catholicism. So even though he must not been predated the Hasidic movement, they get the name that reflects the later status. They're the opponents of it. Like they just, Hasidim has always been around because the guys who oppose it. No, it's the other way around. Hasidism was new, and therefore the older movement became known as the opponents, right? Because they were the traditionalist party, they were the last organized. Another example. The term Orthodox originated in the late 19th century, well after the birth of the Reform and the Conservative movement. Now, the Orthodox are clearly the oldest. Why would they not have a word for themselves until the Reform and the Conservative movement? Samson Bokol was a very important thinker and an architect really of modern Orthodox identity. So the answer is obvious. They didn't need a word for themselves because they were Unzura. They were us. Like, what do you mean? We don't have a word for us. He is us. Like, what do you mean? But once there was like an irritant saying, no, this is the way to be, this is the way to be, then the traditionalists finally got them together and they said, all right, fine, we're Orthodox. We borrowed that term as it happened from the Reform, but the idea is that the organization came too late for the oldest party. Last example, in the modern era, when we got to the turn of the 20th century, Jews began to organize politically. They had not done so before since the biblical period. And you have development of movements such as the Communists, the Socialists, a whole variety of Zionist parties, a diaspora nationalist party, and finally you had the Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, is the most traditional of the Jewish political organizations, and it began later than all the others. It began in 1912, whereas the Bronze Venice movement and so on take all the way back to 1897. The reason is because they were content not to have any political organization, any real framework for their political expression, until it became inevitable that the only way they could compete in the marketplace of ideas and in the political marketplace was to have an organization. Hence, they come late. Now, let's take it back to Yochanan Ibn, and we have to understand in the context of the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Let's just take a minute to understand that. The Sadducees, or the Tzdukim in Hebrew, were a movement that were that has been excoriated in Jewish tradition as having diverted from very key Jewish beliefs, such as the belief in the validity of the oral Torah, a belief in the idea of life after death. Many core Jewish concepts were negated by the Sadducees, at the time of the Hashmonaim, controlled the temple. They had access to. That's why I've shown this picture of Aaron Cohen, how appropriate this is for reading all the other clothing of the Kohen Gadol. So they had like central state power, and they were also moving more and more towards this heretical degree. We understand that the office of the Kohen Gadol became hopelessly corrupted during this period, especially when we get just 100 years later to the Roman period. The Kohen Gadol was essentially an office that you could purchase,
you could take the
that
girl
you
on
could
Portugal,
essentially bribe your way into it. So it was completely invalidated by the vast majority of the people, except for those ruling classes of Jews who were primarily urban, primarily Hellenistic in nature, and essentially they were the losers of the original rebellion of the Maccabees. They didn't go away. They just disappeared. It wasn't a genocide where there was no more Jews hovering in police. They simply lost the war physically and politically, but they did not lose it ideologically. They maintained their position throughout the period. And in fact, they began to expand their activity so much so that all Jews, regardless of their political religious orientation, were affected by it. The other side of the coin are the Pharisees. Now, let's understand this in the context of organizational structure. The term Pharisee is an anglicization of the Hebrew term kedushin, which means literally those who separate.
I have a girlfriend now.
The Kedushin are the good guys in the traditional Jewish history. The Kedushin are Hillel, Shammai, Rabbi Akiva, all of the rabbis that we revere as being the architects of Jewish morality and theology to this day. Modern rabbinic Judaism is modeled absolutely on the ideas, thoughts, lives of the Kedushin. But they were called separators, which, like those earlier terms I described, indicated that they were reacting to developing society.
Well, Patrick, like I said, the set was one thing, but you know what? Your fucking interview was so goddamn badass that I'm giving you a big joke
and they were therefore
a
going
big
out to
black
the
one,
rural
just like your
countryside
ex-wife.
where they won tremendous affection among the
Patrick Lake,
say, the proletariat or the rural classes. The Kedushin, unlike the Sadducees,
that was a hell of an interview.
base was firmly in the temple ritual and in the support of ruling classes and money classes.
Every conversation
The
matters. You need a phone system that
leaders
keeps
of
up
a
and helps you stay
grassroots
connected
movement who
24/7. That's why
respected
you
them
need
primarily
Open
for
Phone.
their
Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and
for
scales your
their
customer communication. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline.
as teachers. The Kedushin were fundamentally
I love the
working
open
class
phone.
individuals.
I love it.
Look at
It's
figures
the
like
best
Hillel
business
and
phone system
earlier,
out there. Hands
who
down,
were,
with open phone, your team
people
can
of
share
the
one
people
number and
who
collaborate
managed to
on
develop
customer
their
calls,
power
texts,
base
and have a
into
shared
rural
inbox.
hinterland
That way,
with
any
regular
teammate can pick
ordinary
right
Jews.
up where
So
the
it was
last person left off,
cultural
keeping response times
between
faster than ever.
Any teammate can pick up right where the last
traditionally
person left
educated but
off.
very Hellenistic
Open Phone is offering our
elites
listeners
against a
20%
much
off
larger
for 6
population
months at
of
openphone.com/Kiltony.
dispossessed rural
That's
poor that was endemic
openphone.com/Kiltony. And if you have
society
existing members with another service, Open Phone
So
will port them
looking
over.
at
No
this
extra
kind
charge.
of
Open Phone. No missed calls. No missed
development of the
customers.
solution
All
movement,
right,
we
this
can
looks
see
like a
that
brand new
although
name. I know
we
it
can
for a
trace
fact.
these
That's always
developments
exciting.
very
Makes the
strongly to
noise
the
for
Maccabean
Winston
period, it really is
Anderson.
an expression of a
Winston
much older
Anderson is the
and
fourth
much more traditional Jewish movement that goes back, tens of hundreds of
Damn,
years.
that was a bad bitch.
Let's go
Shit.
to, I wanted to
Where'd
mention
y'all
his
find
legacy
her
in this context. So the kinds of things
Let's get
that,
to the minute. Like, I heard y'all talking about stereotypes earlier, and
not.
I'll probably get
the
the
kinds of
blackest shit
things
you
that
could probably do.
Yochanan
I got
Cohen
fired by a
Gadol
white woman on
was
Juneteenth.
especially
Like, I
associated
mean,
with religiously
how the
is very
fuck does that
significant in
even
this
happen?
context.
I thought that was the
Most
one
of
day
the
y'all supposed to
innovations
chill on.
that
It's just the one
is
fucking day y'all
praised for
supposed to chill on.
introducing
But
are associated
God
with
is a
the
colorful
temple
asshole
ritual.
right there
For
because
example, they
if
had
he wouldn't have
difficulty
did
with
that, I
some of
wouldn't
the
have been here. So I'm like, I
sacrificial
know you was looking out
acts
for me. I
involving
know you was looking out
various
for me.
animals
But
in
I said,
temple.
no.
So he
Some shit
put
started happening
rings
different
into
in my
the floor
I started
so
looking
that
at
the
white women a
sacrificial
little bit
animals
different.
could be
Started
held
looking a little bit
still
better to me. I said,
during their
I
slaughter.
gotta be coming into some
It sounds
motherfucking
kind of
money.
arcane,
Because
but for
only
our
money
purposes it makes
get
perfect
a white
sense
woman to
because
start
it's one of
talking
those
to you.
things
I'm
that's
like,
associated
I don't
with
know
the
what the fuck is
activity of the
going on right
Sadducees,
now.
who were very concerned that everything could
Y'all looking
should
at me
be
like this nigga is
seder
not fucking
organized
funny.
in the temple.
I knew I was
He
going to get you
also
with that
took
one. I
steps,
knew I was
however,
gonna get
in
you
the
with that one.
temple for example,
But
to
I like to get
remove
into the
some of the
original shit.
partitions
I
of the
wasn't somebody
temple
who fucking
that would
said,
have
"Y'all gotta
separated
pass
Jews
that."
from non-Jews, which was seen with a very negative light by the Pharisees because it's an anti-traditionalist kind of activity. Yochanan Cohen Gadol attempted
Is that your real
to
name,
negotiate
Fuck no, I got a slave
his
name. My name is
primary
Elgin. Come on
base,
now.
which was
That's not
in
some
the
shit you
cities,
get on your
in that
feet.
elite, in that pro-Sadducean, pro-Hellenistic elite, and at the same time retain the popularity of the masses, who was unfortunately unable to do the latter. And in the end, when his time came, he was swept up
How long you been doing
into
stand-up
wave
comedy?
of defection to the
Better question.
Sadducean
How do you
movement,
look like
which
both
would
main
only
characters from
accelerate
the hit movie
towards the
White
end
Man
of
Can't
the
Jump?
Maccabean period, and
You look
ultimately
like
result in
Wesley
the dissolution
Snipes,
of
you
that
know,
state
body and face,
to
and you
the
have the
Romans.
hat
But
of
that's
Woody
something that we'll
Harrelson in
discuss
that
in
movie.
greater
You know
detail
what? Woody's
next week
hat
when we
and
get to the
everything
Herodian
else,
dynasty.
Wesley Snipes. This
At
is
this point, I
incredible.
want to thank you very much for your
baseball.
patience
That's what it was.
and
You did.
listening
I
to this
played
lecture,
baseball.
and
Okay, what
thank you
position?
very
I
much
had
for
two
coming
parents.
tonight.
That's why.
Okay, let's go one question at a time here, Elgin. No, I'm kidding. Wisdom. All right. So, how long you been on stand-up?
Shit, I've been funny my whole life.
Once again, by saying welcome to the first Toro College faculty colloquium here at the Mighty Avenue J campus. The goal is to share our research with each other, to get inspired by the work that we're all doing, and hoping it will be multidisciplinary, meet more or less once a month, and we'll talk about those very good ideas. I'm hoping that you will give me some really severe and constructive criticism. Oh, finally, a historian. That's great. Now we can really begin. What I'd like to do is take somewhere around 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, to introduce you to my current research. And then I'd like to have a fairly raucous debate, and I welcome your most pointed criticisms. Unlike the public lecture series of Monday nights, I do welcome hard questions. So please, ask away. The idea is to make this as strong as possible book as I can. 50 points if I cannot answer the question. Very good. Okay, so let me just share screen here so that we can look at the prezi that I prepared for this meeting.
You didn't headline it, right? It wasn't
The title of the book, which is currently weighing in about 140,000 words. I'm thinking it'll go to about 200,000 before it's completed. I was originally hoping to have it done in November, but with my administrative responsibilities, it's hard to manage that, so now it's pushed back to about June. But nevertheless, it is moving quite rapidly towards completion. Several chapters are in the second draft, and the final chapter is still yet to be written. Perhaps in the discussion period, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. The title is Torah from the Years of Wrath. That's actually the title used by the author of the original work that we'll be discussing, shown here, the Piaseczna Rebbe, Rabbi Columbus Shapiro. The Hebrew title that he used for his Warsaw Ghetto writings was Chidushei Torah Shnos HaZaham Tafshin Al Tafshin Beis, which literally translates as innovative Torah thoughts. It's hard to translate Chidushim properly into English, so I've just omitted it. As Torah from the Years of Wrath. Zaham is a Hebrew term not so widely used. It implies, I think, theologically a sense of divine anger. My colleague Daniel Reiser, I'll show you a picture of him shortly, he's written a Hebrew language book that's going to be appearing this year, a rather amazing work of research on the Piaseczna Rebbe. And although the work is entirely in Hebrew, his English language title page uses the term rage, which I'm not as comfortable with because that implies somehow being berserk or out of control. Wrath does have this connotation of divine anger, whereas rage implies a little bit less self-control. Neither term is exactly precise. What is this book anyway? So let me take you back to the actual discovery of it. Yes, December, Dr. Denver.
Let's just get off of this whole confusing university thing. The ring around the neck.
That's an excellent question. When it says Shnos HaZaham, the years of Zaham,
You bought that off
I
Amazon?
think it's referring to the anger coming from God. There is a passage in the Talmud which talks about how Hashem Zohem B'Chodam, I think it's a pasuk of Tehillim, right? That God is angry every day, and then the Talmud discusses how long is that anger, and says it's a bad guy, which is translated by the Talmud as being something like 1/588,000th of a second. That's the one moment in which all of God's wrath pours into the world. So I think he chose that term Zaham, thinking of that passage in Tehillim and the passage as it's discussed in the Talmud, which would lead you to the idea is referring to divine rage. But let me take you now to the discovery of the document, which is a story unto itself. It's rather amazing. The document was first discovered by a Polish construction worker in 1950 as they were clearing the rubble of the destroyed Warsaw Ghetto. They were digging under a building at 68 Nobolitsky Street, and while they were messing around in there, let me just adjust the sound here. We've got someone. I'm just going to put everyone on mute. While they were digging around in the basement, they found several of these metal milk cans, which I think all of you are old enough to remember. They used to actually deliver milk to your door in bottles, but when I speak undergraduates, I have to explain that whole concept to transport milk and these things. Anyways, it turned out to be one of the 3 hidden caches of Oneg Shabbos underground archive, organized by this man, Emmanuel Lindenblum, a brilliant scholar, a historian who was writing quite a bit of research on the history of the Jews in Poland. And within a few months of the onset of World War II, he realized that this was an absolutely unprecedented event in Jewish history, and so therefore he organized this secret group of collectors called Samlers who would go around documenting absolutely everything they could about the ghetto. And although everyone was an amateur, with the exception of Dr. Ringelblum, they really assembled an amazing array of data on everything from the actual caloric content of the diet of people according to their social strata in the ghetto, the underground of the ghetto, both the resistance and the criminal underground. There's a very, very rich amount of data about the daily life in the Warsaw Ghetto as a consequence. 2 of the 3 caches were discovered. The 3rd is yet to be found. Dr. Bressler, and Kovno, they're under an archive. Yeah, so those are incredible. Ringelblum here shown with his son were both martyred in the Holocaust, like virtually everyone who was involved in collecting the Oneg Shabbos archive. They often wrote their last will and testament as the last documents to be put into the containers before burying. One of the most important of those collectors was this man, Shimon Hublaband, also murdered by the Nazis. He was actually a first cousin of our protagonist and had very extensive connections with the religious world in the ghetto, and he records for us many first-hand encounters with the Piaseczny Rebbe in the ghetto itself, and we have a tremendous amount of detail as a result. This is his Nazi ID card from the period. So basically what we found in this tin milk can was several thousand documents. I think there's 9,000 pages in total, of which about 150 of them are specifically the writings of Rabbi Columbus Connor Shapiro, one of the most important rabbis of Warsaw in the pre-war era. Any questions so far?
Just want to come up here and ask somebody just fucking flop around. Vinny, how long have you been doing stand-up?
A few of the members of Oneg Shabbos survived. A very, very small number of them. It's known that from those survivors there were 3. However, because they were always on they were always concerned about being betrayed to the Nazis, and in fact, Ringelblum and his family were betrayed to the Nazis. They had escaped. They were living on the Aryan side in an underground bunker, and they were betrayed and murdered as a result. So they kept a lot of the information highly compartmentalized. Not everybody knew everything. Even in the documents themselves, they're very careful. They try to avoid mentioning specifics because if the documents are found with them, they were worried that perhaps they would be killed. as a result. I mean, it was.
trade.
This is the Warsaw Ghetto we're talking about, where it was incredibly
years now, like
cheap.
20.
People could be killed for the tiniest infraction. So they operate in great secrecy. We may yet find the third archive, but even with the two that we have now, it's an incredible amount of information. Okay. So let's talk now about the actual text itself. What exactly is this text, and what can it tell us about Life in the Ghetto? It is so generous. It is absolutely unique. It is quite possibly the most important religious document to emerge from the Holocaust. We have several works written in the Holocaust by several important rabbinic figures. None of them are anything like this. For example, you have work by Rabbi Rothschild in Lithuania. He deals primarily with halachic questions that are addressed in fascinating, moving, very terrifying kinds of end-of-life questions. We have an important work called Aim Habanim Smesha, which was written in Hungary. It was primarily written, under comparatively relaxed conditions, not inside the ghetto. It was written primarily before the Nazis actually took over Hungary, and also it was a private document, a private memoir. The document, which was later published in Israel in 1960 under the title Eish Kodesh, is a collection of weekly sermons delivered every Saturday afternoon by this important rabbi who had a large following. And as a result, from a historical perspective, they're fascinating because they're dated. And we can see exactly what he says on virtually every week of the ghetto's existence from September 1939, when it was first invaded, until July of 1942, when the Great Deportation began and the Jews were sent to Treblinka. The Piaseczny Rebbe himself lived past these dates. He lived through the resistance and to the big uprising in April 1943, and he recorded his last entry in January of 1943. So, he didn't live through the resistance. He lived through the resistance, but his last entry was prior to the resistance.
Boyfriend was also there, who was pimping her out. And that night that I shot the heroin, we were going to get cigarettes from the gas station, and we jaywalked. And they're all on the run for felonies.
It's an incredibly important work. Anyone who works with the Holocaust and religiosity theology has to know this particular book. Now, so the difficult thing about it from a historical perspective, though, is that the entire book is couched in what I call a Soviet language, from Aesop's fables. He never refers explicitly to the Germans, Nazis, the war, invasion, none of these terms that would specifically tie, and it's very frustrating really, to the Holocaust. It's true that it is a sustained, consistent discussion of theodicy, Jewish philosophy, justice of God, a very large question. It is an incredibly long, well-developed and unique treatise on suffering, tzaddik v'ralo, why do the righteous suffer, very, very important book. But if someone handed it to you and didn't tell you it was written in 1942 in the ghetto, you would think, wow, this is a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. You would not see the direct connection to the events of the ghetto. Furthermore, it takes a lot of background training to read it properly. You have to have the requisite Talmudic background. You have to have some familiar with Hasidic literature, Kabbalistic literature, just to be able to decipher it. And as a result, its students have primarily been specialists in the history of religion. A lot of people Rabbi Moshe, of course, he named the shul after Eish Kodesh, exactly. The title Eish Kodesh was added by the editors in Israel, not by the Rebbe himself. So,
you didn't notice you were on heroin at
sure.
all?
I wasn't on heroin yet. This is like right before. This was that night. And then I ended up doing his heroin. But I couldn't do like what he would normally do, I guess. That's what she was telling me, because I would overdose. So I only did a little bit. And then skip forward, woke up, wanted to do more. It turns out that the boyfriend's friend stole all the heroin. And then just like
That makes it more simple. I did things like that. But as a historian, it reminds me of
Thanksgiving ever.
The great historian Shimon Dubnov, who was killed by the Nazis in Kovno in 1941, his last dying words to his students were Schrei und Schrei, write and record. So there was a huge impetus, Ellie himself speaks about as well, the impetus to testify, to witness, and so on. Anyways, so the document is difficult that way. It's mainly been studied by religious studies professors because that's about all you can glean from it. But in 1980, a graduate student at Bar-Ilan University named Judith Theodore Baumel, I think her married name is Schwartz, she wrote a rather perceptive piece that was later published in our graduate seminar saying, hey, wait, why don't we look for the historical data? Because we have tremendous amount of memoirs, we have newspapers, we have government documents, we have a tremendous amount of information. Can we correlate what the Rebbe said that week to what happened today? So that is essentially my project. I picked up that idea and I produced a book that looks at what happens in the ghetto and what the Rebbe says. And even though the Rebbe never mentions things explicitly, you can tell, as I shall show you in the next slide, that he's directly addressing the concerns of his audience. Like, let's say, for example, if we were to put it into the 21st century, the Shabbos after the election, you might have a lot of Rebbeim in Shul speaking about the election. Even though they might not want to say Trump and Clinton and things like that, because, it's Shabbos. They might say, every nation goes through, a moment of decision, whatever kind of stuff they're going to say. But it's couched in utopian terms, and the only way you can really understand the true meaning of what the Rebbe is getting across is if you know the historical context. So I'll take you through some of that. Hang on, I better squash questions a little bit because otherwise we won't have enough time to snack afterwards. So let me get back to it. Okay, so there's one more very important detail I have to tell you about, and that is the actual physical manuscript, which threw a huge loop in my own work, because I was working on this book since, I guess, about the year probably about the year 1995, maybe a little later, and I had a 500-page manuscript ready to go. I was very proud of it. I thought this was great. And then this scholar, Dr. Gershon Greenberg, very important scholar of the Holocaust theology, he saw me. We were working together at a conference at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, and he said, here, I thought you'd like this. And he gave me this sheaf of manuscripts, which was actually a photocopy of the microfilm that Yad Vashem had of the actual Kodesh, the book. And I said, oh, this is so nice, wow. And I looked at the first few pages and I thought, okay, this is really cool. Like, look, here is a page near the beginning of the book, and you can see there, this is actually written in the handwriting of a professional scribe. That's the way he would write these. He would write a first draft, and the scribe would correct them, then he would add annotations. You can see on the bottom left there's a small annotation there. And I thought, this is nice. Maybe I'll frame a few pages from a wall or something. But once I looked just a few more pages in, my blood pressure dropped because I saw that, oh my gosh, this document is way more complicated than the printed text. There are whole sections that are edited out, sections that are added in. I learned from my colleagues later that they're written in different color ink, indicating they're written at different times. And all of a sudden, the nuances of his thought became far more complicated as a result of the actual physical document. So that set my research back, way back, many years, and I had to go back and now study the text in this cramped and difficult handwriting, written under incredibly difficult circumstances to try and glean additional historical and religious data, which in fact I did. I found a lot of fascinating things that came out of the changes. The pious editors of the printed version, who were followers of the Rebbe's nephew in Israel, often made editorial decisions that obviously placed the Rebbe in a more favorable light, but occasionally omitted things that would have challenged very traditionalist theological stance. I'll share one of them with you right now. So that put me back quite a bit. Dr. Daniel Reiser, shown here, unfortunately wasn't able to join us. I I'm very grateful to him because he did most of the really heavy lifting for me by producing a massive 2-volume critical edition that's forthcoming in a few months from Israel. It is an incredible work of scholarship. A very perspicacious scholar. He actually went to Warsaw, looked at the manuscripts in situ as opposed to in the microfilm version that got the demos. Found out a lot of really fascinating detail, and also he was able to use modern computer imaging technology to elevate the letters that were hidden behind many layers of strikeouts, and really expose it to a new light using all these new technologies, and we learned a lot. I'll give you one example of some of the things that his research has discovered. This is a page from his forthcoming book, and it's just chilling in my humble opinion. I'll just move this so you can see it properly. This is actually not from the Eish Kodesh itself, but from another book that the Rebbe penned. He had actually written it before the war began, and he was in the process of copy editing it. Many of the copy edits he added later in the war. It's possible to date those copy edits sometimes with morphological analysis and philological analysis. Anyway, this happens to be a signature that was affixed fairly late, probably in 1942, to his book Novel Mashar in the manuscript. And on the top, you can see in his elegant, although idiosyncratic text, he writes his name, Kalonimus Kalmish, Ben Harad Hadon, he has his father's name, and so on, and some honorifics. Underneath it, in this very heavy strikeout, is his formal title, Head of the Rabbinical Court of Piaseczna. And he struck that out with, as you can see from the image itself, a considerable degree of violence and anger, despair perhaps, that is probably pointing to the fact that his recognition that he was no longer the outbase of Piaseczna, because Piaseczna was no more. The Jews had already been murdered, and the town was completely empty of Jews. So you can see there's a whole level almost of artistic sensibility for the text. It's only possible to apprehend when you're actually looking at the manuscript, not at the printed version. That's with computer imaging techniques. He's able to lift off the various layers. Sometimes with old school stuff, you can feel the back of the light, or you can feel the back of it somehow. So if we're going to take questions, I better take some of the questions quickly. You're back with the chef.
You imply that a lot of this manuscript was secretly written.
What is your love life like? Timmy, no breaks.
I mean, I gotta say, it's definitely changed. I had a bunch of bitches slide into my DMs. I had Hillary Bell slide into my DMs.
No, that's fine. Debating the naysayers is kind of an absurd proposition to begin with. There's just so many data points that contradict that statement that we might as well be arguing as the earth is flat. But just to answer your question at face value, it's a public document. This is a document that he recorded week after week. Typically, he would deliver his remarks in Yiddish to an audience. And we have witness accounts recorded elsewhere by Huberman, for example, that talk about what it was like to be in that room. By the way, to get the sense of the mood of it, you have to really go to visit Rabbi Weinberger's shul, which is named after him, the Eish Kodesh in Woodmere, where they tried to do it exactly the way the Piaseczna had it. This includes, for example, they actually eat the shaloshis, the afternoon meal, in the dark. And the drasha is delivered. They have like lights in the hallway that sort of let you see a little bit of that reading. But they sing songs, and then the Rebbe speaks, and the mood is very somber. You feel the Sabbath slowly departing. It's a very moving experience. So these are public documents. We have many people who attest to the fact that they were in fact delivered. I don't think it gives much credence at all to crazy people.
I see it now. I like it.
It's always useful to think about crazy people. Let's go on, please, to a couple of examples of the Soviet language. I'm going to just move this so that It's not blocking us too much. So I've used this term Ethiopian language to try and indicate
So I'm from Jersey. You already asked me that, but that's okay.
the kind of hidden language that the Rebbe would use by speaking about events in the ghetto. And I believe he did this for several reasons. One reason is because it's not really appropriate on Shabbos to speak about depressing things. You know, like the Shabbos Russia is not a town hall meeting. It's not public announcements. Although sociologically it may serve to fulfill some of those purposes and needs. But you have to imagine, here's a Hasidic Rebbe, which by the nature of the Hasidic movement, he's a charismatic figure. He's a well-known, well-published figure already in the 1930s. And he's got people who are coming to him, suffering, starving, having lost someone in family and themselves in tremendous need. And they're looking to him for some kind of guidance, some succor, some intellectual and religious support, so they have the strength spiritually to go on in the following week. And he's totally aware of that. There's many autobiographical references in the work where he acknowledges his responsibility to the field. And by the way, theoretically, he had several offers from the resistance and even from the American Joint Distribution Committee to spirit him out of the Warsaw Ghetto, and he refused all of them. He insisted to remain with his Hasidim right to the bitter end.
Fuck, it's your show. I mean,
and so he wouldn't speak directly about the concerns of the Hasidim, but he would speak about, and by the way, one last detail, I'm not totally sure that his audience were all Hasidim. There's internal literary evidence to indicate that especially as you move on in the war, everybody's going to see him. Not just Hasidim, but Apikoursim, free thinkers, Zionists, socialists, anyone. They're going to the Rebbe. They need some kind of guidance. He was a Yated Naaman. He was a fixed peg. And even when the public worship was banned, clandestine gatherings were punishable on pain of death, he nevertheless continued to deliver these, sometimes in hiding, in some of his references. So he really was taking his rabbinical responsibilities very, very seriously.
Sometimes I fall back on my habits here.
Anyway, so he doesn't mention any of the things that we know happen in the ghetto at face value, but I'll give you a couple of examples. So the only one that he really takes a small exception to is in November of 1940, when there was a rash, 1939, when there was a rash of forcible beard cuttings by the Nazi invaders. They had just come in to the ghetto not too much longer, and they made a whole game out of capturing people who had beards or payas and forcibly shaving them on the street, sometimes setting their beards on fire, little children setting their payas on fire. It was absolutely horrific. And he did lose it in Parshas Toledos of that year, and he briefly referred to the cruelties that when they even cut our beards. And the discussion there was all about how a person loses himself because he looks at himself in the mirror and doesn't look the same. He feels like everything is gone because he has no similarities to what is. So that's one example where he explicitly referred to anything that specifically happened to him. More commonly, if you look at Parshas Mitzorah of 1940 in April, he had this fairly arcane discussion of what happens if you have signs of a plague staining the walls of your house, right? There's a midrash there. If you find a strange kind of plague called saras that apparently creates a plague-like sign in the house, you have to call a Kohen. The Kohen looks at it, he says, you know, this house has to be quarantined, you have to leave it, you have to take this stuff out, and then if it still doesn't go away, then you have to destroy the walls. So it's a long discussion of this strange midrash, and if you weren't thinking about the actual events of the ghetto at the time, you would not realize why it's so powerful, but in reality, that was the week that they started actually building the walls surrounding the Jewish quarters. This is a good example of people like they're concerned about why are we doing the work? We've been concentrated here. What does it mean? They're doing it again, and they're going to the Rebbe for guidance. And the Rebbe is exactly directly addressing their concerns, taking those fears and placing it within the cosmic context of the Torah, reassuring them that just as in the Midrash, when they destroy the walls, they find hidden treasure that was left there by the Amorites, by previous denizens of Israel, that there is meaning to this suffering, that is cyclical, that it fits within our religious tradition. Very, very powerful kind of literary and rhetorical device. Another example, in Parshas Shlach, which also in 1940, for example, Parshas Shlach, there's a discussion there of entering the land of Israel. And the spies come back, and 10 of the spies say, you know, it's impossible to conquer the land of Israel. People there are giants, the cities are fortified, it's hopeless. And of course, Joshua and Caleb disagree, and the Jews follow them, and of course they conquer the land of Israel. The Rebbe speaks on that parsha how Kalev in particular did not try to rebut specific claims. He didn't try to say, oh, they're not so fortified, oh, they're not such giants. He just said, Na'aleh, let us go out. Completely ignore the apparent reality of our opponent, totally deny it, and just move forward because it's the command of God. And he spoke these words when the ghetto was completely overwhelmed by the news of the fall of France, which, as you recall, in June 1940, when France fell, Hitler controlled everything from the English Channel to the Soviet border. All of Europe, that was near the high water mark of the Nazi regime. And for the Jews in the ghetto, and we have many other memoirs and so on talking about the mood in the ghetto, people were completely shattered. They said, how is it possible that we can conquer this enemy? How is it possible we will escape? So the Rebbe spoke directly to that concern by highlighting the words of color. It's really a work of tremendous spiritual heroism.
I don't think my inner child needs any more massages.
I would like to show you one aspect of his theological approach, going to therapy because I would get really bad anxiety in social situations and become a huge bitch not only as a historical document, not only as a something that gives a sense of how people can survive. And then I went to therapy and she was like, you have autism. And I was like, story. I'm Italian. On a lark, I wrote an article on this for a psychiatry journal. They had a special issue
during the pandemic. I worked as a cam girl.
Trauma, how communities deal with trauma. In the Sudan, Somalia, places like that. So I said, okay, why not? I wrote this article for this psychiatry journal, and it was peer reviewed. It was published. It was peer reviewed. And the comments that I got back were hilarious because all the psychiatrists who read it said, this article is so blessedly free of psychiatric jargon. I mean, it was very technical term.
That was it. Isabella Carlos.
Anyways, we do get a sense from his theology of how to house. Now, a little bit of background information. The Nazis attacked Poland, of course, on September 1st, 1939. Warsaw came under incredible bombardment, particularly on Yom Kippur. The Nazis were always very well attuned to the Jewish calendar, and they often timed major actiones to coincide with Jewish holidays. And in the context of one of the early bombardments, the Rebbe's only son, Elimelech Shapiro, shown here in the picture, Ben-Zion Shapiro, was mortally wounded. The Rebbe took him to an overcrowded hospital that was filled with the wounded and the dying. He was desperate to try and give him some treatment. And as the story goes, it's a little bit muddled by witness accounts, but apparently because they were so overcrowded, there was no doctor really available to treat his son. So the Rebbe left the hospital looking for another doctor to hopefully bring him back to treat him. And he left his daughter-in-law and his sister-in-law standing outside the hospital saying to him for wounded man. The Nazis then bombed the hospital, and his daughter-in-law and sister-in-law were killed, and the Rebbe's only son died several days later. So very early on in
What
the
is
war,
crazy stuff? I
talking
mean,
about
sometimes like
late
girls
September,
fight,
October 1939,
but I feel like nothing really crazy. I've seen like,
loss.
you know,
By the way, his wife
men
had
will
died a
whip out
few
their
years
dicks, so that's
earlier.
terrifying.
He had a surviving
Yeah,
daughter who was taken to the gas chambers in
but like, it's
1941.
kind of like I just kind of show
So
up and
he remains silent. There's no
money and
entry between the date of that bombardment
It's an easy
and Parshas Chaye Sarah,
guess.
which is the Shloshim, the 30 days of mourning past. And then the
What's the
Rebbe
on and
speaks
off?
for the
What brings
first
you back
time
into the game?
to
Well,
his
I was like,
audience
I don't know, I
about
always kind of did it on the side of what I
and he
do. So I was like an
addresses
ophthalmologist, technician.
the Parsha of Chaye Sarah, of course, deals with the death of Sarah, the matriarch, right at the beginning. So he writes on November 4th, 1939. It is written in the holy book Ma'or Shemesh at the beginning of Parshas Vayera, in the name of the holy rabbi, the man of God, our teacher master, Menachem Mendel of Rimanov, regarding the Talmudic passage, a covenant is made with salt, and a covenant is made with afflictions. There are two kinds of covenants. One that's a bris made with salt, a bris made with Yisur. And then Rabbi Menachem Mendel, the Hasidic giant that he's quoting, says, just as salt makes meat palatable, sorry, this is the Gemara that Rabbi Menachem Mendel is quoting. Just as salt makes meat palatable, so too afflictions purify the individual of sin. You know, if you have meat, you put salt on it, it gets a lot more flavor.
I'm 29.
A person's character is improved by a little bit of suffering. You know, they mature. Just like that. But Menachem Mendel adds, just as one cannot derive pleasure from meat that has been excessively salted, rather only if it was properly salted, so too affliction should be meted out only in such measure that they can be tolerated, and with a mixture of mercy. In other words, if you oversalt meat, you ruin
I
it.
would climb to the top
And by
of the pole and
comparison,
go. I would
if you
not
give a human being
do that.
too much suffering, you hurt the human being. You ruin the human being. But there is an end point.
Actually,
And
I met
after
the
all,
doctor at the strip club, and he
who
was
is he
like, "Do you want
talking
a
to here?
job?"
Who decides how much suffering a person gets? There's a very strong, a very strong theological statement. He won't say it explicitly, but
I feel like I've
he's
gotten a lot of
expressing a
random
very
jobs and
powerful
stuff like
emotion
that.
here. This is 1939. By the time you get to 1942,
I don't work there anymore, but I would just like
he
assist him.
speaks openly to God in terms that no one could possibly speak without that same kind of position. I mean, it's truly chilling to read what he has to say. But he maintains steadfast faith throughout the entire experience. He never abandons even an iota of his worship of God. So he continues. This gets even worse. Rashi explains that the death of Sarah was juxtaposed to the binding of Isaac because with the news that her son was being bound and was about to be sacrificed, her soul burst forth from her and she died. Right, so it's a medrash, including Rashi, that Sarah, when she heard that Abraham was binding Isaac, that it was too much for her and she died. That is to say, Moshe, our teacher, the faithful shepherd, juxtaposed the death of Sarah to the binding of Yitzchak in order to advocate us, for us, indicating what results from excessive afflictions and forbid, quote unquote, her soul burst forth from her and she died. In other words, what he's saying is that Moses, as so to speak, the editor of the Torah, took the passage of Sarah's death and he included it immediately after the binding of Isaac as a kind of object lesson for what happens when a person suffers too much. If you read between the lines of what I'm saying, this is a very, very powerful theological assertion that could not easily be made by anyone else, let's say, in Brooklyn in 2017.
You know how everybody rollerblades on Venice Beach?
Furthermore, if this is the case with the tremendously righteous Sarah, who was blameless at the age of 100 as a 20-year-old and all of her years were equally good, yet despite this, she was unable to stand such horrible afflictions. How much the more so does it apply to us? You know, if Sarah Imenu could be killed with such suffering, and she was a person of phenomenal stature, even ordinary people living in the Warsaw ghetto, what can people expect of us?
Where are you guys from?
This, he also adds, you'll see here, this is from the manuscript, and this I only realized when I started studying the actual text. He adds a little arrow here, which looks sort of like a letter shin. And
This is a
points to another insertion, which was written much later, that kind of softens his position a little bit. But when you read the printed version, it all reads as one without a sense of the layering of his thoughts. Because of time, I won't go into too much details on that layering, but this gives you a sense of his theology. So to conclude, and then we'll open up for about 15 minutes of questions, the Eish Kodesh is truly an amazing document with phenomenal significance. It is the only document we have that gives us a sense of how religious Jews coped with the idea of the increasing tremendum of the Holocaust. It gives us a week-by-week understanding of what was discussed, how it was fit into their worldview, how they assimilated this awful knowledge that ultimately they would be killed. It is also a work of towering proportions when you think about the spiritual impact that he personally had on his students, on his followers, and the dedication and self-sacrifice that he showed in his ongoing work. I am very privileged to have worked on it for so long now, and it's become part of my own personality in many ways. To my benefit. Very grateful to all of you for your patience as I tell you a little bit about the book. What I'd like to do now is I'm going to take it off the screen share and I'm going to remove the mute from our Zoom participants, and then we can have some discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm muting everybody. Does anyone in Zoom land want to say something first?
Sure. Author David Tate. My question is, in the biography, that was on YouTube, you mentioned that he had an idea of outreach. Did he continue the message even in the ghetto?
Absolutely. There's, again, these are some of the internal literary references that make me think that his audience were not all primal wearing Hasidim. Because there are several messages that he delivers which seem to indicate that people are coming back to religious observance. Sometimes Hasidim who had lost their attachment to the tradition and then were coming back, and sometimes people with absolutely no backgrounds whatsoever, like what we call them Bari Tshuva today. So there's definitely a big Tshuva element, a big outreach element in his thought.
Believe it or not, actually,
my pleasure.
The food I lost like 150 pounds.
Yes.
Wow. Hey,
how are you? Good. I'm sorry, by the way, huge educator in our community, very widely read blogger. I read his blog with religious attention. Please go ahead.
Very good. Thank you. I was curious how the Hasidim have, I guess his brothers, I guess all the followers of Israel, how they responded to the kind of research you're doing and what Daniel's doing in terms of whether they see this as, see you and him as an outsider, whether they see value in what you're doing.
That's a good question. I haven't had a tremendous amount of interaction with the organized PSX community to really get a sense. I mean, what is the PSX community? There is a center around the nephew who's living in Israel. But even his father, and the Rebbe was very close with a lot of Zionist figures. He had admiration for Rav Kook and many other people. But his brother was kind of an outlier. He was called Chassid HaChalutz, the pioneer Chassid, because he was one of the few who actually broke ranks and moved to Israel in the 1920s, I think it was. So they're already kind of outliers. And then the PSX community in Europe was destroyed. So the main PSX Hasidim are, in my humble opinion, I think Dr. Reiser can speak to this more closely, they are primarily those in America who are totally new to the tradition. Many Bali Tshuva themselves. That's my guess. How have they responded? in the limited interactions that I've had, I can tell you that anecdotally, very, very few people actually read Ace Codex. They buy a copy, they revere it, they'll study pieces of it, but it is so hard to penetrate it. It is not an easy book. I commend Rob Weinberger for giving some shiurim on Wise Torah that help illuminate the theological aspect of it. But even Rob Weinberger's shiurim, without understanding the historical context, you miss the main message of what the Rebbe was trying to say.
Yes.
Only by understanding why people were listening do you get a sense of what he was actually
I've
saying.
just always been super, like, there was a Nat Geo thing when you were a kid, and I was super into that, like, answering
Live audience questions. Yes, please, Atara.
Okay. Other than maps, what else?
That's fair.
Yes.
I really like eating once a day.
So you look forward to these?
Yes, I've read the entire book. I can tell you, it's a good question. How is it different? So the Rebbe wrote two different kinds of works. His major literary project was a series of books that was designed to develop what he felt was a well-integrated Hasidic personality. His publication from 1932, the obligation of students, instantly became a classic. It's still studied today. It's basically about how to be a 12-year-old. It's how children should begin to shape their worldview. And it's really a powerful book. I've read it many times, and I get a lot out of it at every reading. And I will share more with you about that if you like. He also penned a secret book, which was published after the war, which was intended solely for his most dedicated adult followers. He published it privately, and he distributed it privately. After the war, some of his followers asked, what do we do now? Will his message be lost? And he asked the Gera Rebbe, and who permitted the widespread publication of this book, the name Akshav Torah. The English translation, there are a few of them, and they are varying quality. Some of them are not, I would not recommend. And then in the documents that we found in the Rebbe archive are two more books that were later published that were kind of sequels to the book about how to be a 12-year-old, and Mavo Asharim. I forgot, he also wrote one other very exceptional book that deserves a lot of study. He wrote a private spiritual journal, his own personal musings that amazingly he wanted people to read. That included his own personal doubts, his own personal struggles. It's amazing. Most of that was written in the 1930s. Some of the entries are dated. He may have written pieces of that in the early part of the war because he refers to the death of his son late in the book, but most of it was in the 1920s. It was all part of his own personal development. So that's one big category, if we want to make one subcategory of his personal journal. Well, one category is this kind of curriculum of personal development. The other category are these traditional Sabbath sermons that he would deliver. They were published under the title Derech HaMelech, all of his 1920s and 1930s sermons. And Eish Kodesh, which fits into that genre, but comparing them pound for pound, they're very different. The ones he wrote in the Holocaust was much shorter, much more restricted in sources. He almost always bases himself, for example, on Rashi, which is a very accessible source. Whereas when he was writing in the comparative ease of the 1930s, it's amazing we didn't even say that, but the comparative ease of the 1930s, the drushes were like, 3-4 times as long, with lots of Kabbalistic sources and things like that.
I think that has to do with the fact that Rashi. Because that has to do with the fact that being together, as you said, is not freedom, and so that accessibility.
Very perceptive, I agree completely. I think that's a big part of it. And I think when you look at compare the length of the drushes across time, when you get to 1942, I don't think there are many people in the room with it, because the drushes get very long, get much more, much darker, much more Kabbalistic. Nehemiah considered the father of Aish Kodesh studies. He wrote a very important monograph called Holy Fire under Elie Wiesel's direction. And he argued a fairly controversial thesis that the Aish Kodesh sort of retreated to Kabbalah, unable to understand the Holocaust within a conventional theological format. He then went to these Kabbalistic texts as a retreat. I'm not sure I agree with Dr. Poland's assertion. There definitely is a shift in how the Rebbe viewed the persecution, but I don't think he retreated. That's an unfair kind of word to use. Mervyn, please. That's the tough question. Okay. It's hard to put into a nutshell, but there seems to be, and don't forget, this is not like a monograph written under, quiet conditions or meditative and so on. This is something that's written week by week, and you can see his thoughts sort of shifting. At the beginning, particularly in 1939, he's saying, it's terrible, we're suffering like this, we have to realize that Hashem is the true judge, and Hashem, punishes us for our transgressions. It was very much a kind of traditional nexus of reward and punishment that's related to human behavior. Sometime in 1941, when the death rate, by the way, was about 150 people every single day, the bodies were left nude in the street, stripped of all valuables, and they were dumped in mass graves at the end of every day. We were having incredible starvation. Jews were given 700 calories a day in their ration cards if they had a ration card. It was incredible. At some point in 1941, he changed his mind. There's a drasha he delivers in 1940 on Hanukkah, in which he says, it's terrible how we're living now, but, you think about Hanukkah, think about the oppression of the Greeks, think about the various things that have happened to us in history, and, this is, why should we be any different? But in 1941, he writes, I was wrong. I had no idea how bad this would get. And he says, in my humble opinion, with my knowledge of Jewish history and all the sources, there's never, ever been a time of such phenomenal persecution as this. So there's a shift in his thinking that this is something totally unprecedented in Jewish history, and you begin to see his thinking shift as well. He spends a lot more time on the sort of sympathetic suffering of God as a theme. Rabbi Rothschild has called this divine weeping. In many discussions of how God sees what's happening to the Jewish people. And he quotes, Kabbalistic sources that talk about God having to decide between allowing this to happen or simply destroying the universe and starting all over again. And he ultimately decides, as it were, to continue to let this play out. It's very, very difficult. So his theology is complex, difficult. I wouldn't say it's standard, but it's clearly based on traditional texts.
We know that after the Holocaust, the whole world changed.
Your own or your dad's?
Many of them came much closer, and when they established the state of Israel, they became Israel. In the fund, it's leadership of Abu Dhabi.
Under the sea. Under the sea. Fuck all the dicks. Under the sea. Okay, what made you stop hating this trip?
Trying to take comedy more seriously.
He himself was
stop being a scuba diving instructor.
He was
do comedy in Austin, Texas.
Certainly not
Is that what you were doing in
an
Thailand?
anti-Zionist. He was a member of the Buddhist Israel in Poland, which is actually one of the I think they call him one of the main sages leading the council. Council of Torah sages, I think is the English term they use. He was a very, very important individual with the Buddhist Israel. But, his brother was a Chassid HaChalutz. He worked with the committee very warmly. And he was reluctant to make any kind of anti-Zionist statement, even though the political party he was affiliated with had taken a relatively anti-Zionist position in the 1930s. So he was always kind of,
Tell us about that. How does
you know,
that go down
quiet about the issue. I think he probably chose to avoid a strong political statement because that would have just alienated his students. He had a large yeshiva, you know, it's an institution. I do not recall anywhere in his writings that he specifically refers to Zionism as a movement per se. He has very strong words condemning, however, the supplanting of religion by politics. This is primarily in his pre-war writings. He talks about, you know, how the youth today are no longer inspired by Hasidism. They all become communists. They all become this, that, following various flags. And so he probably would have criticized Jews whose main raison d'etre was Zionism. He would have felt that that's misplaced. If you want to live in Israel, it's part of your ideology, he would not have been critical, in my humble opinion. Dr. Reiser has written something about this in his introduction to his forthcoming work. I think it's right on. Okay, Dr. Zenberg.
A very important question. And I didn't, it bothers me for decades. The leadership of the religious community contrasted with the leadership of the not. As a kid, I saw Shomer Asayil how to work against the Agudat Israel, against the let's say the following.
And picture number 1C. And once you get down there,
yeah.
The rest outside. It was not everyone was on his own. See? And many of the rabbis came saying themselves, this bothers me a lot. I cannot sleep at night.
I can only imagine.
This is the one. And the cousin was a distant cousin, Shomer Atzayir, who saved themselves because they were known by trains and they were guided where to go, how to go, and from Poland, from inside Poland, from Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and they came to Israel.
Yeah.
And they established families in Israel. Of course, now they are no longer in Shomer Atzayir. It's a different story.
This is during the war.
Yeah, no.
During the war. So we're almost done, so I'll answer your question quickly, and I'll tell you a joke to lighten the mood before we all leave. So because you reminded me of a joke. So one of the things that plagued the Warsaw Ghetto in particular, although we could certainly see it in many different parts of Europe, is there's a generation gap when it came to the question of resistance. The older generation, the establishment generation, both rabbinic and communal, believed that they'd work with this strategy of trying to appease the Nazis because it had worked for basically 2 millennia. Right, the way Jews as a minority dealt with threat from the external factors is normally we either paid off the oppressors or we ran away. One of my students called this the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. And so the old guard, people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, they said, okay, keep your heads down. Or just try not to attract their attention. Okay, they want our radios. Okay, they want our forced labor. Okay, they want, but how bad can it get? Ultimately, and that's the strategy followed by the older generation in Warsaw, including the rabbinic leadership. Adam Cherniakou, who was the head of the Judenrat, the Jewish Council, which was the mediating organization between the Nazis and the ghetto, he followed we have his diary, which is an amazing document. He followed this right to the very bitter end, and when he realized the Nazis were in fact going to kill everyone, he took cyanide pills and killed himself because his strategy had utterly failed. And that's why the resistance only mounts that uprising in April 1943, almost a year after virtually everyone is killed in a ghetto, because there was a leadership vacuum that allowed the youth to express a different strategy. It's just one of the hard truths of the Holocaust. Now, let me tell you the joke, so we can leave a little bit. I don't want to walk around depressed all day. You mentioned that the people who are Hashomer Hatzair, they changed when they went to Israel. So I was once at a funeral, as it happens, and I was talking with a big consular official from Israel. We're standing there, and he's talking to me about how, I look religious with a kippah and everything, and he says, when I was young, I belong to a Hashomer Hatzair kibbutz, right? Very, very left-wing socialist, anti-religious. He says on Pesach, we had everything on the table: bread, pasta, beer, whatever you wanted. He says nowadays the young people, they just don't follow the traditions like they used to. True story. Okay. Thank you very much. I think the first faculty colloquium has been a success. I'm going to reach out to you to see who's got some research to share with us maybe next month. And thank you to everyone in Zoom land for joining us as well. All right. Tonight's lecture is, I think, fascinating. It's slowly getting more to the area that I have a little bit more expertise, moving from archaeology and epigraphy and feels like that I really don't understand, and moving into the period where we have a lot of documentation. But let's talk about the class itself. First of all, to begin with, we want to thank Mr. Morris Azad, who is a longtime fan of these classes on the internet. Really grateful for his sponsorship of this lecture. The funds that we raise are used to provide student scholarships, and we really want to increase opportunity for students in the college as a whole. Just to give you a sense of where we're headed here, I'd really like to raise $100,000, which equals approximately 10 students. So perhaps for tonight's class, we should say 12 students. We want 12 excellent students to spy out the land of higher knowledge. Forgive me. And right now we have $3,368. So I want to encourage you to consider sponsoring, and especially those of you on the internet, because this is something that I think really will benefit our undergraduate students. So let's talk about Joshua. My first encounter with Joshua was with this man, John Derrick, in the Ten Commandments. Now, to give you a little bit of background information about myself, I grew up in this small town in northern Ontario, Canada, where we were the only Jewish family, and I'm an only child, so I had no Jewish siblings. And the content, the Jewish content of my life was quite small. That was my life. I was the only Jewish kid in town, and it was really hard to figure out who I was and how I was related to the people around me and so on. But they brought to the local theater, the Cinequa, this amazing 3-hour epic, Cecil B. DeMille's Ten Commandments, and I sat in this movie theater, and I was absolutely spellbound. I was probably 8 years old, and I couldn't believe that an entire movie was about my history. And not only that, it was an amazing history. It was totally overwhelming. The Red Sea and the Pharaoh and the plagues. At first I took after John Derrick. Now I think I'm taking after Joe Brenner.
That is pretty cool.
My first encounter with Joshua was through this character. I envisioned him as a muscular individual, as a fierce warrior. I couldn't quite find the romantic interest. And of course, if you've seen the movie, which is an actual classic, I actually still tear up. But if you're more to make like the relationship with Lilia at full cloth out of Hollywood rather than anywhere in the Jewish tradition, but nevertheless, it was an absolutely fantastic movie.
There's a lot going on.
How well does that comport
Go right ahead. I'm going to let you take control, because that's what you people want.
knowledge about Joshua? Not terribly well. Looking at the Jewish sources, Joshua comes off much more as a studious individual. He comes across as a yeshiva worker, spending his time bent over at the mall as the Joshua stage. He never left the deep learning. He was always engaged in intellectual pursuits, in the Torah and tithing, things like that. And even more than that, and at great contradistinction to the warrior image, he's kind of portrayed as a type of a nice, well-meaning janitor. I don't want to keep this on the screen too long, because I don't want to somehow demean either Joshua or the fantastic staff we have here working in this occupation area, but he is renowned in the sources in the Midrashim and praised for cleaning up before everyone comes into the study hall, for cleaning up afterwards, for making sure that the chairs are in order, the books are put away, all kinds of servile activities that facilitated the learning of others in a very pragmatic and practical way. So not at all the tremendous stone cutter that we see in Cecil B. DeMille. My goals for today. In this lecture, I'd like to first of all talk a little bit about the biblical Joseph. For most of you in this room, I'm sure, and many of you on the internet, this will be just a very cursory survey because many of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with the biblical text and with the stratigraphy that we have in Jewish literature, the Midrash, the Talmud, and so on, and what they have to say about Joshua. The second thing I'd like to do, which I find really fascinating, this is an area that I had to explore just for this class, the historicity and the historiography of Joshua. And what that means in a word, we'll spend more time on it in about 15-20 minutes, is like what actually do we know from non-Jewish sources about Joshua? What can we say if we try to look at Joshua from, I don't want to say a more objective, but let's say from an external perspective, what can we say about Joshua? And then finally, I'd like to look at some of the influences of Joshua on other cultures, like, for example, Christian culture, how he is absorbed into their worldview and so on. So with that, let's get right to the material. Joshua is kind of like a soldier disciple. Sorry, this is the kind of combination that I showed you earlier. He appears very prominently in the latter two books of the 5 books of Moses, and he appears, of course, in the eponymous work, the book of Joshua, in which he is the leading figure. And then we have reverberations of him through many other books applied to the religious tradition in the rabbinic genre, like the Talmud. But he is essentially a soldier disciple. Here you see in a Christian rendition from the 9th century. He's kind of in the background here as Moses is receiving the Torah from God. A hand comes down as he learns the law. Joshua is there in a supporting role. It looks like he has a tree growing out of his head, but I think that's just the perspective of the artist. And then over here's John, here's Moses once again instructing all of the elders, and Joshua is patiently waiting at the side of the course. And the Midrash reinforces the image. He is constantly trying to get into the learning, trying to be in the room, overhearing what's going on. He is just like a sponge for Jewish information, and he wants to absorb as much as possible. He is, to use the Hebrew term masmid, a perpetual student, and the rabbinic sources in particular reinforce that particular interpretation of Joshua as a figure. He also, though, has this soldier aspect to him, the warrior aspect, which is very prominent, especially in the incident with the spies, and then very much so in the book of Joshua as he comes to maturity after the death of Moses. And he sends in 12 individuals to spy out the land. The rabbinic sources indicate that Moses was not enthusiastic about this prospect. He wanted the Jews to simply march into the land because they had a divine command. After all, what's the point of checking out in advance if you already have the endorsement of the Almighty? But they go in. And they encounter these huge human beings, the Anakim, these giants, and they're terrified of them, and they come back to the Israelite encampment on the eastern side of the Jordan River, of course, come back with a massive cluster of grapes, which has been incorporated into many symbols in Israeli iconography. In particular, this is a medieval reproduction, but the idea is that it represents the fecundity of the land, the abundance, the crops, how fantastically productive and fertile land Israel is. But of those 12 spies, 10 of them essentially say, we can't do it, it's impossible, we are like grasshoppers in their eyes, very self-observation. But Joshua and Caleb say, no, we can in fact conquer this land God promised to us. We should in fact go in.
No,
So, of
there's that
course, they
school
lead,
after the shower.
after Moses died, Joshua leads the Jews into a successful conquest of the land, which will be explored in a moment. But going back to the episode of the first infiltration of Israel, there's a fascinating episode that's of extreme importance in Joshua's personal life. It doesn't receive a lot of treatment in the Bible. It's primarily an amplification that you find in the rabbinic literature, such as the Talmud, and that is association with the woman Rahab. There, in the book of Joshua, they've got, of course, these massive walls, and Rahab is described as being a Zonah who lives within the walls. The term Zonah is subject to some dispute. The straightforward interpretation of that is prostitute.
All in the same day.
The rabbis are bothered by this. How is it possible that he would associate with a prostitute? Later, of course, he will marry her. He has a family with her. Which, if Rahab is not portrayed that way by many of the rabbis, they feel the term Zonah comes from like son, provides for others, he was someone who was generous, but he will pass over that debate. So anyway, Rahab lets them come up, scale the walls, famously, into the city of Jericho, and she hides them there. Here's a picture of her hiding the spies. She protects them, hiding them in the roof underneath some straw. This is the old hide the spies under the straw trick, which was new back then, so therefore you were able to sell it. Later on, it would never work. Anyways, here's Rahab hiding them in the straw. It worked back there. And after the soldiers leave, they're looking for spies. They heard spies are in town. Rahab says, listen, I will let your army in. I'll find a way to help you out. Just protect my family. And the Jews under Joshua say, certainly will. They uphold that promise. Here's a depiction of that discussion. This is, by the way, a beautiful book of hours.
How much money do you have?
The 15th century France.
Okay.
And here's Joshua talking with Rahab, and they work this out. Later, of course, in the rabbinic tradition, he will marry her and have many children.
I've got a friend named Brennan Haney. He's the best.
There's this fascinating passage in Tractate Megillah that says that Rahab was so beautiful that if you said her name twice consecutively, the man would
okay, here's a little joke. There you go, buddy. All right. Yep, hard to catch when you are blitz out of your mind on hard truths. Very interesting.
Only if you knew what she looked like. Only if you actually knew what she looked like. If you said her name twice, that would be it.
We should have like an actual psychiatrist backstage.
Anyways, for our purposes, all that stuff is fascinating, but we really want to focus on the conquest of Israel, which is the historically most significant aspect, in my opinion, of Joshua's career.
I'm actually surprised you eat that.
I love it. They're half chicken. Here they are, the Israeli encampment is over here on the eastern side of the Jordan River. Moses is going to climb the goal over here, and he's going to have his last look at the land of Israel before he dies and is buried. No one knows his grave. And then Joshua will lead a campaign into the land of Israel here, with the first attack, of course, being on the city of Jericho that we'll explore in a moment. He manages also a southern campaign and a northern campaign that goes all the way up and curves back to the city of Hazor with tremendous success. The book of Joshua describes this simple march, one victory after another. There's a couple of setbacks, like at the city of Ai, that has to do with Jewish mistreatment of the spoils of war, and that's corrected, and then Ai is conquered, and so on. And ultimately, the entire land of Canaan, or land of Israel, is conquered under Joshua's control. And this is, if you look at the traditional dating system used by Jewish historians, somewhere in the 13th or 12th century before the Common Era. Some debate over that. This is mainly the description in the book of Joshua. Towards the end of the book of Joshua, there's a long discussion of the division of the land. in which the 12 tribes each take various sections of the land according to a lottery that is controlled by the Almighty. It's kind of a strange division of land.
I like your style. I like your delivery. I like the whole thing that you're working with here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
For example,
a year.
God and
Yes, sir.
were engaged in
San Antonio. That's where you're from?
and for them it was best to take this land over here and Transjordan, so they remained on that side.
San Antonio.
But as you can see, this is the basic division of the land. Here's Jerusalem, just to give you some orientation. Judah is the
3, 4, 5, 6, 7
so
years.
that's primarily what we know from the biblical text of the career of
Joshua.
Fast.
I could literally tell
the city of Jericho is very prominent in the story. Of course, that's the first conquered city. It was described as, and in fact has been confirmed to be, one of the oldest cities in the world. It actually goes back
how long have you been unemployed for, Bill?
And it was surrounded by some massive walls that look something like this. It has been discovered, of course, by the way. This is the archaeological dig.
I had a feeling.
Excavated many times over the 20th century. The walls look something like this.
Are you Native American?
Don't forget, they did not have Roman construction. They didn't have concrete. They didn't have a lot of the architectural skills of the classical period, which is still over a millennium away. The technology is still quite primitive. So they had two massive walls that were separated by this embankment. And if you look at this for scale, here's some people down here. It was quite an intimidating structure, both physically and also visually. Imagine that it's quite a ways back. You can't even tell what's an embankment. It makes it look as if
where's Sarah Slum? Is Sarah Slum here?
Structure that is completely encircling this town. How is it possible to
she doesn't
get entry to a city?
Oh yeah, I've heard it.
As the story goes,
Bill, what do you do for fun?
Joshua is told
all I do is
to take his
You like to drink a
and
lot, right?
to walk around the city walls 7 times, very dramatically blowing their ram's horns as they go around. This is where we get the symbolism of 7 Jewish symbology means completion, like 7 days of the week. And at the end of the 7 circuits, then
what
of
else
course
do you do other than
the
comedy?
walls
What else are you
collapse,
into?
and Jews are able to gain entry and they conquer Jericho. This is, by the way, also why we have the tradition that under the wedding chuppah, his mother and the mother-in-law walk around the husband to ensure that after
the youngest
7
is 17, and then they're 18.
Garnished and
21, 24,
no problem to the daughter after the wedding.
45.
So really an amazing story and absolutely fascinating.
All the 20-some-year-olds that were on the show.
We now have to turn to what I find is the most fascinating aspect of it. It's the most complex and most difficult really to put across. Once we have this biblical account,
what's it like raising
just
kids?
sort
Tell
of
us what's some
a
crazy
thumbnail
shit you've been
description
through
of
as
what we
a
know
father,
about Joshua from the biblical sources. What do we actually know from a historical perspective?
I was kind of crazy growing up, and they always
the
said,
story
you're going
really
to see when
goes
you get older, but
to
my
this
kids are
man
chill.
here, William F. Albright, an American archaeologist who essentially founded the school of what's known as biblical archaeology. And as you can see from this quote, there can be no doubt that archaeology has confirmed the substantial historicity of Old Testament tradition. I want to zoom in on that word historicity for just a moment.
There's Alexis with the keys
Let's
hanging
zoom
from the
in
trunk.
right now. What does historicity actually mean? So we really have to go back to the thought of this man, Leopold von Ranke, who was one of the earliest of the modern historians who really created the craft that we practice today. And his take on history was that it was supposed to represent, I use the German here, it's a famous phrase, Vias agente gewesen ist, or Vias agente gewesen war, how it actually happened. History is supposed to be about how it actually happened. That seems like an obvious statement because most people, when they study history, they say, look, it's printed in the history books, it must be so. In reality, history is a complete mess. History is made up represent the values and aspirations of the historian quite often, far more than the actual events themselves. So even though Pomeranke might want us to describe how things actually happened, the story is actually quite a bit more difficult to tease out. Like, for example, just look at the difference between autobiography and biography. If I were to write my own autobiography, it would be a great story of heroism and triumph over adversity and unrelenting persecution and lots of Chinese food, all this stuff. But if someone else would write my biography, it might be a huge embarrassment because it would point out my flaws, it may emphasize those flaws, it will maybe talk about some of the negative influences that shaped me and things like that. It's a very different thing. That's just a very simple example. So when we look at Albright, essentially the model of biblical archaeology, as a field, takes the Bible as the starting point and then goes to archaeology to confirm its details. In other words, here we have the biblical account, and I see here that Joshua attacked Jericho. So I'm going to go dig up Jericho, and as soon as I find that it has been destroyed, great, it's all done. I can confirm the Bible. Let us go on to another fact in the Bible. If I happen to find facts that contradict the text of the Bible, those are inconvenient facts that perhaps I will set aside, perhaps I will ignore, perhaps I will even suppress. Because I'm not totally interested in today's news. I'm not really convinced I want to know what actually happened. What I'm convinced of is I know the Bible is true, and I want to validate it. By the way, fair warning, I'm sure those of you in the audience realize this, those on the internet maybe not, I'm basically like that too. I am a biblical maximalist, I'm a fundamentalist if you want, I believe deeply in the veracity of the biblical tradition, and I feel great when archaeology confirms it. Trouble when archaeology does not, but it does not actually interrupt the flow of my life or my religious devotion to God. But anyway, let's go on and try and understand what happened to Albright.
I watched him do a long set last night on a Sunday when everybody else is off and it's nothing but up and comers. This guy's here doing long sets, going over notes. He literally works
Jericho, which in fact
more
we
and
found
harder
and
than
was
any other
destroyed.
comedian I know.
It sounds a lot like the book of
Because
Joshua,
he
but
is
every time we
trying to
try to
become
date
an American
the destruction of
citizen.
Jericho, it's off by several hundred years. We try to use the archaeological record, looking at the nature of the pottery that's found at various levels. It seems to have been destroyed long before Joshua got there. And there are numerous other pointers that indicate that Jericho is a difficult thing. And in fact, here's the difficult thing. It's very hard to find any concrete data about Jewish settlement in Israel outside of the Bible. It's very hard to find this. And it's like kind of disconcerting. Like, wait a second, what are you talking about? Jews have been there for thousands of years. What's going on? So let me show you what we do know. This is the earliest reference to Israel in the archaeological record as has been discovered so far. It's a so-called Merneptah stele, which is an obelisk created by the pharaoh Meneptah. And it dates approximately 1207 before the Common Era. There's some debate within decades of that period, but we're talking about late 13th century. It is and by the way, in the story of the Exodus, once the Jews leave Egypt, Egypt basically disappears from much of the biblical story. Like, they kind of like faded away. But in reality, Egypt's still a major power. Egypt is still very involved in Israel, constantly, launching raids and fighting with Syria and all kinds of things. Egypt is still very much involved in the area. So this 13th century stele represents a description of all the victories that Meneptah had. It's like a long list of, and then I beat the French, and then I beat the Germans, and whatever peoples are undescribed. And way down here at the bottom, we have a reference to Israel. Zooming in on that, we have the phrase, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. This is the very first thing we have about Israel from the outside world, 1207 before the common era. Before we go much deeper, let's just think about this statement for a minute. There are scholars that debate what exactly does it mean? Does it mean Israel as a state, or perhaps does it mean a group of people? Because the term seed, which seems to be a figure of reference to children, like Sarah, in fact, using Hebrew as children. The word is bot, like Ben, doing double work,
overperforming, absolutely
what exactly
hysterical.
is it referring
After that
to?
huge
And
intro
who
I
said
gave,
it? So
and
here
knowing
is
you
a
and everything,
picture
you
of
would
the
think
Pharaoh
I'd be smart
Meneptah
enough to
as he
know that
looks
you're about to be
today.
hilarious. Meanwhile,
Right?
I decided
That's
to
him.
take my first sip
And
of
this is,
this
by the way,
delicious
a picture
whiskey
of
coke
Israel's seed
during your calm
as it
setup,
looks
and you
today.
fucking got me.
So
You got me real good.
I'm just saying,
It blasted.
right? Like,
I blasted air out
this
of my
is
nose, and it
Meneptah, and
splashed
this
up
is
in my
Israel's
face
seed.
and all
So
over
once
me
we
and
get
Red
past
Band's
that,
legs.
nevertheless,
Red
here's
Band's
the
wearing
problem.
shorts, so it raw
This
dog
is the
his
first
sweet little
reference.
hairy
What can we
kneecap right there.
possibly glean
I'm like,
from
oh,
this
he's on
one
the setup,
sentence?
I'll be fine.
One
And she's taking a
phrase.
trip to Miami, and
I
she works
want
at
one
Chick-fil-A,
point.
and it got me. The hair came out,
That it
and water
existed.
came
Thank you
out,
so much.
and
You're a brilliant graduate
came up
student in the
amazing
room,
stuff,
obviously.
Maddie.
That
Absolutely
Israel
fucking
existed.
hilarious.
There's no question. The
You
total
are covering
fact.
something that I
Israel
think
existed in
I
the
think a
region.
lot of fucking
It's, by the way,
people go through,
clustered
and
with
I've
a
never
whole
really
bunch
heard
of
it
other
talked about
place
quite
names which we
so
can
you jealous
associate
guy?
with the land of Israel.
Not
So we know for a
really.
fact
But I
that
know,
at least from
I
the
know
perspective
exactly.
of Pharaoh Meneptah,
I
in
look
the
like a
12th
lot of
century,
things.
there was an institution called
Sir,
Israel,
I
or
told
at
you
least a
not to
group of
look at
people
other men,
called Israel,
sir.
living in the land which we now call Israel.
I
So
will
at
say
least we
this
know
is
that the
everybody
Jews
I've
were
ever
in
hung
fact
out
there.
with, every girl
We
is
don't
like,
have
oh,
a lot
he's
of other
gay. There's
corroborating
always
details,
that guy.
but let's look at
Every
what
guy
we
here is
got.
with a girl. They know exactly who the fuck
Yeah, well,
I'm
that's the
talking
point,
about.
actually.
yeah.
We started giving them
Oh,
lectures
yeah.
It's
because I was
always a
thinking
dude.
about
The
the
chicks
UN.
have no idea.
So,
He's nice.
what do we know about it? According to
Trying to
Albright,
fuck you.
who we saw earlier,
No man is
that's
trying to
just
help
was
you.
a
We're
great
all
example here. The
creeps.
book of Joshua, the Jews come in, they conquer the region, they
Yeah,
take it over, and
absolutely
that's
true.
the story. And the
I'm always hanging out with
Meneptah
a girl.
story,
They're
in
like, nah,
fact,
that's my gay
proves
friend.
it
I'm like,
because
what's
we
his
know that
number?
Israel is there. Oh, you want to trouble me with
So,
the
Ari,
dates of the conquest of the
tell us more. What's going on?
archaeological digs
Lights by
we
the
played with
Arabs.
Jericho,
Crushing it
Don't Look
last
True,
night. You
those
were
are
at the theater in
problematic, and we have to work around it. And in fact,
It was
towards the end of his
Saturday. I
career,
was in Jacksonville,
Professor
Friday,
Albright
Orlando.
had to kind
I
of,
love Florida. It's
you know,
fucking
juggle his
fun.
position on dating and things like that. You'll
It
notice,
is a
by
fun
the way, in
place
his
to
quote,
visit.
Yeah, when
we
I was
jump
with
back
Gary
to it,
Anderson in Orlando,
he doesn't say it
dude.
with
Huge.
the, authoritative statement of a religious individual. He says it in the language of the
That's how
scholar.
it
He
is
says,
sometimes. No
confirm
doubt about
the
it. Camp
substantial
rolls
historicity
deep
of
every
the
single
Old
one of his
Testament tradition,
cousins.
meaning it's
Whether
basically
you're
true.
in
Okay,
Florida,
maybe it's off by a
or
century or
Atlanta,
something like that.
Atlanta's
Maybe
another
one thing
big
or another is not
hotspot for
exactly
the
right,
Patterson
but
family.
nevertheless,
I know
it
them
is
all. I know
substantially
them all.
true.
They all know me. We all
His
get along.
broad
Sometimes I
statement.
do a little crip walk in
Other
the green.
scholars say, okay, wait a second. If we
Impress my black
can't
friends because I am part of the culture, believe it or not.
the
I am
conquest
blacker, but I am
narrative,
gay.
perhaps we should move to a
My
different
favorite
narrative.
is like
Perhaps we should
when
move
we're on the
to
group
the
chat for the
peaceful
gig, and then the
infiltration
promoter will be
theory.
like,
And this was advanced by two scholars, Albert Alf, you see there on the left, and Martin Knopf. I really love these cigar photos. It's actually a type photo I'll show you later. Nowadays, no one would pose with like some kind of smoking instrument, but there's a certain je ne sais quoi about it, I have to say. Anyways, their argument was, okay, the book of Joshua presents this image of a gradual but inexorable conquest under the leadership of Joshua, such that the land is completely under his control, and he's able to divide it among the
Everybody's like
tribes and
fresh
so on.
out of prison or
Has
about
anyone
to go
here
to
read the
prison
book
or
of
something like that. It's so
Judges?
fun. You would think that stereotype was a little less true, but
Some
not
people
with
are
the Patterson clan.
okay, Shoftim, exactly.
It's
Sorry, Shoftim.
absolutely
Or how
incredible.
about Shmuel? Tell me, Mr. Friedman, you must
So
have read
that's
Shmuel
fun.
backwards and
Florida's
forwards,
fun. How
right?
about after the show?
So let me just ask you a quick question, Mr. Friedman.
Yeah, so
If you
we
look
went
at the
to
book of Shoftim,
Iowa, Des
or the
Moines,
book of
and
Shmuel, which occur, by the way, away in the sequence of Tanakh, immediately after Judges. Is it absolutely clear that the Jews have total control over the entire land of Canaan? There's never any other populations they have to worry about or whatever?
Ultra white.
Don't shake your head. The answer is absolutely not. Because they're constantly fighting with all the peoples around them who are in fact even living inside the land of Israel per se. And the image you get from reading the book of Judges and the book of Shmuel is that, okay, the Jews are a significant power. They control certain cities that seem to be sort of like city-states, not quite as powerful as you could imagine, Greek city-states like Athens or Sparta, but nevertheless they're kind of like more than outposts. And they're constantly being harassed by the Philistines or the Gazans and people like that. In some cases, in Shmuel, for example, the Jews are even paying tribute inside the land of Israel to other people. They're not allowed to forge their own weapons, for example. They have to steal weapons from the enemy. So it's much messier than the image you get in Joshua. There is a gradual process where David in particular has to fight all kinds of enemies around about the Amalekites, for example. He's making allies with Achish in the city of Gath, for example, which is on the coast. There's so many different ethnicities living in the land of Israel for hundreds of years, as Joshua's inheritors begin to conquer the land. So the Alt-Nof theory, as it's known, argues that it may be the image of an all-out conquest, which just barrels through Israel. Maybe we should modify that by looking towards later books in the Bible that point to a peaceful infiltration theory. And in fact, the archaeological record does confirm a very strong belief in the worship of God as the Jews understand it, a principal God, a supreme God with no other gods beside that God, that slowly seems to express itself as you go throughout the centuries in the land. So perhaps the Jews under Joshua came in, conquered certain cities in particular, and then the idea of Judaism slowly spread, sometimes with conflict, but it may have taken centuries before the whole land was contained within the federal law.
In America, you can't even ask why the
dog
is there.
also, this in no way contradicts the account. It just sort of fleshes out a sense of how it actually happened. Rephrase it from Russia. Another theory
comes to the bar and he's explaining that it's law. If there's food being served, there can't be a dog around. And they do not fuck down
sometimes I'm going to take a photograph of myself with a pipe or a cigar or something. Even though I don't smoke, I think it would be really cool. Anyway, Mendenhall and Gottwald, their theory is known for Mendenhall Gottwald theory, says that now, this theory is definitely not supportive of the biblical record. Again, we have this historiographic problem. Actually, I didn't define that term, historiography. Historicity refers to the actual events, what actually happened. Historiography, on the other hand, refers to how history is written. Graphy, like photography, means writing with light.
And you know me, dog. I'm getting my fucking belt. So Heidi, can you bring out my fucking belt?
The Bible as a historical source, which is not wise because it has a phenomenal amount of historical information. But if we discount it and say we're only going to rely on the actual archaeological or epigraphic data that we can find, things like the Menephtah stele, then what do we actually know? We don't actually have a very strong record, for example, of the Exodus per se, which is a problematic thing. Perhaps in a later season we'll come back and look at that from a historiographic perspective. But at any rate, what Mendenhall and Gottwald said is, if you can't prove it to me from anything besides the Bible, I'm going to pretend it didn't happen. I'm going to just ignore this as a fact. I'm going to take it as a legend, for example, without actually
fantastic stuff. You are indeed
we can't deny the fact that by the 13th century we have an entity called Israel, the side of the Menephtah stele. So therefore, perhaps it was an internal report. Perhaps it was something that bubbled up from below.
Can you guys get for my fantastic
worship
fucking
of
guests
God
tonight? Chris O'Connor is in Cleveland, August 15th and 16th. The hilarities. Go to chrisoconnor.com or go to the link that's Chris O'Connor.
As we have in the Bible. Nevertheless,
with the last two letters being OR. Speaking of OR, that's the first room I ever performed in my entire history of stand-up comedy at the Comedy Store. And the first MC to bring me up, the first comedy show I ever saw in my life was hosted by, one more time, Ryan O'Neal, everybody. With 2 L's at the end.
The conquest of Jericho is a great example because when you do the dig, you find that it was destroyed actually many times over, but the closest time it was destroyed is off by a couple centuries from the story when we would expect it to happen. So there are logical ways to adjust for that. You can say maybe it's the wrong place, maybe our techniques are wrong, maybe we haven't found the pottery that proves it to be the right time. Lots of ways to deal with it, but the facts as we have them right now, they don't fit the story. But let's go to something that does fit, because this is cool. At this point, maybe we're getting a little depressed from the perspective of biblical archaeology, but don't worry, there's some really cool stuff here. And in fact, I have to say, from this is an area, this is not my area of specialization, so I'm really learning this a lot, just for you. And what I've discovered about archaeology in the 20th century is if you don't like a dominant theory, just wait about 3 weeks. Someone else is going to come up with another dominant theory, and the old theory is going to be out the window. I've only given you 3 big ones, but there are like 17 different variants of those theories, and I stopped, in fact, at the end of the 20th century. So archaeology is really it's in its nascent stages in many ways, and most scholars have not come to terms with some really basic questions about wie es eigentlich gewesen ist. But this is a fascinating discovery by Amnon Ben-Tor, shown here, an Israeli archaeologist who has done some absolutely amazing work in the city of Hazor. So if you look at this map of Israel here, this is where, according to the biblical account, they attacked Jericho. They have a few other wars here. There's a southern campaign, and there's that northern campaign that goes all the way up and comes back down and destroys Hazor. The destruction of Hazor under Joshua is described in very great detail, and it has some really specific details that are distinct from the other cities. For example, there's a certain way in which it says in the text that and the city was in flames, but with Hazor, there's a lot more emphasis on the fact that Joshua specifically destroyed this town through fire. And the archaeologists looked carefully in the city of Hazor and was actually able, with modern techniques, to figure out the burn temperature of the destruction they found there, and it was twice as high as a normal fire would be. They found that it was like melting metal. It was so incredibly hot, likely because they stored vats of oil underneath the floorboards of the local buildings. Here's the aerial view of the city of Hazor, and this is amazing because it exactly fits the timeline. Here's an archaeological dig that completely supports the version of the story as we have in the book of Joshua, which completely validates the idea that Joshua came in and mounted a series of campaigns, and Hazor exactly fits with many of the smaller details that are in the thought of Professor Ben-Tor. Let's just show another picture of him because it's really amazing stuff. So in other words, when we walk away from this, we don't necessarily have the sense of solidity and of confidence that you would get maybe when you walk out of synagogue and you've heard the rabbi give a really great talk on a particular verse in Joshua, let's say, because the historical record is very messy and sometimes contradictory. But nevertheless, we do have elements of the historical record which are smack on with the version that we have in the biblical account. Okay, so let us now just move a little bit forward towards how Joshua is absorbed into other traditions. In the Muslim tradition, he figures somewhat prominently, particularly in the conquest of the land of Israel, but almost identically to the Jewish account. The entire legend, especially the association with Caleb, is absorbed whole cloth into the Muslim tradition. In the Christian tradition, there's a little bit more of an association with Jesus because Joshua is seen as
available everywhere.
Culmination of the teachings of Moses. Moses represents Judaism, and just like Moses was not able to take the last step, so to speak, and enter into the land of Israel, so Joshua, by bringing it home, as it were, is an especially important figure for the church fathers. I will note, by the way, I forgot to mention this, his Hebrew name is Yehoshua, which is one of the names that was often used for Jesus. So it means he will bring salvation. That's a good giveaway, if anything, right? There's a whole discussion that I omitted to mention that sometimes his name is spelled without the letter U, so it's Hoshua or Hoshea.
Check out the Sunset Strip Comedy Club. Ryan Count has a new improv show on Wednesdays. SunsetStripPTX.com. Love you guys.
We're doing it.
There are a lot of interesting legends. It was added because when Sarah had her name changed from Sarai to Sarah, the Yud in Sarai was displaced, and the Yud was complaining, hey, what's going to be with me? So God said, as it were, don't worry, I'm going to attach you to the man who will bring the peace into Israel. Another commentator says it was removed at some point, for example, because even though Joshua was a tremendous warrior, his, for example, loss of 36 men in the Battle of Ai was considered something that he could have possibly avoided, and as a result, the Jews was removed from his name. Anyway, here's a depiction, a Christian depiction of Joshua blessing other people, and it has clearly very Christological kind of tone to it. It's also a favorite subject of the Christian medieval artists. Here you have the famous Joshua roll, a 10th century rendition. Looks a lot like a tourist roll, except a good picture, and it has a long description of Joshua's military campaigns that are featured very prominently. And here is another Christian rendition taken from the Joshua scroll. You can see here, by the way, the famous passage where, in order to wage battle, Joshua has the sun and moon. He prays to God that the sun and moon remain stable so that he can press the war effort longer and in fact be successful in that endeavor.
Check out Red Man's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com
so, thinking about the legacy of Joshua, I turn him basically to our central theme, which is Israel, the land of its people. To summarize, we have this amazing, well, actually, maybe I'll mention something that came up on the internet on the Abraham lecture. Unfortunately, when we lecture on biblical topics, we tend to attract a lot of crazy people on the internet. Maybe you've noticed there are some crazy people on the internet, and they love the anonymity of commenting under names that are not their own. So someone took me to task over last week's lecture to say there's no evidence whatsoever for Jewish presence in Israel, and they used all capital letters and called me lots of names. But the point is that that's not entirely true, because we do have non-biblical evidence, such as the Manetha Stela and so on. But on a more profound level, who says the Bible isn't evidence? I mean, it's true that Albright is right now out of fashion in the entire world, but the Bible is incredibly dense, rich strata of historical information that we can use to understand the culture of the period. We know from the Manetha Stela, it really confirms the story of Joshua in the Bible, that there is a Jewish presence in Israel at this time. We know from the destruction of Hazor now that there is a city that is destroyed precisely as described and precisely when it's described in the book of Joshua. And taken together, these ideas tend to support the notion that the Jews did enter the land of Israel through conquest, although perhaps with some admission of the peaceful infiltration, the spread of ideas. There's no doubt that a lot of Canaanite people probably were attracted to Judaism as an early ideal itself. Ultimately, though, the bottom line that I'm really trying to emphasize in this series of lectures is that the Jews have an ancient connection to the land. It goes back well into the veil before the court history, and I hope that the Jews continue to enjoy a safe enjoyment of the land and peaceful coexistence with their neighbors. Thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible, other than Blue Chew, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify, who are exclusively the sponsors of this episode. Here's the others.
Dennis Corbett, Abigail James. The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com.
Okay, so tonight's topic is a difficult one. I try to avoid talking about people who are contemporaries, primarily because I always run the risk of running into someone who knows a lot more about them than I do. It happens with people who are not contemporaries as well, but not nearly as common.
this
and I'm
week is
taking a lot of risks by talking
it's
about
not
Elie
St.
Wiesel
Patty's
because, of
Day,
course,
but they
he
are
was a
both
New Yorker.
extremely
As
Irish.
most of you,
One
I
is
New Yorkers, and many
one
of
of
you
the
probably know
greatest
him personally
MCs in
and
comedy
have
store history. The
corrections to
first
things I'm
band
going
to
to
ever
say,
bring me on
and I'm
stage,
sure
May 7th,
amplifications to them
2007.
as well.
And
Nevertheless,
the other one
his
is
life is
truly
so
one of my favorite
crucial,
comedians,
his
one of my favorite
contribution
drinking buddies.
so
They're both two
signal,
of my favorite
and
comedians. Make some noise for
we
tonight's
must
guests.
talk
It's
about the
Chris
Holocaust.
O'Connor
It's
and
impossible for
Ryan
us to
O'Neal,
speak about the 20th century without at least delving into the Holocaust, however painful, for a few moments. So on those bases, I decided to speak about Elie Wiesel. I have a personal connection to him that I'll share with you in a moment, but I want to apologize in advance that this class will probably be a little bit more superficial than you may have associated with some of the others, because you probably have already a broad familiarity with his life and work. Nevertheless, let us go straight to the material. So, what's my personal
Chris
connection
O'Connor
with
is
him?
one of the stars of the
First
show
of all,
Tires. I don't know if you guys know.
born in the same year as my own father, Rabbi Rothschild.
In the world.
So in many ways, I regard him as some kind of generational approach
Chris
as
O'Connor
regards a father.
literally the world's first
Bessie,
website.
he is a distant father, very different
Chris
from my own.
O'Connor. Is there an
And
apostrophe in
my
that
first
website?
encounter with him was probably like most of yours, by
Chris
reading
O'Connor
Night.
comedy on
This
everything
is without
social
a doubt
media.
his most
Very, very
famous,
exciting.
his
We
most
are going to
powerful,
have
most
some
engaging
fun
work. It's a tiny
tonight.
little work in
You
English.
guys,
I
Ryan
ended up
O'Neal was a
later
guest,
reading
I
it in the
believe,
French.
very early.
It's,
11,
like
12 years
100 odd
ago.
pages,
Belly Room,
a tiny, tiny
Main
little
You've done it all.
sort of
Done it all.
memoir.
First time
It's
at the
clearly
mothership.
based
Ryan O'Neal
on
moved
his
here this week. One of
experiences
the
in the
best comedians in
Holocaust,
the world.
but he never wrote it in the sense
Chris
of
O'Connor
being
moved
an
here
exact,
last year. One of the best
true to
comedians in
form
the world.
autobiography.
It's very
It is,
exciting.
after all,
But you guys
a
know
work
how it
of
works.
art.
We've all done
It
it.
is designed to
230
evoke
tonight,
a
ladies and gentlemen.
feeling of the Holocaust, to
230
communicate
waiting in a bar
these
next
Nietzsche's
door,
thought,
hoping
ideas
they
that
get
are
pulled
too
out of this bucket.
complex
I'm
for
gonna let
words. This, as we shall
world's
see, is
palest
perhaps the
woman
leitmotif
pull
of
the
his approach
first
to the
name here.
Holocaust as a whole.
There's a lot of other things I
He
could have
was
made
asked,
fun
for
of. I don't know
example,
why you're
why
getting
he
offended.
never
I chose
allowed
pale, which
a
is the
film
nicest of
version
the
to be
things I
made of
could have
Night,
said.
and he always said because
And
the
hell
film
yeah.
could
So
never
the first bucketful
convey
is getting
what was
wrangled.
in
You
the
guys know
white
how it works.
spaces
When I pull their
between
name out of
the
the bucket, they get
words.
60 seconds
He
uninterrupted.
wrote
You know
in
their
a
time is up.
passage
You hear
from
the sound of a
the
kitten.
Talmud that
It's
says
safe to
that
wrap
the
it up.
Torah
Else they bring out the
is
angry whistle.
black
They would
fire
bear.
written
Which
on
really
white
interrupts
fire.
it. And then I conduct an interview, and me
The
and my
places
escape
where the
now
text
all
is
fucking have
silent
fun figuring out what else
communicates so
they should
much
talk about or
could
what
not
else
be done
other
in a
lives
film,
is interesting. They go from
therefore
a comedian
he
to a
remained
podcast
with
guest
the original.
in 60 seconds. The
It
whole
was
thing is
written in a
improvised. Anything could
feverish
happen. You guys ready to start
passage
tonight's fucking
across the
show?
Atlantic.
Well,
It's a rather
while we
bizarre
go
story
wrangle that first
as a
bucket
whole.
bowl, we are going to watch
Maybe
a
I'll
golden
just jump ahead
ticket
to tell you
winner
how he
start the
wrote the
show
book,
with a
because
brand
it
new
is kind
minute,
of a strange
everybody.
story.
The calm,
He
cool
had
styles
just
of
accepted
make some
an
noise
offer of
for Colin
marriage
Sledge,
from
everyone.
someone
A
he
new
had
minute
met
from
in
Colin
a Paris
Sledge.
orphanage where he was raised after the war. They did not get along at all, and he confused her standoffish and sometimes hostile relationship with him as a sign of that he was rebuffed, but in reality she was deeply attracted to him as he was to she. And
that was funny. So
2 days before he left, she called him up and said, "Please come meet me at a restaurant." And they sat down and she said, "I want you to marry me."
I don't get it. I was
So
like,
I
you'll
said,
get it
"Why?"
tomorrow.
And then they talked and they said, "Okay, fine. But I have to go to Brazil." Well, always going to Brazil.
I was always nervous around girls growing
there
up.
was this
I
strange
still have it when I was
episode
growing up.
where
My dad used to tell me,
this is, by the way,
it's important
all
to remember that girls
described
are more
in
afraid of
his
you
first volume
than you are
of
of
his
them.
autobiography, All Rivers Flow to the Sea. There was this strange situation where the Catholic Church was offering land grants in Brazil to Holocaust survivors in the early 50s. Holocaust survivors who would go to Brazil and convert to Catholicism. And so he went there as a journalist to investigate the story. And he hid himself essentially in his berth in the boat, and he wrote feverishly an 800-page manuscript in Yiddish, which was his entire story of his experience with the Holocaust. Now, what happened when they got to Brazil, there was a big fracas over the entire scheme, and the Brazilian government refused to let the boat land, similar in some ways to the St. Louis off the coast of Miami Beach. And so they had to spend several months going up and down the coast trying to figure out where they would land. And then Wiesel, when he emerged from his cabin, realized that he was on board with about 600 of these Jewish Holocaust survivors who were in fact going to take advantage of this particular incentive for land. And he realized that he had the opportunity to tell the story of why they were doing this, and of course their regrets and so on. They ended up not doing it. But his delay of a couple of months and the fact that he was offshore meant that none of his letters to his beloved or her letters to him could reach each other. And by the time he got back to France, she had assumed that his silence meant that he reconsidered, and so they ended up not getting married. He ran into her many years later. I think she was living in Brooklyn, actually, and married with children. I hope she's not in this room right now, because that would be embarrassing. At any rate, he ended up, by the way, going on to marry, of course, his famous wife, Marion, who was also his translator, and had a son with her named after his father. But Knight, of course, he wrote it 800 pages in Yiddish, very powerful work. The Yiddish reading audience was very small, but the story was incredibly compelling. And so a French publisher agreed to look at it in his second major language which he would write most of his work. And it was published as Rabbi Rothschild, later coming to American attention in the early 1960s. And of course, it was the basis for the award of the Nobel Prize in 1986. I read Knight when I was an undergraduate, maybe my freshman year at the University of Toronto, and I was overwhelmed by it. I myself, identity is something that I find very fascinating, and I myself struggle with my own Jewish identity. Where exactly
I think he just wanted me to move out of my
do I fit on the Jewish spectrum? Which direction am I headed in? I'm experimenting with my own Jewish identity. And so to learn about this man who came from an ultra-Orthodox background in Sighet, northern Hungary, and who went through the Holocaust and retained his faith, if not necessarily his observance. He was a heroic figure, someone that was inspirational to me and tantalizing. I wanted to know more about his ideas and about how he crafted this, I have to say, romantic image of the lonely man of faith, to use another Orthodox title. This was something that deeply affected me, and so I've always had a very close relationship with his literary works, although I've met him a couple of times, I've never really had a personal relationship. I will say one last detail, and I got to move on further. When I was reading the second volume of his biography, I read with a twinge of jealousy the name of some of my colleagues, people my own age, who were his students, and he mentioned them in his autobiography. I said, my name was among those.
There's an apartment above the garage.
Anyways, Knight is how I approached Wiesel first, some 40 years ago, and I'm saying it like I'm the asshole.
You sleep directly
here's a
above
photograph
so whether it's your next door neighbor or it's just below you,
very close
you're
to the
next
date
to a fucking car.
of his deportation
Up or down,
to
side to side.
Auschwitz.
And
it was really here that this story begins. As I mentioned, he comes from northern Hungary. His family were Orthodox, although his father insisted on having his son learn modern Hebrew, which was a little bit unusual for a region of the world that would normally be otherwise quite Haredi. His family was very close to the Vishnu's dynasty, and in fact he met the previous Vishnu Rebbe while he was still alive in the 1930s. He was an extremely devoted student of Talmud, somewhat of a loner, preferred in his own description to spend most of his time in his studies and in his room, poring over the ancient texts. And by the time he reached his early teens, he was already a student of Kabbalah, which is unusual. It's true that in the Hasidic iteration of Judaism that one finds in this region, the study of Kabbalah is valorized and is considered an extremely worthwhile approach. It was generally shunned for the young. Nevertheless, he and two of his friends found a Kabbalah teacher, and the three of them, with their teacher, researcher engaged in very deep probing study of the mystical texts of Judaism. Fascinatingly, they did not restrict themselves to the theoretical Kabbalah, but rather they also engaged in theurgic Kabbalah, meaning practical Kabbalah, the attempt to use Kabbalah in its magical form. This was definitely a secret kind of activity that would have met with significant authority in Lithuanian circles, and it met with significant criticism as well among his peers. What are they trying to do? Hungary, we don't have time to go into the detailed history of the period, but let us recall that Hungarian Jews actually survived most of the war because Admiral Horthy, the leader of Hungary, was a somewhat reluctant ally of Hitler, and that while his connection to the Third Reich was military in nature, you would call that Hungary, even think about his title, Admiral Horthy, right? Hungary was a landlocked nation. There was no outlet to the sea, and here it's run by an admiral. That's primarily because Hungary was just a tiny little rough state of its former glory before World War I, and Hungary was deeply interested in expanding its boundaries. So Horthy linked himself to Hitler and his expansionist goals, hoping to gain greater territory for Hungary, but he was not enthusiastic about the whole final solution business. And he resisted deportation of Jews, particularly Jews with Hungarian citizenship, until the very end. He would, as in many of the allies who are in this category, many of the allies of Hitler, he would not have too much compunction about releasing non-Hungarian Jews, refugee Jews, or Jews of other nationalities who were on the borders of Hungary. But Hungarian Jews per se, Magyars, he protected them right until the very end. In 1944, there was an internal coup, and a much more right-wing government took over in Hungary, and under Nazi influence, of course, because Hitler was deeply interested in promoting the object of the final solution, even at the expense of his own military expansion. He was prepared to sacrifice the movement of troop trains in order to guarantee more Jews being sent to the concentration camps. And so there was a rush at the end of 1944 in the middle of 1944 to send Hungarian Jews to the death camps.
Is it mostly comedians?
That's why so many of the Jews who survived the Holocaust are from Hungary, simply because they were among the last to enter into that hell we know as Auschwitz and the Vernichtungslager system. So he and his family were deported in the middle of 1944.
This is why we can't have Latinos anymore, sir. You're fucking it up.
You're ruining it for everybody. Your first
joke, his father was a small grocery merchant. His name is Shlomo, and his later named his son Shlomo Elisha after his father. His father was apparently a very well-liked individual, not especially scholarly, but very much a community-minded individual, regularly sending credit to Jews and non-Jews in the region in his store, and many of the feelings that Elie Wiesel has about the Holocaust are wrapped up in his feelings about his father. In his autobiography, he speaks about the frequent recurring feelings he has of his father prior to the war and during the war. His mother came from the Vishnu dynasty, and you can see her here with his two elder sisters, and there's Elie Wiesel at the bottom there.
You don't know?
Loving family in many ways. There's another photograph of Elie Wiesel on the right with his mother and his youngest sister, Chibuka, Zipporah. His father, his mother, and his younger sister would not survive the war. His two older sisters would, in fact, and they would be reunited several years later. One telling moment, I think, from his biography that's quite fascinating. While he was a young child, his mother brought him to the Vishnitzer Rebbe. This generation who passed away in 1936 to receive a bracha. Elie Wiesel recalls that the Vishnitzer put him on his lap, spoke to him and learning, asked about what Gemara he was learning and so on. He was, perhaps 7 or 8 years old at the time. And then the Vishnuster asked to speak to his mother alone, so he went out to the hallway. And
then at the end, you said your sister got deported by
came
immigration.
out,
That didn't happen either, right?
And so he wondered,
Is your
perhaps
sister
he
really gay?
done poorly on the Fahir, perhaps he answered incorrectly to the Vishnuster Rebbe. Maybe, the Vishnuster said that he wasn't a very good student, but in reality, his mother told him, I'm sorry.
What do you do for
he
work?
found out many years later from a cousin on his deathbed that what his mother had said was that the Vishnuster Rebbe had told her that her son would grow up to be a great man, but neither he, the Rebbe, nor she, his mother, would live to see it.
Oh, you're saying
Kind of a prophetic moment.
No, really?
The urge of Kabbalah that he was engaged in with his friends, to return to that point for a moment, was primarily directed to the goal of averting the disaster that was looming on the horizon. We're not sure what was going to happen, but remember, it's 1944 already. There's lots of news circulating. The war has been going on for several years. They know a lot about the movement. They're able to pick up Radio Free Europe and other radio stations. They know what's going on. Radio Moscow. And so he and his 2 compatriots were engaged in trying to use the power of Kabbalah to avert this disaster. He describes, it's hard to imagine this actually happening, but it's in his autobiography, that both of his friends, one a few months after the other, fell into catatonic paralysis, such that they were simply bedridden and unable to speak, and he recalls how they were actually carried out to be deported on stretchers because they were overwhelmed by their capitalistic research. A strange story, but recorded so in his memoirs.
Is going to be incredible. Chris O'Connor.
His entire life was defined by those 11 months that occurred in 1944. How exactly he was shaped by them and what he would do with that information really defines the arc of Eloise's life. So let us understand a little bit of it.
How long did
They
you
were, of
freestyle
course,
for? This is something you
deported
took
to
kind of
the
seriously?
great death camp of Auschwitz.
We went to Colorado and I was making music
Featured
videos and
at
stuff like
the
that.
initial embarkation point, disembarkation point, a selection usually conducted by a medical official like Joseph Mengele, the notorious White Angel, who would indicate that those who were of especially strong physical fitness should be directed to one area where they would be put into slave labor, and the other group, much larger group, would be sent immediately for Zonda the hospital, special handling for gasoline death chambers. All of the property was removed, including things like prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, dentures, jewelry, hair, whatever could possibly be of value was removed from the Jew, and then they were sent to gas chambers where they died of asphyxiation by 6.3 gas. These are all things which are terribly familiar to all of us.
Wow. There he goes. Serge AM, everybody. Make some noise for Serge.
He
tried his best.
Go on speaking about this for hours, or to not speak at all about it. Try to find a balance in the context of his life. This is the last he saw of his mother and his youngest daughter.
Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Knit. These are our favorite nicotine pouches by a mile. If you haven't made the switch to Knit pouches yet, now is the time. I'm always reaching for strawberry watermelon ice. Personally, Knit premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience to make proprietary coconut fiber blend filler for better nicotine absorption and a more comfortable mouthfeel. With Knit, you get strong, lasting flavor that is clean and discreet.
Tony, I love Knit. They're the greatest nicotine pouches of all time, and each can comes with 20 Knit pouches.
Of course, labor and starvation.
Make the switch to Knit nicotine pouches like we did. We know you'll love these too. And we have a special offer just for Kill Tony listeners, 35% off your first 3 orders only if you order now at NycPouches.com/Tony. That's NycPouches.com/Tony. Don't forget you can get 35% off
I will only look at one specific issue, and that is the
products
the
are only
institution
available
known
for
as the
adults of legal age and
Musselman,
every order is
which is a
age.
very strange
Warning, this
phenomenon,
product contains
explored at
nicotine.
great
Nicotine
length,
is an addictive
not
chemical.
only in Night, but also in
Keeping it moving
Primo
along, your next
Levi's
bucket full
The
goes by the name
Survivor,
of Jason
Primo Levi's
Fest, everyone.
book
Jason
on Auschwitz,
Fest.
and also in Terence Despresse's book, The Survivor. Many people who study these things, by the way, ultimately commit suicide afterwards.
I
as
lost
did
my
Primo
virginity
Levi
at
and,
the
Terence
Asian
Despresse.
massage parlor.
The Musselman, which is
A
camp slang for
saggy-tittied, wrinkly
literally
old-ass Asian
Muslim,
woman that looked like
refers
Mr.
to a
Miyagi.
person who has been pushed
She had a
so
raspy
far
voice. She was
past the
like,
limits of human endurance that they simply
her name
stop
was Mama
caring about
San. She
anything.
taught me many
Forget about
lessons, and this
caring
is what
about
she
food,
taught me.
caring about sleep,
When
caring
paying
about
for pussy
cleanliness,
at the
caring
Asian
about
massage
pain.
parlor,
There are stories
always
that
tell
the
Mama San
survivors
you
tell
have a
of
latex allergy.
frozen logs falling on the
Even
feet
when
of
you
Muslim
don't.
and
There's a
breaking
pretty
the
good
bones in
chance
their
she
feet, and
cannot
they show no
accommodate
reaction
your request,
whatsoever.
and you'll get bareback
Psychologically, they've
sex
gone
for
past
free.
that tipping of humanity, and they're existing in that kind of dreamlike state, preparing to die.
Make sure
There's
your
a
happy
fascinating
ending
and
ends with you nutting
horrifying
in that bitch's
grotesquerie of the war.
service.
We know so little about it because this is beyond the limits of human endurance. But nevertheless, we follow Elie Wiesel as he himself gets virtually to that point.
Always tell
in,
Mama San, always ask
the
Mama
death
San
camps,
if
and
she's got a
is
new girl
ultimately
on
rescued
rotation.
at the very last
Add some
moment
variety
by
to your
the
Asian pussy
English and
portfolio,
American
guys.
forces who bring him back to
All right,
health.
thank you.
Unfortunately, the day before liberation, a day that remains seared in his memory and affects all of his work for the rest of his life, is the death of his father through starvation. He remembers the pain on his father's face.
Doing good, Tony. I'm doing good.
And I've always wondered what Santa's elves do in the
off
off-season. Incredible.
Young son.
So last time you were on the show before, and you talked about a lot of crazy
he
sex
was
stuff.
fascinated.
Here you are, guns
with
a-blazing,
the
right
culture
on brand.
of
Is
the
any of
death
this
camps.
true?
Oh,
This
yeah.
is just like
I'm
one
the
example
Anthony
of showing the
Bourdain
tremendous
pussy, man. I was always
complexity
going
of
to
so many
massage
different
parlors.
populations that
So what happened?
coexisted
You said
there.
that like it's
We're
in
all
the
familiar,
past
of
now.
course,
You no
with the
longer
Yellow
go?
Star,
I'm
but there were many
reformed, and now
different
I just help
combinations
men
of
achieve
political
success
prisoners,
by giving advice,
homosexuals,
helping my
Jewish
brethren out.
homosexuals
How did
who were
you
political
perform?
prisoners. All
How
of
did I
these things
reform? I
were
got married.
cataloged to the
She
last
said, well,
detail
you
by
can't
the
be having
Nazis in
sex
the
with
death
Asian
camp, so
pussy
people would
anymore.
know
So I've been
exactly
married for 20
why
years, guys.
everyone were
20
there.
years.
They would also know this by their serial numbers,
No one's excited about
tattooed onto their forearms.
She's gonna love
and in
this
fact,
shit.
it was forbidden to refer to a person by anything other than that forearm. That
So
serial
Jason,
number.
remind
I'd like
us
to
how
show
long you've been
you
doing stand-up?
a
5
couple
years.
of
And what do you do for work?
one last
I'm
point.
retired
I
from the
apologize
National
for the
Guard.
graphic images, but I think it would be inappropriate not
Thank
to
you
show
for your
them in this
service.
context.
Yes.
Towards
Where
the
did you
end of
serve
the war,
exactly?
it was very clear to the Nazis they were going to lose. And so there was some chaotic activity
There it
trying to
is.
figure
The
out what
sweet
to
son
do
Santa
about
landed on the roof.
the death camps. And it
I
was
was a
decided
recruiter
in
for the
several
National
of them
Guard in
that they
Jackson,
would march
Michigan,
the
Lake
Jews
George,
on
New
these
York, and
long
I worked in
death
Chicago, Illinois.
marches to the interior.
Okay, wow. So
Combination of cattle cars if they had them, but otherwise marched them to the interior. Wiesel and his father
what's the
were
craziest thing that
taken
happened?
on one of
What's the
these
most,
long
like,
marches to
violent thing you had to do in
Bergen-Belsen,
the military
to the
international?
Buchenwald
Violent
complex.
thing I ever had to do. I never really had to
there
do
they were
anything
essentially
violent.
left to
Like, and I was a
starve to
recruiter,
death.
so it's like a
That
basic
is
job.
where the
Come
Allies
in and
discovered them
they want to join the
and,
military. You lie to them to get them to
overwhelmed by
join.
the sight
It's
of
a
the
simple
carnage.
process.
Their
What's
bodies
the
like
trick
this
you would use
strewn
to get
all
them to
over
join?
the
I would tell
ground.
them anything.
People
Like, let's
just dying
say someone
in situ.
came in and they wanted to be a cook, right? Being a cook,
Wiesel
nobody
speaks
who
about
joins the military
his
wants to cook
impressions
any
of
food. They
an
want to do it.
American soldier
So I'd be like,
came
listen,
onto
you're
the
going to be like an
scene and
executive
simply
chef
could
for
not
the
stop
president or
weeping
some shit.
as he saw the devastation.
I was a top recruiter for
This
the
film
Michigan Army
clip
National Guard.
here is a historical film clip. It is far too
braggadocious.
awful
Okay,
for us to
Jason,
watch
what's something
in its
interesting about you
entirety.
that we didn't find out last
But I
time you
would
were on
like
the
to
show?
show you a little bit of it.
Something
See
interesting
just
about
as I go
me,
through the
I am
screen,
a compulsive
tossing
eater.
bodies on to
my wife's got to hide the peanut butter jars. I am a compulsive eater, recovering alcoholic, and I just treat it for food. I just treated booze and everything for food, and I just compulsively eat.
What's the most piggish thing you've ever done eating food?
I spent $45 in DoorDash from Waterloo.
Wow. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, that's like
I seen your food order, I follow you.
yeah. Those middle of the night Instagrams. Wendy's.
Wendy's.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Jason, what does your wife do?
My wife is a photographer, and she works for an orthodontist office, and so she runs like a call center.
I'm not going to show you all of this, but I'd like to show you a couple of them. The allies, when they talk to
I make content, I make a lot of massage parlor videos where I use my past experiences to help make the Asian pussy. Like I do that as a service.
Certainly those responsible for the administration of the camp, but also those in the surrounding countryside. And so there's a lot of ritual humiliation, deservedly, this is my humble opinion, of those who are guards or administrators of the camp, forcing them to deal with the bodies and the burials, but even of the surrounding villages. So what you're going to see here for a couple of minutes, speaking in German, are some of the camp officials who are required for the cameras to testify as to who they are and where they came from and why they are here.
The craziest video I ever made was a true story. So I got on Kill Tony last time, and my social media clip blew up. I told a drunken story. And these big corporate whiskeyist lobbyists reach out to me and ask me to make content to get people to stop drinking Crown Royal, because in Canada, they found American whiskey off the shelves over this Donald Trump tariff bullshit.
He gave his rank.
And they wanted me to make videos, and first off, I grew up in Michigan on the trip border.
He
Like, I
gives
feel
the
comfortable
date
doing
of
it, and the guy
April
was like,
1944.
it's $700 for a 30-second video. I'm like, fuck Canada!
He gives
Some of
the
the
date
best
as well.
stories are drinking American whiskey, am I right?
He says it twice because I didn't hear it properly.
Fireball!
He's 24 years old, and the town he comes from.
What size joke book did you get last time?
I got a big one.
Okay, well, guess what? Here's a little something to add to your collection. It's a little one. The first catch of the night, Jason Best. There he goes, everybody. Whoa. I just accidentally ripped this in half. That's a first. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. You guys having fun out there, huh? A couple of very odd bucket pulls to start the show, but it's okay. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. Patrick Blake, everyone. Patrick Blake.
His name is pretty good. First up, he's the Oberstabsführer, which is, I think, a commandant level.
When cops that are looking to get laid get rejected,
There's several other posts he was posted before he came to
Stop
Bergen
resisting! Stop resisting!
I'm 59 years old.
A doctor's office from my
He gives the
hometown
date
was
April in
The
1944.
doctor there was arrested and charged with crimes related to
Town it comes
trading
from.
sex for pills and
He's
sexual
been there 2
imposition
years,
on patients.
and he's
And
20
as a
years
patient
old.
of that practice, when news broke, I couldn't believe that
Oh,
someone
let's
told
see one more.
that was Dr. Feelgood. I went to Doc for back pain.
Gives the
Everything
date.
started normal enough. Doc started checking me over and then doing those resistance checks.
She
You know,
gives her rank.
don't let me push your arm down. Good. Then the other side.
She's been there
Good.
since.
Don't let me pull your pants down.
She's
Wait,
been here
what?
since
But before
1941.
I could say anything, my pants and drawers were at my ankles.
She's 21 years old, and she's from Mecklenburg.
Doc said, "Don't let me make you come." Whoa, doctor. And as I stood there,
So
getting
we
topped
are
off by my
fortunate
doctor,
to
I
have some of
realized
these
I didn't know my
newsreels
insurance covered
from
this,
the
and I didn't
liberators to
even have
give us a
copay.
sense, just a sense of what it must have been like at the very end. But just imagine what it must have been like when the end was not in sight. It's hard to imagine how people maintain their sanity.
Okay. Wait, how did you
I'll show you one more brief one.
Worse
But
than ever?
this
You
is a
celebrate by
newsreel
converting
shown
every joke you've ever written and starting from
theaters.
absolute scratch.
That's something like that.
A little bit more G-rated.
Okay, where was this 3 years in? Hell, imagine that if you die, you go to hell. You're the full-time comedian, and you have to keep doing your 24 hours a day, and everybody has to stay awake and watch it all the time. Is it in hell?
Close, Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio, pretty close. One of the closest cities to hell on planet Earth. Patrick, what do you do for work?
Material scientist.
What exactly is a material scientist?
I'm a nerd. Got a background in chemistry.
Insecticide is actually DDT, which was later banned.
What exactly are nanomaterials?
Like an additive to composites.
So Louiselle was among these transports of children several months after the war.
Applications, most people in the military.
Do you have to wear like a hard hat or a mask or something?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a mask.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
I mean, it can be if you were trying to eat it. As long as you can't rotate.
Have you ever seen anybody eat it or breathe it?
No.
Okay. You've never seen anything go wrong with nanomaterials?
I personally have not.
Amazingly, we actually have a photograph of Elie Wiesel.
Are you thinking about all that fucked up shit while you're nanomaterials?
Here it's a rather famous photograph now. You can see in the barracks, this photograph taken by the liberators. You can see the tremendous starvation.
It's just taking
Here's
that
Elie
off.
Wiesel,
You were drunk and raped chicks in a hospital.
17 years old, 16 years old.
Just trying to relax your
taken. Even from this perspective, he seems like an old man. He's aged tremendously as a result of his suffering.
Okay. You married?
So, what happens is, you know, his father is dead, and his mother is dead as well. He doesn't know what's happened to any of his relatives. He's kind of swept along in a current, along with the displaced people after the liberation of the camp. He follows the flow of his compatriots of both his age to France, where he's eventually placed in an orphanage. And the orphanage actually has separate tracks for those who are religiously observant, those who are not. He is, of course, still fully observant in every way at this point. He makes something of a mistake. The way he describes it is he just didn't understand what he was doing. At one point, the French asked them, these displaced persons, young children really, if they want to accept French nationality. And he just didn't put up his hand because he didn't know what it meant. This actually generated a tremendous amount of difficulty for him years later in life because he was officially a stateless person without any rootedness to any particular country, and travel across boundaries was incredibly difficult. You had to get immigration visas and so on. He ended up becoming an American citizen because at one point he was visiting America and he needed to travel for an assignment as a journalist, and one of his visas as a stateless person had expired, although his residency visa in the United States was valid. And he was going, by the way, had just a major car accident and was still on crutches, and he was going back and forth between the French embassy and the American officials trying to get this paperwork sorted out. And finally, the American immigration official simply said to him, why don't you just become an American citizen, and then you won't have to bother with this. And he hadn't realized it, so he accepted American citizenship. That was his first citizenship after Hungary. And then years later, after the publications of his greatest works, the French government offered him citizenship as well, and he refused. He said, when I needed a passport, it was the Americans who gave it to me, and that's the one he ultimately accepted. He wasn't sure what to do with himself. He was an intellectual who read ferociously. He read widely in multiple languages as soon as he could get to a library. And he studied. He was an autodidact of tremendous proportions. And the only thing that he could really do at this time was read and translate and to some degree write. So he ended up falling into a Yiddish language newspaper in France that was associated with the with the right wing. We spoke about Jabotinsky a few weeks ago. So it was his movement was related to this, and his job was basically to translate Hebrew reports into Yiddish and later into French for a wider audience. And he actually didn't have much idea of the politics that he was associated with, although he identified with it heavily, especially after the Altalena affair of 1948, in which a conflict between Ben Gurion and the Haganah, the traditional, the more numerous and more left-wing armed forces, fired on a ship that was piloted by the Irgun because it had weapons aboard. There was a big misunderstanding. Many Jews were killed. Wiesel was heartbroken that Jews in 1948 could be firing on Jews, and it scarred him politically as well. For the rest of his life. Nevertheless, for all purposes, he worked for years as a journalist in France, ultimately becoming a translator and later becoming a simultaneous translator being able to read several languages, to speak several languages, and simply work in various political contexts, including at the UN, where he would render live translations. He occasionally got into trouble for this because it's hard to be a journalist and a translator for politicians at the same time. And on one notable occasion, he actually decided to quit his job as a translator because what they were saying behind closed doors was simply too good not to print, and he ended up taking it back to his journalism job. At this time also, he was studying for years with a mysterious individual known as Mr. Shushani. Someday I'd like to do a lot more research and understand more about who this person is, because he pops up from time to time in the 20th century in very fascinating ways. This is a French monograph on his life. I'm not sure how reliable it is. I haven't read it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. The translation of the subtitle is The Enigma of a Master of the 20th Century. Shushani is certainly a pseudonym. There are some who say his real name was Rosenbaum. Another theory is an individual named Pollock, if I remember correctly. But he's this mysterious figure that is active in post-war France in particular, and studies with some of the greatest minds that the Jewish world produced in the 20th century. Elie Wiesel studied with him for many years. He also studied with the great Emmanuel Levinas, very, very important continental philosopher, who all owe their Talmudic learnings to this enigmatic figure called Shushani. The word Shushani means the man from Shushan. You'll recall that from the Purim story. Shushan is associated with masquerades, with jokes, with theater, and he hid his identity. He was without question a genius of Talmudic scholarship, unsystematic, highly eclectic thinker, very well read. And a strange kind of teacher for Elie Wiesel, Levinas, and others. Wiesel describes his meeting with him. He was on a train, and he was preparing to give a Dvar Torah on the book of Job.
Fucking go into the woods.
Appropriate. And he was reading Job, and Shushani approached him, and he looked very disheveled with a heavy beard, not at all like portrayed here in this picture, and accosted him and asked him what he's reading. And Wiesel didn't really feel like associated with the subject, but he told him he's reading Job. And so he says, okay, very good, I'd like to hear some more about Job. He followed him to the place where he spent Shabbat, and then he listened to Elie Wiesel give his drasha. He was always 16 or 17 years old at the time. Listened to him give his drasha at the synagogue, and then afterwards he got up and completely devastated it. And he spoke for a couple hours on the first line of the book of Job, indicating that Elie Wiesel had no conception of what was going on in that book whatsoever. And from that moment on, he was his devoted student. He was studying with him for the entire time they remained in France. Later, when he came to America, Elie Wiesel's teacher, whom he calls master, is the great Talmudist Saul Lieberman from the Jewish Theological Seminary, considered also a brilliant and perhaps troubled genius in some ways. I heard a story about Saul Lieberman. I'm not sure if it's true. I would love if someone actually saw this happen, but apparently the story is to give you a sense of Saul Lieberman's genius. I'm sure many of you know how to read Hebrew in the original, so for those of you who don't, it's basically written with three different components. There are the consonants, there are the vowels, the nukudot, which are written around the consonants, and there is the chuk, which is the cantillation. Marks that you can say how it should be intoned, how it should be chanted. So apparently they say that the students of Saul Lieberman could write just the vowels on a blackboard, and Saul Lieberman would be able to look at it and tell you what verse from the Torah it was. Pretty amazing story. Even if it's not true, it's still a pretty amazing story. At any rate, this also should lead us something to a discussion of his Wiesel's religious relationship to just about perhaps I have that on the other side. So I love open phone. So he ends up in America. He's traveling around trying to find one job after another. When he gets to America, people call him his good business to speak